If one day you could earn money by spending money, how would you squander it? Today, this eye-opening urban novel consumer male god will take you into a world full of money and miracles. Ordinary young man Han Lai unexpectedly obtained a magical system. As long as he spends money, he can get cash back, and the more he spends, the more he earns. But do you think he will indulge in pleasure? No. He actually used spending money to become a giant in the business world. Do you think he's just an ordinary young man? Wrong. He is the future male god of consumption. From luxury goods to luxury cars, from luxury homes to private planes, Han Lai crazily consumes with the power given by the system. But the more he spends, the richer he becomes. He not only became a VIP of major brands, but also led the trend with his unique consumption concept. But just as he was thriving, the secrets of the system gradually came to light, attracting the covetousness of countless people. Can he keep the secrets of the system? How will his consumer empire continue? Do you think he's just a money machine? Wrong. He is still a business genius. Han Lai deeply understands that relying solely on system cashback is far from enough. Only by converting consumption into investment can we go further. He utilized the funds provided by the system to expand into multiple fields such as real estate, technology, and entertainment, step by step building his own business empire. However, with his rise, the conspiracies of competitors and the encirclement of capital also followed one after another. Can he win in this business war? How will his business landscape expand? Do you think this is all? Wrong. A bigger secret is emerging. Han Lai gradually realized that the emergence of the system was not accidental, but closely related to a shocking layout about wealth and destiny. His success not only changed his personal destiny, but also revealed a shocking secret about money and power. What is his true identity? What is hidden behind this counterattack of spending money to make money? The Consumer Male God is not only an urban comedy, but also a wonderful work that integrates business, power, and humanity. The author uses compact plot and profound thinking to take you on a journey through the legendary life of a male god in the consumer industry. Come and follow in Han Lai's footsteps, uncover the secrets of his system, and witness his comeback journey. Chapter 1. The consumption system awaits your command. Han Lai trudged onto the last subway train, each step heavy with fatigue. The carriage was nearly empty, yet the faces of the late-night commuters were etched with exhaustion and numbness. Finding an unoccupied seat, Han Lai closed his eyes for a brief respite. When he reopened them, a translucent panel suddenly materialized before him, accompanied by the sound of a mechanical voice resonating in his mind. The consumption system awaits your command. A system. Han Lai was all too familiar with this. He had been engrossed in web fiction since his first year of high school, a habit that had persisted to this day. Consequently, his once commendable academic performance plummeted, leading him to enroll in a third-tier university, where he drifted aimlessly into his 30s. Each time he reflected on his rebellious high school days or the indulgence of college life, the weight of over a decade of societal disillusionment would plunge Han Lai into profo. And regret. If only he had. Yet, alas, there were no ifs, and he could not return to those formative years. Regret remained, but the motivation for change eluded him. He understood all too well that such thoughts were futile. Having squandered his youth and missed the opportunity for a higher education, what could he possibly achieve now, no matter how hard he fought? Could he afford a house or find a wife? Rather than feebly striving for career and romance, he preferred to recline comfortably, immersing himself in novels and games, enjoying the freedom of leisure. As he lay in complacency until just past 30, Han Lai had accomplished little, until today, when inexplicably, the system had been thrust upon him. Had the heavens finally taken pity? Was the era destined for him about to dawn? A surge of intense excitement washed over Han Lai as he heard a notification. Newbie gift pack activated. Consume all previously accumulated consumption points to fulfill one wish of the host. Please make your wish. I wish to return to the past and start over. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Lai's greatest desire escaped his lips. No, that was not merely a wish. It was a dream woven from regret and resentment. I am a loser, but if given the chance to begin anew, I wish to be a winner. Han Lai awoke with a start, only to find himself still seated on a train. It was no longer a spacious and bright subway, but rather an old-fashioned locomotive. This is the journey to report to the foreign language college after graduating from high school. Han Lai glanced at the girl across from him and instantly pinpointed the current moment in time. August 30th, 2013. His very first journey. Han Lai vividly recalled everything that transpired on this day. For seated across from him was none other than the stunning Chen Yinfei, a beautiful girl from a different class at his school. By sheer coincidence, she had been accepted to the same university, the neighboring Shanghai International Studies University. Young and naive, Han Lai believed this was a twist of fate granted by the heavens. After much internal struggle, he finally mustered the courage to strike up a conversation with her midway through the journey. However, he was ruthlessly shot down by her classmate, Pan Xiaoheng. That crushing defeat obliterated Han Lai's idyllic fantasies about university life, resulting in a skewed mindset that lingered for many years. Calmly, Han Lai retrieved his counterfeit phone, glancing at the time before checking his ticket. Fortunately, the journey has just begun, and the memories of those events have yet to unfold. With a sigh of relief, Han Lai lowered his head and began to examine the system. The system interface was remarkably simple. On the current page, a few lines of text were displayed. The host's total consumption value is only sufficient to return to the eve of the college entrance examination. Considering the potentially adverse consequences, the wishing function has automatically selected the current time node for the host. Current remaining consumption value, 12,588 points. Shall we continue the regression? Yes, no. Gazing at the two options flashing incessantly on the panel, Han Lai broke out in a cold sweat and decisively clicked no. Returning to the eve of the college entrance examination. How terrifying. What purpose would that serve? To set a new record of 200 points and endure a grueling double whammy? Bah! If only he could return to the beginning of his senior year, Han Lai would be willing to truly give it his all, not seeking anything else. He merely wished to prove that he was not a complete failure. Even if he ended up attending a second-tier university, it would still signify a brand new beginning. Alas, such an opportunity eludes him. Never mind, attending a prestigious liberal arts institution seems quite appealing. At least there are plenty of beautiful women. After relinquishing his hopes, a new prompt immediately refreshed on the screen. The wishing function has been permanently disabled. The consumption system is officially activated. What? No more wishes? Well, that's not a major issue. Han Lai felt no disappointment at that moment. The youthful spirit within him was enveloped in a profound sense of satisfaction, the joy of dreams coming true flooding through him. So intense that it swept away all negative emotions that present. Han Lai found himself quite taken by the sight of Pan Xiaoheng seated diagonally across from him. Ah, the young man possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with clear brows and bright eyes, complemented by rosy lips and pearly teeth, a truly admirable figure. As their gazes met, Han Lai even offered a friendly nod, accompanied by a genuine smile that radiated warmth from within. My dear child, how I cherish you. However, Pan Xiaoheng seemed disinclined to accept such kindness, his expression dripping with disdain as he emitted a soft scoff through his nostrils. Perhaps he deemed Han Lai's unkempt appearance and shabby attire unworthy of his acquaintance. Han Lai, recognizing the hopelessness of the young lad, merely smiled it off. Lowering his head, he opened a magazine to mask his discomfort, continuing to explore the system. As Han Lai bowed his head, Chen Yinfei, who had observed the entire exchange, discreetly scrutinized the youth before her. Oblivious to it all, Han Lai was consumed by anticipation, captivated entirely by the phrase officially activated. The entire consumption system consisted of merely 3 subpages: attributes, items, and messages. The items page was, as expected, devoid of content, while the messages page bore only the words "more features to be unlocked upon upgrade," leaving Han Lai to delve into the attribute. ES interface. In the upper left corner, a rotating 3D avatar of himself appeared. Standing at 174 centimeters, weighing 60 kilograms, his physique was slender, with disheveled hair that reached his brows, crowned by a pair of outdated black frame glasses. His complexion was rather dull, presenting an appearance reminiscent of an inconspicuous passerby, tinged with an air of awkwardness and timidity. Not unattractive, per se, yet certainly lacking in approachability. At the tender age of 18, Han Lai, a youth from a small town, embodied such a profile that in the upper right corner of the panel, various data can be found. They are as follows. Basic attributes: Strength 62, Agility 59, Constitution 63, Intelligence 65. Secondary attributes: Appearance 66, Figure 58, Health 69, Special 75. Professional knowledge: Mathematics Level 2, English Level 3, Accounting Level 1, Finance Level 3, etc. Skills: Driving Level 1, Driving Technique Level 3, Culinary Arts Level 2, Craftsmanship Level 4, Stock Trading Level 2, Writing Level 2, etc. Cash: 20,385. Experience: 12,588. By concentrating on any particular entry, expansion options and relevant explanations will emerge. Hanlai examined each item and quickly grasped the general concept. The core of the system is straightforward. Consumption yields experience, which can be allocated to any attribute or skill. One act of consumption results in dual rewards. Moreover, the additional gain is the self-upgrade that money cannot buy, which is undeniably exhilarating. The conversion rate between consumption value and experience is 1-to-1, honest and transparent. The system's rules are simple and direct, perfectly aligning with Hanlai's preferences. Who would choose to grapple with convoluted rules when joy can be attained so effortlessly? Thus, Hanlai would rather wait in Li Jieqi's livestream for a chance to snatch a deal than join the frenzy of Double 11. So many convoluted paths. Who are they trying to fool? The new generation has long ceased to indulge anyone's arrogance. Arrogance must come at a price, old horse. With a smile, Hanlai began to examine the significance of the numerical values of each attribute. Below 60 points signifies suboptimal health. 1,000 experience points grants an additional point. T60 69 points, a normal range. 1,000 experience grants a slight increase. At 79 points, classified as excellent, unlocked following a system upgrade. At 89 points, regarded as a genius, unlocked after another system upgrade. At 99 points, top tier, dazzling like the sun. With his fundamental attributes primarily hovering in the low 60s, Hanlai was hardly surprised. A figure of moderate stature. If you are the geniuses and we are the mortals, then the vast majority of people in this world belong to our category. Until today, Hanlai had always possessed a clear understanding of his own position, an exceedingly ordinary member among the masses. However, now, gazing quietly at the system panel, Hanlai suddenly realized, I shall ultimately transcend us, surpass you, and become a third kind of being, the others. While the foundational attributes were normal, the secondary attributes appeared rather peculiar. What could the special attribute be? He cautiously opened it for a glance. Hanlai's smile gradually morphed into something unsettling. Ah, it seems I possess a certain talent in specific areas. Yet, lacking the support of exceptional power and physique to bolster this talent, it remained unnaturalized, a truly sorrowful tale. After wallowing in sadness for a considerable time, Hanlai's expression darkened suddenly. Damn it, what was I thinking? With that appearance, that physique, and that emotional intelligence, I have been a perpetual singleton. My talent has never been put to good use, has it? In that moment, Hanlai comprehended why there was an inexplicably peculiar level 4 skill among his abilities. Alas, this dog-eat-dog world is indeed unkind to me. While he complained outwardly, Hanlai was acutely aware that the issue had never been with the world, but rather with his Inabil. To find a right way to coexist with it. Human beings often struggle to acknowledge their own failures, preferring instead to attribute their misfortunes to external circumstances and objective conditions. Until today, Hanlai embodied the archetype of stubbornness, consistently seeking excuses to evade reality and sidestep pressing issues that he encased his heart in a protective shell, reflexively rejecting all external stimuli. He turned a deaf ear to nagging, dismissed criticism, shunned the distinction between genuine emotions and deceit, and was reluctant to reveal his true self. Essentially, he opposed everything. Hanlai's mediocrity and failures were largely rooted in an unhealthy mindset. Engaging in perpetual self-struggle left him devoid of the strength required to strive for improvement. However, after his rebirth, that protective shell suddenly vanished. Hanlai experienced an unparalleled sense of ease, reflecting on many past events with clarity, distinguishing right from wrong without the sting of his fragile pride. And oh, that's not right, I am no longer fragile. As Han Lai wandered through the ocean of memories, he gradually untangled the threads of the years gone by and the people who had once filled his life. His mood was tranquil and fulfilling, imbued with a sense of release regarding the past, and filled with anticipation for the future. A profound sense of happiness enveloped him, illuminating countless realizations. It is often said that a man's maturity can transpire in an instant. This moment represents Han Lai's reconciliation with himself and his handshake with the world. Chapter 2. The Wheel of Fortune. Han Lai reminisced with a sense of delight, allowing his thoughts to wander freely. As time gradually flowed by, new troubles quietly surfaced. While the future undoubtedly held promise, a pressing issue loomed in the present. Where could he acquire the means to enhance his consumption value? He possessed a total of 20,000 in cash, of which 14,000 was earmarked for tuition, 2,000 for accommodation and miscellaneous expenses, leaving a meager sum for his living expenses this semester. According to the system's rules, paying for tuition and accommodation constituted investment consumption, yielding experience points. However, even if he depleted the entire 20,000, he would only gain a paltry 20,000 experience points. Coupled with the remaining 12,588, he could only augment his attributes by a trifling 3 points. What use was that? Thus, the crux of the dilemma lay not in how to spend money, but rather in how to earn it. By generating income first, and then converting it into experience through consumption, he could enhance his abilities and subsequently acquire even greater wealth, thereby establishing a perfect positive cycle. Han Lai gradually recognized that this system could foster his personal growth, but it necessitated a proactive approach. He could not afford to be complacent. This was a far cry from those insipid systems that rewarded mere existence. With a huff, he declared, "With the powers that be above, I stand in opposition to the unearned wealth of materialism." With his oath complete, any subsequent confinement would be unjust. After a brief moment of levity, Han Lai resumed contemplating how to generate income. The social climate of 2013, as he recalled, had already dimmed considerably. It seemed devoid of significant events or opportunities. Everything felt rather mundane. Throughout his 4 years at university, Han Lai could only remember the trivial loves and conflicts within the campus, along with the fleeting romances and adventures found in games. It was only after entering the workforce that I began to develop a profound and extensive understanding of society. Perhaps contemporary university students share a similar sentiment. Or am I an anomaly? Han Lai is uncertain, yet he struggles to recall any remarkable opportunities. Generally, there are only 2 types of ventures suitable for aspiring individuals starting from scratch: those that require exceptional technical skills or those that are highly speculative. Unfortunately, Han Lai lacks proficiency in both areas. Wait a moment, speculation? Suddenly, Han Lai remembers that there is an impending bull market next year. This could be a viable path. Although his academic performance in finance has been mediocre, he possesses a fair understanding of the domestic financial market. He questions whether he possesses the capability to support a family through stock trading. However, if given a second chance to anticipate the bullish trends, even without specific stock memories, he remains confident in carving out a prosperous future. The cycle of being harvested as a novice is about to turn in my favor. What a relief. Yet, should I merely wait for next year's bull market? After careful contemplation, Han Lai concludes that this approach feels somewhat flawed. One must harbor lofty ambitions while also establishing tangible short-term goals. It is unwise to remain idle, passively awaiting fortune to fall from the sky. Prolonged idleness leads to complacency, and excessive leisure can be detrimental. Therefore, it is essential to devise a strategy to enhance one's attributes and hone skills, while also accumulating some capital. However, saving money necessitates a reduction in consumption, and refraining from spending denies one the opportunity to gain experience. Without experience, one cannot improve attributes or skills. Is this not a paradox? Ah, how vexing. In essence, this is a matter of trade-offs following the establishment of one's objectives. However, Han Lai is neither exceptionally astute nor particularly decisive. Consequently, this round of contemplation yields no conclusions, merely illuminating the issues with greater clarity. Perhaps one could consider it a modest gain? Regardless, Han Lai is weary of dwelling on the matter and intends to refresh his mind and seek tranquility. Thus, he switches off the panel and genuinely redirects his attention to the magazine in his hands. Upon closer examination, he is taken aback. How audacious of you, young man, to peruse such material on a long-distance train. What lies before him is not a mere magazine, but the original edition of the Emperor of the Zither. authored by an obscure yet talented writer, with content that is both intricate and mysterious, providing exceptional relief from stress. Han Lai reflects deeply and finally recalls that he had impulsively purchased this book while waiting at the station, intending only to pass the time. Yet it has stirred within him an insatiable desire. It even played a part in his audacious attempt to strike up a conversation with Chen Yanfei. Damn it! What a blunder! With a mix of disdain and loathing, Han Lai flips through a couple of pages, inadvertently landing on a particularly compelling scene, quickly becoming engrossed. If he wishes to refresh his mind, he must indulge in such literature. Once the blood is drained from the mind, is it not rendered vacant? Youth is indeed a blessing. Haha. The express train from Dream City to Magic City is set to traverse a full 10 hours. As Dream City is not the point of origin for the journey and coincides with the back-to-school season, securing a sleeper ticket in advance proves futile, leaving Han Lai to endure the discomfort of a hard-seat carriage. In truth, it is not overly burdensome. After all, he is no longer the pampered high school student he once was. A few hours spent reading, a brief nap, and some contemplation regarding his future make the 6 hours pass swiftly. Feeling profoundly peckish, Han Lai procured a tub of Master Kong's spicy beef noodles from the attendant, intending to have a midday repast. After adding hot water, he brought the noodles back to his table, proceeding to extract 2 tea eggs, a sausage, a packet of pickled mustard tuber, a Xiangbalo braised chicken leg, and an apple from his bag. Methodically peeling the eggs, he enriched his noodles with the sausage, eggs, chicken leg, and pickled vegetable, thus preparing his Hermes-esque instant noodles. Diagonally opposite him, Pan Xiaoying once again curled his lip in disdain. Yin Yan, are you famished? Allow me to treat you to a meal in the dining car. No need, Chen Yanfei demurred, shaking her head. I'll simply prepare a bowl of instant noodles myself. As she spoke, she furtively glanced at Han Lai's opulent repast, her gaze betraying a deep-seated longing. Absolutely not. That stuff is terribly unhealthy, Pan Xiaoying protested. He, too, cast a look of disdain upon Han Lai's noodles, his entire demeanor radiating disapproval. Then, adopting the persona of a domineering CEO, he gazed affectionately at Chen Yanfei, adding, besides, your aunt expressly forbade me from allowing you to consume such junk food when we departed. Do you fancy yourself amusing? Han Lai retorted, increasingly vexed by the fellow. Previously, when he was in a more amiable mood, he had found him somewhat tolerable, but now, with past grievances resurfacing, he felt only irritation. He couldn't fathom what sort of upbringing had shaped this individual, who resembled a diminutive bantam rooster, possessed of extreme aggression yet woefully lacking in self-awareness, making him particularly odious. While Mingcheng, as a resource-rich city teeming with nouveau riche, certainly had its fair share of arrogant second-generation science, individuals like Pan Xiaoying, who sought to exploit the vulnerable at every opportunity, remained a minority. In his previous life, Han Lai merely exchanged a few casual remarks with Chen Yanfei, only to be met with her immediate barrage of mockery and derision. However, reborn into a new existence, Han Lai found himself disinclined to engage with the impudent child. Why not savor a bowl of noodles while they're still hot? Straightening his fork, he lifted the lid of the container, and an enticing aroma wafted upward. Han Lai took a couple of hearty sips of the steaming broth, and his famished stomach found solace, prompting a contented sigh to escape his lips. Chen Yanfei's slender alabaster neck shifted slightly, catching Han Lai's attention and leaving him momentarily stunned. Was she swallowing? My dear beauty, something seems amiss. What I choose to consume is none of your concern. Suddenly, Chen Yanfei bent down to rummage through her wallet, her long hair cascading down to reveal only a hint of her delicately pursed lips. You are you, I am I, and my mother is my mother. Do you grasp my meaning? Pan Xiaohong's face flushed crimson from the retort. It was at this moment that Han Lai belatedly recognized that the authentic Chen Yanfei was quite unlike the image he had conjured in his mind. She appeared more intriguing. Silently, he continued to eat his noodles, striving to recollect the events of his former life. This particular scene had never transpired. Over an hour prior, Han Lai had awkwardly attempted to initiate conversation. The entire experience had been painfully awkward and tedious, culminating in a harsh humiliation at the hands of Pan Xiaoying. After which Chen Yanfei had joined her companion at the food cart. Thus, it dawned on him that his utterly unsuccessful attempts at flattery had inadvertently aided Pan Xiaoying. As this realization washed over him, Han Lai could not help but chuckle softly. He was suddenly reminded of a poignant quote he had encountered on Douyin. Every ill-timed act of sycophancy serves only to bolster your rival. in the face of comparative scrutiny. The consequences of losing points are far more severe. Thus, even in the face of failure, one must maintain an air of dignity. It is not a facade of indifference for the sake of pride, but rather a means to conceal any semblance of weakness from others. Always remember, it is the strong who possess the opportunity to prevail. Suddenly, Han Lai experienced an epiphany. If one could illustrate this with data, it would undoubtedly be the epitome of flirtation expertise. A glance at Xiao Pan revealed a sullen countenance, the child glaring resentfully at his bowl. Consequently, Han Lai's spirits lifted, and he relished his meal with even greater delight. In a past life, you had rebuffed me, yet I now assist you. In this life, I reclaim my dues with a mere bowl of noodles. What is this called? This is aptly termed the cyclical nature of fortune, where the tides of fate shift every 30 years. Chapter 3. Brother Lai, magnanimous and unyielding when Chen Yinfei returned. She cautiously carried a bowl of Master Kong braised beef noodles. Additionally, a small plastic bag contained marinated eggs, sausage, and pickled vegetables. Squinting her eyes and pursing her lips, she added various toppings to the noodle bowl, meticulously adhering to Han Lai's prescribed order. Her scrupulous demeanor was endearingly charming. Just as she began to tear the pickled vegetables, Han Lai felt a stir within him and called for a halt. Wait, the order is incorrect. Chen Yinfei paused, her beautiful eyes widening in confusion as she looked over. Han Lai retrieved a marinated chicken leg from his bag, beaming like a doting grandmother. You're missing something. Chen Yinfei's eyes brightened suddenly, akin to a fold-eared cat spotting a morsel of fish. Wow, I just checked the cart and found nothing. They only had whole vacuum-packed chicken. By the way, how much does it cost? I'll take it. Instead of uttering something foolish about it being free, Han Lai naturally replied. 2.5 yuan. You can prepare your instant noodles first. There's no rush. All right, thank you. Chen Yinfei nodded gleefully, first pressing the chicken leg onto the noodles, then carefully sprinkling a layer of pickled mustard tuber on top. Finally content, she secured the lid. Instant noodles without a fork to tightly seal the lid are soulless. With the full process complete and the ritual observed, Chen Yinfei happily took out her wallet, a beautiful, authentic Mickey Mouse one. However, she didn't have a 5 mao coin, so she generously handed Han Lai 3 yuan, smiling. Keep the change. I always end up losing coins anyway. Han Lai pondered for a moment, then smiling, he held up the apple beside him. Then let me share half an apple with you. A humble dessert after your meal. I hope you don't mind. Chen Yinfei thought this proposal was excellent. Whether the apple was delicious or not was irrelevant. She simply enjoyed this kind of sudden, unexpected surprise that didn't create any obligation. Just as she was about to say deal, a coin was slammed heavily onto the table in front of her. Chen Yinfei turned her head in astonishment. Pan Xiaoyang, his face ashen, spoke. No need. I have change. Keep your lousy apple for yourself. Everything had happened so quickly that there hadn't been time to react. Otherwise, how could he have allowed Chen Yinfei to accept that loser's chicken leg? Did he, Pan, need a chicken leg? He could buy out an entire train car's worth of whole chickens in an instant. The irascible little Pan glared daggers at Han Lai, his eyes practically spitting sparks. Han Lai remained silent. He wasn't particularly adept at handling such situations. Primarily, it was difficult to determine the most effective approach or reaction to maximize benefits in that moment. However, one thing was certain to Han Lai. He absolutely must not engage in an argument with Pan Xiaoyang. Any loss of composure would equate to defeat. Thus, Han Lai decisively withdrew the apple he had been holding and placed it back on the dining table, simultaneously casting a silent glance towards Chen Yinfei. Chen Yinfei felt as though she comprehended Han Lai's unspoken message. You must handle your own affairs. A warmth spread through her heart. For a fleeting moment, she was genuinely frightened that the familiar boy across from her might clash with Pan Xiaohang, or worse, come to blows. There could be no more embarrassing scenario. She prided herself on being an independent and thoughtful young woman, never believing that a male's jealousy or rivalry on her behalf was a mark of honor. Quite the opposite. It only underscored her failure to maintain boundaries in her friendships. Or perhaps, it simply indicated that she had chosen the wrong companions. With this in mind, her gaze towards Pan Xiaohang suddenly turned fierce. Yet, in this state, her voice lowered, and when she spoke, she exuded an air of calmness. Pan Xiaohang, could you please explain your relationship to me? A mere admirer. Han Lai thought to himself, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Pan Xiaohang, flustered, felt a rush of heat, his eyes slightly reddening. We've been classmates for nearly 12 years. We are practically childhood sweethearts, and you choose to side with a stranger. This statement nearly amused Han Lai to laughter. How old are you? Your first reaction is to feel wronged. Meanwhile, Chen Yinfei widened her eyes, staring at Pan Xiaohang for several seconds before abruptly turning away and sitting down, taking small bites of her noodles. What kind of reaction is that? It is somewhat miraculous. Not only did Pan Xiaohang fail to anticipate this, but Han Lai was also nearly caught off guard. Nevertheless, Comrade Han remained silent, observing like an outsider. Pan Xiaohang stood there in a daze for quite some time, clearly flustered. He awkwardly took a seat, evidently wanting to say something further. Yet he could not bring himself to apologize. One could easily discern his profound lack of experience in handling the current situation. A hapless novice overwhelmed by emotion. Han Lai internally concluded his assessment of young Pan, chuckling to himself as he suddenly recalled a past incident where he had been bested by such a weakling. What did that say about his own caliber? Was he merely a fool? After a brief moment of irritation, Han Lai swiftly found peace. In truth, most high school boys around the age of 18 tend to exhibit similar traits. Their personalities are often immature, driven by intense impulses and restlessness. Those from privileged backgrounds typically share an added characteristic of arrogance and self-importance, while those from less fortunate or unhappy families often grapple with sensitivity and insecurity. The proud young rooster stands a good chance of triumphing over the sensitive little sparrow. In his previous life, Han Lai felt justified in his defeat, not to Pan Xiaohang, but to his own fragility. However, given a second chance, Han Lai, with the composure and steadiness of a middle-aged man, adeptly yielded just enough to shift the dynamic away from himself and young Pan. Ignite, retreat, observe, the sequence of actions flowed seamlessly. Han Lai certainly did not act with malice. He was magnanimous, holding no grudges. Meanwhile, Chen Yinfei delicately savored her noodles, her movements graceful yet entirely unpretentious. Gripping the fork with 3 fingers, she applied a bit of pressure, causing the veins on the back of her hand and the joints of her fingers to stand out. The alabaster complexion, the azure veins, and the exquisite articulation of the knuckles coalesced to form a slender, jade-like hand of remarkable kinetic beauty. Its chromatic allure, its shapely elegance, and its textural perfection rendered the scene before Han Lai exceedingly pleasing to the eye. In his previous existence, such a sight had been denied him. Now, he found himself musing, with an involuntary curiosity, by whose uncouth paw would such a comely hand ultimately be clasped? For whom would it gracefully wield the ladle? And for whom would it pluck the strings of a musical instrument? Alas, such excessive contemplation. A man of middle years, seasoned in the art of driving. The act of depressing the accelerator had become second nature. As Han Lai's thoughts meandered, Pan Xiaohang grew increasingly agitated, until, at last, he could no longer remain seated. That, Yan. After I finish eating, Chen Yinfei interjected, without so much as raising her head. Her tone utterly placid. Oh, very well. The more composed she appeared, the more frantic Pan Xiaohang became. Beads of perspiration even beginning to form on his brow. The ensuing 30 seconds felt akin to the final judgment before an execution. The oppressive atmosphere palpable even to Han Lai, seated across from them. Han Lai, of course, remained unperturbed. Indeed, he felt a surge of amusement, not solely due to the grievances of their past lives, but simply because Xiao Pan was so deserving of a comeuppance. The moment he espied someone he deemed inferior, he would immediately rush forth, dispensing condescending criticisms from on high. Who had indulged such a habit? Such pronounced aggression suggested a lack of societal chastisement. An overabundance of perceived superiority was an ailment in need of a cure. Should Chen Yinfei fail to administer the necessary remedy, he, Han Lai, would gladly provide a supplementary regimen. A complete cure could not be guaranteed, but an ample dose of humiliation would be assured. Chapter 4. The enraged bantam rooster. As Han Lai contemplated these sundry and bizarre stratagems, Chen Yinfei finally completed her meal. With a simple wipe of her lips, she turned her gaze towards Pan Xiaohang. Just now, I was worried you might spoil my appetite. Now let's clarify things between us. Pan Xiaohang appeared somewhat taken aback. The goddess's opening statement carried an unmistakable undertone of discomfort. Chen Yinfei paid no heed to his reaction and unleashed her meticulously organized words all at once. Including elementary school, we have been classmates for a total of 5 years. And then we moved to the same neighborhood during high school. In truth, our connection is rather minimal. I can't recall much from elementary school. And during our year and a half in high school, did we even have 100 conversations? You've never once asked me out to hang out. And I've never agreed, have I? Are you not comprehending the implications? It's your prerogative to apply to the same school and major as I did, but I find it quite distasteful. To put it bluntly, our relationship is merely superficial. Why do you persist in dictating terms? Childhood sweethearts? I hardly recognized you as such. Since you've chosen to feign ignorance despite my hints, let me be unequivocal today. Pan Xiaoyang, we are not suited for one another, so spare yourself the effort. If you continue to harass me at school, I will have my father speak with Uncle Pan. That's all there is to it. Excuse me. I must go dispose of some trash. Goodness, this girl is fierce. Han Lai was utterly astonished. Chen Yanfei, who usually appeared so soft and adorable, seemed to harbor the spirit of a domineering CEO within her. The contrast was extraordinary. As Han Lai pondered this, he suddenly heard a series of ragged breaths from across the way. Looking up, he saw Pan Xiaohang's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched tightly. Resembling a wounded wolf cub, Han Lai had no intention of provoking Xiao Pan further. There was no need. Chen Yanfei had done enough damage. Han Lai calmly withdrew his gaze and reopened the book, preparing to continue passing the time. The intention was noble, mature, and rational. However, Han Lai utterly underestimated the impact of his seemingly indifferent demeanor on an irate little rooster. In Pan Xiaohang's eyes, all the troubles stemmed from Han Lai's actions. If he were not sitting opposite, if he were not indulging in instant noodles, if he had not delivered chicken legs to Chen Yanfei, then the two of them would still be the childhood friends they once were. Everything was the fault of this bespectacled nerd before him. How dare you disrupt my relationship with my girlfriend and maintain such an air of nonchalance, as if it were none of your concern? Pan Xiaohang was infuriated, and with each glance at Han Lai's face, his anger intensified. In truth, he had yet to comprehend the root of his vexation. It was not Han Lai's visage that incited his ire, but rather the unmistakable calm that mirrored Chen Yanfei's own. The moment he beheld that expression, memories of her composed yet resolute demeanor rushed back, awakening the acute fear of having lost her and the humiliation of her outright rejection. The deeper the fears sank, the more intense the shame and fury became. A tempest of rage surged forth, swiftly obliterating Pan Xiaohang's rationality. Abruptly, he pointed a finger at Han Lai and shouted, "Get up." Han Lai looked up, bewildered. Pan Xiaohang's agitation escalated. "I said, get up." A flicker crossed Han Lai's eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his side. What the hell? Has he lost his mind? Suddenly, Pan Xiaohang kicked Han Lai in the waist, leaving him momentarily stunned. His thoughts lingered at the level of an adult a decade hence, in a world where all the blades and shadows lay concealed in the dark, and no one engaged in conflict. Yet, it was now 2013, and before him stood a wealthy scion from a small town, a bully from high school days. He was not playing by the rules of adulthood, but rather adhering to the codes of youth. It took Han Lai several moments to regain his composure, finally realizing, with a jolt, that he had been struck. Anger surged within him. Han Lai was inherently unyielding, and now, having returned to life, there was no way he would cower before a mere weakling like Pan Xiaohang. However, it was evident that he could not win in a direct confrontation. Pan Xiaohang stood at approximately 182 meters tall and weighed at least 150 kilograms, possessing an advantage of nearly 2 weight classes over Han Lai. Thus, he faced a choice, either to let the matter rest and seek revenge at a later time, or to rise up. "You fool. Get the hell away from me." Pan Xiaohang shouted again, his finger nearly poking Han Lai's nose. He was experienced in intimidating this obviously weak peer. Ordinarily, a hefty shove coupled with a few fierce words would surely terrify the opponent. It would not only vent his frustration, but also demonstrate his valor and dominance. Yet this time, he miscalculated. Han Lai's gaze fell upon Chen Yanfei, who was returning from the connection between the carriages, and he made a resolute decision. "You wish to play rough? Very well, allow me to show you what true ruthlessness entails." Han Lai tilted his head, meeting Pan Xiaohang's gaze with calmness, and softly uttered 2 words. "Useless." Pan Xiaohang was taken aback, his pupils instinctively widening. Han Lai's lips curled into a smirk rich with mockery as he spoke again, each word piercing the heart. "Without your assistance, I truly wouldn't have known how to interact with Chen Yanfei." "Thank you, you wretch." Enraged, Pan Xiaohang erupted. Towering above, he unleashed a punch. Han Lai, without evasion, simply closed his eyes. A resounding blow landed on his cheek, the pain vividly clear. His glasses were flung off, followed by a kick to his waist. Subsequently, Pan Xiaohang pounced, seizing Han Lai's hair and pinning him to the seat, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. Amidst the torment, Han Lai mused with gallows humor. This imbecile Pan actually has a sense of rhythm in his assault. Throughout the struggle, Han Lai merely adopted a defensive posture, enduring the blows without retaliation. Damn, this is excruciating. In the chaos, Han Lai finally heard Qin Yinfei's voice, an incredulous shriek. Pan Xiaohang, what are you doing? As she rushed over, other passengers, emboldened, intervened to break up the fight. After a chaotic interlude, the train police arrived and subdued Pan Xiaohang. Are you all right, sir? Sir. Qin Yinfei hovered anxiously over Han Lai, seemingly wanting to help him up, but hesitant to move him. Han Lai lay motionless on the seat, eyes closed. Qin Yinfei was terrified. Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor on board? The train police and attendants, alarmed, immediately dispersed the crowd, seeking a doctor while transporting Han Lai to the sleeper car. Regardless of who called out, Han Lai remained silent. He discreetly activated the system interface, accessed the health subitem, and assessed his injuries. Well, these are some serious injuries. Ribs, left arm, thigh, extensive contusions, nasal cartilage fracture, one tooth avulsed, and 3 or 4 others loosened. Oral and nasal hemorrhaging, multiple facial lacerations. Such brutality transcends the scope of a typical altercation. However, Han Lai offered no defense, brazenly absorbing the blows. He even advanced, inviting further punishment. Utterly preposterous. Exploiting his augmented constitution to its fullest extent, he recklessly subjected himself to grievous harm. Han Lai reasoned, since those teeth were destined for replacement anyway, he might as well extract some residual utility from them before their disposal. Flawless. In truth, given a choice, Han Lai would have preferred to avoid this beating. Does he not possess a sense of dignity? Alas, Pan Xiaohang's sudden eruption was an unforeseen contingency. Having already sustained the initial blow and suffered the indignity, and lacking the capacity to retaliate effectively, what recourse remained? To capitulate? What would Qin Yinfei think? How much satisfaction would Pan Xiaohang derive? Could any future retribution truly compensate for today's humiliation? Han Lai refused to acquiesce to his own discomfiture. Therefore, he could only endeavor to leverage the existing circumstances, inflicting a profound lesson upon Pan Xiaohang through the most harrowing and resolute means possible. Willing to sustain grievous self-inflicted wounds, he aimed to exact disproportionate retribution, gauging the depths of their respective suffering. The lesson, of course, extended beyond mere monetary compensation. The ensuing machinations constituted the crux of the matter. Chapter 5. The relentless passage of time in the martial world. Han Lai lay motionless upon the plush berth, having languished in unconsciousness for a full half-hour. A physician arrived to assess the extent of his injuries, gently elevating Han Lai's eyelids. Han Lai immediately fixed his gaze upon the system interface, ensuring that his pupils remained impervious to the doctor's pinlight examination. The situation appeared dire. The physician's countenance was grave as he turned to the train's law enforcement officer, inquiring, "What is the next major station? Expedite the transfer of this young man to a hospital." The train officer and the chief attendant were both in a state of shock. "Doctor, he won't be in mortal danger, will he?" The response to light from the pupils had completely vanished, indicating a deep coma. The doctor did not provide a direct answer, but let out a heavy sigh. This was characteristic of severe brain trauma. In any case, we must act quickly. Pan Xiaohang sat on another bed, covering his face, trembling at the words he heard. The train officer certainly had no concern for him, as he was too preoccupied with his own distress. Witnessing a potential death on the train incensed him. He hastily summoned a passenger sitting next to Han Lai to begin taking statements. What exactly transpired? Those two young individuals had an argument. Then the girl went to dispose of some trash, and suddenly the boy shouted for the child to stand up, followed by a powerful kick. It frightened me. Alas, what is wrong with today's youth, that they are so volatile? The case was exceedingly straightforward, and within 2 minutes, everything was documented, and signatures were acquired. Qin Yinfei only then grasped how the altercation had erupted. Upon reading the line in the report that described the sudden assault and beating of the other party, tears nearly fell from her eyes. It wasn't that she harbored any feelings for Han Lai. Rather, she realized that this calamity was evidently instigated by her. If the young man before her truly faced grave consequences, she would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. With a resentful glare at the now thoroughly cowed Pan Xiaohang, she wiped her face, took out her phone, and stepped into the aisle to call her father. The train officer, regaining his composure, immediately urged Pan Xiaohang to notify his family. Trembling, Pan Xiaohang asked, "Uncle, what will happen to me?" The chief attendant loathed this troublemaker intensely and hastily exclaimed, "When you bully others, did you ever contemplate the consequences? If he encounters misfortune, you will bear the cost. Even if nothing happens, you could still face imprisonment. Pan Xiaohang was merely a mischievous child, long sheltered by his parents, exhibiting a brazen demeanor indicative of his limited ability to cope with pressure. Upon dialing his father's number, he immediately burst into tears. "Dad, well, what is it, son?" Old Pan, alarmed, queried. "Aren't you with Yin on the train? What has transpired?" The train police officer took the call, formally notifying him. "This is the situation. We will transfer your son to the Jinling train station police station. Whether a criminal investigation will ensue will be determined by Han Lai's medical assessment. Please make haste to the Jinling police station to address the relevant matters. Of course, my child's mother and I will rush to the provincial airport and board the next flight to Jinling. Thank you. But may I ask your name?" Old Pan attempted to establish a rapport, yet the train officer promptly terminated the call. "Damn it, look at the foolish son you've raised." The chief attendant then inquired, "Should we notify Han Lai's parents?" "Absolutely." The train officer returned Han Lai's identification and wallet, then began rummaging through his pockets for a phone. Han Lai, having decided to regain consciousness, felt it was the perfect moment to express himself. "Hiss, it hurts." So much pain opening his eyes, he groaned, fully donning the mask of suffering. Chen Yinfeng swiftly rushed to his bedside. "Ah, you're finally awake. How are you? Are you all right?" She stood at the head of the lower bunk, leaning forward, exclaiming, "Oh, you're bleeding again. Doctor, doctor." The doctor hurried over, conducted a thorough examination, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed to be just a concussion. There was likely no intracranial hemorrhage, and the situation wasn't particularly severe. Not severe, that is, compared to previous assessments. If one were to judge by Han Lai's face alone, he looked utterly miserable. However, when the doctor inquired about Han Lai's own feelings, he responded with remarkable resilience. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. No need to help me. I can get up by myself." Yet, as he attempted to rise, he collapsed halfway into Chen Yinfei's arms. "Hey, take it easy, be careful." Chen Yinfei was filled with nothing but concern, devoid of any other thoughts. Pan Xiaohang, however, was different. He immediately recalled Han Lai's words of gratitude and instinctively began to suspect that Han Lai was feigning his condition. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, glaring fiercely at Han Lai. The soft sleeper compartment wasn't large. Though his voice was low, those nearby heard him. Chen Yinfei didn't even bother to glance at him, utterly disillusioned and wanting nothing more to do with him. Seizing the opportunity, the train officer asked, "Han Lai, what do you think we should do?" "Inspect the injuries. File a report." The four decisive words instantly made Pan Xiaohang shrink back. The officer nodded, kindly reminding, "Then you should hurry and inform your parents." Han Lai, however, had no intention of troubling his parents with his worries. "The initial windfall would invariably end up in my parents' possession, earmarked for a future residence and matrimonial expenses, rendering my efforts futile." Thus, I responded evasively, awaiting developments at the hospital. The train commenced its deceleration, signifying our arrival at Jinling Station. With considerable effort, Han Lai managed to sit upright. "I shall avail myself of the lavatory facilities. Allow me to assist you." Chen Yinfei promptly offered her support, displaying remarkable eagerness. Still burdened by remorse, she exhibited even greater concern for Han Lai than the chief steward and the physician. Old Han grinned, revealing a rather ungainly, yet undeniably generous smile. "My gratitude. Possessing both beauty and benevolence, you truly embody the epitome of the second high's goddess." "Ah," Chen Yinfei stammered, her countenance subsequently illuminated with delight. "Indeed. You are affiliated with the second high?" I had a premonition of familiarity. "Affirmative." Han Lai nodded, endeavoring to maintain a distance, gingerly advancing on his uninjured right leg. Chen Yinfei's perception of Han Lai underwent further elevation. She proactively offered her arm for support, disregarding the presence of bloodstains and grime. "Pray, dispense with formality. Had it not been for my involvement, you would not have sustained such grievous injuries." Han Lai interjected, dismissing the matter with a nonchalant smile. "Spare me no delicacy. I am cognizant of my ineptitude in physical altercations. Being subjected to a thorough drubbing is hardly unprecedented." "Hete." Chen Yinfei stuck out her tongue playfully, before abruptly adopting an indignant tone. "An aversion to fisticuffs is commendable. In this day and age, who resorts to violence? I harbor the utmost disdain for those unreasonable brutes, veritable lunatics." Chen Yinfei's inclination to indignation remained her prerogative, while Han Lai refrained from any mention of Pan Xiaohang, treating him as a nonentity. After much anticipation, The opportunity to be alone with the young lady had finally arrived. Why squander precious energy on idle distractions? Even a dog would not engage in such folly. Han Lai promptly showered her with flattery, acknowledging the wisdom of her views. Indeed, engaging in fights serves no purpose and resolves nothing. However, his tone shifted suddenly. He realized that, as a man, it was essential to cultivate physical strength, not to intimidate others, but to be adequately prepared for unforeseen circumstances. In the event of encountering nefarious individuals, protecting oneself is secondary. One must possess the capability to safeguard the young women nearby from harm. Qin Yinfei felt a sudden flutter in her heart. It was not for any particular reason, but she instinctively placed herself in the role of the young lady he referred to. She sensed that Han Lai was not subtly alluding to her. Yet, the musings of a young girl's heart tend to wander uncontrollably. Wow! To cover her surprise, she exclaimed, "Are you truly my fellow alumnus? Your thoughts are remarkably mature." Alas, time in the world has a way of hastening one's growth. Haha, has your experience in this realm been particularly unkind to you? Is that why you have acclimated so swiftly? Uft, you possess quite the wit. The pair strolled leisurely, yet their conversation flowed with delightful ease. Pan Xiaoying watched in dismay as the goddess of his dreams conversed intimately with the very person he despised most. Their bodies nearly entwined as they leaned in to whisper secrets to one another. His heart felt as though it were shattering. Han Lai, I curse you. Chapter 6. Today, Master Pan picks up the tab. Once they reached the restroom and closed the door, Han Lai's demeanor transformed, becoming swift and decisive. He confronted his reflection, meticulously scrutinizing the injuries etched upon his face, his wrath gradually intensifying with each inspection. A rather spirited beating, wasn't it? Despite your youth, you certainly possess a boldness in your actions. Very well, let us proceed with due deliberation. Extended his right hand, meticulously exploring the contours of his mouth. In addition to the tooth that had been completely dislodged, 4 others exhibited signs of mobility. Located the most severely loosened tooth, grasping it firmly between his fingers, and commenced to wrench it with considerable force. His brow soon became beaded with perspiration, the pain causing his temples to throb violently. Yet, remained stoic, resolutely contending with the recalcitrant tooth. At long last, a suppressed groan escaped his lips as successfully concluded his impromptu surgical procedure. Expelling a mouthful of blood mingled with fragments, regarded his reflection, a sudden grin spreading across his battered face. Bruised and bloodied, yet his spirit was already revealing its nascent brilliance. Young man, regardless of the presence or absence of a system, you have undoubtedly become a person of consequence. After a cursory tidying up, cleansing what could be cleansed, emerged from the lavatory, awaited him anxiously, her gaze sweeping over him with concern. I believe I detected sounds of your moaning. Are you quite all right? Moaning, you say? Endeavored to convey his displeasure through his gaze. I must caution you to promptly expunge any such auditory impressions from your memory. The reputation of your esteemed brother, a paragon of virility, must not be sullied. Erupted in laughter. She was no stranger to the jests and posturing of young men attempting to impress, the flamboyant displays of courtship. Indeed, her suitors had exhausted the gamut of stratagems in their pursuit. However, she had never encountered a boy, recently battered and bruised before her eyes, who could remain so remarkably optimistic, so unabashedly jovial, and so effortlessly self-deprecating. Particularly amusing was the little expression he made, a comical sight, yet imbued with an unparalleled warmth. She thought to herself that this expression would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. All right, tough guy, shall we head back? Indeed. Han Lai, brimming with vigor, waved his hand and draped half his body against hers. Ouch, it hurts so much, I can hardly move. The train came to a steady halt at Jinling Station, where Han Lai was carried away on a stretcher by the train attendants and delivered to the police station at the station's forefront. Ordinarily, in cases such as this, the train police, the chief attendant, and even the police officers at the station would primarily aim for mediation. The goal would be to avoid filing a case if possible, especially considering that the individual involved was a freshman from Shanghai International Studies University, which warranted extra caution. Moreover, Old Pan was quite resourceful. He had even managed to contact the deputy chief of the station's police station through connections. However, that was all in vain. Upon learning that Han Lai had been unconscious for half an hour and nearly did not regain consciousness, no one dared to broach the subject of private reconciliation any longer. It was no joke. If something serious happened to that boy, Who would take responsibility? The connections of a freshman from Shanghai International Studies University and the relations of old friends were all set aside. It was a matter of official duty. Han Lai hardly uttered a word. He merely lay there and hummed for a while until the procedure was completed. A case was filed, an injury assessment was commissioned, and he was driven to the People's Hospital for examination and treatment. Xiao Pan was directly detained at the police station, while Chen Yinfei remained steadfastly by Han Lai's side. In truth, had she genuinely wished to evade the situation, she could have simply continued her journey straight to the bustling metropolis. After all, today's events were not directly related to her. However, this girl is truly righteous, convinced that Han Lai was beaten because of her, and simply followed him to the hospital. The result of the examination was a minor injury, requiring hospitalization. That tooth was meritorious. One tooth is a slight injury, while 2 teeth constitute a minor injury. Definitely at the criminal level. Ordinary beds in the People's Hospital are in short supply, and Han Lai waved his hand magnanimously. Do you have a luxurious business suite? Get me one. The little nurse, the doctor, and Xin Yinfei couldn't help but burst into laughter. They had never seen such an amusing patient. The little nurse, with only her beautiful eyes visible, smiled and said, "We only have private rooms. The bed isn't large, but it's more expensive than a suite. Is that acceptable? Issue the invoice." Han Lai waved his hand again. "Arrange the most expensive one for me. Pan Gongzi is paying today." The little nurse was amused beyond words. She blinked and gave a lively okay gesture. "Rest assured, our hospital's domestic drugs are completely out of stock today." She was also a comedian. After settling in, only Han Lai and Chen Yinfei were left in the ward for the time being. Han Lai's straightforward behavior had not offended Chen Yinfei. She asked curiously, "Is Pan Xiaohong's family going to compensate you a lot of money?" "What else?" Han Lai smiled wryly and sighed half-truthfully. "I can't really send him to prison for a few years, can I? Strictly speaking, this matter has nothing to do with you, but will Pan Xiaohong's parents think so? If I really send him in, what if his family causes trouble for you? There is no need for anything else. Merely being in various circles of Dream City, where one is constantly slandered, is already quite unbearable." Chen Yinfei's expression gradually became serious as she finally recognized the gravity of the situation. She was intelligent, yet lacked societal experience. If it weren't for Han Lai's reminder, she would not have anticipated the ensuing troubles. The more she pondered, the more touched she felt, and she found herself somewhat at a loss. "You don't have to do this for me. Considering your injuries, you should prioritize yourself first." "It is not entirely for you," Han Lai interjected, waving his hand and providing a calm second explanation. "Truth be told, I never intended for things to escalate to such an extent. Incarceration is no trifling matter. To speak candidly, while I am indeed angry, I do not harbor hatred towards Pan Xiaohang. This brutal beating served as a reminder not to underestimate anyone and to avoid arrogance. I find myself somewhat fortunate that this setback occurred early on. Therefore, as long as their family allows me to vent my grievances, reconciliation will pose no issue. There are 2 primary conditions. First, Pan Xiaohang must apologize to my face and provide a written guarantee. Second, the compensation must meet my satisfaction. Should they refuse to negotiate and continue to act unreasonable, I shall not hold back." "You really are quite." Chen Yinfei paused, taking a moment to find the appropriate word to convey her feelings. Unique. In truth, she had intended to say handsome, but suddenly felt that might be too ambiguous, so she hurriedly changed her phrasing. However, in her heart, she believed that Han Lai's actions today were indeed remarkably impressive. From the very beginning, when Han Lai proactively extended goodwill towards Pan Xiaohang, she sensed that this boy was somewhat extraordinary. Beneath those rather cliché black-rimmed glasses lay a pair of tranquil, profound eyes, brimming with untold stories. She could not discern the origin of that feeling, even doubting its authenticity at times. However, the events that ultimately transpired validated her intuition. Han Lai's composure, maturity, and wit introduced her to an elevated echelon of high school students. Particularly remarkable was the calmness reflected in his recent reminder to himself and the magnanimity he displayed in forgiving Pan Xiaohang. It was undeniably impressive. Is it embarrassing to be beaten? Perhaps some girls might perceive it that way, but she did not. A man ought to wield wisdom, remaining steady and unpretentious. What merit lies in the misuse of violence? No matter how formidable one may be, when confronted with the police, do they not end up in tears? The contrast was stark. Han Lai's image in her heart grew increasingly grand, while Pan Xiaohang, positioned at the opposite end of the spectrum, garnered a distinctly negative impression, one that could be quantified in the hundreds. The moment she recalled that Han Lai had suffered due to Pan Xiaohong's brutishness, a surge of guilt washed over her. Instinctively, she felt an urge to act, yet upon glancing around, she found little to be done. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the empty bedside, and her eyes brightened. "You just lie there, and I shall fetch you some fruit." Han Lai was not one to hesitate. There was a prominent figure on Douyin known as Flirtation Master Ergo, who had shared experiences regarding wooing women, suggesting that to be a devoted admirer, one should selflessly give to the goddess with closed eyes. But what if one wishes to be cherished by the goddess? The approach should be reversed. Engage your mind, and devise ways to elicit her affection in return. Given Chen Yinfei's proactive stance, any refusal would be imprudent. Han Lai not only acquiesced, but also appended a request: by no means procure an Apple product. The sight of them is currently an irritant to me. Chen Yinfei erupted in laughter once more, casting a sidelong glance at Han Lai and drawling, "Understood. You are so demanding." Unbeknownst to her, her countenance was one of utter charm. Han Lai, privy to this, felt a jolt of electricity course through him. Even as she departed with her purse, he was internally chanting a mantra of forbearance. Unbearable, truly unbearable. She is but 18 years of age. If she is this captivating now, what will become of her with age? Han Lai remained ignorant of Chen Yinfei's subsequent life. Devoid of QQ or WeChat contact, and lacking mutual acquaintances, their paths diverged entirely. He vaguely gleaned from a classmate that she had purportedly married into considerable affluence, hosting a lavish wedding reception at the most prestigious five-star hotel in Ming City. This was her due, as she was a woman of not only exceptional beauty, physique, and intellect, but also possessed an exceedingly agreeable disposition. Most notably, she was principled. In reality, she embodied the archetype of a formidable, composed, and fiercely independent woman, averse to being controlled or interfered with, and possessing a heightened sense of wariness. Approachable, yet exceedingly difficult to court. Ordinarily, Han Lai harbored a disinclination towards women of this nature. His adolescent infatuation with her stemmed from the remoteness of their connection, which veiled her true nature. Among the three prominent goddesses of Second High, she exuded the greatest approachability, yet proved to be the most impervious to conquest. Who could have imagined? Although Han Lai is a solitary figure, he has witnessed numerous relationships come and go, and his extensive reading has led him to contemplate love and marriage deeply. In his view, a woman like Chen Yinfei is difficult to please during courtship. The challenges multiply upon marriage. The clash between career ambitions and familial responsibilities, the need for compromise with her assertive nature, and the conflicts arising from her desire for control, all these factors suggest that they are not a suitable match. However, upon closer acquaintance, he discovers that Chen Yinfei is also a woman of reason, principles, and independent thought. Her assertiveness is rooted in logic rather than emotion, making her amenable to persuasion. This young lady is certainly someone worth engaging with, and the prospect of such an interaction is undoubtedly intriguing. After 30 years of solitude, Han Lai feels a stir in his heart. The thought that she is still a blank canvas upon which he can imprint his own vision intensifies his desire. He laments the absence of a system to gauge affection. Otherwise, success would be a matter of mere moments. Yet, upon deeper reflection, he realizes that haste is unwarranted. Chen Yinfei is not the type of woman easily swayed by fleeting romantic gestures. To win her over, he must invest time to nurture their bond and strive to become exceptional, thereby creating an intrinsic allure. Conventional methods of pursuit are unlikely to succeed, as evidenced by her resolute stance towards Pan Xiaohang. Indeed, today he owes much to Xiao Pan. His support has afforded Han Lai a splendid opportunity to forge a connection. Without it, how could such a strong rapport have been established? The evidence lies in the disdainful glance she cast before departing. That was a privilege reserved for someone with a considerable degree of fondness and minimal reservation. Could it be said that I have already secured my place in her heart? A substantial gain on the very first day of my rebirth. The more Han Lai pondered, the less his injuries bothered him. He chuckled to himself, positioning. Such devilish steps. Chen Yinfei had not ventured far, merely to the hospital entrance to procure a few fruits, and she returned promptly. As she pushed open the door, her first words were, "My parents have disembarked from their flight. Let's exchange contact information, as we likely won't have the opportunity later." "Very well." Han Lai nodded, maintaining his composure. Do you happen to use WeChat? Or perhaps, do you utilize WeChat?" The two spoke in unison, their words colliding seamlessly. Chen Yinfei squinted her eyes, laughing heartily. It seems you do then. Add me. Decisive and without the slightest hesitation. Thus, they exchanged WeChat contacts and resumed their conversation. I haven't yet inquired. Which class are you in? Class 6, Science. Oh, in the same class as the vixen? Han Lei couldn't help but smile. I truly didn't anticipate that you would also refer to her as a vixen. TCH. Chen Yinfei pouted endearingly, is she not? If you all can call her that, so can I. Han Lei shook his head. I have never done so. What? Are you reluctant? Her tone was jesting. Yet she fixed her gaze upon Han Lei, her eyes betraying a hint of concern. Not at all. I particularly dislike her type. Han Lei resolutely provided her with a clear response. Even elementary school students would find such questions easy to answer, and any incorrect response would warrant extreme repercussions. However, Han Lei chose to tread an unconventional path. Personally, I believe her allure stems from an innate charm, coupled with a touch of the youthful tendency to show off, which invites a fair share of criticism. In terms of character, she is, in truth, a remarkably innocent and kind-hearted individual. Upon hearing this, Chen Yinfei's gaze shifted, her expression becoming enigmatic, and with a hint of profundity, she inquired, You hold her in such high regard in my presence? Let us speak plainly, Han Lei replied, meeting her gaze with calmness. I refuse to let the clamor of external opinions cloud my judgment or diminish the value of a classmate who has committed no wrongdoing. Humph. Chen Yinfei let out a soft scoff. A twinge of jealousy stirred within her, yet she found Han Lei's stance increasingly captivating, unique, and dependable. Such was her nature. She thrived on this dynamic. Han Lei had effectively grasped her essence. As the conversation lingered, it was evident that Chen Yinfei wished to delve deeper. Yet Han Lei seemed disinclined to engage further. That was satisfactory enough. Observing Han Lei, who had wearily closed her eyes, Chen Yinfei suddenly realized, before her lay a wounded soul. A pang of guilt washed over her, prompting her to stick out her tongue and quietly retreat towards the hospital corridor. After approximately an hour, hurried and urgent footsteps echoed through the hallway. A gentle knock was followed by a soft push of the door, as Chen Yinfei led a sizable entourage into the room. Han Lei opened her eyes, calmly assessing the newcomers while silently evaluating the situation. The tall middle-aged man is Chen Yinfei's father, and they share a resemblance. The elegantly dressed middle-aged couple are the parents of Pan Xiaoyang. The man in the suit behind them is likely a lawyer. Quite the assembly we have here. To my surprise, the first to speak is a young nurse. She assists Han Lei with his bandage and helps him sit up against the headboard, finally giving him a playful wink. Is she encouraging me? Han Lei responds with a wink. Rest assured, my strength is already well prepared. The second to speak is Pan Xiaohang's father. Hello, Han Lei. Mr. Pan steps forward, bowing deeply. I am Pan Xiaohang's father. I sincerely apologize for my negligence in raising my child, which has caused you considerable harm. My wife and I have come to express our apologies. He appears to be a businessman of some repute. In contrast, Pan's mother seems to lack a bit of finesse. While she follows suit in bowing and manages to apologize fluently, her words lack the necessary warmth. Our son has been spoiled by me. Please do not hold his actions against him, and forgive him once. We are willing to compensate you whatever it takes. Han Lei blinks, struggling to part his lips. And what of Pan Xiaoyang? His voice is faint and trembling. Standing a bit farther away renders his words inaudible. Compared to his previous conversation with Chen Yinfei, Han Lei now appears exceedingly frail. Do not inquire. The answer lies in fleeting moments of clarity. All his vitality seems to have been bestowed upon Chen Yinfei, leaving him in a state of near collapse. Such is the science of it. Only Chen Yinfei comprehends the situation, linking her arm with her father's, unable to suppress a smirk. What a mischievous lad. Truly gifted in performance. The story has just begun. There is no need for haste, and it is indeed difficult to please everyone. I hope that you will not neglect the text. If you revisit it after a couple of days, you may find that certain passages have been omitted, thus losing the essence of the original version. Furthermore, the readership statistics will influence future recommendations, which are of utmost importance to me. Therefore, prior to its official release, I kindly ask that you dedicate a little time each day to read. After the release, feel free to engage with it as you wish. Chapter 8. Winning big old Mr. Pan and his wife were quite oblivious to the situation, hastily drawing closer, one bending and the other crouching by Han Lei's bedside. Their demeanor grew increasingly benevolent. After all, it was imperative to maintain a gentle atmosphere. They feared that even a slightly raised voice might cause Han Lei to faint again. When the couple learned that Han Lei had previously been in a deep coma for half an hour and nearly did not awaken, Their legs had nearly buckled in fright. Goodness, what a calamity! How could this reckless child stir up such trouble? Once he regained his composure, old Mr. Pan nearly struck young Pan. Had it not been for his mother's restraint. Humph! Old Mr. Pan was filled with indignation, directed at both young Pan and his mother. Yet, when addressing Han Lai, he spoke softly and calmly, his tone exceedingly amiable. Pan Xiaoyang was detained at the police station. It is not that uncle does not wish to bring him to apologize, but rather that he must undergo a period of corrective education. I believe it is quite appropriate. The little rascal certainly deserves a lesson. Let him remain there, at least for a full 48 hours. Young Han, let us discuss our matters. Old Mr. Pan was indeed eloquent, making it pleasant for those listening nearby. However, Han Lai merely responded with a soft acknowledgement, and that was the end of it. Drawing closer, the elderly couple, Mr. and Mrs. Pan, observed that Han Lai's gaze was unfocused and vacant, devoid of any clear point of attention, which caused their hearts to sink with a sudden sense of dismay. It was over. A complete disaster. They had truly injured the boy, just as they were growing anxious. Han Lai slowly regained his breath and spoke with difficulty. The sequence of events is now clear, correct? The couple hastily nodded in agreement. Yes, perfectly clear. It's truly not my fault, is it? Again, they both nodded in unison. No, not at all. Even Mrs. Pan, who typically favored her own son, felt that the fault did not lie with the boy before them. If blame were to be assigned, it would be to the girl from the Chen family. Meanwhile, Han Lai continued to press his case. When I noticed that Pan Xiaohang was in a foul mood, I was afraid of provoking him. So I didn't even dare to smile and quickly lowered my head. But he still kicked me. What was I supposed to do? Everyone else in the room sighed and shook their heads in silent sympathy. How wrong the boy was. It was outrageous. How could there be such a ruffian? His upbringing was severely lacking. Mr. and Mrs. Pan also felt their faces burn with shame, and their forced smiles crumbled. They were completely in the wrong. Han Lai continued his performance, escalating his claims further. Later, I couldn't contain my anger and called him a good-for-nothing, which I admit was wrong of me. Oh, no, not at all. Mr. Pan quickly interjected. The boy was inexplicably attacked. There's nothing wrong with retorting. It was perfectly justified. Han Lai, the problem is definitely with Pan Xiaoyang. The majority of the responsibility lies with his impulsiveness and volatility, and a small part with our failure to properly educate him. It has nothing to do with you. You are indeed a good child. Uncle understands the grievances you harbor. No amount of verbal apologies can truly mend the wounds you have endured. Thus, I propose a plan. We shall collectively bear all responsibilities. With respect to civil matters, we shall cover all expenses, including compensation for emotional distress, strictly adhering to the maximum standards set forth by law. Furthermore, I shall personally offer an additional 800,000 as a settlement fee. Young Han, do you think we could extend another chance to Pan Xiaohang? We will certainly ensure he offers a sincere apology and commits to better conduct in the future. Goodness, you truly dare to speak up. To be candid, Han Lai was taken aback. Despite knowing he was entirely justified in this matter, despite understanding that Pan Xiaohang was at a critical juncture in his academic journey, despite the theatrical displays of sorrow and sympathy, despite the multitude of despites, Han Lai still did not anticipate that old Pan would act with such decisiveness. So willing to part with his money, Han Lai promptly accessed the system panel, observing his fundamental attributes, attempting to quell the excitement and astonishment in his gaze. Forgive the child's lack of composure. After all, the previous incarnation of Han Lai was merely a beleaguered worker. Though financial concerns are no longer an issue in this life, he is currently in dire need of experience points. 800,000. Just imagine how many attributes that could enhance. After 5 seconds, Han Lai finally regained his composure and spoke with great difficulty. Uncle Pan, when Chen Yinfei was advising me earlier, I found myself pondering whether it is necessary to cling so tenaciously to a momentary impulse of Pan Xiaohang's, potentially ruining his entire life. To be honest, that is not my desire. However, I have been harboring a deep-seated frustration that constricts my very breath. Chen Yinfei reassured, rest assured, when Uncle Pan arrives, he will undoubtedly help you vent your frustrations. Seeing your attitude now brings me immense comfort. Upon hearing these words, Lao Pan's eyes sparkled with excitement. His face flushed with enthusiasm. He repeatedly exclaimed, "It is only right. It is only right." Then he turned to Chen Yinfei and bowed, saying, "Yin Yin, thank you. I am truly grateful that you have set aside past grievances to care for Pan Xiaohang." Chen Yanfei felt a rush of embarrassment, her cheeks turning crimson. When have I ever cared for Pan Xiaoyang? It is merely the performance of a little rascal. She hastily waved her hands. No, no, Uncle Pan. You need not be so courteous. This matter is partly my fault. Partly your fault. Lao Pan interjected forcefully, cutting through her polite remarks. He pursues you, and you must acquiesce? If you are disinclined, is it not your right to refuse? What kind of reasoning is that? Subsequently, Lao Pan extended his hands to shake hands with Chen Yanfei's father. Old Chen, I sincerely apologize for the trouble my troublesome son has caused you. But rest assured, I will personally ensure he changes his course. If he dares to pester Yin Yin again, I shall send him abroad without hesitation. Old Chen, please do not allow this incident to tarnish the bond we have nurtured for so long. Not at all, Chen's father replied, waving his hand. A reserved yet distant smile gracing his lips. Though he claimed it was no trouble, it was indeed quite significant. Another devoted father, without a doubt. However, despite the cool reception from Chen's father, Lao Pan's demeanor remained earnest. Alas, I feel ashamed. Let us set this aside for now. I shall repay the favor in due time. What does it mean to be all-encompassing and adaptable? Today, Han Lai has certainly gained some insight. However, one must ponder, with old Pan's elevated status, how indulgent must his wife be to have raised Xiao Pan in such a manner? Enough of that. The grievances of 2 lifetimes have been settled in one fell swoop. He is no longer of concern. Han Lai's quest for vengeance transcends mere financial compensation. Old Een is exceedingly cunning. Not only did he inflict a minor injury upon himself, but his first act upon disembarking the train was to report the incident to the police station. What distinguishes this? Criminal offenses are public prosecution cases. Once a case is established, it must be adjudicated. Even if Han Lai receives compensation and agrees to a settlement, if Old Pan subsequently engages the police and the prosecution, the ultimate outcome remains far from trivial. The best possible scenario would merely be a statement, considering the circumstances are minor. And given the defendant's acknowledgement of wrongdoing and the victim's forgiveness, the decision is made to not pursue prosecution. No prosecution, no sentencing. However, this leaves a record of the case. From that point on, Pan Xiaoyang will be unable to obtain a certificate of no criminal record. What is that document used for? Studying abroad, family political evaluations, job applications, all necessitate a certificate of no criminal record. Without it, off you go next. Moreover, with 48 hours of administrative detention, an additional violation will appear on Xiao Pan's record. Note, a violation does not equate to a crime. Yet, this distinction holds significant weight at critical moments. At the very least, aspirations for party membership or public service examinations are now dashed. Old Pan still harbors intentions of transferring Xiao Pan. Whether he can continue his studies is debatable. The most pragmatic plan now is to bring Xiao Pan back to Dream City. Enroll him in a high school for a year of repetition and have him retake the exams next year. Otherwise, it will be a daunting challenge. This fellow has effectively been rendered ineffectual by Han Lai. After squandering his potential, his parents would still have to disburse a considerable sum, and then express their gratitude for Han Lai's magnanimity. Meanwhile, that sly old fox merely sustained a beating and lost a couple of teeth destined for extraction anyway. A veritable triumph, indeed. Chapter 9. Aspiring to address me as father-in-law. Not so facile despite the resounding victory, Han Lai resolved to adopt a certain posture. He couldn't simply acquiesce to their demands. Ahem. Clearing his throat gently, Han Lai began to speak deliberately. Uncle Pan, I am cognizant of your sincerity. The extent of the compensation, truth be told, even surpasses my expectations somewhat. Therefore, let us proceed thus. Augment the sum by an additional 80,000, thereby achieving a figure of 880,000, and I shall consent to a reconciliation. It is not my intention to engage in extortion, nor to insist upon those additional 80,000. I merely wish to remind you of a singular fact. The prerogative to reconcile rests with me. Your disposition and sincerity have moved me, and thus I assent to a reconciliation. However, should there be a recurrence, or should Pan Xiaoyang continue to act aggressively when offering his apology, I trust you will not fault me for failing to provide prior clarification. I comprehend. Old Pan was overjoyed, nodding hastily, and immediately bowing to Han Lai once more. Thank you. 880,000 it shall be. Upon the conclusion of his detention, I shall promptly bring that young scoundrel to offer you a sincere apology. Very well, let it be so. Han Lai managed a strained smile, slowly closing his eyes. He had played his cards impeccably. Everyone present, being individuals of discernment, immediately lowered their voices, each uttering a phrase. Young Han, take good care of yourself. They departed the hospital room in turn. Upon their departure, Mr. Pan tightly grasped Mr. Chen's hand, his eyes glistening with emotion. Ah, old Chen, while we may be bound by the mundane, I must express my sincerest apologies to Yan Yan and extend my gratitude to her. Truly, it is a blessing amidst misfortune. Mr. Chen's demeanor softened slightly as he patted Mr. Pan's hand. It's all in the past now. Just be mindful in the future. Now, you both go on about your business, and we shall reconnect upon your return to Dream City. Very well, we shall be in touch. The couple climbed into the vehicle dispatched by the hotel, hastening towards the police station. Chen Yanfei observed the hurried departure of Uncle Pan and Aunt Pan, her disdain for Pan Xiaohang intensifying. This person is utterly unreasonable, inexplicably so. Mr. Chun waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on it. The important thing is that you are fine. He should think twice before bothering you again. Chen Yanfei nodded with a smile, then sweetly inquired, Dad, when will you return home? Are you already tired of my presence after just 2 hours? Mr. Chun's jest was skillfully delivered, instantly capturing the slight embarrassment on his daughter's face, causing his heart to skip a beat. Not at all. I simply didn't want to disrupt your activities. Mr. Chen maintained his composure, shaking his head. I am not busy. After such an incident, how could I return home without seeing you safely to school? Chen Yanfei candidly shared her thoughts. In that case, I would like to visit Han Lai again tomorrow morning. How about we set off tomorrow morning instead? Mr. Chen felt a sudden sense of relief. Fortunately, it's not a significant issue. Very well, we shall stay in Jinling for the night, and I will accompany you to explore the Confucius Temple. Excellent. Beaming with elation, Chen Yanfei ambled along with a buoyant gait. I wonder if there are any distinctive culinary delights I could procure to present to Han Lai this evening. A wave of concern washed over Chen's father. His spirits momentarily dampened. The emotional roller coaster of parenthood was indeed a challenging endeavor. Despite his reservations about his daughter embarking on a romantic relationship prematurely, he harbored no objections to her associating with accomplished young men. His sentiments were undeniably conflicted. With a subtle sigh, Chen's father inquired, forcing a smile. You and Xiao Han have only been acquainted for a day, haven't you? Has your rapport truly blossomed to such an extent? Well, he did endure a beating on my behalf. Chen Yanfei retorted in defense, before candidly admitting, although our acquaintance has been brief, I perceive him to be a commendable individual. What is your assessment, father? Flattered by his daughter's solicitation of his opinion, Chen's father indulged in a moment of introspection. Ultimately, he arrived at a nebulous conclusion. He possesses a certain maturity. Oh, come now. Chen Yanfei pouted. Is that a positive or negative attribute? Purely neutral. Chen's father responded, extending his hands in a gesture of impartiality. My dear daughter, at your age, a young man who has cultivated the level of maturity exhibited by Han Lai has undoubtedly been molded by his familial circumstances. Such individuals tend to prioritize success over emotional connections. If you were to inquire whether Han Lai possesses the potential for future success, my response would be an unequivocal highly likely. He demonstrates perseverance, adaptability, magnanimity, and decisiveness, qualities that render him an exceptionally promising young man. However, if you were to ask whether Han Lai is suited for the role of a boyfriend, I must confess my uncertainty. Engaging in a relationship with such an individual would likely prove to be emotionally taxing. Old Chun is indeed quite adept. His counsel is subtle and effective, gently nurturing without dampening Chen Yanfei's spirit, while simultaneously awakening her rationality. It makes sense. Chen Yanfei, feigning seriousness, nodded thoughtfully before suddenly bursting into laughter. Then I shall further investigate. Chen's father was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. His daughter has grown up. She is no longer the little girl who could be easily swayed by a few comforting words. Old Chen quietly heightened his vigilance. The fact that Han Lai had become his daughter's formal candidate for courtship indicated that the young man held a commendable image in her eyes. While success was not guaranteed, there were at least promising signs. Old Chen pondered. It seems imperative to pay another visit to that young man. It is not an easy task to earn the title of father-in-law. Chapter 10. A pair of beautiful big eyes. Han Lai remained oblivious to the fact that an older man was contemplating him. With everyone gone, he found himself feeling rather bored. The main issue was that his glasses had been shattered, rendering it inconvenient to look at his phone, which was exceedingly dull. After a short while, he could no longer endure the tedium. Although the injuries on his face were immobile and his tooth could not be repaired, secretly correcting his nearsightedness should not pose any issues, right? After careful consideration, Han Lai felt confident that there would be no hidden dangers. He resolutely proceeded. Opening the panel, he navigated to the health attribute and located the sub-option for eyes. The panel's description read, left eye nearsightedness of 350 degrees with astigmatism of 125 degrees. Right eye nearsightedness of 425 degrees with astigmatism of 150 degrees. Lens opacity, suffering from moderate floaters, cornea frequently inflamed. Exactly right. Han Lai slapped his thigh with enthusiasm. Myopia and astigmatism, while bothersome, are ultimately not of great concern. In winter, the discomfort intensifies as the lenses fog up upon entering an indoor space. However, this is merely a minor inconvenience. In contrast, floaters and keratitis are an entirely different matter. They are thoroughly repulsive. Those who have never experienced them should take utmost care to protect their eyes. You need not endure the irritation that accompanies such ailments. In any case, Han Lai is resolute in his desire to no longer tolerate these afflictions for even a moment. Fixating on the eye attribute, he directly infused it with experience points. The subcategories within the health attribute lack specific values, so he simply poured in experience, confident that change would ensue. Alternatively, he could command, restore health to a certain area, allowing the foolproof system to operate automatically. This was Han Lai's first attempt to alter his own condition, and he wished to savor the experience. Hence he employed a rudimentary method. As the experience points surged, the descriptive text on the panel gradually faded. Ultimately, it transformed into the new phrase, "Your eyes are remarkably healthy." Han Lai hastily opened his phone to examine the web page. Goodness, how astonishingly clear. Even the smallest fonts were legible, and his field of vision was exceedingly broad. The perpetual haze that once clouded his sight had vanished, and the bothersome floaters were no longer present. What a delightful sensation. He then proceeded to activate the front-facing camera, only to be taken aback once more. Wow, what exquisite eyes. The once opaque lens now rendered his pupils strikingly translucent. The deep black of his pupils, the rich brown of his irises, and the light brown outer ring formed a distinctly layered appearance. His eyes, which had previously seemed small, appeared to have expanded significantly. A healthy cornea possesses a crystalline transparency, with a refractive index that is markedly elevated, giving the impression that one's eyes are perpetually imbued with light. An esteemed master of aesthetics once articulated that a pair of beautiful eyes is constituted by three essential elements. First, a sense of structural depth. Second, a quality of translucency. And third, an aesthetic expression of color. Han Lai has now fully embodied the first two attributes, rendering his eyes the most captivating feature of his entire being. As for the beauty of color, it is not a pressing concern. Individuals of East Asian descent are not inherently endowed with lighter-hued irises. Yet this does not preclude the emergence of countless handsome men and beautiful women. Am I, at this moment, considered handsome? Han Lai mused as he gazed into the mirror, his ego swelling considerably. However, upon catching sight of his battered visage, he was swiftly grounded. The path to becoming undeniably attractive is indeed a long and arduous journey. Han Lai sighed and began to assess the total expenditure for the restoration of his eyes. A cursory glance at the figures revealed. What? 35,886? How could the costs be so exorbitant? Moreover, where did I acquire such a wealth of experience points? Han Lai hastily scrutinized the bottom of the panel, which displayed two vital statistics. Cash, 13,829. Experience, 2,875. Upon delving into the secondary section to examine the itemized expenses, enlightenment dawned upon him. Examination fees, hospitalization costs, and the like are categorized as personal expenditures, thus yielding experience points. Han Lai had only incurred initial examination costs alongside a nominal deposit. Furthermore, prior to Old Pan's arrival, a treatment fee of 200,000 had been paid, and this sum, expended on Han Lai, had also generated experience points. Just moments ago, a nurse had come to change his dressings, utilizing the best supplies available, which had directly augmented his experience to over 38,000 throughout the entire duration of his hospitalization. Each passing day and every dressing change afforded Han Lai a valuable experience point. What a delight! Spending others' money while accumulating personal expertise, There is no greater comfort than this. The mood of the season Han was exceedingly buoyant as he hummed the tune of Who Am I by an unknown artist, contemplating how to utilize his forthcoming experience points. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed an anomaly. Although the health data remained unchanged, the attractiveness data had shifted. Initially, his secondary attributes were as follows: attractiveness 66, physique 58, health 69, special 75. Now, health still stood at 69 points, yet attractiveness had risen to 69 points as well. How absurd. Upon delving deeper into each subcategory, Han Lai finally grasped the situation. The attractiveness attribute comprised merely 4 subcategories: features, bone structure, hair, and skin, all concentrated in the facial region. After all, attractiveness is primarily a matter of appearance. Han Lai removed his glasses and restored his eyesight, which directly reflected a significant enhancement in the features of his attractiveness. Thus, strictly speaking, although the system delineated all attributes separately, many were indeed interrelated and could influence one another. For instance, health could significantly affect both attractiveness and physique. This was easily comprehensible. Han Lai swiftly realized that during the initial phases of experience point accumulation, one should prioritize upgrading subcategories. Certain subcategories could profoundly impact a multitude of other attributes. Why not spend a little to achieve great results? For instance, constitution would undoubtedly enhance core endurance. The importance of core strength is well understood by those who love to exercise, is it not? Is there anyone who desires to cultivate a muscular physique and is eager to hit the gym for some weightlifting? Surely, such individuals are a rarity. One ought to delve into research and contemplate the future, for time slips away swiftly. Just as Han Lai was preparing to lurk in a QQ group to observe, a sudden notification from WeChat interrupted him. The true surge of WeChat would not occur until the Lunar New Year next year, when a wave of red envelopes would elevate its user base to 600 million. At this moment, WeChat Pay had only been launched for less than a month, and user engagement was rather lacking. In any case, Han Lai had very few friends on WeChat. Most of his classmates remained active on QQ. Thus, his first thought was of Chen Yinfei. Upon opening the message, it was indeed her. "Tough guy, what are you up to? Pretending it doesn't hurt while typing to you. Haha, you're going to make me laugh to death. Just realized, what on earth is this ridiculous name? It's not tough at all. Isn't this tough enough? I don't care, I'm changing your nickname." Shortly after, she sent a screenshot displaying the newly altered moniker. Han Lai's new name was Tough Guy Xiaohan. At first glance, it seemed rather ordinary, but the addition of a thumbs-up emoji at the end rendered it somewhat inappropriate, didn't it? Han Lai promptly inquired, "Are you insinuating something?" "No." Grinning widely. "All right, let us pretend that didn't happen. Now, could you please explain that earlier string of ellipses? By the way, Xiaohan, are you hungry? I was meandering through the Confucius temple, and there's an abundance of delectable snacks. Just aimlessly wandering, right?" Han Lai was contemplating teasing her further when she sent another message. "Little Han, aren't you planning to alter my contact name as well? Goodness. Chen Yinfei, you truly possess innate charm." Han Lai pondered for a moment before replying. "All right, one moment." Subsequently, he opened Chen Yinfei's moments to peruse. Chapter 11: The 101st Style WeChat Name. Location: Dream City. Personal signature: a round face signifies 7 portions of wealth, even without riches. It brings stability to the household. Well, that's quite intriguing. Strictly speaking, Chen Yinfei possesses an oval face rather than a petite round one. Her appearance lacks any hint of delicate refinement. She has large eyes, a wide mouth, a full forehead, and a straight nose. When she smiles, she reveals at least 12 pearly white upper teeth, perfectly aligned. She is the least internet celebrity among all the top-tier beauties Han Lai has encountered. Her beauty is exceptionally magnanimous. Moreover, her oval face differs from those of Fan Bingbing, Jing Tian, and others. She exudes a particularly radiant and amiable aura. When she smiles, her infectiousness is simply unparalleled. Dream City High School No. 2 has a total of over 5,000 students. It's not that there are only 3 goddess-level beauties, but rather that only these 3 are publicly acknowledged in the online forum. Why? Because each possesses unique characteristics, and their characteristics are remarkably distinct. Chen Yinfei's defining trait is her radiant infectiousness. When she laughs heartily, one feels as if their entire heart is illuminated. Therefore, she has the most admirers. Well, perhaps even more than the other 2 combined. On one occasion, Han Lai's mother caught sight of Chen Yinfei and was instantly captivated. Goodness. The girl possessed a truly auspicious countenance, undoubtedly destined to bear sons and bring prosperity to her husband. At that moment, Han Lai's forehead was lined with exasperation. Yet, having been reborn and now beholding her through the eyes of a mature man, Han Lai had to concede that it was indeed so. She possessed a frame slightly larger than the average woman, resulting in a curvaceous figure, yet without any ungainliness, exuding an aura of vibrant health. In bygone days, she would have been considered a woman of exceptional fertility, complemented by her blessed features, making her the most sought-after maiden in the surrounding villages. Had Han Lai not been granted a second life, he would have felt inferior in her presence. Her height was estimated to be at least 172 centimeters, and her weight was not significantly less than Han Lai's. However, she appeared slender and possessed a healthy physique, while Han Lai seemed underdeveloped. They were an ill-matched pair. Of course, that was about to change. Han Lai intended to gradually increase his height to 188 centimeters, making him compatible with anyone. Do not inquire. Simply attribute it to delayed development. Subsequently, Han Lai meticulously perused her moments, discovering a diverse collection of culinary delights, grievances, trinkets, and literary annotations, yet devoid of any self-portraits. This maiden possessed considerable beauty, yet she did not flaunt it. Her spirit was genuinely intriguing. A notion suddenly occurred to Lai Go. He swiftly modified the contact information, captured a screenshot, and dispatched it to her. Guardian Beast? What? Are you serious? Kindling, never doubt a stalwart man. Smoking, Guardian Beast, ha 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 ha. Guardian Beast, all right. I actually adore it. Guardian Beast, you're the first guy to recognize the untamed beast within me. My dear Han, the Guardian Spirit remarked, you are quite remarkable, brimming with innovative ideas. I implore you to sustain this momentum. Han Lai discerned a further nuance. Chen Yinfei exhibited a predilection for exclamatory punctuation during textual exchanges. This seemingly trivial affectation, however, betrayed a vibrant inner landscape. While some might construe it as assertiveness, a more charitable interpretation would be an abundance of emotion and a proclivity for articulation. Han Lai found himself increasingly captivated by her allure. Nevertheless, the seasoned gentleman maintained his composure, eschewing any precipitous pursuit of objectives. A man who has genuinely navigated the complexities of society, who has weathered life's adversities, invariably comprehends that personal excellence is the sine qua non of all endeavors. A fortuitous triumph in matters of the heart is ultimately inconsequential, destined to be eroded by the inexorable grind of reality, leaving behind only the faintest vestige of affection. Han Lai had witnessed instances of impoverished colleagues ascending through tender ministrations, as well as affluent scions effortlessly securing the affections of goddesses. Yet, the former found himself embroiled in divorce. Our existence is excessively mundane, excessively oppressive, his spouse lamented. In your company, I have not experienced a single day of joy. The latter was betrayed. You provided me with ample material comforts, his paramour conceded, but you failed to satiate my physical and emotional needs. Is there any issue with someone else fulfilling that role? These two instances are merely commonplace. More morally reprehensible occurrences are rife within the metropolis. Marriage rates plummet annually, while divorce rates soar, rendering happiness an increasingly extravagant commodity. Consequently, Han Lai harbors an acute aversion to matrimony. His apprehension stems not from the institution itself, but from his profound awareness of his own inadequacy to cultivate a flourishing marital union. If a man himself lacks a sense of contentment, existing as a mere automaton, how can he possibly generate sufficient love to bestow upon a family? One must, above all, cherish oneself. Only then can one truly love others with worth. The reborn Han Lai intends to first love himself. Therefore, when faced with Chen Yinfei, the old boy remains utterly unhurried. At 30, Han Lai is still not an exceptionally composed man. However, upon returning to the body of his 18-year-old self, he finally possesses a sense of tranquility. Rebirth and the system are both divine blessings that bolster one's confidence. With both in tandem, anyone can experience a remarkable transformation. After a moment's contemplation, Han Lai responds to Chen Yinfei with a singular expression, a salute. This can be interpreted as a declaration of intent or an indication of disinterest in the topic at hand. In any case, it serves to cool the conversation. Moments later, Chen Yinfei replies, I have good news for you. Delicious food is on its way. At this time, the selection of emoticons in WeChat was still rather limited, and Han Lai could not find an appropriate heart or love you emoji, so he simply typed a message. Many thanks for your kindness. Since the arrangement had already been made, he added, and while you're at it, could you please bring me a book? You're truly not shy, she teased. What does being polite even mean? If I were overly polite, how would I be different from those sycophants? Han Lai mused, though his words were softer than his thoughts. The main reason is your chivalrous spirit and willingness to help. Otherwise, how would I dare to speak so boldly? He continued, Ha, just don't call me heroine. Sister will suffice. She laughed. Look at my contact name and recite it aloud 3 times. He insisted. Tough guy, you're going to make me laugh myself to death. Hold on tight. Don't make me angry, he warned. Eyes widened. Guardian beast. I'm frightened. Is there anything you wouldn't dare to do? You dare to do anything. Is she perhaps hinting at something? Lai Gu stroked his chin, chuckling mischievously. Half an hour later, Chen Yinfei arrived at the ward carrying a bag of snacks, displaying them on the table as if presenting treasures. Han Lai gazed at her with resentment, uttering not a word. She was quite perplexed. Why aren't you eating? Don't be shy. Old Han sighed, then typed away furiously, sending the message. I'm in this state. And you still buy me barbecue? And spicy at that? Wouldn't a bowl of beef broth have been more appropriate? Chen Yinfei glanced at Han Lai's increasingly swollen face, giggling sheepishly, defending herself with weak arguments. Those are for me. Yours is here. She pushed over a bowl of tofu pudding, then grabbed a grilled squid, devouring a large bite, grease dripping from her mouth. Adamantly denying that she had bought the wrong thing, Han Lai looked at the bowl of obviously spicy tofu pudding, giving her a thumbs up. You're still the top dog. In a state of guilt, the guardian beast dared not argue about anything, pretending not to hear. A few scoldings are fine. It's not like she hasn't endured them before. That's not right. This young lady has never been scolded by a boy in her life. Little Han, you're really something. She took another fierce bite of squid, expressing a slight resistance. However, this feeling of equal exchange was particularly pleasant. Deep down, she was actually delighted. Han Lai's gums had just stopped bleeding, and he had other injuries in his mouth. Looking at the large table of delicious food, his nostrils filled with various aromas. Yet he dared not touch anything, which was extremely painful. How far is your residence from here? He inquired, his tone tinged with vexation. Chen Yinfei paused, momentarily taken aback. I'm not certain, she replied. Why do you ask? Han Lai pressed on, disregarding her question. What's the taxi fare? Chen Yinfei blinked, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Around 15 yuan, I believe. What's this about? Without hesitation, Han Lai retrieved a 50 yuan note from his wallet and slapped it down in front of her. Here's your round-trip taxi fare. Now, take your midnight snack and return to your hotel. Farewell, and no need to linger. A burst of laughter escaped Chen Yinfei's lips, followed by a fit of coughing. She had not anticipated Han Lai's playful nature. Caught off guard, she erupted in mirth, which quickly turned into a choking spell. As she sat on the hospital bed, positioned beside Han Lai's right hand, he instinctively reached out, gently patting her back with a touch of tenderness. Good heavens! How old are you? He chided playfully. Can't you be more careful? He paused, seemingly taken aback by the pleasant tactile sensation. Chen Yinfei straightened up. Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Get away from me, she retorted. I don't need you to play the Good Samaritan. If you hadn't been teasing me, I wouldn't have choked. With an air of nonchalance, Han Lai withdrew his hand and leaned back on the bed. Very well, he drawled. It's all my fault. Please, enjoy your meal at a leisurely pace. And when you're finished, perhaps you could reward this humble servant with a bowl of millet porridge, would you? Just you wait, she retorted, casting a fierce glare in his direction. Then, abandoning her snack, she hastily exited the room, as if fleeing the scene, feigning aversion while secretly desiring. Han Lai chuckled to himself, savoring a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. It was the kind of joy that stemmed from the 101st way to tease a proud little darling. Chapter 12. Why bring up a sore subject? When Chen Yinfei returned, she finally brought back some edible provisions for Han Lai. As he sipped the bland congee, tears welled up in his eyes, not from sentiment, but from pain. The wounds in his mouth throbbed fiercely at the mere touch of rice grains. Nevertheless, he mused, enduring hardship would yield substantial rewards. I'll manage. After struggling through a bowl of millet porridge, Han Lai abruptly turned the tables and urged her to leave. It was already 9 o'clock. It was time for her to head back. Chen Yinfei's eyes widened in discomfort. I, the goddess of number 2 high school, have only ever taken the initiative to bid farewell. I have never been hastened by a man. Instantly, she donned the guise of a dramatic actress. On the verge of tears, You find me unworthy. Indeed, Han Lai replied bluntly, his gaze akin to that of one observing a simpleton. How obvious can it be? You. Qin Yanfei was so incensed that she almost laughed. Just as she was about to retort, she gazed into Han Lai's eyes and was momentarily taken aback. Oh, your eyes have transformed significantly since you removed your glasses. Han Lai refrained from explaining why. Instead, he raised an eyebrow with a hint of arrogance. In due time, once my injuries heal, the transformation will be even more pronounced. Qin Yanfei found herself both curious and amused, retorting with disdain. So, what you mean to say is, you were actually a handsome fellow all along. But your looks were obscured by those glasses, is that correct? Astute. Han Lai praised, giving her a thumbs up and nodding with a grin. Huh. Qin Yanfei hastily wrapped up her leftovers, stuffing them into a trash bag before turning to leave. Dream on. I won't disturb you any longer. See you tomorrow. Hey, can I hear a few more of your boasts? Tomorrow. You better organize your thoughts and boast to my father then. Han Lai was momentarily taken aback, his body frozen in place. What brings my father here? Did he see through my desire to wear your little cotton jacket? Though Han Lai couldn't quite comprehend it, he did not linger on the thought for long. Whatever. Let the soldiers come to fight and the waters come to cover. With 4 years of university ahead, anything could happen. He might not necessarily become my father-in-law after all. For now, let us simply be friends. Han Lai, carefree as a gourd, did not take it to heart. He read for a while, changed his bandages, and then comfortably slept until dawn. Around 8:30, Qin Yanfei and her father arrived. This time, she brought a suitcase with her. Han Lai hastily sat up, greeting her father with a charming smile. Hello, uncle. Thank you for coming to see me. Though he claimed indifference, he cared more than anyone else. Don't move. Xiao Han, just lie down properly. Qin's father quickly intervened, stopping Han Lai from getting out of bed. He then took a seat on the stool by the bed, inquiring with genuine concern, how are you feeling? Is your body still in pain? Is your head still dizzy? I'm much better. Thank you for your concern. That's good, that's good. Although Qin's father had acted as a mere observer the day before, he possessed a high level of social grace. Xiao Han, your unfortunate predicament primarily stems from Yan Yan's inability to manage her relationships with her classmates effectively. As her father, I feel deeply guilty. I refrained from speaking yesterday due to the circumstances, which is why I have come to see you today. Please do not hold it against me. I arrived in haste and did not bring anything. It would lack sincerity to apologize with trivial gifts. Thus, I have prepared a red envelope for you, containing a check of 50,000 yuan, as a form of compensation from your uncle for your nutritional expenses. Please accept it. No. Han Lai was momentarily taken aback, hastily attempting to decline. What does Pan Xiaohong's madness have to do with Qin Yanfei? I cannot accept it. Qin's father withdrew a thin red envelope from his pocket, placing it not into Han Lai's hands, but directly onto the bedside table, his demeanor assertive and uncompromising. Let us be clear. If Yan Yan had handled her emotional matters discreetly and approached the situation with a gentler demeanor, you would not have suffered such profound hurt. Legally, we bear no responsibility, but morally, we cannot escape our culpability. The sum of 50,000, when weighed against your suffering, is negligible. However, since the responsibilities have been delineated, let us express our goodwill and seek a semblance of peace. Little Han, please accept it. Otherwise, Yan Yan will always carry a thorn in her heart. Would you not agree with this reasoning? Goodness, brother, you are quite impressive. Han Lai found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to refuse. Nevertheless, this money cannot be accepted. Doing so would alter its nature. The intent is for Qin Yanfei to feel guilt. Otherwise, how could I place the blame on her? After a moment of silence, Han Lai gathered his thoughts and endeavored to convey his sincerity. Uncle, every situation possesses multiple perspectives. From differing positions, one naturally perceives varied truths. From my viewpoint, Qin Yanfei is equally a victim. I have suffered physical harm, while she bears psychological scars. Just because my injuries appear more severe does not mean she should shoulder responsibilities that are not hers. I will certainly not accept the money. I have never believed that Qin Yanfei has done anything wrong. One cannot deem her approach improper simply because the outcome was unfavorable. In the face of such a volatile, irascible, and unpredictable tyrant, what constitutes the correct course of action? No one possesses the clarity to ascertain that. You may think a private refusal would suffice. Yet what if Pan Xiaohang, in a fit of rage, chose to harm Qin Yanfei? Would that not yield an even graver result? Thus, in matters such as these, We must resolutely reject a purely outcome-based perspective. What difference is there from the notion of victim blaming? As long as Chen Yinfei's intentions are just, she is blameless. I cannot accept your apology on this matter. We are comrades in the same camp. It is unreasonable to apologize to a fellow warrior for the enemy's artillery fire. Han Lai returned the red envelope solemnly to Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen, please take back the check. Moreover, rest assured, my stance is not solely a reflection of Chen Yinfei's influence. Regardless of who has stirred up trouble, my attitude remains unchanged. I possess a fiery temperament and refuse to accept the diluted solutions of it takes two to tango. What does it mean to split the blame equally, irrespective of right or wrong? Do not blame Chen Yinfei, nor extend your apologies to me. I am well aware of the distinctions between right and wrong. Old Chen was momentarily stunned. Could these words truly emanate from an 18-year-old? Chen Yinfei was equally taken aback. While she could not fully grasp the profound wisdom embedded in his words, she sensed Han Lai's exceptional nature. This man was extraordinarily handsome. She was not a particularly superficial woman concerned with appearances. She appreciated handsome men, yet placed greater value on a man's inner qualities. In just a single day, Han Lai exhibited a remarkable array of qualities that utterly shattered her previous perceptions of her contemporaries. It was astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, Old Chen finally reconciled himself with the reality. Although Dream City was merely a resource-based small town, teeming with unpredictable second-generation rich kids, it was not entirely implausible for a prodigy to emerge from such an environment. Wasn't Han Lai a testament to that? Genius defies logic. Old Chen mused silently, tucking away the red envelope, his demeanor growing increasingly affable and warm. Young Han, which school do you attend? Given your capabilities, I would presume it to be Fudan or Jiaotong University at the very least. If it is not too far, I would appreciate your taking care of Yin Yan. This girl pales in comparison to you. Although Chen Yinfei felt somewhat belittled, she did not take offense. Rather, she looked at Han Lai with eager anticipation. Their time together had been too brief, and she had yet to inquire about Han Lai's educational institution. Now, however, she found herself filled with expectation, yearning for the best possible outcome, hoping for a delightful surprise. Chapter 13. Grateful for my wonderful brother. In response to Mr. Chen's inquiry, Han Lai felt utterly bewildered. Why had the conversation taken such an unexpected turn? It was rather perplexing, particularly coming from you. Chen Yinfei, could you refrain from looking at me with those eyes? The pressure was overwhelming. Todd. Nevertheless, the question warranted an answer. Concealing such matters served no purpose. I am also attending. Han Lai began. But before he could finish, Chen Yinfei's eyes sparkled with excitement, her mouth stretching wide to reveal a dazzling smile, her 12 prominent teeth partially exposed. He then leisurely completed his statement. I am merely enrolled in the School of Humanities at the University of Foreign Studies. Nanny. The surprise etched on Chen Yinfei's face swiftly morphed into sheer terror. Her mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an entire, a whole duck egg. Her teeth were nowhere to be seen. Only her throat was visible. Her little tongue quivered, as if on the verge of madness. Old Chen was equally bewildered. The College of Humanities is typically a private third-tier institution, isn't it? The shock was overwhelming, and he still found it hard to believe, prompting him to blurt out a question. Is it like Guanghua College of Management? The room fell into an immediate silence. A particular song seemed fitting for the moment. The tough guy, Xiao Han, felt a surge of irritation. What's wrong with you, brother? You've already surrendered, yet you're still pursuing the fight. Third tier. Han Lai endeavored to steady his voice, only to suddenly feel an impulse to sing. If those two words had not trembled, I would not have discovered my distress. The lack of effort during high school remained an eternal ache in Han Lai's heart. If it were a matter of not being able to learn, then no amount of effort would suffice, and that would be inconsequential. Acknowledging the absence of talent in academics is essential. One should not grapple with oneself. Accept it when necessary, and change paths if required. There's no room for regret. However, the crux of the matter is that during his freshman year, Han Lai had performed admirably, and with some diligence, he could have aspired to attend a prestigious institution like 985. Yet, due to excessive indulgence and a problematic attitude towards studies, he ultimately plummeted into despair. Upon entering society and facing relentless setbacks, Han Lai finally grasped what he had missed. The weight of that regret is indescribable. Unfortunately, life had already taken shape, and it was too late for anything. Even now, if given a second chance, Han Lai no longer requires a degree as a stepping stone. Yet he still feels a pang of guilt for his lack of effort during high school. That headstrong individual, both ungrateful to his parents and to himself, is indeed foolish. Han Lai did not conceal anything, briefly sharing his journey of self-reflection. In his earlier years, he was excessively reckless, believing that grades meant little, convinced that he was destined for greatness, and consequently squandered a considerable amount of time on trivial pursuits. When the results were finally revealed, a wave of regret overwhelmed him. Thus, he resolved to reflect deeply, taking a significant amount of time to cultivate his inner self, adjust his mindset, and contemplate his future. At last, he has become somewhat more grounded. However, the grades are irretrievable, and he must embark on a new phase of striving in university. Though his explanation was articulate, it bore little significance. Chen Yinfei remained wide-eyed, her mouth agape, struggling to comprehend. You are so mature and astute, yet you only managed to enroll in a third-tier institution? So, the person I so admired is actually an underachiever? It was not that she looked down upon third-tier universities, but the disparity was too stark for her to digest. Han Lai did not conform to the stereotype of a third-tier student. In contrast, Chen's father accepted the reality more swiftly, having had less time to form a deep impression. Young Han, having received such a substantial compensation, you must be considering starting your own business, right? To him, Han Lai appeared to be a person with formidable ambition, someone who would not settle for mediocrity. With ideas, determination, and now financial means, he would undoubtedly embark on an endeavor. The outcome of such a venture was uncertain, yet the future of such a person was promising. Unexpectedly, Han Lai shook his head. In the short term, I will not entertain the idea of entrepreneurship. My focus will be on acquiring knowledge and strengthening my physical health. Venturing into entrepreneurship is not child's play. It is a relentless battle where survival is the only option. I shall not set foot on the battlefield without meticulous preparation. Chen Yinfei's eyes suddenly sparkled. Yes, that's the spirit. Chen's father was equally astonished by Han Lai's lucidity and composure. Truth be told, he had encountered many daring and reckless young individuals, but Han Lai's kind was truly one of a kind. It is rare to become wealthy overnight and not lose sight of one's original intentions. Thus, he nodded in admiration. I am heartened by your perspective, nephew. The pace of development in China is simply too rapid, with a major generational shift occurring roughly every decade. The current business environment is a far cry from what it was 10 or 20 years ago. Past successes are no longer sufficient, and we must all keep pace with the times. Thinking things through before acting is commendable. Han Lai smiled sheepishly. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle Chen. Well, I can't tell if it's false, but it's a bit ugly. Old Chen waved his hand and laughed heartily. Not guidance, just a bit of experience. The future belongs to you. Seeing you, I feel old. Commercial mutual flattery? I'm familiar with this. Han Lai decisively swung his palm and slapped it down hard. We have just set sail, and you are still the mainstay. Within 20 years, we will only have the opportunity to learn from you. Chen Yinfei is independent, intelligent, and principled, and you have educated her well. I believe that she will inherit your career and spirit and become an even more outstanding person. A burst of flattery, making the two of them feel comfortable. Chen Yinfei squinted her eyes, with a slight hint of shyness, but more of a frank happiness. Old Chen burst into hearty laughter, lavishing extravagant praise upon Han Lai. In truth, Han Lai was not particularly skilled in flattery. However, with Chen Yinfei present, radiating her brilliant smile, his mind was sharper than usual. Such is the power of allure. As the conversation flowed, Old Chen became increasingly animated, yet time was of the essence. Casting a glance at his watch, he rose with a cheerful demeanor. Well, that concludes our gathering for today. Yin Yin and I must catch our flight. Young Han, do take care of yourself. When the holidays arrive and you return to Dream City, do remember to visit us. Han Lai nodded obediently. Certainly, uncle. Wishing you a safe journey. Goodbye, little Han. Chen Yinfei, resembling a beckoning fortune cat, raised her right hand and playfully wiggled her fingers. Han Lai felt an overwhelming surge of affection for her. Who waves goodbye in such a charming manner? How utterly delightful. Once the father and daughter exited, the mischievous old man finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Managing Old Chen was no easy feat, and Han Lai had remained on guard throughout. After all, he was a man who could potentially become his father-in-law. One must be courteous, right? With the task successfully accomplished, he could finally indulge in a moment of respite. Reading time. The book that Chen Yinfei had brought was half a set of Doluadelu. The beautiful woman had clearly put thought into it. probably thinking that Han Lai enjoyed the works of the renowned author. However, Han Lai felt rather helpless. I only appreciate the earlier works of San Shao. It was not that the later works lacked brilliance, but they had lost the distinctive charm that characterized his initial creations. Yet, one could not blame Qin Yanfei. Her ignorance was understandable. Those who truly comprehend are rarely virtuous. Alas, he would have to make do with it. Just as Han Lai opened the book, Old Pan and his wife arrived in a flurry. Here comes the settlement agreement for Han Lai. Young Han, would you like me to notify the police station and have them assign a lawyer to review the agreement on your behalf? Old Pan was quite affable and broached the subject directly. Thank you, Uncle Pan. I will contact them myself later. Han Lai's demeanor was courteous, yet he did not accept the other party's offer. Reconciliation is one thing, but distance must be maintained. Han Lai took the agreement and perused it himself. The content of the agreement was substantial, especially the case overview, which clearly stated that Pan Xiaoheng unilaterally assaulted Han Lai, and there was no mutual fight. The focal point, of course, was the compensation amount, which was a seven-figure sum before the decimal point. Upon seeing the number clearly, Han Lai's pupils contracted involuntarily. A full 15 million. In addition to the 880,000 compensation, the medical, cosmetic surgery, and emotional distress expenses far exceeded the normal standards. Moreover, it was a one-time payment and did not require itemized reimbursement with hospital invoices, which was quite a display of sincerity. Since Old Pan was so generous, Han Lai naturally would not dwell on the matter any further. I have no objections. I can sign it any time after my lawyer reviews it. Excellent, excellent. Then shall we come over again tomorrow? Old Pan was overjoyed and eager to set a time for signing. Han Lai pondered briefly and nodded. Tomorrow works. Thus, the matter was settled without any hitches. If Pan Xiaoheng possessed half the intelligence of his father, Han Lai would never have earned this initial fortune. Nor would he have been able to woo Qin Yanfei. She is a top student from the Shanghai International Studies University. Why would she spare time for a third-rate local wastrel like you? Once again, thank you for the assist, my good brother. Regrettably, there is no Douyin live stream at present. Otherwise, Han Lai would undoubtedly urge his loyal supporters to grant Pan Xiao a wave of attention. Where else could one find such a benevolent top-tier patron? However, after today, it seems that the esteemed gentleman may need to flee with a train in tow. Chapter 14. The wealthy lie. In the afternoon, officers from the local police station paid a visit. They confirmed Han Lai's intention to reconcile and subsequently assisted in procuring a lawyer. The reconciliation document posed no issues, as Old Pan is meticulous in his affairs. Once signed, all debts were settled. So let us proceed. The kindly police officer also liaised with the school to grant Han Lai a leave of absence. The institution acknowledged that Han Lai was not involved in a brawl, but was rather a victim of an unprovoked assault by a mentally unstable suspect, promptly approving a 15-day leave. Perfect, he managed to evade military training. Truth be told, the School of Humanities is particularly warm-hearted, unless a grave offense is committed. Expulsion is never an option. Students are rarely discouraged from continuing their studies. Should anyone wish to withdraw, the department head personally engages in thoughtful discourse, providing whatever is necessary. Han Lai's position within the student council emerged from this very environment, and he found himself within the coveted arts department, surrounded by vibrant peers, weaving through the tapestry of campus life, blissfully immersed in the experience. Graduation, too, is not a concern. In Han Lai's class, there was a remarkable individual who failed over 40 courses, yet even after supplementary examinations in their senior year, with 6 subjects still incomplete, they received their diploma nonetheless. This time, however, it is not Han Lai. He has only faltered in fewer than 20 subjects, falling far short of such extraordinary heights. Reflecting on the myriad advantages of the humanities program, Han Lai suddenly felt that this university life was rather agreeable. Very well, for the next half-month, he shall ponder the art of spending money. Then, with a renewed spirit, he shall return to the campus, laden with unfulfilled desires, ready to indulge in a splendid escapade. The following day, Han Lai affixed his signature to 3 identical copies of the agreement, and Old Pan promptly transferred the funds. With 950,000 in cash and an additional 200,000 from the hospital's account, Han Lai instantaneously became a millionaire. Although he had dabbled in finance in his previous life, he had never possessed such a substantial fortune. Throughout his 4 years of university, he had nearly drained his parents' resources. Subsequently, Han Lai toiled in the bustling metropolis for 8 arduous years. By the end of 2025, when China's economy was on the verge of becoming the world's largest, he continued to reside in a mere 12 square meter studio, his savings insufficient to purchase that tiny bedroom. I apologize for being a hindrance to my country. Nevertheless, Han Lai felt that in this lifetime, he could contribute to the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Such a bold declaration filled him with a sense of exhilaration. In the afternoon, Old Pan and his wife, accompanied by the recently released Pan Xiaohang, came to offer their apologies to Han Lai. After 2 days of detention, the rebellious demeanor of the top-ranked individual had significantly softened. I apologize. I should not have taken my frustration out on you. I was too impulsive and failed to control my emotions. Han Lai, I formally apologize to you now and hope you can forgive me. Young Pan seemed to have learned his lesson, evidently chastened by the righteous repercussions of his actions. Despite there being no obligation to do so, Han Lai replied with utmost formality, I forgive you. You have wonderful parents. I hope you cherish them and refrain from causing them worry again. Young Pan felt a wave of nausea at the condescension, thinking, who do you think you are to lecture me? Meanwhile, Old Pan and his wife were visibly moved. What a good child. Why isn't he a friend of Xiaohong's? They lamented. The two parties bid each other a cordial farewell, marking the formal conclusion of the matter. In truth, Han Lai could have easily tormented the Old Pan couple a few more times, relishing in their discomfort and venting his frustrations. They would still be compelled to part with their money, regardless. However, such actions seemed unnecessary. Old Pan is astute and adaptable, likely not lacking in his career, and possesses a high level of social acumen. Why would he wish to establish an adversarial relationship? Although Han Lai is not entrenched in Dream City, his parents continue to reside in their hometown. The current situation is quite favorable. He receives every penny owed, while the Pan couple must express gratitude for Han Lai's magnanimity. Indeed, a resounding victory. Should little Pan dare to trouble him again, Old Pan could easily put him in his place. Perhaps, during the winter break when returning to Dream City, he could entertain that notion. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Han Lai found himself amused for quite some time. Once he had laughed enough, he began to contemplate a more pressing matter, how to allocate his funds wisely. Firstly, it was essential to tally the experience required to elevate all attributes to 69 points. The final figure amounted to 370,000. Coupled with the experience needed for a complete dental overhaul, 500,000 should suffice. Han Lai inscribed 2 key phrases in his notebook, within half a month and 500,000 expenditure. After pondering this further, he suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. The sum of 500,000 posed a considerable challenge. If he were to spend less, he could easily exhaust the amount on mere essentials: a phone, a computer, clothing, rent, a meal card. Were he to double that amount, he could purchase a residence in his hometown, Dream City. Acquiring a home counts as personal expenditure, while purchasing multiple properties constitutes investment expenditure, both yielding experience points. However, buying a commercial property falls under personal investment, which does not accrue experience. Thus, purchasing a home emerges as the most advantageous large-scale expenditure. The current housing prices in Dream City hover around 15,000 to 20,000, experiencing a brief surge to just over 40,000 around 2016 before gradually retreating. By then, selling the property could yield at least a double return. While this notion is appealing, a budget of 500,000 renders purchasing a home implausible. University students seeking to acquire real estate must enlist their parents as co-borrowers. However, considering the arduous path through which Han Lai amassed his initial capital, he is reluctant to burden his parents with this knowledge. The combination of 7 wolves and a feather duster is indeed overwhelming. With the option of buying a home off the table, alternatives become scarce. Acquiring a vehicle seems unnecessary. Aside from ostentation, it holds little significance. The same applies to luxury watches. Accumulating a plethora of high-end clothing is even less viable. It is not that Han Lai lacks an appreciation for such items, but rather that his current resources are exceedingly limited. He is disinclined to engage in mere consumption for the sake of expenditure. Instead, Han Lai aspires to discover a method that imparts consumer experience while simultaneously generating profit. This endeavor proves to be quite complex. Most profitable ventures are rooted in investment, yet lack experience. Conversely, experienced endeavors seldom yield substantial financial returns. After much contemplation, he finds himself at an impasse. Should circumstances prove dire, he might resort to expending all his resources. returning to Dream City to purchase a modest apartment in a reputable school district outright. When the bull market arrives next year, he could then leverage a mortgage to extract cash and dive into the market. Should he pursue this path, it would maximize the utilization of his funds, and his experience would flourish, enabling substantial skill upgrades post-attribute enhancement. However, this would likely render his freshman year rather arduous, compelling him to live like a struggling student. Hanlai finds himself momentarily indecisive. As he ponders, Nurse Liu arrives to change the dressing. "How are you feeling?" "Rich man, what do I count as?" Hanlai just revealed a self-deprecating smile when he suddenly noticed the medicine bottle in her hand. His expression changed dramatically as he hastily crossed his arms over his chest. "Stop. Tear it up." "Ah." Liu was startled. Hanlai decisively waved his hand. "Take it away. Replace it all with domestic medicine. From today onwards, young Master Pan will no longer foot the bill." "Uft." The little nurse reacted and almost burst into laughter. "You are quite amusing." What a fanciful thought. But alas, it's too late. Today's medication has already been prescribed. We'll exchange it for domestic ones tomorrow. Be good. Hanlai looked at the rapidly increasing experience points on the panel, feeling a pang of regret. No, regardless of how much he would have to spend next. He simply could not remain in the hospital any longer. 5,000 a day. Who could endure that? It wasn't that Hanlai was indifferent to his health. It was just that with the system in place, recovering his health did not necessitate hospitalization. Spending money in the hospital was utterly wasteful. "All right then. I'll finish today's medication and check out tomorrow." "Ah." The little nurse looked up in astonishment. "Your inflammation hasn't subsided." Hanlai hurriedly waved his hand. "I can't afford to wait. I'll go to an off-campus clinic for an 4. It only costs 200 a day." "Haha, save yourself to death." Liu chuckled, rolling her eyes. "All right, your money is hard-earned. Saving some is wise. I'll inform the doctor to prepare the discharge procedures for you tomorrow." "Thank you. Thank you. The road ahead is long. Until we meet again." "Sounds good. Let us exchange contact information, so that when you next visit Jinling, you may come to find me. What shall we do?" Hanlai was eager to inquire, but hesitated upon noticing the needle in her hand. The nurse was quite amiable, neither overly formal nor flippant, possessing a vivacious charm that made her a worthy acquaintance. The two exchanged QQ details, and Liu swiftly completed the dressing change, swaying her hips as she departed without taking a single cloud with her. Their brief connection of merely 2 days came to an abrupt halt. Hanlai had never even glimpsed her true visage. Such is reality. You and the spring breeze are but fleeting visitors, leaving behind only the echoes of past companionships. One must simply acclimate. Chapter 15. Consumption, Experience, System Upgrade. On the morning of the 3rd, Hanlai completed his discharge procedures, stepping out of the hospital with a fortune of 127,300. The sun shone warmly, and the sky was a brilliant blue, rendering everything before him utterly delightful. In that fleeting moment, Hanlai resolutely made a decision. He hailed a taxi, heading straight for the airport. He resolved to return to Dream City and purchase a property within a reputable school district. This was indeed a peculiar juncture in time. The previous evening, Hanlai had scoured the internet for information, discovering that since 2010, the overall inventory of real estate had surged annually. Sales had become increasingly arduous, and housing prices had remained stagnant or even slightly declined. The industry was rife with pessimism, with naysayers prevalent. Though Hanlai was not well versed in the underlying causes, he was acutely aware of the impending outcome. 2 years hence, amidst a tumultuous stock market crash ravaging the nation, housing prices would embark on a new cycle of frenzied escalation. In the year 2016 alone, prices in most cities would double, ensnaring all those who had purchased at inflated rates atop the market's peak. All the aforementioned matters are irrelevant to Hanlai. Thus, he lacks clarity on the specifics, only aware of the approximate timeline when bargains might arise. Should he manage to profit in the stock market, the ensuing decade would be a veritable garden of delights. If the earnings are modest, the implications remain manageable. At worst, he could acquire additional knowledge and seek a promising opportunity to embark on his own entrepreneurial journey. A reborn individual avoids pitfalls, and with a system elevating his potential, failure is an impossibility no matter the endeavors. Therefore, Hanlai resolved to prioritize gaining experience. With such a radiant future ahead, what does enduring a year of hardship matter? Self-improvement is always timely rather than belated. Upon alighting from the plane in the provincial capital, Hanlai traversed a significant portion of the city before finally boarding the bus home. High-speed rail would not commence in Dream City for another 2 years. compelling him to navigate the present. He had to queue for tickets and make cash payments. Returning to 2013, every aspect felt disconcerting to Han Lai. Yet, it is precisely this contrast that allows for a more profound appreciation of the nation's rapid development over the years. It has truly not been an easy journey, particularly during the 3 years from 2022 to 2025. Amidst a tumultuous international landscape and a pandemic environment, the nation persevered and ultimately dragged the economy into a recession. That economic crisis was accompanied by genuine bloodshed and turmoil. Even upon his return to life, Han Lai had yet to witness the pinnacle of prosperity. In his previous life, he was merely an observer. In this incarnation, he wonders if he will have the opportunity to assist in dismantling barriers or pushing down walls across the divide. Lost in a whirl of thoughts, the bus came to a halt at Dream City North Station, and Han Lai hailed a taxi, heading straight for the second high school. Dream City, an emerging resource-based city, boasts remarkably peculiar real estate prices. In the old town, properties priced at $80,000 have become undesirable, while those in the development zone, priced at $100,000, struggle to attract buyers. Conversely, in the new district, properties costing $120,000 are eagerly sought after, and luxury apartments by the riverside have skyrocketed to $160,000, selling out in an instant. Surprisingly, the priciest real estate is found in the old district, specifically within the boundaries of an aging elementary school zone, where prices effortlessly reach $180,000. The second middle school features an affiliated junior high, and nearby lies one of the finest public elementary schools in Dream City. For those seeking school district housing, several local communities present themselves as optimal choices. Casually entering a real estate agency, Han Lai promptly articulated his requirements. He sought small apartments ranging from 40 to 60 square meters, constructed within the last 20 years, and attached to educational district residency, with the intention to pay in full. Purchasing property in the off-season, particularly with cash, proved to be remarkably straightforward. The agency's sales staff quickly identified 5 or 6 suitable properties for Han Lai, who began viewings. Not motivated by personal residence or maximizing investment returns, Han Lai was content to negotiate with the landlords as long as the property met his standards, placing paramount importance on price above all else. Ultimately, within just 2 days, he secured the least expensive unit, a 60-square-meter 2-bedroom apartment, agreeing on a price of $1 million, with the seller covering the appraisal costs. After visiting the local police station to verify residency, paying taxes, and completing the transfer of ownership, Han Lai's cash reserves dwindled to $75,000, while his experience points surged to $106,000. By September 8th, this was considered expedient, given that the seller was a local resident with extensive connections. Had he attempted to purchase from another homeowner, he likely would have faced additional delays. With experience points in hand, he learned that the property certificate would require an additional 3 to 4 working days for processing. Unable to return to Shanghai immediately, Han Lai decisively retreated to his hotel to commence his transformation plan. To convey his seriousness, Brother Lai specifically booked a lavish business suite. Basic attributes: Strength 62, Agility 59, Constitution 63, Intelligence 65. Secondary attributes: Appearance 69, Physique 58, Health 69, Special 75, Cash 75,238, Experience 106, 3355. The first order of business was, naturally, to rectify his dental situation. Han Lai's teeth were quite misaligned, a hereditary trait from his mother. Furthermore, due to his family's modest means, his parents lacked the awareness to provide orthodontic treatment during his developmental years. Additionally, perhaps due to genetic factors, his teeth exhibited a rather dull shade of pale yellow. As a result, his dental irregularities and lack of whiteness significantly impacted his appearance. Upon entering university and becoming more conscious of aesthetics, his dental condition caused him considerable distress, leading to a reluctance to smile and feelings of inferiority. Consequently, he appeared introverted and timid. Furthermore, his long-standing habit of consuming copious amounts of cola deteriorated his dental health, resulting in frequent toothaches by the age of 30. At that time, Han Lai found himself in a predicament. Although advancements in technology allowed for braces, his finances only permitted the purchase of 2 tubes of powerful whitening toothpaste, which, despite their slight efficacy, did not address the underlying issues. Now, having finally found an opportunity, Han Lai had but one thought: to replace his entire set of teeth. He clicked on Health, then on the teeth subcategory, and commanded, replace them with a new set of white, straight, and healthy teeth. An alert surfaced on the results panel. Given that the overall experience points consumed by teeth replacement exceed the current level, the command cannot be executed. Han Lai's mind went blank, and he hurriedly scrutinized the various rules, finally pinpointing the cause. In essence, the current consumption system is at level 1, allowing a maximum of 69 points to be allocated to each attribute. However, a complete teeth replacement would cause both health and appearance to surpass 69 points, rendering the execution impossible. The solution is straightforward: elevate the system to level 2. Consequently, Han Lai examined the upgrade criteria. 1. All primary and secondary attributes must be maximized at 69 points. 2. Proficiency in 3 level, 3 knowledge domains. 3. Mastery of 5 level, 3 skills. 4. An accumulated consumption of 1 million. Upon reviewing these requirements, Han Lai breathed a sigh of relief and felt genuinely fortunate, as he was glad that he decided to buy a house. Otherwise, he wondered how he would amass 1 million in consumption. Now, with over 1 million experience points, requirements 1, 2, and 3 could be fulfilled at any time. Thus, he would alter the sequence and prioritize enhancing his attributes. Spending 42,700 experience points, he maxed out his primary attributes: Strength 7, Agility 10, Constitution 6, Intelligence 4. Instantly, a surge of heat coursed through Han Lai's body, inflating him entirely. The surge of strength, the stretching of his body, and the clarity of his mind were indescribably exhilarating, even more so than a level 4 skill. Having increased so many attributes at once, Han Lai immediately perceived the immense transformation. It was beyond words, akin to a complete metamorphosis. It was not until 2 hours later that he had fully acclimated to the physical changes. Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of strength. Jumping, he exhibited precision and balance. In contemplation, his thoughts were thorough and insightful. The system was astonishing. Han Lai dared not indulge in any complacency. He promptly ventured out, acquiring 2 new outfits and a substantial amount of provisions. Upon returning to his room, he filled a bathtub with hot water and proceeded to enhance his secondary attributes. In fact, there was only one attribute, physique, that could be improved. Han Lai allocated all 101,000 experience points to the subcategory of height. With no old classmates from his university in sight, the most prudent course of action was to solidify his height before the semester commenced. Since no one was acquainted with one another, any height would seem normal. However, if he were to start the semester at 174 centimeters, and then, after 2 days of absence, suddenly appear at 184 centimeters, it would certainly attract undue attention. Thus, it was best to achieve his desired height all at once. As for former high school classmates, he had no plans to return home during this year's National Day, so he would naturally avoid any encounters. When they reconvened during the winter break, any surprise would be easily managed. Ultimately, there remained only Chun Yanfei. He would need to steer clear of her for at least 2 months. Once the memories of his previous appearance had faded, he would present her with a delightful surprise. At that moment, he would relish in her astonishment. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 16. New features of the system. The adjustment of height lasted a full 14 hours. After dining, bathing, and awakening from a restful slumber, Han Lai's bare height reached 179.1 centimeters. The increase was not particularly significant, yet it was sufficiently delightful. Haha. With merely 0.9 centimeters to go, this fellow will bid farewell to the realm of physical impairment. Of course, the term physical impairment is used facetiously. The average height of post-90s males in China doesn't quite reach the exaggerated 180 centimeters. According to statistics from the National Health Commission, the average height of post-90s males in the southern 8 provinces is less than 170 centimeters, approximately 175 centimeters along the Tropic of Cancer, and around 172 centimeters overall. The post-00S generation is indeed remarkable, with an overall average of 175 centimeters for males and 180 centimeters in the north. It's only 2013 now, and the first batch of post-00S individuals hasn't fully matured yet, so the pressure on the post-90s generation isn't too significant. However, after 2022, these youngsters will be clamoring online, declaring, if you're not at least 175, what are you but a cripple? It would infuriate Han Lai to the point of wanting to strike them. But the truth is, these kids are indeed taller than him, by a significant margin. Height is Han Lai's second greatest regret, surpassed only by intelligence, ranking ahead of appearance, teeth, and nearsightedness. Now, having it remedied in a single night has sent Han Lai soaring with delight. He hopped and skipped around the room for quite some time, gleefully touching the ceiling, vividly embodying the saying that a man remains a boy until his dying day. Once Han Lai had finally had his fill of revelry, he began to enhance his knowledge and skills. Knowledge: Mathematics Level 2, English Level 3, Accounting Level 1, Finance Level 3, Law Level 1, Marketing Level 1, Literature Level 2. Skills: Driving Level 1, Car Skills Level 3, Culinary Skills Level 2, Craftsmanship Level 4, Stock Trading Level 2, Writing Level 2. Knowledge and skills share the same set of rules. Level 1 is roughly equivalent to understanding, with a total experience value of 1,000 points. Level 2 is roughly equivalent to comprehension, with a total experience value of 10,000 points. At the third level, one achieves a proficient application of skills, accumulating a total of 200,000 experience points. The fourth level, however, represents a professional tier, where the experience required is a staggering 10 million points. Han Lai possesses only one skill at level 4, which upon selection reveals a daunting craftsmanship, 125,10,000,000. Gazing at the multitude of zeros, one is instantly dissuaded from further practice. Enough is enough. It is time to abstain. Generally speaking, advancing the first 3 levels of knowledge and skills is relatively straightforward. Elevating a subject from complete ignorance to a proficient level necessitates merely 11,000 experience points. Of course, prior to this, one must exert considerable effort to grasp the relevant concepts and translate them into one's skill set. Subjects such as physics, chemistry, and biology, which Han Lai once studied, have vanished from his repertoire, returned to his teachers. Conversely, the knowledge applicable to his work remains at a certain standard, albeit a rather mediocre one. Han Lai is not an elite. He is merely a laid-back worker with little ambition. Upon reviewing the total quantity of skills and knowledge, the former slacker, now elite Han, waved his hand and elevated all to level 3 in one fell swoop. This is how the affluent consume knowledge. Trust me, in an instant, the affluent Han was inundated with an overwhelming torrent of information. Rolling his eyes, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Advanced mathematics, geometry, linear algebra, commercial law, civil law, criminal law, literary appreciation, ancient poetry analysis, essential points for writing erotic literature. So much information crammed into his mind, overflowing, heated, and overwhelming. He felt on the verge of a breakdown. Han Lai languished in a stupor at the hotel for an entire day. During this period, Chen Yinfei sent a message inquiring about his state of cultivation. Han Lai glanced at it and tossed it aside. He felt neither the inclination nor the energy to respond. Damn it, he had been too hasty. It was unwise to cram so much information into his mind all at once. That evening, he forced himself to consume a substantial amount of food and took a nap. Upon waking the next morning, Han Lai finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. When not engaged in thought, he perceived no difference from before. However, the moment he began to contemplate specific issues, he immediately sensed a distinction. He had become exceedingly sensitive. His thought process, comprehension of the problems at hand, and problem-solving strategies had all seen remarkable enhancement, so significant that it was almost beyond Han Lai's belief. Yet, due to the establishment of an entire knowledge system and an increase in intelligence, he ultimately grasped the underlying reason. Knowledge exists independently, but thought does not. When one possesses a sufficient amount of interrelated knowledge, a system can be formed, allowing thoughts to extend laterally and root deeply, leading to a notable enhancement in capability. A top-tier elite undoubtedly possesses an immense reservoir of knowledge. Much of this knowledge may not be directly applicable in practical work, yet it remains an indispensable component in constructing one's own cognitive framework. Without it, one cannot succeed. Han Lai finally understood why his past self had fared so poorly. His insights were adequate, his reading extensive, and he comprehended many principles. However, the truly valuable specialized knowledge was woefully insufficient to form a cohesive system. No matter how many concepts he grasped, encountering concrete applications left him at a loss. What significance did that hold? Compared to graduates from prestigious Project 985 universities, one might find themselves slightly lagging in reaction speed, possessing a somewhat shallower reservoir of knowledge, exhibiting marginally less adept learning capabilities. and demonstrating a comparatively less profound depth of cognitive understanding. The cumulative effect of these incremental deficits across various domains can result in a substantial disparity in overall competence. Initially, Han Lai harbored a degree of resistance to this notion. However, through genuine experiences, he has come to a profound realization that individuals are inherently different. In those earlier times, he attributed these differences to innate disparities in intellectual capacity. Now, Han Lai comprehends that these are, in fact, acquired disparities stemming from variations in knowledge systems and long-term study habits. Barring exceptional cases like Wei Shun, the inherent intelligence among normal individuals is relatively uniform. In most instances, perceived incompetence arises from an inadequate foundation. So, the significance of specialized knowledge lies here. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Lai Go. Given sufficient time and experience, he, too, could ascend to the ranks of the foremost elites. The inferiority of one's academic institution is of little consequence when one excels academically. After indulging in self-satisfaction, he perused the skills section, deriving considerable pleasure. Skills, being relatively independent, render a level 3 driving proficiency unrelated to a level 3 culinary expertise. However, a level 3 writing skill could potentially find application in conjunction with a level 3 driving skill. Ahem. Such applications are no longer relevant, as he has long ceased engaging in such activities. Observing the preponderance of 69s within the interface, Lai Gu experienced immense satisfaction. Further contemplation of the array of level 3 skills amplified his delight. Finally, upon accessing the incessantly flashing messages section, Han Lai was unable to maintain his composure. A broad grin spreading across his face. You have fulfilled all upgrade requirements. The consumption system has been elevated to level 2. The changes are as follows. Firstly, the attribute allocation feature for the excellent level has been unlocked, allowing for experience points to be allocated at any time. Between 70-79 points of attributes. Each point necessitates 200,000 experience points. Goodness, that's quite expensive. To enhance a single attribute to its maximum requires 200,000. With 4 fundamental attributes and 4 secondary attributes, one would need a staggering total of 16 million in expenditure to achieve the utmost limit. However, upon further reflection, Han Lai contemplates that the price is not exorbitant. Were those top-tier billionaires granted the opportunity to enhance their attributes, they would surely be willing to pay 100 million for a single point. Some attributes could even exceed 100 million. Health at 200 million per point. Fair enough. Special attributes at 500 million per point. Reasonable, wouldn't you agree? How many men possess talents as extraordinary as mine, starting with a base of 75? It truly is insufficient without such enhancements. Secondly, the highest level of professional knowledge and skills has been elevated to level 4, with a cap of 999 experience points. Gazing at that set of numbers, Han Lai feels a throbbing pain in his head. Elevating skills to level 4 is relatively manageable, requiring merely 200,000 experience points. Yet, advancing from level 4 to level 5 presents an almost insurmountable challenge, a staggering 10 million experience points. Nevertheless, if level 4 signifies professional proficiency, then level 5 embodies expert status. That marks a qualitative leap. Attaining full experience for level 5 would likely render one a top-tier master, akin to Tao Hongjing in mathematics or Yang Zhining in physics. Goodness, I dare not even contemplate it. Thirdly, a new feature has been unlocked for consumption gifts. Oh, a new feature. With renewed vigor, Han Lai swiftly turned his attention to the specifics of the feature's description. Chapter 17. A fresh visage, expenditure bonus. Each monetary transaction carries a slight probability of yielding a complementary item related to the purchase. Complementary items will be directly deposited into the inventory. The succinct 2-line explanation left Han Lai in a state of bewilderment, feeling as though he grasped the concept, yet simultaneously remained in the dark, evoking a sense of vexation. Resignedly, he thought it best to await a successful activation to fully comprehend the mechanism. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, Han Lai eagerly commenced the pivotal project, the replacement of his teeth. With a mental command, his experience points diminished with astonishing rapidity. Stunned by the swift depletion, Han Lai witnessed his original teeth falling out one by one in the mirror, accompanied by copious amounts of blood. Devoid of any pain, his entire oral cavity felt numb. He promptly leaned over the toilet, continuously expelling fragments of teeth and blood. The entire process transpired quickly. After approximately 1 minute, Han Lai regained sensation in his mouth. He hurriedly rinsed his mouth with water and then gazed at his reflection. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed. "Who is this handsome fellow?" Merely having a new set of teeth had seemingly transformed Han Lai entirely. His teeth were now aligned, dense, and as white as jade, with a lustrous surface. The upper and lower gums were immaculate, displaying a pale pink hue indicative of robust health. When he smiled faintly, his entire demeanor appeared remarkably refreshed. When laughing heartily, his gleaming white teeth were revealed, exuding a radiant and youthful aura. "Is this truly me?" he mused. As Han Lai gazed into the mirror, tears brimmed in his eyes. It had been an arduous journey. After years of feeling unattractive, he had finally emerged, ready to join the ranks of the youthful and alluring. Yet, he still felt there was room for improvement. With fervor, Han Lai commanded, "Enhance the bridge of my nose, rectify any imperfections." Within mere seconds, his face was utterly transformed, fresh and immaculate. Feeling that his nose was not sufficiently elevated, he instructed, "Raise the bridge a bit higher." Noticing that his nose tip appeared somewhat large, he added, "Narrow the nostrils." Observing the dullness of his complexion, he declared, "Brighten my skin tone." For the first time in his life, Han Lai discovered the joy of customizing his visage in reality, reveling in the experience. Until a system notification interrupted his elation. Insufficient experience points. What? All that experience gone? Han Lai finally emerged from his fervor and hastily checked his status panel, which had undergone a dramatic transformation. Base attributes: Strength 69, Agility 69, Constitution 69, Intelligence 69. Secondary attributes: Attractiveness 72, Build 69, Health 71, Special 75, Knowledge, Mathematics Level 3, English Level 3, Accounting Level 3, Finance Level 3, Law Level 3, Marketing Level 3, Literature Level 3, Psychology Level 3, Skills, Driving Level 3, Vehicle Handling Level 3, Culinary Arts Level 3, Craftsmanship Level 4, Stock Trading Level 3, Writing Level 3, Billiards Level 3, Singing Level 3, Deception Level 3, Acting Level 3, Cash, 74,830, Experience, 125, Han Lai gazed at his attractiveness and health statistics, feeling a surge of delight. His attributes had increased by a total of 5 points, when logically, such an enhancement should require 1,000,000 experience points. However, due to the solitary enhancement of sub-attributes and the ensuing interactive influences, he ultimately expended less than 700,000 experience points, a significant profit. Thus, although his experience dwindled to a mere 3-digit figure, Han Lai felt no remorse. Money spent can always be earned again. Nothing eclipses the importance of becoming taller and more handsome. In Han Lai's perspective, appearance, physique, and intellect are the 3 paramount attributes that must be maximized at the earliest opportunity. Special attributes are of lesser significance. One pertains to outward appearances, while the other relates to inner qualities. The outward aspect must be impressive for others to see. Thus, maximizing it before the developmental phase concludes will lead to fewer troubles in the future. Inner qualities can be cultivated gradually, as not everyone can utilize them immediately. It is essential not to overwhelm them all at once, lest they leave no room for improvement, right? Han Lai tidied himself up meticulously before venturing out for a haircut. A short, layered style with thin sides for a neat and refreshing look sufficed. Although his attractiveness rated a modest 72, his clear gaze, radiant smile, and composed demeanor rendered Han Lai remarkably distinctive. He exuded the vigor of youth while maintaining a sense of restraint. As he walked down the street, he occasionally caught the attention of young ladies. When had old man Han ever enjoyed such treatment? His spirits soared. Yet, not long after, upon encountering 2 exceptionally handsome gentlemen, Han Lai found himself restless again. A score of 72 was still insufficiently exhilarating. Merely the kind of ordinary handsomeness that would be picked apart by customers even if he were a mere escort. Could he devise some means to accumulate another batch of experience points? After a moment of contemplation, he set his sights on real estate. Several new residential developments have recently opened in the city's high-tech zone, but their sales have been lackluster, despite aggressive marketing campaigns with pervasive advertising. While walking down the street, Han Lai noticed numerous young women distributing flyers. These new developments were irrelevant to him, as the units were too large and unaffordable. However, The second-hand housing market had become particularly stagnant due to the promotional activities of these new developments. Han Lai had initially believed that 1 million yuan would only afford him a 55 square meter apartment, but he managed to purchase a 60 square meter unit. Given such affordability, why not acquire another? Perhaps, before the property ownership certificate is issued, he should inquire about a mortgage? With renewed vigor after his rebirth, Han Lai possessed exceptional initiative. Acting on his thoughts, he promptly visited various banks to seek advice. After an extensive search, Mengqing Commercial Bank offered the highest interest rate, but could lend up to 70 of the appraised value, with a swift processing time. A loan of 700,000 yuan would enable him to purchase a compact two-bedroom apartment of approximately 40 square meters. With a 20-year loan term, equal principal and interest payments would result in a monthly payment of 4,800 yuan, or an annual repayment of 58,000 yuan. The annual rental income from the larger apartment was around 40,000 yuan, while the smaller apartment could generate 30,000 yuan, easily covering the monthly mortgage payments. When cash was needed, he could simply mortgage the second property, effortlessly extracting 500,000 yuan. Although the funds available for investment would be reduced, it was a secure approach. If he considered the money insufficient, he could leverage it through margin trading, even if his incompetence led to a margin call. Selling both properties in 2016 would still provide him with an opportunity to start over. And most importantly, he would instantly gain 700,000 experience points. Han Lai craved nothing else, not even Qin Yanfei, only experience. What significant achievements could 700,000 experience points unlock? It was decided. Driven by a sudden inspiration, Han Lai found himself exceedingly occupied. He was completing forms, awaiting the property ownership certificate, navigating procedures, inspecting properties, negotiating prices, and signing contracts. Before these matters could be finalized, his sick leave was nearing its end. Reluctantly, Han Lai contacted his academic advisor, who, with considerable apprehension, repeatedly inquired if he was contemplating reapplying to the university and abandoning his current studies. Han Lai promptly initiated a level 3 persuasion, asserting that his health had not improved and suggesting the advisor review his medical records to understand the severity of his condition, promising to report to the university immediately upon recovery. Assured of his eventual return, the advisor was amenable to other arrangements, granting Han Lai an additional 2 weeks of leave, which, in actuality, he did not fully utilize. By the 22nd, his loan had been officially approved, and on the 23rd, payment was made and the contract signed. Although the property ownership certificate would not be available until the following month, he was already able to lease the property. In the interim, the 60 square meter two-bedroom apartment was successfully rented out for 36,000 per annum. The second property, a 40 square meter two-bedroom apartment, was priced by Han Lai at 24,000 per annum, slightly below the market rate. On only the second day after listing with the agency, a student's parent arrived. Indeed, they were seeking accommodation for educational support, such as the parental devotion. Thanks to this parental concern, the rental income from Han Lai's 2 properties effortlessly covered the monthly mortgage payments, allowing him to return triumphantly. Without waiting for the property ownership certificate, he entrusted its handling to the agency. His heart yearned for home. More accurately, he was eager to return to the place where he had previously failed, to impress those who had underestimated him. Returning home in glory is essential, otherwise, one feels incomplete. Although not wealthy, Han Lai had undergone a transformation, and he intended to astonish those with a condescending view of him. Having disembarked at Hangzhou Airport, one could take Metro Line 10, transferring to either Line 3 or Line 8 to reach the university. However, Han Lai hailed a cab. Those acquainted with Shanghai are well aware of the exorbitant cost of taxis. This year, the starting fare is 14 yuan for the first 3 kilometers, with an additional 2.5 yuan per kilometer thereafter, escalating to 3.6 yuan per kilometer after 10 kilometers, not to mention the meter running during traffic congestion. Today, Han Lai's luck was less than stellar, as Zhongshan Road North was as congested as an intestinal obstruction. Seated in the front passenger seat, Han Lai leisurely observed the digits on the meter incessantly climbing, his heart filled not with impatience, but with a sense of delight. At last, young Master Han had finally achieved the freedom to take taxis without concern for the fare. The taxi driver glanced at him askance several times, inwardly speculating, could this lad be a bit eccentric? Daft. He refrained from engaging Han Lai in conversation until they arrived at their destination. Standing before the entrance of Shanghai International Studies University's School of Humanities, Han Lai gazed serenely at the inscription of the school's name, and then smiled faintly. A peculiar sentiment? Indeed, there was a modicum, but it was not something to be divulged to outsiders. To once again stand at a crossroads previously traversed, such exquisite sensations were beyond the comprehension of others. They could only be savored, assimilated, and cherished by oneself. Han Lai, wheeling his suitcase, proceeded directly to the administrative building. The School of Humanities at Shanghai International Studies University is situated in the Hongkou district. In close proximity to the main campus, sharing amenities such as the gymnasium, canteen, and library, and benefiting from 70 of its faculty being provided by the main university. From this perspective, it would seem to be a reputable institution. However, in reality, the School of Humanities is diminutive, comprising merely 4.5 buildings: a teaching building, a general-purpose building, an administrative office building, and apartment buildings A and B. The campus, constrained by its diminutive size, necessitates vertical construction. Consequently, during peak hours, the elevators in both the dormitories and academic buildings are exceedingly crowded. For sustenance, students either patronize the adjacent Shanghai International Studies University, SISU, cafeteria, or venture into the nearby snack streets. Ordering takeout is an impracticality, as couriers are disinclined to deliver to the humanities dormitories due to the protracted elevator wait times. Accommodation is adequate, with 6-person dormitories featuring bunk beds, air conditioning, and en-suite bathrooms. The environment is unremarkable. The true intrigue lies within the student body. Regarding the student population, there are 3 salient points. Firstly, local Shanghai examinees are admitted to the School of Humanities through the second tier of admissions, whereas students from other provinces are admitted through the third tier. This, coupled with the presence of a prestigious first-tier university next door, creates a diverse mix of students. These 3 distinct groups share dining facilities, athletic fields, libraries, and even swimming pools, resulting in a vibrant atmosphere. Secondly, the School of Humanities' flagship department is the International Exchange College. This department offers small class sizes, annual tuition fees starting at 40,000 RMB, double occupancy dormitories, and instruction entirely in English. Key positions within the student union are predominantly held by students from the International Exchange College. Although the institution values this department, it does not necessarily equate to exceptional competence among its students. Wealth, however, is undeniable. Were it not for the limited campus space, the International Exchange College students could likely host a luxury car exhibition. Their affluence and influence command the deference of the faculty. Thirdly, the adjacent Hongkou campus of Shanghai International Studies University serves as a base for graduate students, international students, and trainees. Generally, postgraduate students in their second year are quite exceptional. As for the state of international students and trainees, well, let's just say it's a bit of a circus. This is the cultural milieu of the School of Humanities. In his previous life, Han Lai's university experience was far from pleasant. It was a constant source of frustration due to this peculiar environment. Subsequently, an incident occurred that nearly led him to withdraw from school. He was eventually persuaded by the head of the department to stay, who then appointed him as the deputy director of the literature and art department as a gesture of appeasement. In his past life, Han Lai didn't quite understand and felt it wasn't too bad. Later, he finally realized, what could an ordinary student do in the literature and art department? No matter how many beautiful women there were, what did it have to do with you? You do a lot of work and get no benefits. What's the point? It was a pity that he woke up too late, and by then, he had been laughed at as a fool for a long time. It's embarrassing just thinking about it. So, all in all, Han Lai didn't make few mistakes in college, almost making all the mistakes a young person could make. Did you think that Brother Lai would wake up from then on? No, after entering society, Brother Lai continued to make mistakes, all the way to his late 20s. He should be invited to endorse old, which is too consistent with the product positioning. It's good to be young, but the life of young people is not always good. Thinking about this and that, Han Lai easily found the administrative office of the business school. The door was open. Han Lai gently knocked on the door and walked in generously. Excuse me, which one is Teacher Liu? I'm Han Lai from the finance class of the business school. A short, fat man sitting inside raised his head upon hearing this, and then greeted him warmly. Han Lai, come and sit down. I am your counselor. Lu Hong, how are you? Is your health better now? Han Lai is quite familiar with Lu Hong, often referring to him as a smiling tiger, a cunning individual, and someone who does not engage in proper conduct. If given the chance, Han Lai would undoubtedly settle the score with him. However, now is not the time for confrontation. So Han Lai maintains a respectful demeanor. Teacher Liu, I apologize for the trouble. I am mostly recovered, though I still experience slight aftereffects of a concussion. By the way, here is my hospitalization report. Lu Hong took the document and glanced at it, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Wow, you really sustained quite serious injuries. Initially, he thought Han Lai was attempting to evade training, but upon seeing the hospitalization report from Jinling Medical, his perspective shifted. It is indeed difficult to fabricate medical records, thus confirming the truth of the hospitalization. You've had quite the unfortunate experience. Well, it's good to hear you are on the mend. Let us go. I will assist you in handling the paperwork. We have evening study sessions in our first year, so tidy up your dormitory in the afternoon. And you can meet with your classmates in the evening. All right, I will follow your arrangements. Lu Hong smiled with satisfaction. The cunning individual has encountered a similarly crafty one. In the first round, Han Lai has claimed a minor victory. Just as he was about to make the payment, Han Lai suddenly inquired, Teacher Liu, how is the environment in our dormitory? I am currently suffering from severe neurosis and cannot tolerate noise. Primarily, he could not endure the presence of several troublesome individuals from his former dormitory. Out of the 30 boys in the finance class, the top 5 most bothersome were all crammed into one room, creating a ruckus that would leave outsiders in disbelief. The dormitory assigned to you does tend to be a bit noisy. Lu Hong frowned, initially intending to advise Han Lai to endure it for a while. However, observing Han Lai tightly clutching his bank card, exuding an air of reluctance to part with his money, I refrained from speaking further. As the last student, it was imperative that I assuage his concerns. What to do? After a moment of contemplation, a sudden idea illuminated my mind. If you are not financially constrained, I could arrange for you a 4-person dormitory, albeit at a higher cost. That would be splendid. A slight increase in price is inconsequential. Tranquility is of utmost importance, Han Lai exclaimed with delight. The 4-person and 2-person dormitories are reserved for the International Exchange College, and students from the Foreign Language Department, regardless of their wealth, cannot secure a place there. The difference between a dormitory accommodating 4 beds versus one with 6 is indeed substantial. Ordinarily, Lu Hong would not possess the authority to facilitate such arrangements. Han Lai had not even dared to consider this fortunate opportunity. He merely wished to change dormitories. To his surprise, an unexpected delight awaited him. Seeing Han Lai's satisfaction, Lu Hong felt a swell of pride within himself. Each year, several beds in the 4-person dormitories remain vacant, which are typically not allocated to ordinary students, but reserved for exchange and transfer students. However, Han Lai's situation was distinctly unique. With ample justification for the request, there was no doubt it would be approved. This was an excellent opportunity to demonstrate his merit to the dean as well. All right, I will write you a note immediately. Please proceed with the payment. In this second round of negotiations, Lai Gu had once again gained a slight advantage. After settling the full year's tuition and accommodation fees, only 40,000 yuan remained in Han Lai's possession. Nevertheless, his experience had surged to just over 150,000. Previously, the aesthetic enthusiast had invested 600,000 experience points in enhancing his appearance, and he had now transformed into a spirited young man with a score of 75. The only drawback was that he had lost some weight. Standing at 179.1 centimeters, he still weighed a mere 120 jin, his features sharply defined. Han Lai had a premonition that if he could find a way to strengthen himself, his attractiveness score would naturally increase. A score of 79 would indeed mark him as a bona fide handsome young man. Chapter 19. Self-introductions are merely a facade, are they not? Subsequently, Lu Hong escorted Han Lai to view the dormitory. Room 404 in Building A was among the finest of the male accommodations. In the College of Humanities, the quality of a dormitory is primarily determined by its floor level. The top floor may not be the best, as the second floor reigns supreme. Lower floors eliminate the need to wait for the elevator, offer convenient exits, boast higher water pressure, and allow deliveries to arrive directly at the dormitory. Even the student council rarely conducts inspections there. The convenience is simply unparalleled. As for the penthouse with river views, not even a dog would choose to reside there. Upon receiving the key, Han Lai wandered around the dormitory, thoroughly pleased. Thank you, Teacher Liu, for your consideration. Oh, by the way, do you smoke? I can buy you a pack. Han Lai exclaimed, smacking his forehead, leaving his suitcase unattended as he turned to leave. Oh, no, no need. Lu Hong, maintaining a semblance of dignity, thought it inappropriate to impose on someone who did not smoke and had not prepared any. He hurriedly stopped Han Lai, reflecting inwardly. This child is quite sincere. With his mood uplifted, his smile became more genuine. You take care of your business first. The smoking matter can wait. Han Lai nodded, appearing somewhat perplexed, feigning ignorance to the hint. Given that it was their first meeting, Lu Hong found it indeed inappropriate to be more explicit. Thus, he thought to himself, being too honest isn't necessarily a virtue. Very well, you settle in, and later, make sure to obtain a campus card. Attend your evening self-study session in classroom 222 before 6:30 p.m. Han Lai suddenly brightened. Understood. Teacher Lu, allow me to see you off. Lu Hong was filled with a mixture of gratification and frustration as he walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. The last student was quite affluent and demonstrated respect for his teacher, which was commendable. However, he was excessively earnest and lacked the initiative to engage, necessitating a gradual approach to education. Alas, being a good counselor is indeed no easy task. Meanwhile, Han Lai hummed a tune, confidently navigating his way out of the campus to a small market, where he set about acquiring daily necessities. He made a concerted effort to select quality items, bedding, toiletries, everyday essentials, and self-defense tools, ultimately spending over 4,000 yuan. Remarkably, he felt no pangs of guilt, despite having expended the entirety of a typical semester's living expenses. Han Lai promptly admonished himself. One must not become complacent. You are still a struggling student. After tidying up his dormitory, he proceeded to collect his textbooks, obtain a campus card, and pay for the internet service. Once everything was settled, his roommates had yet to return. Han Lai took out his phone and snapped a photo of the dorm room, sending it to Chen Yinfei along with 2 words and an emoticon. Checked in. Salute. This bore a dual significance, serving both as a notification to the school and as an update to her after settling in. Before long, her reply arrived. Very good. Winking smile. Han Lai smiled knowingly. It was evident that she understood the underlying message. Otherwise, she would not have responded with those words and that expression. Very good also held a double entendre, imbued with subtleties that could only be appreciated intuitively. Recently, both had been quite busy, leaving little opportunity for conversation. However, whenever they did engage, they effortlessly grasped each other's thoughts. This was truly delightful. A solitary individual, Han Lai, had never experienced romance firsthand, but had witnessed numerous displays of affection. In his estimation, truly harmonious couples were a rarity. Unfortunately, an immediate meeting with Chen Yinfei was unfeasible for Han Lai. The transformation was rather drastic, quite startling. Fortunately, Chen Yinfei was situated at the Songjiang campus of Shanghai International Studies University, far removed from the Hongkou campus, rendering a rendezvous challenging. He was confident he could navigate this semester. By the time winter break arrived, after a semester's respite, she would be astonished but not suspicious. Han Lai hoped to elevate his appearance to the maximum of 79 points by then, delivering a monumental surprise. After a brief exchange, Chen Yinfei bid farewell. Little Han, my roommate is calling me for dinner. You should eat well too and build up your strength. Han Lai cheerfully hummed a tune, stowing away his phone. Noticing the lateness of the hour, he ventured outside the campus to a mala stir-fry restaurant, where he devoured 3 bowls of rice. Indeed, a healthy mindset had improved his appetite. At this rate, gaining weight should be effortless. Having finished dinner at precisely 6 p.m., Han Lai perused the bookstore near the school, intending to purchase a book. Professional texts were unnecessary. He sought a guide to life's wisdom. Upon locating a suitable book and completing the transaction, the system chimed unexpectedly. You have purchased a life manual, triggering the gift feature, and received an additional present. Is it already here? Splendid. Han Lai hurriedly opened his inventory, only to find another book lying within. The moment he glimpsed the title, he was taken aback. The Sutra of the Medicine Master, the Radiant Light Tathgata's original aspiration and meritorious deeds. What is the meaning of this? Is it a reminder for me to cultivate my character? I have already given up my craft. With a head full of questions, he examined the item's attributes. And suddenly a smile broke across his face, making him laugh uncontrollably. An ordinary scripture. By earnestly reciting the entire text, one can increase intelligence by 1 point at each level. The meaning of each level is as follows, from 70 to 79 points. One can add 1 point of intelligence, from 80 to 89 points, another point, from 90 to 99 points, yet another. Attributes of the excellent level hold little value. merely 200,000. However, attributes of the genius level are entirely different, judging by the experience required for upgrading a level 4 skill. Could it not be 10 million for a single point? As for the illustrious level attributes, best not to dwell on it. Conservatively estimating, the hidden benefits this scripture brings Han Lai will not be less than 200 million renminbi. Delightful. Han Lai felt as though the sky had turned a brighter blue. The air sweeter, and even the dogs by the roadside seemed to possess a refined charm. With a joyous heart, he headed to evening self-study. At 6:20 p.m., Han Lai, carrying a small shoulder bag, arrived at the familiar classroom 222, where he encountered familiar faces. Intentionally entering through the back door, he discreetly found an empty seat, unaffected by the ensuing commotion and ripples. As the clock neared 1:30, Lu Hong entered the classroom, hands behind his back. Ahem. Classmates, may I have your attention? Allow me to introduce a new student. Due to personal circumstances, this newcomer has just joined us. And as we will be together for the next 4 years, I encourage you all to familiarize yourselves with one another. Now, Han Lai, please come up and introduce yourself. In his previous life, there was a similar introduction segment, but Han Lai's performance was rather lackluster. At that time, he had just been severely criticized by Pan Xiaoying, leaving him feeling despondent and vulnerable, which led to a sense of self-neglect. Consequently, his presentation was the least impressive in class. However, the present is quite different. Brother Lai does not intend to be overly ostentatious, yet he aims to leave a memorable impression. Han Lai strides from the back row toward the podium, adorned with a quintessential marketing smile, one that has clearly been practiced, revealing 8 gleaming teeth, both courteous and appropriate. In truth, he is not naturally a cheerful individual, but with such exquisite teeth, it would be a shame not to smile. After careful consideration, he ultimately decides that looking handsome is of greater importance, a sentiment I believe everyone can appreciate. With a charming smile, Han Xiaoshui turns, nods, and begins to speak, exuding confidence akin to the brilliance of his pearly whites. Hello everyone, my name is Han Lai, with Han as in Han Xian and Lai as in blazing fire. I am 18 years old and hail from Dream City. It is a privilege to become your classmate, and I sincerely hope to forge friendships with those whose personalities and interests align with mine. As for my hobbies, I shall refrain from elaborating for now, as I possess a multitude of skills that you may discover over time. Regrettably, I was hospitalized due to illness and was unable to share the trials and tribulations of military training with you all. This remains a lingering regret of mine. I hope to have the opportunity to make amends in the future. The reason I pursue a career in finance is rooted in a dream. I aspire to accumulate my first fortune amidst the vast and tumultuous market, thereby realizing my intrinsic value and ultimately becoming a wealthy individual who is both unpretentious and kind-hearted. This endeavor will undoubtedly be challenging, yet I am willing to invest the necessary effort. Concurrently, I hope to receive encouragement and assistance from others, longing for like-minded companions to join me on this journey. In the past, I penned a couplet of whimsical poetry, which I now shamelessly present to my classmates for mutual encouragement. The dying dreams of kings are worth 1,000 gold. Yet I would not exchange my youthful vigor for a mere ounce of fortune. May we all remain true to the aspirations of our youth. Lastly, I have 2 matters to address. First, may I inquire as to who the class monitor is? I would appreciate it if you could approach me shortly, as I need to contribute to the class fund. I am enthusiastic about participating in our collective activities. Secondly, are there any single ladies in the class who find my type appealing? Being young and inexperienced in romance, I am eager to find a partner and am quite easy to engage with. If interested, please add me to the group and message me privately. Public flirtation will not be entertained. That concludes my self-introduction. Thank you all. As I finished speaking, an enthusiastic round of applause and laughter erupted from the audience. Although Han Lai did not deliberately seek attention, his brief self-presentation, lasting just over half a minute, clearly showcased his capabilities. He was poised and confident, articulating his words with clarity and fluency in standard Mandarin, infused with a touch of humor. His overall proficiency was sufficient to surpass 95 of his peers. While he may not stand out among the elite institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University, in the realm of liberal arts, he was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. Though the core may be somewhat fabricated, who can truly discern? As Han Lai returned to his seat, whispers filled the air, reverberating with admiration. Wow, he is so handsome. I declare Han Lai as our class heartthrob. Those 2 lines of poetry were truly captivating. This guy genuinely possesses talent. Ah, How I envy such individuals. So confident and graceful in front of the entire class. His smile is simply enchanting, isn't it? Isn't he both charming and easy to be deceived? Why don't you make a move? Nonsense. I hardly believe that. He doesn't seem like a scoundrel, yet I can tell he is not easily fooled. I sense that Han Lai is exceptionally intelligent. Indeed, among the boys in our class, none exhibit a performance that rivals his. I can't take it anymore. He is looking at me. I might just faint. Han Lai's eyes are truly beautiful. His nose is elegantly sculpted, and his smile radiates warmth. I've heard that those with high nose bridges are remarkable. Oh my, I simply cannot endure you. But is this for real? It's said that a score of 75 in looks shouldn't be this extraordinary. However, Han Lai's appearance is strikingly appealing. His most prominent feature, his eyes, could easily earn an 85. With a straight nose and a slim face, his contours are remarkably defined, almost chiseled. Those indifferent may find him too sharp or too thin, while admirers will be utterly captivated. Lastly, his teeth are pristine and well-aligned, making his smile exceedingly dazzling. Even the dental veneers of celebrities pale in comparison. Coupled with an air of confidence, charm, humor, and an undeniable charisma, he exudes a powerful personal allure. Many young women were surreptitiously glancing back, feigning conversation with those behind them to steal looks at Han Lai. He had truly made a name for himself. Naturally, not all the commentary was laudatory. Few among the male students were pleased to see a fellow male preening on stage. Lu Ji muttered with envy, "Damn. What's he trying to prove?" Chun Ping cursed under his breath, "Damn. This new guy is pretty cocky, huh?" Duan Xiaoyi wondered, stroking his chin. "Our dorm is the only one in the entire class with a vacant spot, isn't it? Still hasn't arrived. Could that little rascal be living off campus?" In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 5 tiger generals of the finance class had taken a dislike to Han Lai. This was hardly surprising. In their past lives, the 5 tiger generals shared a dorm room with Han Lai. They were constantly at each other's throats. Yet they presented a united front when it came to Han Lai. One could say that the peace of dorm 1918 was entirely maintained by Han Lai. Now that Han Lai no longer lived in dorm 1918, they could still find common ground in their dislike for him. Their ill-fated connection was set in stone, wasn't it? Han Lai caught the unfriendly gazes of those idiots and, while not taking it too seriously, remained vigilant. He only needed to make Pan Xiaohong's mistake once. Lu Hong habitually grumbled a couple of times before walking away with his hands behind his back. Immediately afterward, a young woman stood up, a vision in a red dress, and gracefully approached Han Lai. A fragrant breeze stirred, and all eyes were upon her. "Hello, Han Lai. I'm Shi Luting, the class monitor for our finance class. 2 things. First, I'm here to collect the class fee. Second, I'm inviting you to join the group." Han Lai's spirits lifted. The fish he wanted to catch had taken the bait. Chapter 20. Shi Lutian is regarded as the most beautiful girl in the business school, or at least one of the most beautiful among her peers. In a previous life, Han Lai held no inappropriate thoughts towards her. Their relationship was merely that of ordinary classmates. Occasionally stealing glances and indulging in daydreams seemed harmless, did it not? Yet, she nearly caused Han Lai to withdraw from school. The distinction between right and wrong is now irrelevant, for that incident is destined never to recur. Han Lai possesses a generous heart and harbors no grudges. Thus, he merely wishes to rekindle their friendship. Quite a reasonable desire, wouldn't you agree? Han Lai lifted his gaze, his clear eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness, embodying the essence of a naive youth. "Class monitor, are you mimicking my speech?" Shi Lutian raised an eyebrow. "What? Is it possible for you to speak about 2 matters while I cannot?" One stood with head bowed, exuding a formidable confidence. The other sat with head tilted back, radiating an innocent allure. When their eyes met, time seemed to stand still, and the atmosphere became palpably charged. The 2 girls seated in the front row initially intended to observe the new student, but instead witnessed the queen teasing her little puppy. Their fists clenched and faces adorned with an infatuated smirk. Is this spectacle truly something I can witness without expense? Shi Lutian is an exceptionally assertive and aloof woman, emanating an air of distance. Standing at a height of 179 centimeters, she possesses a strikingly beautiful yet austere visage, complemented by alluring, elongated fox-like eyes that can enchant anyone. Her beauty is so aggressively captivating that no male in the class dares to pursue her. Even those harboring secret affections feel too shy to speak of them. Even when amplified across the entire university, Only a select few elites from the School of International Communication and senior students possessed the audacity to approach her. In his past life, Hanlai certainly wouldn't have dared to entertain any presumptuous thoughts. At present, as a freshman, she remained relatively unpolished, merely a diamond in the rough. However, once she commenced a systematic regimen of chest, waist, and glute exercises at the university's fitness center, she metamorphosed into a campus-wide goddess within a mere 6 months. While those outside the School of Foreign Languages attributed her beauty to innate endowments, her classmates in the finance program were privy to the rigorous discipline she imposed upon herself. If her bust was deemed too petite, she would train it relentlessly. Once the underlying musculature was sufficiently developed, her entire bust line became remarkably firm, effortlessly supporting additional adipose tissue, resulting in a flawless contour. If her waist was considered too pliant, she would train it assiduously. Her once slender waistline was deliberately thickened, yet it appeared more harmonious and possessed greater definition. Furthermore, with her core strength enhanced, her posture became as erect as a white poplar, her gait imbued with rhythm, and her entire demeanor exuded remarkable grace. If her buttocks were deemed too emaciated, she would train them without regard for weight, until they were rounded and shapely. Ultimately, her glutes and legs were integrated harmoniously, their proportions perfectly balanced, resulting in a physique that surpassed her current appearance by at least 2 orders of magnitude. Hanlai vividly recalled the deafening howls of adoration that erupted when she graced the stage as a hostess at the university's gala during her sophomore year. A figure-hugging white dress accentuated her captivating physique. Her countenance was serene, like the radiant moon in the heavens. Her enunciation was crisp, her voice magnetic. And despite the absence of overt passion, she exuded an ineffable sense of power. From that day forward, no man on campus could withstand her irresistible allure. If there was a matter to be addressed, they would yield, leave. She always addressed the flies outside with such unyielding disdain, while treating her classmates with somewhat more leniency. To those she held dear, her patience would be even more pronounced. In his previous life, Hanlai had never experienced her forbearance. However, now, Brother Lai wished to gauge the impression he left on her. I have 3 matters to discuss. Hanlai suddenly blinked and broke into a smile. The previous shyness and naivety dissipated in an instant, revealing a dazzling array of white teeth, bright eyes, a noble nose, and a sharply defined face, collectively embodying a youthful exuberance that was utterly striking. Shi Lutian was momentarily taken aback. Hanlai mischievously inquired. Is there a connection between joining the class group and seeking a partner? Class monitor, you seem to have missed the crux of the matter. Indeed. There was no connection. Shi Lutian nodded, her faint smile abruptly vanishing, her expression transitioning to one of cool detachment. So, is it possible that I am not missing the point at all, but rather, I simply do not care about your third matter? The 2 girls in the front row could not contain their laughter, hastily covering their mouths. Darn it, this woman is quite challenging. Hanlai mused silently, yet within, he felt no sense of defeat, only an indomitable spirit burning brightly. There was ample time, no need to hurry or become anxious. Hanlai also restrained his smile, and in an instant, his expression became even calmer than hers. Well then, how much is the class fund? Shi Lutian was momentarily taken aback, an inexplicable sensation welling up within her. She sensed a kindred spirit. She was certain of it, though she revealed no outward sign. 200. She spoke softly, yet her demeanor was assertive, distant, and strictly businesslike. Additionally, we plan to organize a gathering, tentatively scheduled for late September or during the National Day holiday. If attendance is sparse, we shall refrain from utilizing class funds. Those who attend will share the expenses equally. If the turnout is substantial, we will allocate funds from the class budget. Hanlai retrieved 200 yuan from his wallet and handed it to her, politely inquiring, will we be notified in advance? Certainly, at least 3 days prior. Then I shall tentatively sign up. Good. Please join the class QQ group and pay attention to updates. The official group for the finance class has always been on QQ, and even years after graduation, it can still rouse a significant number of classmates, especially for monumental news such as Shi Lutian's wedding. Rejoining the QQ group filled Lai Gu with a peculiar sense of nostalgia. Upon seeing the messages within the group, his emotions became even more complex. Shi Lutian, let us welcome our new classmate. Ganchai Laihua, please update your group nickname. Luigi, welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. Xinyu, welcome, welcome, a warm welcome. After a flurry of copied and pasted greetings, someone suddenly voiced a complaint. Wang Hongli, wide-eyed, wide-eyed, wide-eyed. So it's this Lai Hua. The group erupted in excitement. Zhonglei, the new classmate, seems a bit shy. The messages flooded in. Yu Yun, covering her mouth, stifling laughter. Shy little handsome guy. What kind of girl do you like? The screen was once again inundated with messages. Chinping, damn. A person with such flamboyance claims to have never dated? I don't believe it. No one responded. Chinping, ha ha, how desperate are you? The conversation continued with no one paying attention. Han Lai found it amusing. The most bothersome person in the finance class had already begun to make his mark. Faced with an incessant stream of mentions from the girls, Han Lai chose to respond with a singular, playful remark. I am the fierce one of the 3 virtues and 9 chastities. Shyly, he then turned off his phone, indifferent to the reactions of others. Although the group chat was lively now, in a month's time, once everyone became familiar with one another, who would still have the patience to engage in idle chatter? Wouldn't private conversations be more enticing? What kind of conversations? That was left to one's imagination. As Shi Lu Ting was about to leave, her dormitory friend, Yu Yun, suddenly appeared. She wrapped her arms around Shi Lu Ting's waist and took the empty seat next to Han Lai. Hi, how are you? Hello. Han Lai replied with a smile and a nod. When Yu Yun noticed Han Lai putting down his phone, she discreetly glanced at it, her gaze fleetingly skimming over the brand of the device. The affluent Han Lai was still using that 1,000 yuan imitation phone. Initially, he had refrained from changing it due to uncertainty about the costs of buying a house. Later, it was merely a matter of laziness. He intended to replace both the phone and the SIM card once he arrived in the bustling metropolis, leading to the current situation. I'm Yu Yun, from Jiangnan. She introduced herself, embodying the beauty that the southern water towns are known for. However, Han Lai was all too aware of her true nature. Thus his response was rather perfunctory. Yu Yun, a lovely name. Thank you. Yu Yun covered her mouth with a playful laugh, her eyes sparkling. Your name is also beautiful, 3 virtues and 9 chastities. Uft. Han Lai chuckled softly, choosing not to reply further as he lowered his head to read. Yu Yun was momentarily stunned, feeling a mix of confusion and grievance, instinctively glancing towards Shi Lu Ting. Was my joke too far? It shouldn't have been. He brought it up in the group himself. Shi Lu Tian, indifferent to such matters, patted her hand, signaling her to join him. Yu Yun, however, was reluctant to leave. After pondering for a moment, she forcibly initiated a new topic. Han Lai, what brand is your phone? I don't think I've ever seen it before. Han Lai did not lift his gaze, responding calmly, a counterfeit Xiaomi 1. Yu Yun was utterly bewildered, her emotions fluctuating dramatically. What sort of enigma was this? Dressed in authentic Nike, tall and slender, with fair skin and an admirable demeanor, he clearly resembled a privileged city child. Yet, he was using a 2- or 3-year-old knockoff phone. Unable to restrain herself, she asked, why would you use such a phone? Do you have a special attachment to the Xiaomi 1? Han Lai glanced at her, then replied softly with a single word, poor. Yu Yun felt a shiver run down her spine from that condescending look. Hearing Han Lai's answer nearly made her heart explode with anger. In reality, among the out-of-province students attending the School of Humanities, only a minuscule fraction come from financially disadvantaged backgrounds, forcing themselves to enroll. The majority hail from at least middle-class families. If conditions were truly dire, it would be far more sensible to attend a less expensive third-tier university within their home province or enroll in a vocational school to learn a trade. The tuition is exorbitant, the cost of living in Shanghai is high, and job prospects post-graduation are grim. Why endure such hardship? Those who choose to attend a third-tier university in Shanghai can undoubtedly afford it. Yet, Han Lai was the exception to this rule. His familial circumstances were remarkably ordinary. His father was employed at the grassroots level of a state-owned enterprise, a position that was not strenuous but yielded meager earnings. His mother toiled in various menial jobs. Currently as a cashier, the youthful and imprudent Han Lai yearned for the opulence of Shanghai, resolutely insisting on attending the School of Humanities. In retrospect, this decision was not inherently egregious. With diligent effort and the acquisition of genuine skills, Shanghai indeed presented ample opportunities for advancement. However, Han Lai failed to capitalize on his final opportunity in university, his spirit too fragile, succumbing to despondency after a few setbacks. Consequently, he endured years of unfulfilled potential. Returning to the present, Han Lai spoke truthfully when he stated that he initially purchased a counterfeit Mi 1 due to financial constraints. However, Yu Yun found this assertion implausible. Given Han Lai's current demeanor, it was inconceivable to believe. She surmised that Han Lai was being deliberately evasive, unwilling to engage in a sincere conversation. In that case, farewell. Was she, after all, in one of a supplicant? With a sullen countenance, she grasped Shi Luding's hand and stormed back to her seat. Meanwhile, Han Lai remained engrossed in his book, his mind as serene as a placid lake. In truth, Han Lai was not particularly adept at amorous pursuits, even now. His skill repertoire lacked a flirting proficiency. However, the erudite Han possessed a level 3 understanding of psychology. Having been involved in marketing in his previous life, he possessed a modicum of knowledge in behavioral psychology and facial expression analysis. Ordinarily, such superficial knowledge would be inconsequential. However, the system defied conventional norms. Upon leveling up, all knowledge explicitly named in the panel ascended to level 3. The resulting effect was immediately transformative. Possessing a mastery of conventional psychological principles, Han Lai is now to be addressed with deference as Grandmaster Han. Irrespective of their intelligence and maturity, Yu Yun and Shi Luding remain freshman undergraduates. In the presence of Grandmaster Han, their acumen is rendered inconsequential. The evening study sessions at the university are quite predictable. In esteemed institutions, students diligently pursue their studies. However, within the Faculty of Humanities, such sessions devolve into unstructured free time. The classroom is a cacophony of activity, with various pursuits underway. Most audaciously, a group of male students in the rear corner are engaged in a boisterous card game. To Han Lai's right is an unoccupied desk. In front of him, 2 female students are engrossed in a discussion about celebrities. One of them has surreptitiously glanced back at him on several occasions. Upon her 5th or 6th furtive glance, Han Lai finally raises his gaze, offering her a smile, and inquires, "Is there something you require?" The young woman's countenance flushes with color. However, her companion, with greater audacity, turns to face Han Lai directly. "My name is Lu Yao, and this is Wang Hongli." Han Lai nods in acknowledgement. "Greetings." Both young women possess unremarkable appearances, neither particularly attractive nor unattractive. Nevertheless, Han Lai maintains an amiable demeanor, as they are roommates of Shi Luding and Yu Yun. "Why are you so impatient with Yu Yun?" Lu Yao inquires. "Is she not attractive?" "Indeed, she is," Han Lai affirms, before retorting, "And your point?" Lu Yao is rendered speechless. However, her perception of Han Lai undergoes a significant improvement. Do not be deceived into thinking that harmony prevails within a girl's dormitory. That notion is utterly fallacious. In truth, the lesser the university's reputation, the more intricate the conflicts among the female residents. With little focus on their studies, they expend their energies on interpersonal dynamics, consequently elevating the likelihood of disputes. Conversely, institutions with a robust academic atmosphere foster a more innocent environment, solidifying friendships. As for the class monitor, Lu Yao inquired eagerly. "You don't seem particularly enthusiastic about her, do you? She is so beautiful. Even I, as a girl, am fond of her." "It feels like our personalities don't quite align," Han Lai casually offered as an excuse. Finally, Wang Hongli mustered her courage to speak, timidly asking, "Aren't you eager to find a partner?" "Indeed," Han Lai confirmed with a nod, then added with a smile. "But there is no need to fixate solely on the most beautiful one, is there?" His pristine, well-aligned teeth momentarily dazzled Wang Hongli, leaving her feeling as though she were in love. Suddenly emboldened, she queried, "What type of girl do you prefer?" Han Lai provided an infallible response. "I place greater importance on inner beauty and compatibility. Physical appearance ranks third." Lu Yao was about to pose another question, but Han Lai had already lowered his head again. "I need to study. You may continue your conversation." The 2 girls exchanged glances, a mix of disappointment and resolve, before turning back to their desks to engage in hushed whispers. Before long, a lively discussion regarding Han Lai erupted within their dormitory group chat. Yu Yun, feeling irked, naturally directed some criticism toward Han Lai. In contrast, Wang Hongli and Lu Yao held a remarkably favorable impression of him, vigorously defending his character. Observing the incessant stream of messages in the group chat, coupled with Yu Yun's expression of gritted teeth, Shi Luding could no longer suppress her curiosity. "Just one glance. I'll only take one peek." However, that single glance evolved into a half-hour of engrossment. Despite the banality of the chatter, she managed to glean 2 key pieces of information. Firstly, the new student considers me the most beautiful in the class. Secondly, the new student harbors no interest in me. If he's uninterested, then so be it, she thought, as if I care in the slightest. Shi Luding closed the group chat interface, indelibly etching Han Lai into her memory. She indeed held no regard for sycophants, yet she remained a woman, and with womanhood comes a competitive spirit. The emotional fluctuations incited by this spirit can metamorphose into a myriad of things. Only time will reveal the ultimate outcome. At 8 p.m., following evening self-study, Han Lai mingled among the throng, gradually making his way toward the dormitory. Solitary ventures were out of the question. The entire campus was of such limited expanse that everyone's movements were confined to the space between four buildings. The advantage was that daily proximity fostered closer relationships. The disadvantage was that any budding romance was subject to the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes. One might assume that such circumstances would curtail the likelihood of romantic infidelity. How naive. It only facilitates it. Moreover, after the initial transgression, all psychological barriers crumble, allowing for unrestrained indulgence. There existed a veritable goddess who, over the course of 4 years, had dalliances with 5 roommates from a particular male dormitory. Would you believe it? Han Lai initially found it incredulous, until the affair unfolded right before his very eyes. And he, ironically, was the one left out. This is indeed a profoundly sorrowful tale. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, Han Lai drifted along with the crowd into the apartment lobby, only to turn sharply into the stairwell. His classmates behind him appeared somewhat bewildered, whispering amongst themselves while waiting for the elevator. Han Lai actually resides on a lower floor. There must be some connections involved, surely. They speculated. New students can hardly secure a spot in a 4-person dormitory. He isn't even from our city. Do you think you have some sort of privilege? You think you can just move in? Our graduation certificates carry more weight than yours, don't they? How about that? I swear, I could take you down. Oh, come on. Although the semester had barely commenced for 2 weeks, the students had already grown to loathe the interminable wait for the elevator. During such times, their tempers flared. It felt as if the day was incomplete without at least a couple of exchanges of barbed remarks. Consequently, Han Lai's situation only fueled their envy further. I'll ask that guy tomorrow how he managed to secure a spot. The accommodation fee is an extra 2,000. Do you have that kind of money? Dream on. Even if you had it, they wouldn't grant you a place. If you truly wish to stay, you might as well transfer to the international college. Indeed, the bickering resumed, just another day in their lives. Han Lai made his way to the dormitory, and from a distance, he could hear the raucous noise emanating from the room. As he pushed the door open, he was nearly overwhelmed by the stench. 6 boys were inside, smoking, each clutching a can of beer. They were animatedly engaged in conversation, their language rife with vulgarities. Upon noticing Han Lai entering, 6 pairs of eyes turned in unison to regard him. Han Lai boldly flung the door wide open, standing at the threshold as he calmly glanced back. After a brief standoff, one of the boys in the dormitory grew impatient. If you don't want to come in, then just get the hell out. Are you standing there like a door god? Han Lai merely nodded and silently made his way to his bed. Upon reaching his bedside, he noticed a carefree young man with tousled yellow hair lounging on his desk, nonchalantly resting his feet on Han Lai's chair. As he approached the desk, under the scrutiny of 6 pairs of eyes, Han Lai composedly inquired, "Could you please get up?" "No," the yellow-haired youth replied dismissively, lifting his eyelids slightly and exhaling a puff of smoke toward Han Lai, his face adorned with a mocking smirk, as if to taunt. "What can you do about it?" The other 5 boys reacted with laughter. Some stood up, while others looked at Han Lai with derision. Goodness, this dormitory was more tumultuous than 1918. Chapter 22. A sense of ritual before the outburst. If he were a typical 18-year-old, he would likely be seething with rage at this moment. However, for Brother Lai, it all seemed rather trivial. Having spent 4 years immersed in the humanities, he understood all too well the essence of the International Exchange Institute. Discussions of mutual respect were futile. Instead, one must delve into more profound matters. Han Lai, maintaining his composure, inquired once more, "Are you from room 404? "Indeed," the yellow-haired youth retorted, tilting his head toward the right. "I sleep in the bed next to yours." "What of it?" "Oh, that's good," Han Lai replied with a nod, showing no further reaction as he picked up his shoulder bag and climbed onto his bed. The laughter of the boys erupted, unrestrained and boisterous. How utterly amusing. "What? Are you looking for trouble? Come on, brother, come down now, and I'll practice with you." Yet, Han Lai remained impervious, displaying neither excessive emotion nor any response. He simply removed his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and retrieved a gleaming goat horn hammer from his backpack, placing it meticulously beneath his pillow. The laughter abruptly diminished by 2/3. The four boys opposite Han Lai resembled chickens caught by the neck, their eyes wide and laughter extinguished. Gulp. One boy, clad in a new LV shirt, swallowed audibly, unable to control himself. The sound, though faint, caused Han Lai to pause mid-action, as if the world had been momentarily frozen. In that stillness, while his limbs remained motionless, he turned his head at an odd angle to gaze at the LV boy. His expression was vacant and dazed, his pupils resembling black holes devoid of focus. The LV boy felt as though Han Lai was not merely looking at him, but rather penetrating through his flesh to gaze into an unfathomable abyss. Goodness, BB brother. What are you staring at? A chill coursed through the LV boy, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Han Lai seemed to freeze, staring intently at the boy for a full 5 seconds before calmly averting his gaze and lowering his head once more. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved 2 more books from his backpack, placing them beside his pillow. The book before them was titled Selected Works of Mao XX, which was already quite astonishing. However, the one above it was even more enigmatic. It was a certain scripture. LV discerned the cover of the tome, depicting a benevolent Buddha, serene and smiling, with a multitude of suffering souls prostrated at its feet. A sudden chill coursed through him. Han Lai leaned against the wall, reclining at an angle, picked up the scripture, opened it, and began to recite softly. With a gulp, another youth found himself uncontrollably swallowing. Huang Mao and another companion, who was unable to see Han Lai, finally sensed something awry. They halted their laughter, casting puzzled glances at their companion. What's wrong? Their friends offered no response. Yet, from above, a somber chant resonated. May in my next life, upon attaining enlightenment, if any sentient beings, recorded by the King's law, bound by ropes and lashed, imprisoned, or subjected to execution and other countless calamities and humiliations, suffering in body and mind, if they hear my name, by virtue of my blessings and divine power, may they all be liberated from every affliction. A sudden unease gripped Huang Mao. What on earth is this? He violently tossed aside his cigarette, but, leaping to his feet, ready to erupt. You mother. But his companion across from him swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him out. The rest of the group, upon hearing the ominous keywords, binding, lashing, imprisonment, execution, humiliation, reflected on Han Lai's calm demeanor as he pressed the mace beneath his pillow, and not a single hair on their bodies dared to relax. Everyone, stand at attention. The young men, one by one, extinguished their cigarettes and stealthily made their way outside, holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. In less than 10 seconds, the dormitory was empty. The flaxen-haired fellow, hauled into the adjacent dormitory by his companions, suddenly felt emboldened once more, erupting into a boisterous clamor. Xiao Cheng, why the devil are you holding me back? That son of a gun dares to act superior with me. I'll slap him into oblivion. Xiao Cheng, crestfallen, wrung his arms incessantly. The northeastern lad, still shaken, rebuked. Why don't you just shut your trap? You're going to slap him into oblivion? More like you'll wake up in the middle of the night with your brains splattered all over the wall by a hammer. The flaxen-haired one was bewildered. What hammer? A claw hammer. Xiao Cheng gestured. A big one, secretly stashed under his pillow. LV was still reeling, his back drenched in cold sweat. Is that guy some kind of psychopath? Nonsense. What sane person brings a claw hammer to school? Exactly. I wouldn't even be scared if he had a knife. But a hammer. I'm telling you, I sensed something was off the moment he walked in. So unnervingly calm, you know? There was something abnormal about him. Ma, what's his name? Hush. Silence. Don't utter that name in this room. Guys, aren't you overreacting a bit? Is it really that eerie? Damn it. Seriously, you were sitting down there. You didn't see the look in his eyes. I swear, that vacant stare, it was genuinely terrifying. I was thinking, does he see us all as livestock? It's entirely possible. Who looks at people like that? In the eyes of the perverse, we are fundamentally not of the same species. Killing us is as trivial as slaying a chicken, is it not? Huang Mao grew increasingly bewildered. Are you truly not jesting with me? The others eagerly chimed in to elucidate, weaving various descriptions and imaginative embellishments, until, before long, goosebumps crept upon Huang Mao's skin. What, then, was that fellow mumbling about later? Call me brother, LV solemnly cautioned, then closed his eyes and ventured a wild guess. Perhaps our esteemed elder intends to guide you to the afterlife? A sharp intake of breath echoed among them. Did anyone catch what he was chanting? I did. Xiao Qing eagerly raised his hand. The scripture states that when one takes a life, they must be bound and dealt with slowly. His companions nodded vigorously. The execution, The humiliation, it's all quite meticulous, indeed. It possesses a certain ceremonial gravitas. A collective gasp escaped their lips. When the essence of ceremony is not employed to woo maidens, the youths found themselves shuddering at the thought. Undoubtedly, a true deviant. Xiao Dongbei nodded gravely, his tone growing ever more assertive. Who, bearing a sound mind, would carry a tome of dark scriptures in their bag? Indeed, was it not the case that that individual from the West once reveled in crafting drums from human skin? Huang Mao trembled in dread, cursing under his breath. How on earth did such a person gain admission to university? Another companion lamented, disheartened. Does this wretched institution even require an examination? Xiao Dongbei scratched his head. So, will we return to our dormitory to sleep or not? LV and Huang Mao exchanged glances, then simultaneously declared, You may return if you wish. Little Dongbei pondered for a moment, suddenly shivering. I won't go back. I'll stay at the internet CAF overnight and borrow Xiao Chang's bed for some rest tomorrow. Huang Mao, filled with apprehension, asked, But we can't keep living like this. Can we? There are still 4 years of university left, and where can we change dorms? LV contemplated, and then fixed his gaze on Huang Mao. How about you apologize to the big brother? I won't. Huang Mao shook his head vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. Little Dongbei joined in the persuasion. Don't worry. I've studied the psychology of psychopaths. They often appear just like ordinary people. They certainly wouldn't harm you. Such individuals never confront directly. They strike from the shadows. As long as you don't sleep in the same room as the big brother, you'll be just fine. LV nodded vigorously. The big brother only has a slight tendency towards abnormality. He probably hasn't changed yet. Go apologize, and we can turn enemies into friends. Otherwise, living with a Magu in the dormitory, how will we survive? After hearing the reassurances from Little Dongbei and the advice from LV, Huang Mao felt even more terrified. Fine, let's just see. A chilling sensation crept up the back of his head. Screw this. My father has at least 100 million in assets. And I've only spent less than 2 million. Is it worth risking that? Renting a place outside for 4 years 1 tea costs that much. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, sharing a profound sense of empathy. Students in the International Exchange College typically hailed from families with net assets in the millions. Having grown up in a veritable honeypot, they could bully and intimidate the vulnerable, each one more ferocious than the last, relishing the chance to squeeze water from a soft persimmon. However, when faced with a formidable adversary, no one is willing to gamble with their precious lives. Is it truly worth it to engage in trivial disputes? In their eyes, Han Lai is a man far more terrifying than the so-called ruthless characters. While one can negotiate with tough individuals, how does one deal with a deranged psychopath? It is better to avoid confrontation altogether. Let us go out for the night. Huang Mao decisively rallied everyone. I'll arrange everything. Let us go. All right, we're all in. Regardless of their affinity for the internet or their comfort with staying up late, none wished to remain in the dormitory at that moment. Thus, they prepared for a collective outing. Yet, Huang Mao had left the dormitory door ajar, with his phone, wallet, and keys still in room 404. You going? I'm not going. We're going together. You go with Little Northeast. After much deliberation, it was finally decided that Little Northeast would accompany LV back. They had not directly confronted Han Lai, which felt considerably safer than being with Huang Mao. Thus, the two brothers encouraged each other and stealthily pushed open the door to their dormitory. Chapter 23. A bunch of scoundrels. Hey, bro, reading are we? Little Northeast, leading the way, bowed slightly as he entered the room, acknowledging Han Lai. LV trailed behind, the door left ajar, walking with a cautious demeanor that suggested he might turn and flee at any moment. Back already? Han Lai responded politely, then fixed his intense gaze on the two, extending his right hand beneath the pillow as he inquired, Where's my neighbor? LV immediately trembled at the familiar, vacant stare. Brother, could you act a bit more composed? Are you even looking at my face? The younger man, emboldened slightly, chuckled dryly and responded, Are you asking about Huang Wei? His girlfriend just called. He's likely out for a romantic rendezvous today. Ah, he has a girlfriend? Han Lai nodded thoughtfully. The two felt another surge of trepidation, increasingly perceiving Han Lai as a deviant. Lai retracted his right hand, refocusing his gaze on the book, muttering softly, It's of no consequence. There will be ample opportunities in the future. The two were utterly dumbfounded. Not only them, but the other brothers, eavesdropping from the corridor, pressed against the wall, were equally paralyzed. Huang Wei was drenched in cold sweat, mentally screaming, To hell with you. This wretched dorm is absolutely uninhabitable. LV hastily began packing his belongings, while the younger one attempted to make conversation with Han Lai. Oh, brother, reading selected works of Mao Zedong. Impressive. Han Lai suddenly looked up. Have you read it? The younger one, feeling scrutinized by Han Lai, regretted his own words. Why did I have to open my mouth? Nevertheless, he had to answer, hastily shaking his head. No, but I know it's an exceptional book. Han Lai nodded, then suddenly inquired. The great leader instructed us to rally as many of our people as possible and diminish the number of our adversaries. So I ask you, how should we reduce the number of our enemies? The younger one was clueless. The answer blurted out of his mouth. Kill one, reduce by one. Realizing his blunder, his face turned ashen. He mentally slapped himself twice. Are you an idiot? Han Lai chuckled softly. Murder is a crime. Shaking his head, he continued. Thus, LV let out a deep breath, cheerfully interjecting. Thus, harmony is essential. With a sidelong glance, Lai Good gently corrected him. Therefore, one must never get caught. LV instinctively recoiled, wishing he could vanish from Han Lai's sight. The conversation had reached an impasse. I yield, what more can I do? The duo hurriedly gathered their belongings, seizing their personal items as they made a swift exit. The spirited young man from northeast China bid farewell to Han Lai with enthusiasm. Take your time, brother. We're off to the internet CAF for an all-nighter. Feel free to use anything we left out. Please, don't be shy. Not coming back. Han Lai raised an eyebrow in surprise, contemplating whether he had frightened the children too much. No return? All right then, rest well. The two brothers hastily exited the dormitory, gently closing the door behind them. Was it really necessary? Lai Gu sighed a lonely sigh. Alas, a bunch of miscreants. Shaking his head, he resumed his reading. Dealing with the few inept students from the International Exchange College was easier than anticipated. From the moment Han Lai first laid eyes on dormitory 404, he had meticulously prepared, crafting multiple strategies. After all, they were a group of rascals whose mischief rivaled that of Pan Shaoang. While they may not have been as impulsive as Pan Shaoang, once they congregated, they proved to be even more troublesome. To coexist peacefully with them, one must demonstrate sufficient strength, be it through family background, martial prowess, or other means. Otherwise, one should brace for torment. In the preceding circumstances, Brother Lai found himself with no alternative but to engage in amicable negotiations, imparting a few truths. What truths? You may ask. The wisdom of great figures suggests that one should cultivate numerous friends while fostering few enemies. Aligning oneself with me may not guarantee advantages, yet opposing me could lead to dire consequences. Friends or foes, the choice lies with you. The effectiveness of my modest performance was commendable, as the children grasped the essence of this truth with remarkable clarity. Observe, they are now much more obedient, are they not? Undoubtedly, various troubles will arise in the future. Yet it is unlikely that anyone would be foolish enough to provoke a collective assault against me again. With a cheerful disposition, Brother Lai perused the pages of a book that held great significance for the former CEO of Han Lai Company in his previous life. This book, Selected Works of Mao Zedong, was often extolled with the sentiment that those with ambition must read Mao. Brother Han, however, held little regard for it. Had he not been reborn, he would likely never have opened its pages. Lacking the capability to contend with others, and without the spirit to challenge fate, he questioned the value of such endeavors. Yet, in this new life, his perspective had transformed. He resolved to adopt the most open mindset, embracing all beneficial novelties. To become the best version of oneself requires more than mere slogans. Dependence on systems alone is insufficient. Knowledge may be augmented, but thoughts cannot. Intelligence may be enhanced, yet wisdom remains immutable. While one can strengthen the pendulum, happiness is not so easily fortified. Brother Han yearned to immerse himself in the process of metamorphosis. Thus, he refrained from extravagant displays of wealth or ostentatious behavior typical of a wealthy young man. Did he not desire to don luxury brands, drive fine automobiles, and sport exquisite timepieces? Indeed, he did. He was a normal man, innately drawn to beautiful cars and women, relishing the spotlight and enjoying the art of showmanship. He yearned to be coddled and cherished, rather than cautiously scheming for self-preservation. Alas, current circumstances dictate a paucity of resources. Thus, he opted for deferred gratification, suppressing his desires for the nonce. Once he had attained sufficient puissance, he would indulge in those very desires, satiating all the yearnings of 3 decades, one by one. It was nigh, a little more patience. Maintaining an acute sense of longing was the most efficacious method to perpetuate the impetus for striving. With considerable effort, Han Lai had ignited the flames in his eyes, and he had no intention of allowing them to be extinguished again. He quietly read until 10:30, then arose to perform his ablutions. Upon the washstand in the lavatory reposed an array of toiletries, all of the highest pedigree. The three denizens of Suite 404 were, in all likelihood, scions of affluent families. Indeed, strictly speaking, the College of International Exchange was devoid of impoverished students. The distinction lay solely in the quantum of their familial allowance. Han Lai refrained from availing himself of their accoutrements, instead arranging his own ensemble in the remaining space. Having completed his ablutions, he commenced perusing various channels of information. The first he accessed was the unmuted class group, which was abuzz with activity. Owing to Han Lai's recent arrival, as he opened the group, Duan Xiaoyi was engaged in sardonic commentary. We are all students of the School of Business's finance program. Yet he resides in a small dormitory at the College of International Exchange, while we are crammed into an elevator with great difficulty. How can we compare? Fang Feifei queried. Is that so, Xiaoyi? Which floor does Han Lai reside on? Lu Ji interjected. Fair maiden, why not inquire directly of Han Lai? We mere mortals are hardly worthy of such knowledge. Wang Hongli retorted. Lu Ji, you're at it again. Must you always be so sardonic? Do you look down upon Fei Fei or Han Lai? Lu Ji. Oh, with the heroine present, how could I dare? Wang Hongli, get lost. I can't be bothered with you. Yu Yun. Lu Ji, be considerate of Lily. Aren't you usually quite gracious? Ping. Ha. What grace does Lu Ji possess? That pathetic sycophant only shows decorum towards you, class flower. Yu Yun. Lu Ji. Ping. You are truly quite unwell. Shi Lutian, enough? The class group chat is not a place for quarrels. After the class leader intervened, the chat gradually quieted down. However, the underlying discord was evidently escalating. Chapter 24. Father will love you once more in the girls' dormitory, room 2333. Wang Hongli furiously typed in private chat, her mouth continuing to curse Lu Ji. Lu Yao advised, Lily, don't stoop to Lu Ji's level. Haven't you seen his true colors during military training? Wang Hongli indignantly replied, I simply cannot tolerate him. Han Lai has done nothing to provoke him, yet he has been insufferably sarcastic all night. Fang Feifei laughed. Aren't the five in room 1918 all like that? Lu Yiji casually added. Their families seem to be quite well off, right? It seems they never concede to one another. Today, they must be envious of Han Lai. Yu Yun had something weighing on her mind, and suddenly turned to Shi Lutian. Tian, does Han Lai actually live in the international dormitory? Shi Lutian, lying on his bed without lifting his head, responded, How would I know? I don't manage the boys' dorms. But it's likely true. I doubt anyone would climb the stairs above the 6th floor. The 1st through 5th floors accommodate the dormitories for all students, from freshmen to seniors. In the International Exchange College, with identical layouts for both male and female residences, Lu Yao inquired with fervent curiosity, What do you suppose Han Lai's family does? They must be well off. Fang Feifei asserted with an air of authority. Observe his demeanor. He carries himself with such poise. His stage presence suggests he's no stranger to grand occasions. Yu Yun, however, offered a contrasting perspective. I believe he comes from a modest background. Otherwise, why wouldn't he have enrolled directly in the International Exchange College? Fang Feifei remained steadfast. Could an ordinary family cultivate such refinement? Duan Xiaoyi and the others come from quite privileged families, including 2 natives of Shanghai. Yet their stage performances were nothing but cliches. Lu Yao vacillated, finding merit in both viewpoints. After contemplation, she resolved to consult Shi Luting. Luting, what's your take on this? Shi Luting gently bit her lower lip, recalling Han Lai's sudden aloofness. Despite her initiating the distance, she was acutely aware that Han Lai's ability to resist her allure indicated he was far from ordinary. This wasn't mere vanity, but a conclusion drawn from repeated observations. As for the knockoff Mi one, it signified nothing definitively. Numerous factors could explain his use of an outdated imitation phone, but his eloquence and the intellectual agility he displayed in conversation were undeniable. However, the genuine sentiments were suppressed. Ultimately, she simply shook her head, stating calmly, I'm unsure. Perhaps residing in the small dormitory is merely circumstantial. Hasn't he been on medical leave for quite some time? Ah, yes. The other girls nodded in unison. Shi Lutian suppressed a smirk within, lowering her head to continue sketching and writing in her journal. It was a 6-dimensional evaluation chart. Each vertex of the diagram bore the labels: background, wealth, intelligence, capability, attractiveness, and character. The lines connecting the vertices to the center were divided into 10 segments for scoring, with 10 indicating perfection and 1 denoting the lowest possible score. Each attribute was marked with a weight in red ink, representing the final score for that particular trait. In the center of the six-dimensional chart was inscribed the name of the individual being assessed, Han Lai. However, after completing the chart, she hesitated to make her marks. For the first time in her life, she found herself uncertain of how to score. That fellow, Han Lai, appeared to be an enigma. Lai Gu casually exited the class group chat, showing no interest in the ongoing disputes within. In truth, nothing of significance was destined to unfold in the public group, as Lu Hong's presence prompted everyone to prefer smaller groups or private conversations. Consequently, Han Lai received at least 20 group invitations, along with an equal number of personal friend requests, 90% of which were from girls. The positive effects of his self-introduction only became apparent at this moment. One should never underestimate the sensitivity of women in this regard. They may struggle to discern whether a seasoned individual possesses genuine capability, as that belongs to a different realm. However, they can undoubtedly assess whether a peer possesses true potential. A simplistic method would involve comparing him to surrounding males, leading to an obvious conclusion. A more astute approach would involve establishing weights and scoring across the 6 dimensions, much like what Shi Lutian was currently undertaking. Indeed, Lai Ji's worn-out mobile phone struggles to contain the overwhelming enthusiasm, prompting him to refrain from joining any groups altogether. However, he did not neglect to add personal friends. There are far too many intriguing individuals in the finance class, and he relies on their lively spirits for entertainment during his leisure hours. Among the trio of prominent female figures, he received friend requests from all 3. The first is the ethereal Shi Lutian, needing no further introduction. The second is the divine Fang Feifei, renowned for nearly capturing the entirety of 1918 in her stamp collection. The third is the tea connoisseur Yu Yun, a name synonymous with exquisite tea. Curiously, these 3 reside in the same dormitory, a detail that remains etched in Lai Ji's memory. After adding them as friends, Han Lai chose to remain unresponsive. Before long, they took the initiative to send messages, each distinctly reflective of their personalities. Shi Lutian, please send me your WeChat ID. I'll create a group for the gathering on there. Fang Feifei, shall we be friends? Shy, Yu Yun. Lai Gu, you look incredibly handsome today. Admiration, but you seem a bit aloof in private. Haha. In the humanities college, where the ratio of females to males is skewed, each one is in desperate need of a backup. Han Lai scoffed softly, opting not to reply to any of them. In a previous life, he had suffered at the hands of these 3 women. Fang Feifei was the least troublesome, and the reason was rather lamentable. She simply did not take an interest in him. It was a bitter realization, especially considering that other boys in their dormitory had captivated her, while he was left behind. What do you mean by that? Damn, Yu Yun was the most insufferable, stringing Han Lai along as a backup for a full 3 years. Yet, he found it surprisingly easy to forget her. Within a year of awakening to the truth, all memories had faded. It was Shi Lutian who left Han Lai with the deepest sense of unresolved emotions. In her eyes, Han Lai has always been nothing more than a puddle of mud. Usually, she cannot be bothered to pay him any attention when needed. He is merely used as a scapegoat, a case of waste repurposing. Regret? Such a notion does not exist. With a fresh start, Han Lai has no intention of seeking revenge on them. That would be beneath him, even with a new life and a system at his disposal. Harboring thoughts of vengeance against a few girls is simply not his style. Brother Lai possesses a broad-minded spirit and never holds grudges. However, should an opportunity arise, Han Lai would not hesitate to impart a profound lesson upon them. After all, he once loved them. With a new beginning, their father can love them once more. Not long after, the aloof Lai received a second wave of messages from 3 beautiful women. Shi Luting, Fang Feifei, selfie, Fang Feifei. Apologies for being presumptuous, but I fear you may not know who I am. I am Fang Feifei, remember that. Yu Yun, you just got out of the hospital, are you feeling tired? Yu Yun, or perhaps, are you upset with me? Looking pitiful, Fang Feifei's selfie was quite ordinary, devoid of any sensational elements that the masses would typically relish. In the photograph, she appeared pure and charming, sporting the face of a first love, petite and capable of evoking a man's protective instincts. Despite knowing her dubious reputation, the boys of 1918 still flocked to her, illustrating just how strong her appeal was. There is a saying in the College of Humanities, among countless beauties, half reside in the business school. The undisputed top of the business school is certainly Shi Lu Ting, a fact as solid as a rock. The positions from second to fifth lack significant distinction and rely solely on personal aesthetic preferences. Fang Fei Fei and Yu Yun both vie for the second spot, differing only in style, one exuding purity, the other radiating sensuality. Now, the three great beauties have sent signals, yet Han Lai does not feel honored. In the School of Humanities, the ratio of females to males is imbalanced, with high-caliber women and lower-caliber men. Regardless of how divine one may be, the pond lacks fish. This is simply the reality. When others bait you, it indeed signifies that you possess a certain value. However, if one becomes complacent over this, it reveals a profound lack of self-awareness. Failing to comprehend one's own positioning is a grave social misstep. The enchanting women of the humanities faculty, aside from the ethereal Fang Fei Fei, predominantly engage with the male students from the International Exchange Institute. Those with loftier aspirations even venture to seek partners at nearby institutions like the Financial University, Tongji University, or Fudan University. Initially, Han Lai struggled to understand this phenomenon, but he has since come to realize the reasoning behind it. The young women willing to travel from afar to study in Shanghai are not likely to be contented souls. Who among them lacks aspirations? The local girls, studying right at home in Shanghai, possess even loftier expectations. Aren't we all still just children at heart? Consequently, the ordinary male students in the humanities department find themselves at a significant disadvantage. When everyone is relegated to the role of a backup, the dream of being promoted to a primary choice becomes utterly fanciful. The female students on campus genuinely overlook them. In his previous life, Han Lai was ensnared by this realization, which eluded him until he spent some time in society, gradually unveiling the truth. This situation is not an isolated incident. Rather, it indicates a systemic issue within the environment. This is the lamentable consequence of neglecting one's studies. In a prestigious university of the 985 category, the landscape is entirely different. While not every female there is virtuous, the majority possess a sense of purpose, independence, and strength. They dare to love and hate, are willing to enrich themselves, and strive for their own success, having no time to nurture backup options. Regrettably, by the time Han Lai finally comprehended the situation, it was far too late. If given a second chance, he could transform himself, yet he remained powerless to alter the broader environment. Thus, he would still be perceived as mere prey, drawn into others' nets. Little did they realize that the creature they were ensnaring was, in fact, a shark. Han Lai chose not to respond to anyone. Time was abundant. There was no need for haste. Chapter 25. Good morning, brother. The moments before sleep were entirely devoted to Chen Yanfei. The guardian beast of the abode was utterly delightful, charming, sincere, and charmingly sincere. Were it not for the inexplicable changes in his height and appearance, Han Lai would have eagerly sought her company. Alas, with half a semester passing without a meeting, he needed a plausible excuse to delay her, which was indeed quite vexing. The following morning, when Brother Lai arose, he found himself alone in the dormitory. He performed his morning routine, washing his face and brushing his teeth, leisurely, before heading out for some exercise. The culturally rich campus was compact, yet the university boasted a proper sports facility. By 6 in the morning, many individuals were already engaged in physical activity. Han Lai jogged 5 kilometers and then spent some time on the parallel bars, thoroughly invigorating his body. With a fitness level just touching excellence, his strength and agility combined to significantly enhance his overall capabilities compared to his former self. Throughout 2 lifetimes, Han Lai had never felt so invigorated. Health and strength could immensely bolster a man's confidence. It was an instinct embedded in his masculine genes. Han Lai resolved to pursue physical fitness as a long-term endeavor, committing to its practice. Indulging in additional flavors is certainly delightful, yet the scarcity of experience points in the early stages renders comprehensive development implausible. Thus, I opted to practice independently, a source of comfort, economic prudence, and an enhancement of my mental state. What could be more advantageous? After exercising until 7:30, I returned to my dormitory for a shower, then ventured out for a meal, encountering numerous familiar faces along the way. The sensation was truly enchanting. Although they did not recognize me, behaving as strangers, I was acutely aware of their personalities, their futures, and their concerns or disappointments regarding me. It felt as though everything was within my grasp, an exhilarating experience. Han Lai relished this enjoyment without succumbing to distraction. Ultimately, the future must be forged independently. The ability to foresee does not guarantee the ability to accomplish. The dining hall standards were commendably high, albeit slightly overpriced. A cup of milk cost 4 yuan. 2 vegetarian dumplings 6 yuan, a small bowl of beef noodles 15 yuan, and a small dish of cold vegetables 5 yuan. In total, I expended 30 yuan. In 2013, such expenditures seemed somewhat extravagant. For a young man with a larger appetite, the dining hall would be unaffordable. Han Lai received a total living allowance of 4,000 yuan for the semester, approximately 900 yuan per month, with a daily budget of 30 yuan. Barely sufficient for meals. Typically, he had to resort to purchasing inexpensive boxed lunches from street vendors, 2 vegetable dishes, a portion of meat, and a bowl of soup, with unlimited rice, costing 12 yuan per serving. As for the taste, expectations were best kept low. 2 substantial meals cost 24 yuan, while breakfast comprised 2 steamed buns paired with a bag of pickled vegetables for 3 yuan 50. Each week, he could save 18 yuan for other pursuits. For instance, spending an entire night at an internet CAF with a mere 10 yuan for an all-night pass, 3 yuan for a bottle of water, and 5 yuan for a bowl of instant noodles with an egg. Such a sense of happiness is remarkably inexpensive yet indulgently luxurious. If one frequents the internet or exceeds their budget on daily necessities, sacrifices must be made in meals, leading to an increased consumption of instant noodles. What about smoking? Prestigious schools offer various scholarships, and one can also engage in tutoring, but Han Lai can only resort to distributing flyers, standing for an entire weekend. He earns 80 yuan, a week's worth of smoking money. And what of pursuing romantic interests? Han Lai has forgotten. Since his sophomore year, he chased after Yu Yun. Yet memories of those 3 years have faded into obscurity within just 6 months. He only recalls gifting her a necklace that cost 498 yuan, which he never saw her wear. A 50 yuan collar might have been a more practical choice, perhaps worn occasionally. Of course, one can only speculate who she might be entertaining. Reflecting on the past, it truly was quite amusing. Sadly, only those who have reached the shore are entitled to reminisce. While still adrift in the sea, all one feels is grievance and resentment. Where's the release in that? The so-called advice to be magnanimous is merely the perspective of those on land, pointing fingers at the dog in the sea, speaking without bearing the burden. Having personally experienced both states, Han Lai resolves not to urge anyone to be magnanimous nor to demand tolerance from others. It suffices for him to possess a broad heart. Han Lai leisurely finishes his breakfast and walks alone toward the classroom. Along the way, he encounters several classmates, including Shi Lutian, Yu Yun, and the 5 tiger generals. He nods and smiles, yet refrains from initiating conversation, maintaining a palpable distance. Nonetheless, this does not deter some overly familiar individuals from approaching. Hey, bro, you're amazing. Is living on the lower floor enjoyable? Alas, how enviable they are. Zhang Taishu darted to Han Lai's side, exuberantly attempting to forge connections. This individual, nicknamed Tree Bark, adheres to those who thrive. Once he ingratiates himself, he clamors incessantly, proclaiming camaraderie at every turn. However, if he cannot attach himself, he feigns friendliness while secretly sowing discord, wishing nothing more than your downfall for his own satisfaction. Jean Xin was the next to approach, his eyes squinting into mere slits as he grinned. Han Xiao, when shall you invite us to your dormitory for a visit? I have yet to witness what an international dormitory looks like. Han Lai mused inwardly. I wouldn't dare invite you. If you were to visit, who knows how much would be lost. 4th Jean, known as Penny Pincher, was remarkably frugal. Even Shi Lutian would struggle to extract a single yuan from his grasp. Throughout 4 years of university, he had only spent money on Fong Fei Fei, purportedly for rent, alone, and spicy hot pot. He was loath to treat anyone to finer establishments, perpetually mooching off the daily necessities of his dorm mates, while his own toilet paper remained locked away, capable of lasting an entire academic year. Once, a scuffle ensued with Chen Ping over theft, and when the group forcibly pried open his cupboard, they were collectively dumbfounded. Good heavens! The cupboard was brimming with toilet paper, facial cleansers, umbrellas, cigarettes, and snacks pilfered from others. The most absurd part was that he didn't even smoke and was quite averse to the scent of tobacco. Yet he still managed to nab what he could, for one could not return empty-handed from a visit. Moreover, it was glaringly evident that during his escapades with Fong Fei Fei, he had not spent a penny on the umbrella. Whoever had sponsored him must have been quite the fool. The five tiger generals of 1918. Their renown was indeed illustrious. The remaining three deities are equally formidable figures. Duan Xiaoyi, a master of brevity, Bo Pai, whose name belies a lengthy presence, and the formidable Deyin Yang Shi. Chen Ping, a berserker whose every utterance is laced with expletives, a testament to his status as a local underworld leader. Then there is Lu Ji, or Lo Ji, who engages solely in the most trivial of antics, a reincarnation of a lemon essence. In their previous lives, this motley crew of fiends had made Han Lai's existence quite miserable. Fortunately, they chose to ignore him at this moment, instead encircling Shi Lu Ting and Yu Yun, striving to display their personal allure. Han Lai internally exhaled a sigh of relief. If all five had converged upon him, he would have truly struggled to maintain his composure. With a smile directed at the individuals beside him, he casually dismissed, "Perhaps another time. I am still not well acquainted with my roommates." Indeed, the familiarity was sorely lacking. They had yet to exchange names, remaining complete strangers. However, no sooner had Han Lai uttered these words than a group of individuals suddenly emerged from the right side of the stairwell. Each bore weary expressions, swaying as they walked, yet their mouths were incessantly spewing curses. "Is our business law teacher unwell? Damn it." While other instructors refrained from calling names, she seems to relish the attention. One of the group barked, "What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before." This raucous assembly barreled toward the elevator area, and the frontmost individual glanced back, instinctively parting to make way. Jean Xian gently tugged at Han Lai's arm, whispering a caution, "Han Xiao, do not obstruct their path. They are the most audacious group among this year's freshmen at the International Exchange College." That one, Huang Wei, even assaulted someone during military training without facing any repercussions. "We cannot afford to provoke." With a facade of joviality, they plastered their smiles while bowing slightly, seemingly intent on ingratiating themselves to establish familiarity for future opportunities. This individual never misses a chance. Even in the absence of one, he fabricates opportunities. Shi Lutian, grasping Yu Yun, stepped aside to allow passage. Originally positioned at the front, they were among the first to ascend the elevator. However, Shi Lutian's actions clearly indicated a reluctance to share the same elevator with Huang Wei and others. The group from the National Institute of International Relations, 6 in total, grumbled as they pushed forward, evidently accustomed to their varying standings within the academy. Midway through, LV abruptly lifted her gaze and was startled by a familiar profile, sending a shiver through her. Huang Wei and Xiao Dongbei, halted abruptly by LV's sudden stop, glanced up in annoyance. Goodness, they nearly collided. Han Lai tilted his head, casting a fleeting glance. On the surface, he appeared to be observing Huang Wei, yet he had discreetly opened a panel to count. Huang Wei finally comprehended the description his companions had given of that vacant, icy, unfeeling gaze devoid of focus, akin to the terrifying stare of livestock. Initially, he had harbored doubts. How could a normal person possess such a demeanor? Surely, they were merely timid and frightening themselves. Now, he believed it wholeheartedly. Not only did he believe it, but he also harbored grave concerns about Han Lai's mental state. No one could gaze at others in such a manner without some psychological affliction. Huang Wei hastily averted his gaze, his heart racing. LV and Xiao Dongbei, momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodded and bowed, exclaiming, "Big brother." "Good morning." The five tigers generals, Knucklehead, Barking Tree, Short Arts, Low Ambition, Berserker, all utterly foolish. Shi Lutian and Yu Yun widened their eyes, discreetly covering their mouths. "Good morning." Han Lai nodded, courteously acknowledging their greetings. LV and Little Northeast instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The elder brother seemed to be in good spirits, his mental state remarkably stable. Just as they relaxed, they noticed Han Lai staring intently at Huang Wei, softly inquiring, "Are you returning to sleep today?" Huang Wei felt as if he were about to crack under pressure. His heart raced, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Forcing a semblance of a smile, he replied, "Well, today I have to accompany my girlfriend. Sorry, big brother. I can only let Little Northeast and Ding Ding welcome you." "Oh, no rush." Han Lai slightly nodded, then turned away, disregarding Huang Wei. Huang Wei fully comprehended that the elder brother had truly set his sights on him. The bitterness within him was indescribable. Was it merely because he had exchanged a few words with him? Why did he constantly linger on whether or not he would return to the dormitory? "Fine. I simply want to return. What can you do about it?" Huang Wei cursed inwardly while tightly gripping LV and Little Northeast, refusing to let go. Ultimately, the three of them huddled back. The elevator finally arrived. The trio stood close to the entrance, yet remained motionless. Little Northeast, ever the opportunist, hastily urged Han Lai, "Brother, you go ahead." "Thank you." Han Lai nodded in gratitude, consistently mindful of decorum and politeness. "No need for thanks." Little Dongbei continued to ingratiate himself, actively stepping aside at the doorway. "There are too many of us. Let us wait for the one next to us." With their reluctance to board, the classmates from the finance class had no choice but to enter. One by one, they stepped in, quickly filling the elevator. Shi Lutian and Yu Yun walked hand in hand at the forefront, standing right beside Han Lai. The two girls exchanged a furtive glance, simultaneously stealing a sidelong look at Han Lai. They hesitated to inquire, their hearts fluttering with a cat-like itch. While girls were expected to maintain poise, boys were not bound by such restraint. Tai Shupi was utterly exhilarated, standing face to face with Han Lai, brimming with enthusiasm. "Brother Han, you're impressive. Brother Huang and Brother Ding all call you Big Brother. Have you known each other for long?" Han Lai furrowed his brow, casting a cold glare at Tai Shupi. "If you dare to spit at me again, I'll replace your foul-smelling teeth with a fresh set." Uffed. Yu Yun could not contain herself, bursting into laughter. Meanwhile, Shi Lutian, who had been diligently tilting her head to avoid Tai Shupi's spittle, also found herself unable to suppress a smile. "Ah, my apologies." Zhang Taishu was mortified, his face a blend of crimson and pale, awkwardly chuckling as he turned away. Had it been 10 minutes earlier, he would have certainly retorted if Han Lai had dared to speak to him in such a manner. After all, a brawl was just a brawl. However, having witnessed the earlier scene, he felt daunted. The seniors from the International Relations Institute would not dare to provoke Han Lai. So who were they to challenge him? Winning or losing was one thing. The consequences were another. Beside them, Lo Ji, who typically reveled in sarcasm and interjecting, also refrained from speaking. With Chen Ping, who had a penchant for invective, suddenly silencing himself, the elevator descended into an unexpected tranquility. Shi Luting and Yu Yun exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom how, amidst the gathering of all members in 1918, such a serene moment could manifest. The intimidation emanating from a peer of their age was astonishingly potent. Unusual. Before long, they reached the 12th floor, and a throng of students surged towards the multimedia classroom. Han Lai was about to seek a solitary spot when Shi Luting unexpectedly called out to him. "Hey Han Lai, those seats over there are for the accounting class. Follow me." The multimedia classroom accommodated 120 individuals, arranged in 12 seats per row, with a total of 10 rows, divided into two large sections by a central aisle. The finance class comprised 64 students, while the accounting class had 55, ensuring sufficient seating for both. Initially, the two classes sat distinctly apart. However, due to the larger number in finance, a few students inevitably occupied seats in the accounting section. As familiarity grew, the distinction became trivial, as only 40 boys combined from both classes meant that seating arrangements were inconsequential amidst the presence of girls. "You think you can take advantage of my unfamiliarity, don't you?" Han Lai chuckled inwardly, yet he did not rebuff Shi Luting's kindness. Why refuse? Observing her intentions could prove far more intriguing. "All right then, where shall we sit? Let us take the middle." As Shi Luting walked and searched, she quickly discovered a trio of vacant seats. Gently nudging Yu Yun, she indicated for her to take the innermost seat, while she settled into the second position, leaving the seat by the aisle for Han Lai. Occupying the 5th row, neither too proximate nor too distant, you can discern the blackboard with clarity, can't you? Her composure was remarkable as she posed the question. With his 20/40 vision, even the legendary Miao Renfeng wouldn't require binoculars. Thus, nothing escapes his sight. He acquiesced, settling into the seat, indulging her subtle desires. "Anything is agreeable to me," he remarked. "Splendid," she responded. With a span remaining before the commencement of lessons, Shi Luting initiated a casual discourse. Her aloofness is reserved for external interactions. In moments of elevated spirits, or when circumstances necessitate, she engages in conversation with select males within the class whom she deems worthy. Thus, she doesn't reject interacting with males, but rather, she rejects interacting with males of no value, such as Lo Ji and formerly Han Lai. Of course, regardless of how congenial the conversation may be, it signifies nothing beyond the present moment. In terms of gauging and maintaining appropriate distance, she exhibits a maturity beyond her 18 years. Shi Luting's initial query carried the dual tones of concern and reproach. Didn't you express yesterday a desire to cultivate friendships with everyone? How is it, then, that you were so discourteous to Zhang Taishu earlier? Everyone was rather taken aback. I don't recall stating an intention to befriend every individual, he countered. His retort, delivered in a tone of equanimity, left Shi Luting slightly discomfited. However, Han Lai had just demonstrated his extraordinary influence, and at this juncture, Shi Luting's curiosity and tolerance toward him were at their zenith. Consequently, her demeanor softened somewhat. Indeed, Zhang Taishu was rather inconsiderate, lacking in basic etiquette. Concurring, she then inquired, "What manner of friends do you aspire to cultivate?" Han Lai suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze on her alluring fox-like eyes, and offered a smile. He was not one to pose numerous questions. Shi Lutong, momentarily captivated by his smile and the gleam of his pearly white teeth, soon found herself suffocated by frustration upon hearing his response. Uffed. Yuyan could not contain herself and let out a soft chuckle. She quickly raised her hand in apology, exclaiming, my apologies, my apologies. Brother Lai, you are simply delightful." She then playfully winked at Han Lai, biting her lip with a coy laugh. "Brother Lai, I seldom have many questions. Would you consider adding me on WeChat? I can send you a message tonight." Han Lai acquiesced but hesitated, preparing to set expectations. "However, I rarely engage in conversations. My WeChat and QQ are often muted, so my replies may not be prompt." At this, Shi Lutong felt a surge of indignation. Raising an eyebrow, she cast a slightly provocative glance at Han Lai. "So your notion of not so prompt equates to you having not replied to my messages until now?" "Apologies." Han Lai replied sincerely. "Yesterday's messages were simply overwhelming, and I ran out of time, so I opted not to respond." Shi Lutong took 2 deep breaths. Yet it proved futile. Her emotions were still tumultuous. If one were to declare him infuriating, his earnest demeanor contradicted such assertions. If one were to argue he was without fault, that statement was undeniably irritating. What does it mean that there were too many messages to respond to? Can my messages truly be compared to others? Is it that I am not lovely enough? Or is it that your standards are excessively high? Shi Lutian was never a particularly smooth individual, and now he found himself utterly at a loss for how to continue the conversation. If he posed a question, it would be met with annoyance. If he refrained from asking, he displayed no inclination to speak up. Was he truly intent on playing the game of feigned indifference to the very end? Very well, let us see how this unfolds. Biting his lip, Shi Lutian forced himself to regain his composure, opened his book, and fell silent. Chapter 27. The joy of contemplation. The first class of the morning was Principles of Accounting. Han Lai had already acquired a level 3 proficiency in accounting, thoroughly encompassing the foundational material. Whether it was the instructor on stage or the textbook, neither offered anything novel. Thus, Han Lai decided to take out his notebook and begin to organize his own knowledge structure. Initially, he believed this task would be straightforward. However, he soon discovered that it was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Level 3 knowledge entails proficient application, characterized by vague descriptions and even more nebulous boundaries. To put it plainly, Han Lai was entirely unclear about what he was capable of achieving and what lay beyond his reach. For instance, if presented with a pile of raw invoices, an experienced accountant could swiftly ascertain whether he could manage the accounts with just a cursory glance. Han Lai, on the other hand, needed to engage in the task himself before he could determine his own competence. The outcome was uncertain, a 50-50 chance. He lacked a definitive understanding of his own capabilities. This confusion stemmed from an overwhelming influx of knowledge, devoid of practical application and systematic organization. If this continued, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Without prompt and thorough organization, as knowledge accumulated, so too would the disorder, rendering it increasingly difficult to manage. Fortunately, it wasn't a matter of imminent disaster, but it was certainly a precarious situation. However, there will undoubtedly be significant waste of intellect and knowledge, as well as frequent misjudgments. Knowledge that cannot provide a sound basis for decision-making may sometimes become a burden. Thus, Han Lai resolved to refrain from any distractions for the time being and instead focus on organizing his knowledge structure. To begin, he decided to establish a set of guidelines. Han Lai commenced by outlining key points in his notebook, formulating a systematic plan with clarity. Firstly, mathematics, being the foundational tool, would be addressed first. Secondly, English and literature, categorized as purely liberal arts, would be reserved for last, to be dealt with separately. Thirdly, he would affirm the core position of finance, ensuring that all related disciplines serve to support it. Fourthly, Accounting would be approached with emphasis. Mastery of bookkeeping was unnecessary. Nor was proficiency in practical applications required. Understanding the four major areas would suffice: auditing, financial cost management, taxation, and risk management. The ultimate goal was to comprehend ledgers and financial statements, manage costs and risks effectively, and avoid pitfalls in taxation matters. This was adequate. Fifthly, law should also be prioritized, focusing primarily on laws related to economics, finance, and securities. Criminal law, among others, would only need a basic understanding for everyday use. As teacher Zhang Xin once remarked, non-professionals should not delve too deeply into criminal law, lest they find themselves often contemplating how to challenge it, and should such a challenge fail, the consequences could be dire. Lastly, psychology would be regarded as a secondary focus, with an earnest effort to explore it in depth. The direction of this exploration would center on group psychology, laying the groundwork for future research into market sentiment. In daily life, certain branches of psychology prove exceedingly useful, for instance, in the art of courtship. Ahem. The primary function of marketing lies in self-promotion and the cultivation of one's personal brand. Externally, there is no necessity. To work for others is not an option. To attain social status, entrepreneurship is the rightful path. After establishing a knowledge framework centered on finance, it is imperative to promptly enrich it with additional substance. Subjects such as political science, international relations, management, and economics should be incorporated. Mastery of every field is not essential, but one must weave a comprehensive network to ensure that no blind spots exist within their perspective. The ultimate aim is to cultivate an insight capable of piercing through the mists of time. Only by gazing further than others can one remain perpetually undefeated. Bacon, in his philosophical treatise Novum Organum, asserted that human knowledge and human power are one. For without understanding the cause, no result can emerge, and what serves as the cause in contemplation becomes the law in action. To distill this notion, knowledge is power. Are you familiar with this? Hence, learning must be relentless. Furthermore, it is vital to genuinely value knowledge and skills. Even knowledge acquired effortlessly should be thoroughly organized. As for skills, one must practice, apply, and experience them extensively, excluding craftsmanship. In the realm of the humanities, breadth is esteemed over depth. If a subject does not serve as the backbone or substance, but merely as a means of cultivating one's character, then one may explore broadly without expending excessive effort. What utility lies in the study of music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry? Can it attract romantic interest? Then I shall strive a little harder. But let there be no misunderstanding. I refer to the pursuit of wealth, awaiting the admiration of others to approach me. Thus concludes my thoughts. Written by Han Lai on September 25, 2013. Setting down my pen, I feel invigorated. For the first time, he realized that contemplation could be such a delightful endeavor. With the future appearing certain and promising, his mindset shifted towards positivity and health, leading to immense joy in every action that enriched his existence. While not as exhilarating as the thrill of a lively gathering, the aftertaste was undeniably more profound. Having established an overarching plan, Han Lai promptly commenced its execution. He disregarded the open fundamentals of accounting and retrieved the first semester mathematics textbook from his bag. There were only 3 books: Mathematical Analysis I, Advanced Algebra I, and Geometry. To master finance, one must first grasp mathematics thoroughly. However, the caliber of the humanities department left much to be desired in terms of teaching competency. As for support from the foreign language university, let us not even mention it. They do not even offer a mathematics major, so how could one expect substantial backing? Without a solid foundation in mathematics, the true capabilities of graduates from the humanities finance program remain questionable. Let us divert the conversation. Han Lai possessed a first-rate knowledge of mathematics, primarily acquired through self-study. It was not that he did not wish to learn more. The issue was that he simply could not absorb any further knowledge. However, the situation had now changed. Opening the advanced algebra book and flipping to the exercises, Han Lai casually scribbled a few notes on scrap paper, and the answers sprang forth with remarkable ease. Polynomials, determinants, systems of linear equations, matrices. He could solve the relatively simple initial 4 chapters with his eyes closed. It was only when encountering linear spaces and linear transformations that he required a modicum of contemplation. Nonetheless, the exhilaration of tackling mathematical problems was utterly invigorating. The sense of conquest and achievement from unraveling challenging puzzles was an experience that no other pursuit could replicate. Indeed, Do not take my word for it. I encourage you to try it for yourselves. Liga seems to be utterly enchanted. When one dedicates oneself wholeheartedly to a single endeavor, time appears to slip away swiftly. Han Lai is fully engrossed, his mind undistracted, deriving immense pleasure from solving problems, while Shi Lutian gradually feels a sense of vexation. The finance program at the School of Humanities is open to students from all disciplines. Originally a liberal arts student, she merely perceived this field as having promising prospects, prompting her to give it a try. However, each time she attends a class, she finds it arduous. To make matters worse, the accounting instructor's capabilities are rather mediocre, merely reciting from the textbook as if chanting a spell. Initially, she manages to persevere, but halfway through, her concentration finally wanes. A glance at Yu Yun reveals, unsurprisingly, that she is engrossed in conversation. Another glance at Han Liu. He seems remarkably focused, while others are immersed in novels, chatting, or binge-watching shows. Could he truly be studying? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she stealthily approaches to discern what Han Lai is actually doing. A fleeting glance, oh dear. My eyes must be deceiving me. Shaking her head vigorously, she looks again. Oh. Shi Lutian is utterly astonished. Chapter 28. Engaging in undignified matters is truly delightful. Shi Lutian stands there, momentarily dumbfounded. What thoughts occupy her mind, no one can ascertain. Under normal circumstances, given her disposition, she would never have the audacity to engage Han Lai in casual conversation. You, the esteemed young Master Han, are so formidable and regard me with indifference. Henceforth, our interactions shall pertain solely to official matters. Does she truly seem to lack spirit? Yet, that is the expected course of events. And now we find ourselves in an extraordinary situation. Han Lai's behavior piques her curiosity immensely. Shi Lutian had encountered her fair share of academic prodigies, her high school classmates among them, who successfully gained admission to prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua and Peking University. Yet, that was an entirely different matter. It was expected for high achievers to be accepted into such esteemed universities, just as it was customary for underperformers to settle for liberal arts colleges. The notion of an underachiever suddenly transforming into a top scholar upon entering a liberal arts program was rather absurd. Moreover, none of the diligent scholars, who had consistently excelled, possessed the same intricate, multifaceted, and enigmatic nature as Han Lai. Shi Lutian felt an insatiable curiosity brewing within her. She repeatedly admonished herself, do not fall for it. Han Lai is being deliberately provocative. If you engage, you shall be defeated. However, as she observed Han Lai swiftly completing 2 pages of exercises, followed by a flurry of page-turning as he delved into exercises on the matrix, her resolve faltered. Principles be damned. Her insatiable curiosity demanded satisfaction. The teacher had yet to cover the material. Without lifting his gaze, Han Lai replied, am I not allowed to study independently? Indeed, he was. Shi Lutian's expression grew subtly complex. Yet, if you possess such self-directed learning abilities, how did you find yourself in this position? Han Lai remained unperturbed. Perhaps, after a sudden epiphany during the summer, he found himself hospitalized following a scuffle before the college entrance examination, revealing that he was, in fact, a genius who had squandered 3 years of high school. Now, he had finally turned over a new leaf. 3 possibilities. Which one do you choose to believe? Shi Lutian scrutinized Han Lai's profile with suspicion. Are you trying to deceive me? I do not subscribe to any of those narratives. The third one, Yu Yun suddenly interjected, grinning as she raised her small fist toward Han Lai. Brother Lai is undoubtedly a genius. The moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were different from the other boys. You are a genius as well. Through self-education, she transformed herself into a formidable figure in just a few years, ultimately marrying into wealth without ever having experienced hardship. Until her downfall, she was a legend among her peers. Han Lai cast her a fleeting glance, but remained silent. Yu Yun was a ruthless character who only revealed her true intentions when the moment was right. Possessing sufficient strength, she could endure any amount of disdain. Lacking such power rendered any efforts to please her futile. Her apparent concern for him, which he mistakenly believed stemmed from affection, was mostly a broadcast to many, akin to a caretaker scattering feed into a pond. Presently, Han Lai lacked the robust capability to conquer her, so he deemed it unnecessary to engage. After all, she would neither easily yield to anyone nor relinquish any potential opportunity, as she preferred to bide her time and see where fate would lead. In contrast, Shi Luting was still worth pursuing. Class monitor, you refuse to believe anything. Why not take a guess? Guess? I shall. A spark of excitement suddenly flickered in Shi Luting's beautiful eyes, her entire demeanor radiating an invigorating energy Han Lai had never witnessed before. She raised a finger and spoke deliberately. Indeed, you are a genius. However, during high school, your rebellious nature led you to frequent altercations, and you scarcely applied yourself. Consequently, your academic performance was rather mediocre, merely reaching the standard of an ordinary second-tier institution. Before the college entrance examination, your girlfriend betrayed you for a wealthy heir, which caused you to falter and miss the mark for even a second-tier school. After the exams, fueled by indignation, you sought revenge, but found yourself outnumbered and severely beaten, leaving you bedridden for 3 months. During your hospitalization, a wealthy heir accompanied your ex-girlfriend to the hospital to humiliate you. Silently, you vowed to make them pay for their actions. You resolved to study finance, as it promised the fastest path to riches, setting your sights on a prestigious school in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Over the 3 months of your recovery, you devoted yourself to self-studying university courses with fervor. On September 22nd, your injuries finally healed. Fueled by resentment and ambition, you boarded a train bound for Shanghai, a place where your aspirations could flourish and your desire for revenge could be satiated. To motivate and remind yourself, you retained the counterfeit phone gifted by your ex-girlfriend. Each glance at it served as a silent admonition to keep your distance from beautiful women and focus on your studies, while also cautioning you against engaging with Shi Lutian, lest you be hurt again. Now, your primary focus was on hard work. There was no time to squander on romantic entanglements. Thus, upon your arrival, you quickly established yourself as the leader of your dormitory through sheer force, despite possessing wealth yet opting to use an old phone and having already mastered advanced mathematics. In your self-introduction, you mentioned seeking a girlfriend to forget a past love, yet after that, you took no action, still fearful of emotional vulnerability. Although your demeanor exuded maturity, you playfully engaged in a game of push and pull, torn between love and fear for me. You see, isn't it much more reasonable now? Truly impressive. Not only are you unwilling to suffer any losses, but your retorts are also remarkably sharp. Han Lai, finally intrigued, set down his pen, turned his head to look at her, and asked with a teasing smile, "Are you perhaps moonlighting as a novelist on Xinjiang?" Shi Lutian's ears flushed bright red, although Han Lai and Yu Yun remained oblivious due to her hair concealing her blush. "What is this all about? Did you not ask me to guess?" Lai Gu chuckled softly. "I did ask you to guess, but I certainly did not request you to write a script for an idol drama." Shi Lutian raised an eyebrow with confidence, a slight smile gracing her lips, as a hint of teasing and brightness emerged on her otherwise cool face. It was utterly beautiful. "What does it matter if I write a script or something else? Just tell me whether it makes sense." Lai Gu smacked his lips, feeling a bit pained. If one disregards external factors, Shi Lutian's explanation does indeed seem to be the most reasonable deduction. How absurd. However, he certainly would not provide a clear response. "You can take your time to verify." With an enigmatic smile, the old boy decisively changed the subject. "By the way, what is the title of the novel you wrote on Xinjiang? Let me take a look." The once self-assured Shi Lutian finally faltered. She twirled her hair, seizing the opportunity to avert her gaze. She had indeed written a novel. As a student of the liberal arts with poor academic performance and a lofty self-image, it was only natural for her to aspire to earn a fortune through her own efforts, particularly with the burgeoning online literature market. The copyright transactions of 2013 had already gained significant momentum, and there were numerous popular female-centric web dramas. She had eagerly dived in, believing it would be a cinch to write like a master, only to find herself utterly unsuccessful, her efforts barely registering a splash, leaving her too embarrassed to mention it to others. Moreover, the key point was, female-centric web literature often lacked any suggestive content, and authors felt too ashamed to mingle in the groups, as everyone understood, right? Hence, she had to respect the market. However, it seemed she had misallocated her talents, as she wrote scenarios that were astonishingly vivid and captivating, far surpassing the plots themselves. Thus, she felt even more reluctant to disclose it. "You are overthinking it." She wore a stern expression, resolutely distancing herself. "I have to study, manage the class, and also attend to the student council's duties. When would I have time to write any online literature?" Han Lai had initially made the remark in jest. However, his knowledge of psychology at level 3 proved invaluable. Observing Shi Luoting's reaction, scrutinizing her micro-expressions, and listening to her tone and pace, Master Han promptly deduced, She has indeed written before. Moreover, it is undoubtedly on Jinjiang. How intriguing. In his previous life, Han Lai had never come across this matter. The image of Shi Luoting in his mind was quite superficial, singular, and symbolic. Whether she appeared in a fiery red gown or a pristine white dress, all he could think of were 4 words: beautiful and desirable. As for anything beyond that, why bother? Her heart was unlikely to be open to him. A mere daydream about her looks and figure sufficed. Thus, all these years, Han Lai only knew Shi Luoting to be strong, intelligent, and cold, having married well but leading an unhappy life thereafter. He remained oblivious to this other facet of her character. A playful smile spread across Han Lai's face. My dear, you seem particularly concerned about that online writing experience, don't you? It wasn't very successful? Should I perhaps seek out your magnum opus to read thoroughly and encourage you to continue? Lack of talent is of no consequence. I can offer assistance. Writing light novels is my forte. With ample guidance and encouragement, you could soon become a master or an internet heartthrob, and gradually unveil your little secrets, until the day the truth is revealed. Ha ha ha. The mere thought of the day when he would finally meet her and the expressions that Shi Luoting might display filled Han Lai with an exhilarating excitement. Engaging in such unconventional activities proved to be immensely pleasurable. Hence, the most pressing question at present was, how could he unearth her literary work? During the new release period, he could only update twice a day, 1 chapter in the morning and another in the evening. Otherwise, he would miss out on recommendations. Once it was officially launched, things would improve, so he urged everyone to be understanding. Chapter 29. Terrified again during class, Han Lai continued to tackle his exercises. As soon as the bell rang, he immediately began contemplating this matter. Firstly, it was certain that the online novel had no connection to her main account. Throughout his previous life, until graduation, no rumors had surfaced, indicating her meticulousness and excellent discretion regarding this issue. Thus, she must have used her alternate account for the contract. Indeed, Shi Luoting possessed a QQ alternate account, a fact that Han Lai discovered purely by chance. Later, as he became the vice president of the literary department, Shi Luoting had ascended to the position of student council president, enjoying her own small office. On one occasion, while organizing an event, Han Lai needed to borrow the printer in her office. Coincidentally, she had urgent matters to attend to and left in a hurry. Consequently, Han Lai stumbled upon 2 QQ accounts displayed on the computer screen. One was her main account, while the other was her alternate one. At that moment, Han Lai casually glanced at the alternate account, noting that it contained only 4 groups and a sparse 30 or so friends. He paid it no further mind. Any subsequent unpleasantness that arose from that encounter was no longer worth recalling. However, Han Lai did remember the username of her alternate account, as well as the name of one of the groups. The username is rather amusing, called a lonely cucumber, while the group is named a gathering of cucumbers. The accuracy of the term cucumber remains uncertain to Han Lai. However, it is precisely this subtly suggestive username, along with the conspicuously playful Mars text, that lingers in Han Lai's memory. At the time, Han Lai thought little of it, believing it was merely a secondary account used by Shi Luoting for flirtation and celebrity admiration, a perfectly normal pastime, as who doesn't harbor a few undisclosed interests. Yet, upon further reflection, the true purpose becomes evident. It served as her tool for signing contracts, writing, and engaging with her readers. Moreover, Han Lai has reason to suspect that Shi Luoting had not relinquished her aspirations of becoming an online literary sensation even until graduation. Otherwise, why maintain a secondary account? Persistence is commendable. After all, persistence grants opportunities. Han Lai quietly devised a meticulously detailed plan, codenamed Ham for Cucumber. Oh, Tingtian, you are still young and thus unaware. How could a cucumber ever rival the aroma of meat? He. For reasons unknown. The mere thought of pranking Shi Luoting fills Han Lai with immense excitement, even more so than when resting in the embrace of Chen Yanfei. Have I perhaps misaligned some attributes? Suddenly, Brother Lai gained a new understanding of his mischievous inclinations. Yet, it cannot be solely attributed to me. Shi Luoting's height, figure, and that aloof, ascetic visage are simply meant for teasing and subversion. Chen Yanfei is merely a little proud and spoiled, but Shi Luoting is a queen. My apologies, Fei Fei. I must allocate 2 of your 101 techniques to Shi Luoting. The first technique is called Enemies in the Light, Allies in the Shadows, a playful interaction online. The second scenario is termed Offline Foundation, a stunning reversal. The conclusion sees her socially perish while I meet my demise at her hands. Although somewhat tragic, Han Lai resolutely decides to proceed. Unlike Yu Yun and Fang Feifei, Shi Lutian is a woman devoid of significant weaknesses, seeking to avenge a past grievance. Ahem. To befriend her, one must take bold measures. During the second period, which is English class, Han Lai quietly engages in practice, displaying no signs of disturbance. Shi Lutian places considerable importance on English, diligently studying, and all is harmonious. After class, Yu Yin takes the initiative to invite Han Lai. Where shall we have lunch? Would you like to join us in the cafeteria? No, I have matters to attend to outside. Enjoy your meal, goodbye. Han Lai waves and departs, embodying a courteous demeanor, yet leaving no room for further engagement. Yu Yun pouts in frustration. Ting ting, why is Han Lai like this? Shi Lutian replies calmly. Aren't straight men often like this? Straight men, indeed. Shouldn't one be more direct in dealing with them, striking hard and wagering heavily? Yu Yun contemplates this, her thoughts wandering. At this moment, having only been in university for a month, she is still learning the art of capturing a man's heart and has yet to become a master in the craft. Her initial attempt encounters Han Lai, a man of impenetrable resolve, leading to a profound sense of defeat. High school boys were so much easier to entice. A mere lift of the chest and a flirtatious glance would send them rushing over, tongues lolling and tails wagging. Why are the quality men in university so difficult to engage with? Messages go unanswered, conversations yield no responses, and even her playful pouts are met with indifference. Such frustration. After much contemplation, she vacillated between self-doubt, suspicion of Han Lai, and distrust of Shi Lutian, leaving her mind in a state of utter turmoil. However, her character, as Han Lai had discerned, possessed considerable fortitude. After a brief period of conjecture, she noticed Duan Xiaoyi and promptly set aside her anxieties, greeting her with a radiant smile. There was an abundance of fish to be had. While Han Lai was indeed exceptional, Duan Xiaoyi was not necessarily inferior. Until the moment of sale, who could ascertain which was more valuable? It was prudent to nurture them both. Shi Lutian cast a fleeting glance at Yu Yun, who was now engaged in conversation with Duan Xiaoyi, a trace of derision flickering in her eyes. Han Lai intended to visit the electronics market to procure a new mobile phone and a laptop computer. His old phone was excessively slow and long overdue for replacement. Furthermore, the mobile number was from Mengcheng, incurring roaming and long-distance charges that were financially burdensome. Han Lai was admittedly lacking in experience, but the more pressing issue was his current financial constraints. Unnecessary expenditures were to be avoided whenever possible. Before departing, he returned to his dormitory. As he approached the entrance, he detected a chorus of snores emanating from within. Ah, the young lads are catching up on their sleep, he mused. Did they collectively pull an all-nighter yesterday and lack a suitable place to rest during the day? Han Lai swiftly comprehended the situation, a state he was intimately familiar with from his own university days. Well, given this fortuitous encounter, I shall extend my greetings once more. Han Lai softened his footsteps and gingerly inserted the key into the lock, endeavoring to minimize any noise. Upon pushing the door open and subsequently closing it, a faint creak echoed through the room. Of the three distinct snores that had previously filled the air, one abruptly ceased. Han Lai paid it no heed. The curtains in front of the balcony were drawn tightly shut, and coupled with the fact that the male dormitory on the fourth floor was partially obscured from sunlight by the female dormitory, the interior was dimly lit. Han Lai quietly approached Huang Wei's bedside, halting at the head of the bed. Huang Wei was deep in slumber, cocooned in his blanket. Lying on his side with his back to the wall, Han Lai stood motionless, his gaze fixated on the nape of Huang Wei's neck, his breathing gradually intensifying. LV, troubled by his own thoughts, was the lightest sleeper, restless in his dreams. He had sensed Han Lai's entrance even before the door creaked open. By the time the sound echoed through the room, he was nearly awake, yet hesitated to open his eyes, uncertain of what to say to Han Lai. Suddenly, Han Lai's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, deviating from his path to his own bed, leaving LV utterly perplexed. Brother, what are you up to? LV cautiously opened his eyes, only to behold the still silhouette standing at Huang Wei's bedside. Astonished, he stifled a gasp, feeling an intense urge to relieve himself. Han Lai remained in that position for a full 10 minutes, while LV's eyes widened in silent observation. He dared not utter a sound or move a muscle. The torment within him was indescribable. As the 11th minute approached, Huang Wei's snoring ceased, followed by a series of indistinct murmurs as he burrowed deeper into his bedding. curling up like a large shrimp, his head nearly touching the wall. At last, Hanlai stirred. LV hastily shut his eyes and tugged the blanket tightly over his face, completely shrouding himself. In his mind, the formidable figure of his brother lingered at the head of the bed, an eternity passing, 5 minutes? Or perhaps 10. LV could not tell, only that each second felt like an age. Though the blanket had gaps, he dared not open his eyes. The eerie, vacant gaze loomed just beyond the threshold, seemingly peering in. LV dared not gamble on it, and the thought only intensified his dread. It was not until the footsteps faded away that he placed his backpack on the desk, opened the door, closed it behind him, and listened to the receding sounds of the corridor. Finally, he mustered the courage to lift the covers, his breath coming in heavy gasps. At that moment, Huang Wei, diagonally across from him, suddenly sat up, his voice laced with tears as he erupted in a tirade. What the hell? How can we even live in this storm? Huh, damn it. You nearly scared me to death. What the hell? LV jolted in shock. When did you wake up, Lao Huang? Huang Wei continued to whimper, his tone filled with grievance. Damn it. I was sleeping, and suddenly it felt wrong. The back of my head went cold, as if something were there, breathing down my neck. Gradually, I woke up and sensed someone behind me. I didn't dare to move, confirming it for what felt like an eternity. Damn it. And there really was someone. Huang Wei sprang up, hastily throwing on his clothes. Brother, you can have your fun. I'm definitely moving out to rent a place. With a flurry of activity, Huang Wei quickly gathered his belongings and turned to leave, tossing a pack of tissues at Xiao Dongbei's head. You idiot. Still sleeping. May you sleep through it all. Xiao Dongbei, struck awake, stared in confusion, bleary-eyed, and asked, Is it night already? Are we going to eat? Go eat shit. LV was amused by the outburst, turned over, and buried himself under the covers. Do as you please. The instigator has already left. Surely you won't vent your anger on me, would you? If you really push me, I'll rent a place myself. Little Northeast blinked his eyes in bewilderment, looking left and right, utterly puzzled. What's going on? Are the two brothers quarreling? What about tonight? Who's treating? What are we eating? Chapter 30. An ordinary SIM card having exited the school gates. Hanlai hailed a taxi straight to SCG Electronics Market. Standing on BJ East Road, looking up, the entire building was a relic of a bygone era. The more prosperous it was in its heyday, the more desolate it would become in the future. Until one day, the market began observing weekends. A shopping mall closed on Saturdays and Sundays. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Well, here it is. However, it's only 2013 now, and the twilight of its glory hasn't yet reached this place. So the swindlers, both big and small, are still thriving. Actually, it's more or less the same for places like Buy Now and Pacific Digital Plaza. Many shopkeepers conduct business with the same attitude, ripping off whoever they can, cheating whoever they can profit from. Yet, due to the sheer volume of people in Shanghai, they always manage to succeed. It's quite magical realism. Hanlai didn't have the ability to assemble a desktop computer himself without getting ripped off, so he simply bought a laptop. At this point in time, the best laptops are actually just two brands, Lenovo and MacBook. The former is out of the question. No way, no how. No explanation needed. Hanlai wouldn't contribute a single penny to that unscrupulous entrepreneur. MacBook is the GOAT, but Hanlai really couldn't get used to the OS system. In the end, he had to compromise and bought a Sony P-Series Ultrabook that had just been released this year. Among the various emotional factors, it is evident that among the offerings from Lenovo, Samsung, and Sony, the Sony product stands out as the most cost-effective choice. Why? Because in a few years, Sony's electronics division is poised for a comprehensive decline, essentially transforming into an entertainment company and a semiconductor foundry for Huawei. In contrast to other manufacturers, Hanlai exhibits a preference for Sony, which poses no threat to China. As for mobile phones, the options were limited. Hanlai opted to purchase two Huawei P6 units and the newly released iPhone 5S, which had been on the market for just over a week. In the face of such a groundbreaking device, the inconveniences associated with iOS were entirely bearable. Hanlai longed to return to the 4G era, characterized by fingerprint unlocking. Strictly speaking, within the next year and a half, no smartphone would rival the iPhone 5S, and even the iPhone 6 would struggle. Brands like Xiaomi, Huawei, and Vivo still had a considerable journey ahead. Nevertheless, Hanlai still acquired a Huawei phone, partly to express support and partly to utilize the Android system for managing various secondary accounts. The P6 was priced below 2,900 yuan, while the 64GB iPhone 5S had been marked up to 8,000 yuan. Yet, the speed of 4G networks, which surpassed 3G by at least fivefold, rendered the investment justifiable. Who could have foreseen that Huawei would be the first to introduce a 5G smartphone, leaving the iPhone X and iPhone 11 trailing behind Huawei's flagship models? The relentless pursuit of self-improvement is indeed the most commendable endeavor. After spending this substantial sum, Han Lai found himself with a mere 15,000 yuan in cash. Yet his experience remained insufficient to enhance his attributes, totaling only 180,000. Enrolling in a driving school would require at least another 4,000, leaving no room for further extravagance. Having exhausted his initial capital to the warning threshold greatly diminished Brother Lai's sense of security. He began to ponder, is it possible to live off someone else's fortune? After some calculation, he found that Shi Lutian, Yu Yun, and Fang Feifei were all equally impoverished, each more frugal than the last. It seemed an arduous task. As he descended the stairs, he initially intended to purchase a cup of sour plum juice, but decisively opted for a refreshing cola instead, saving himself a modest sum of 5 yuan and 50 cents. Yet, no matter how much he economized, a mobile phone card was still a necessity. Clutching his chilled cola, Han Lai arrived at the mobile service center beneath the Sage building. He gazed enviously at the alluring phone numbers displayed outside, but he ultimately settled for a standard global communication card. The real name registration and monthly fee of 88 yuan felt extravagant compared to the student card he had during his previous life, but it remained within his financial capacity. After paying, receiving the receipt, and collecting his card, Han Lai was in the midst of memorizing his new number when the system suddenly chimed. Your consumption behavior has triggered a minuscule probability, and you have received a gift. What? You were silent when I purchased 3 major items, but now you reward me for a 200 yuan phone card. For a moment, Han Lai was at a loss whether to laugh or be angry. Nonetheless, based on the previous gift's value, he eagerly opened his inventory. Inside lay a phone card, quietly resting. Indeed, it is a buy one get one free offer. An ordinary mobile phone card. Description: do not be deceived. It is merely a phone card, customizable number, automatically connects to the network and registers in real name, automatically grants top-tier system privileges. Impervious to monitoring and inquiry, automatically intercepts all scams, telemarketing, and harassing calls and messages, capable of breaching all barriers, allowing calls to any number. Han Lai's eyes widened, and his breathing grew increasingly rapid. You call this an ordinary phone card? If I were to call and berate Li Banqing, he would be utterly helpless, merely staring in disbelief. How formidable! In an instant, Han Lai recognized the value of this phone card. Its worth could not be easily quantified, yet it promised immense assistance and protection. Its value was incalculable. Without hesitation, Han Lai inserted the newly acquired card into his P6, then trimmed the complementary card to fit and placed it into his 5S. The main card must be this one. Before use, he needed to set its phone number, the method outlined on the panel. Immediately, a peculiar sequence of digits flashed in Han Lai's mind. 1888-888-8888. However, he quickly dismissed it. No, that is far too ostentatious. A number of such caliber is typically held by the higher echelons of the telecommunications company, obtainable only through formal channels, auction, or application. Attempting to clandestinely acquire it would undoubtedly lead to scrutiny. Han Lai had heard of this number before his rebirth. Whose divine phone number was it, anyway? That individual later faced dire consequences, seemingly due to their arrogance and lack of restraint. We must refrain from being overly arrogant. Han Lai turned to glance at the array of splendid numbers hanging at the entrance, and casually selected a number that was somewhat similar. A prompt appeared on the screen. This number is already in use. Would you like to forcibly replace it? Han Lai was taken aback. I am not insane. Why would I forcibly usurp someone else's phone number? No, this is absurd. He tried another number, but it was taken. He attempted yet another, only to find that the number series had yet to be activated. After numerous trials, he finally stumbled upon an unclaimed gem in the 139 series, 1390-011-6666. At first glance, this number does not seem particularly spectacular, yet it possesses a subtle charm that grows richer upon closer inspection. The 139 series was among the first mobile number series introduced in 1995. The middle 4 digits serve as the area code, with 0010, 0011, and 0012 all belonging to the capital, while 0013 is designated for the magical city. Although Han Lai was navigating life in the magical city, he deliberately chose an antiquated number series from the capital, demonstrating a shrewdness that is commendable. To the uninitiated, this number appears merely as a sequence of 4 identical digits. Worth a bit of money, but nothing extraordinary. After all, isn't someone who possesses 99,999 or 888,888 far more impressive? However, to those in the know, this is not merely a matter of monetary value. In 1995, in the capital, who held the first batch of mobile numbers? Moreover, there are only 10 instances of the 0011 series with 4 identical digits, and in terms of value, 1111 is the most coveted, followed by 8888, and 6666 ranks either third or fourth. Quite frankly, it is rather intimidating. Those discerning individuals who recognize the significance of such a number would undoubtedly hold Han Lai in high regard, discreetly pondering, whose scion is this? Those lacking the requisite discernment would remain oblivious, perfectly aligning with Han Lai's penchant for understatement. Conversely, those with sufficient acumen would automatically fill in the blanks, impeccably satisfying Han Lai's desire for subtle ostentation. No outcome could be more felicitous. Without hesitation, Han Lai promptly visited the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, ICBC, and China Construction Bank, CCB, linking both of his existing bank cards to the new mobile phone. Subsequently, he registered a new WeChat account using the new number, sending the first message to Chen Yinfei. The WeChat name was simply Han Lai, eschewing any embellishments. This would serve as his primary account, intended for future external collaborations, hence the need for a more formal approach. Chen Yinfei did not respond, presumably napping. Han Lai then logged into QQ and sent a message to Shi Luting. 1390-011-6666. This is both my mobile number and WeChat ID. Please refrain from disseminating it. Shi Luting, who was listlessly staring at her computer screen, casually opened the message. Her eyes gradually widened, and she was once again bewildered. Chapter 31. Stirring up a hornet's nest, Shi Luting possessed a rudimentary understanding of mobile phone numbers. In her estimation, an old 139 series number with an ABB 6666 tail and should be worth a considerable sum, perhaps even reaching 6 figures. To possess such a premium number while using a knockoff Xiaomi Mi 1 was perplexing. What manner of extraordinary being was this? As Shi Luting was pondering, Yu Yun on the adjacent bed suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Wang Hongli was the first to inquire, Yun Yun, what's wrong? As everyone turned to look, Yu Yun patted her chest and vehemently shook her head. Nothing. I just saw a particularly frightening joke. Shi Luting cast a fleeting glance at her phone screen, which displayed QQ, and immediately understood. It was undoubtedly a message from Han Lai. That man, demanding secrecy while broadcasting everywhere. Shi Luting scoffed softly, choosing to ignore Han Lai. After all, he had no shortage of companions for conversation. Setting her phone aside, she looked up just in time to meet Yu Yun's gaze, their eyes locking momentarily. Shi Luting maintained a stoic expression, exuding an air of aloofness and tranquility, while Yu Yun, lacking such composure, instinctively averted her gaze. In just a couple of seconds, Yu Yun sent a message. Ting Ting, have you added Han Lai on WeChat? Shi Luting replied, I can't be bothered with him. Her response was undeniably sincere. Yet the reality was far from it. Yu Yun's understanding was indeed skewed, her heart swelling with delight. She hasn't even shared her phone number with me. It seems Han Lai harbors far greater feelings for me than for her. Of course, Ting Ting is far too aloof and proud. How could she compare to my gentle charm and understanding nature? Oh dear, shouldn't I be more proactive? A sudden sense of urgency surged within Yu Yun, driven by the realization that Han Lai was more appealing than she had initially anticipated. In her eyes, that phone number was worth at least several tens of thousands of yuan. Regardless of whether Han Lai dressed simply or used a low-end phone, one could infer that his family was certainly not ordinary. After all, how could one casually possess such a valuable phone number? As for the reason behind his use of a counterfeit phone, it was all too understandable. Strict upbringing, raising boys in a frugal manner. A phone number is not cash and cannot be sold, hence it is given to the child. However, the allowance is certainly limited to prevent them from going astray. Such scenarios are commonplace in schools. Otherwise, how could Han Lai possess such a formidable aura? It cannot be mistaken. Just by observing his performance during the self-introduction, it is evident that Han Lai stands out distinctly among the boys. His family must undoubtedly be exceptionally affluent. At the very least, they must surpass Duan Xiaoyi's family by several tiers, right? One illogical incident after another left Yu Yun utterly flabbergasted. His demeanor during the self-introduction, His composure in the presence of Shi Lutian, residing in the International Exchange College dormitory, being hailed as Big Brother by that group of rascals, and wielding a mobile phone worth tens of thousands. As she pondered, Yu Yun's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that Han Lai is an heir to some prominent family? Indeed, various families and clans exist within the country, and it is not uncommon. Larger families can ascend to the ranks of the wealthy elite, while smaller ones may merely be perennial fixtures in county towns. The families in Dream City should presumably fall somewhere in between, right? Yu Yun refrained from associating them with the wealthiest elite, proving that she is indeed sufficiently astute and clear-headed, not completely misled by the unreliable portrayals in film and literature. Nonetheless, she still elevated Han Lai's status excessively in her imagination. Yet, one cannot entirely fault her. Brother Lai truly is an anomaly, causing confusion for anyone who encounters him. Just look at Shi Lutian, who is currently utterly perplexed. Yu Yun's heart burned with fervor as she energetically typed a response to Han Lai. Brother Lai, you worked so hard this morning. Make sure to rest well at noon. Otherwise, how will you have the energy for class in the afternoon? Little Han Yu appears to be quite the diligent student. I should pay him more attention. After eagerly waiting for quite some time, she received nothing in return. 10 minutes later, her eyes aching, she threw her phone onto the bed in frustration, feeling exasperated. Stupid straight man. What good is a wealthy family if you can't find a partner? You deserve to be single. Fong Feifei cast a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Lu Yao, piqued with curiosity, inquired, Yun Yun, what's amiss? Who has incited your ire? Yu Yun vented, her cheeks flushed with vexation. Lu Yao, sensing a juicy tidbit, pressed further. Duan Xiaoyi? Yu Yun's heart skipped a beat as she hastily disavowed. What connection do I have with Duan Xiaoyi? We're merely classmates. We exchange a few words if we happen to cross paths, but I scarcely recall his countenance otherwise. The young women in the dormitory were bewildered. You were engaged in such lively conversation with Duan Xiaoyi during lunch. It seemed he was merely a means of whiling away the time. Among the roommates, only Shi Luting could surmise the true nature of the matter. However, she had no desire to expose Yu Yun. In fact, she entertained the notion of Yu Yun further assessing Han Lai's mettle. For reasons unknown, the thought of that man stirred unease within Shi Luting's heart. It was akin to, alas, indescribable. It was neither love nor hate, neither annoyance nor indifference, but genuine curiosity mingled with palpable resentment. Given the opportunity, she would relish the chance to impart a lesson to that presumptuous man. Upon returning to his dormitory, the first order of business for the presumptuous man was to log in to QQ and search for the group A Revelry of Cucumbers. The result, non-existent. He tried again, searching for a merry band of cucumbers, yet it remained elusive. Han Lai was somewhat discomfited. It appeared that Shi Luting had not established the group during her freshman year. Therefore, she must have penned new novels during her sophomore and junior year vacations before commencing the creation of fan groups. Han Lai promptly initiated a search for the individual ID, A Lone Cucumber's Solitude. Upon witnessing the search results, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the pseudonym of Shi Lutian had already been established. Han Lai, brimming with excitement, clicked to add the friend. To his surprise, instead of an application interface, he encountered a series of inquiries. The first question read, "Who am I?" The second, "Who are you?" The third, "What business do you have in adding me?" Good heavens! Brother Lai was utterly bewildered. Shi Lutian, are you penning a novel or engaging in clandestine activities? Should I send you my political background check? Han Lai genuinely contemplated sending it, yet he knew it would be futile. It was evident that unless one were a genuine fan or an editor, the chances of adding her as a friend were virtually non-existent. What to do? As they say, Brother Lai possesses a talent for mischief. After pondering briefly, he decisively navigated to the Jinjiang website, searching for the author under the name A Lonely Cucumber. To no avail. He then searched for a cucumber's loneliness, yet still found nothing. Han Lai let out a quiet sigh. It was indeed not so simple. Shi Lutian's pseudonym was not the author's name. Determined, Brother Lai resolved to search for all authors associated with the term cucumber. In an instant, a plethora of results materialized. Counting by pages, there were likely hundreds. Alas, how careless of him. Gritting his teeth, he scrolled through 5 pages, his eyes widened in astonishment. Sour cucumbers, pickled cucumbers, Eastern giant cucumbers. Cucumbers that were neither yellow nor melon, and adored by those who cherished cucumbers. Breaking cucumbers, uncurlable cucumbers, thorny and rigid cucumbers. The imaginative prowess of female authors far surpassed that of their male counterparts. However, with all these references to cucumbers, where on earth could he possibly find Shi Lutian? Han Lai found himself with no other option but to meticulously study the search function, repeatedly adding various criteria. Ultimately, he sorted the results by date, focusing on novels uploaded between June 7, 2013, after the college entrance examination, and before September 1, which had either ceased updates or been completed. Despite narrowing the scope so considerably, he still identified 6 questionable candidates. Han Lai saved all 6 books to his collection and casually read through the first 3 chapters of each. He aimed to further refine his search based on character names. However, none of the novels featured a female protagonist with the surname Shi. Next, he examined the settings of the stories. 2 were set in Magic City, 1 in Imperial Capital, and 3 in a fictional realm. Disregarding the novel set in Imperial Capital, as Shi Lutian had never lived there, it was improbable for her to write an urban novel with that backdrop. This left him with 5 remaining options. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, he conceived another criterion. He sequentially accessed the personal pages of the 5 authors, dismissing any with more than 2 works. It was highly likely that Shi Lutian had only begun writing online literature during the summer following the examination. As a novice, it would be challenging for her to have produced more than 1 novel in a mere 2 months. The odds of her having written 2 were slim, and 3 was beyond her capacity and mindset. At this juncture, only 2 candidates remained. One titled The Proud Little Cucumber and the other Bloodstained Cucumber. Both were uploaded in mid-June. The former contained 120,000 words with only 1 unfinished plot, ceasing updates on August 20th. The latter comprised 80,000 words with 2 unfinished plots, stopping on August 25th. Upon revisiting the first 3 chapters, he noted that while the prose was quite proficient, the descriptions failed to capture the essence, and the plot development was bewilderingly lackluster, leaving much to be desired in terms of anticipation. Thus, it was clear, both candidates were indeed novice writers. Han Lai realized that the person he was searching for was likely among them. Chapter 32, The Eye of the Storm. At this juncture, Han Lai grew increasingly cautious. First, he registered an account on Xinjiang, deposited 500 yuan, and then manually upgraded to a junior VIP account in the backend. Once accomplished, he bestowed a deep-sea torpedo, a gift equivalent to 100 yuan, upon each of the 2 books. This gesture, though modest in monetary value, carried significant weight in Xinjiang's culture, which traditionally emphasizes legitimate subscriptions over tips. Additionally, both books were in a state of incomplete narrative with minimal word count. After his donations, he subscribed fully to both, elevating his fan status to that of a little cute master. He then left comments in the respective sections. The large text is so refreshing. I absolutely adore it. And the protagonist, Cece, has captivated me. It's truly heart-wrenching that it's unfinished. Sob, sob, sob. Who among us isn't a little fairy, right? Hee hee. With his preliminary preparations complete, he commenced reading these 2 suspected novels. During the first class of the afternoon, when there were no lessons, he immersed himself in the books while constantly monitoring the comment sections. Ultimately, he did not receive a response from the authors, yet Han Lai remained unperturbed. As long as the authors harbored any reluctance, they would inevitably check in. In his past life, Shi Lutian occasionally logged in with a secondary account even in his 3rd year, indicating he had not given up. If Shi Lutian was not one of the 2 authors, it mattered little. 200 yuan was hardly a waste for Han Lai. He would eliminate 2 erroneous options and seek the next lead. After June 7, 2013, there were fewer than 20 new authors who uploaded their first book before ceasing to write by September 1st. At most, it requires a bit of time and a little financial investment. We can engage with all the authors thoroughly. What is the big deal? Brother Lai possesses a broad-mindedness and never shies away from the troubles of doing good deeds. Meeting him is indeed a stroke of fortune for Shi Lutian during the 2nd session in the afternoon. The class on microeconomics commenced, as usual, with Han Lai. Yu Yun remained fixated on the doorway, eagerly spotting Han Lai amidst the crowd and hastily beckoning him over. Brother Lai, come this way. An immediate hush fell over the classroom, with most students turning their heads to gaze at Han Lai. A handful of others glanced at Yu Yun, whispering among themselves. Is Yu Yun pursuing Han Lai? Isn't she quite amicable with everyone? While she converses freely, she has never been so forward with any male before. So she is not pretending anymore? Has the situation reversed? Is she about to put on a show now? Yu Yun's social standing within the class was never particularly elevated, and Han Lai was regarded as a coveted figure by many girls. Her call stirred a considerable wave of discontent. Even Han Lai himself was taken aback. Yu Yun is indeed a woman of considerable composure, isn't she? Throughout her 4 years in university, she had been pursued by numerous boys. Yet she always maintained a distant air, never revealing her true feelings. It wasn't until a year after graduation that she quietly married Duan Xiaoyi, effectively closing that chapter. Strictly speaking, Duan Xiaoyi was even her first love, for she had never engaged in relationships before, merely fishing in the sea of life. Naturally, her eventual betrayal of Duan Xiaoyi to seek solace elsewhere is quite comprehensible. Brother Lai feels a sense of sympathy for her. The pursuit of happiness can indeed be a painful endeavor. How much inner turmoil must accumulate when one mingles with a uniquely unworthy individual, lacking ambition and intellect? Until the age of 30? Is it excessive to seek solace in someone external? Indeed, it is, especially when that someone isn't me. Han Lai strongly suspects that Duan Xiaoyi hasn't informed her of the pendulum rankings within their dormitory. Otherwise, she certainly wouldn't favor an outsider. She would have sought out Brother Lai for a nostalgic rendezvous long ago. Enough of future speculations. The crucial point is, what's gotten into her today? Such proactive advances toward a male are uncharacteristic of her. Han Lai is perplexed, but acutely aware of Yu Yun's transformation. He decides to cease overthinking and approaches her directly. If she intends to lure, he'll gladly participate in the charade. When sea kings and queens converge, it's merely a game of mutual seduction, a friendly contest for amusement. Who's afraid of whom? Han Lai calmly approaches and takes a seat beside Yu Yun. Shi Luding remains adjacent to Yu Yun, albeit seated on the inner side this time. Upon noticing Han Lai, she casts a fleeting glance in his direction before acting as if he were a stranger, offering no greeting. Brother Lai maintains a serene facade. Inwardly scoffing, cherish your final moments of haughtiness, little cucumber. Seated in front of Shi Luding are the remaining 4 girls from the dormitory. Fang Feifei, directly in front of her, turns her head to cast a deliberate glance at Han Lai. Adjacent to Fang Feifei is none other than Duan Xiaoyi, while Lu Ji occupies the seat in front of Han Lai, creating a rather convoluted formation. In reality, the seating arrangement in the multimedia classroom is limited, making any adjacency normal. However, the combination of Duan Xiaoyi, Lu Ji, Fang Feifei, Yu Yun, and Shi Luding is an exceedingly sensitive one. A rough outline, initially. Fang Feifei harbored some affection for Lu Ji, but quickly realized his inadequacy, subsequently growing closer to Duan Xiaoyi. Lu Ji was utterly defenseless against Yu Yun's allure, consumed by ardent desire for her every night, yet he harbored a bitter resentment towards Fang Feifei's infidelity. Duan Xiaoyi had always held a deep affection for Shi Luding, but lacked the courage to express it directly, all the while entangled with Fang Feifei and Yu Yun. From the outset, Fang Feifei and Yu Yun had been mutually antagonistic. Lu Ji and Duan Xiaoyi found themselves remarkably compatible, a perfect match of envious critic and sarcastic commentator. Yet their relationship was fraught with conflict due to their shared romantic interests. Chaotic, isn't it? Yet this is merely the plot of their freshman year. The ensuing developments become even more surreal, but let's set those aside for the moment. As Han Lai sat there, he felt as if he were in the eye of a storm, with everyone swirling around him. Far from being intimidated, he found himself subtly anticipating what was to come. Come on, baby, let's stir up some drama. To be honest, the primary motivation for Han Lai to remain in the School of Humanities was these eccentric individuals who had left such a profound shadow on him in his previous life. The young Han Lai was indeed disappointing, but if the environment hadn't been so harsh and the fellow students so repulsive, he wouldn't have been so deeply affected. Even attending a third-tier university wouldn't have been as bad. The School of Humanities was too small, with too many students, and the confined environment amplified the conflicts. Shanghai was too pragmatic, and dreams were too heavy, leaving everyone feeling suppressed and restless. The native Shanghainese already possessed a strong sense of superiority and could obtain a second-tier university diploma, while students from other places were either wealthy or full of dreams, leading to ubiquitous contradictions. In the midst of these intense conflicts, there were always casualties. Whoever adapted slowly was doomed. So much pressure, concentrated on a sensitive and troubled young man, inevitably led to a predictable outcome. Han Lai became that casualty. Given a second chance, Lai Gu must reclaim his lost ground. Otherwise, a thorn will forever prick his heart. Of course, Han Lai does not intend to directly retaliate against anyone, for what fun would that be? What Lai Gu truly desires is to rise up right under their noses, to become a towering figure they can only look up to, and then to assist 3 or 5 deserving individuals, leaving the remaining fools to jump with rage, envy, regret, and lifelong suffering. Psychological shadow? It's your turn to experience it. As fate would have it, Yu Yun deliberately stopped Han Lai, clearly prepared to make her move. Her opening words were full of intriguing implications. Lai Gu, what were you busy with this afternoon? Why didn't you reply to my texts? Yu Yun's voice was both delicate and sweet, with a lingering cadence that sounded more like a flirtatious complaint than an accusation. Frankly, Han Lai was somewhat taken aback. Madam, you're not just fishing anymore. You're launching a full-scale offensive. What suddenly made you change your mind so drastically? Could a mere phone number have frightened you so much? Unable to fathom what Yu Yun was up to, Han Lai casually brushed it off. I was studying in the dormitory. TCH. Lu Ji, who was in front, let out a disdainful snicker. Duan Xiaoyi wrapped her arm around Lu Ji and feigned a scolding. What are you TCH about? Look at Lai Gu, and then look at you. TSK, there's no comparison. The two master satirists wouldn't miss any opportunity to disgust others. A hint of a smile flashed in Yu Yun's eyes. But she exclaimed in feigned surprise, wow, Han Lai, are you thinking of taking the transfer exam? As soon as these words came out, Shi Luding stopped writing. Fang Feifei turned her head, and the vicinity fell silent as everyone looked over in unison. Chapter 33. Merit increases and the intra-school transfer policy. The intra-school transfer policy is a distinctive talent cultivation initiative in Shanghai, often regarded as a risk-free second chance at the National College entrance examination. Any full-time first-year undergraduate student currently enrolled in a Shanghai-based regular university, having successfully completed their first academic year with passing grades, is eligible to apply for intra-school transfer to 12 prestigious universities. Upon successful admission, the student will continue their studies at the respective university, ultimately earning the institution's diploma and degree certificate, effectively transferring schools. These 12 universities represent the most esteemed and influential institutions of higher learning in Shanghai: Fudan University, Shanghai Jiaotong University, Tongji University, East China Normal University, East China University of Science and Technology, Shanghai University, Donghua University, East China University of Political Science and Law, Shanghai University of Technology, Shanghai Maritime University, Shanghai Ocean University, and Shanghai University of Political Science and Law. Gaining admission to Fudan University or Shanghai Jiaotong University would be an extraordinary achievement. An ascent from a third-tier institution to a top 5 national university, a feat beyond mere family honor. However, the difficulty is substantial. Annually, at least 600 academic elites vie for the 20-plus spots at Fudan University. Few students from second-tier universities dare to apply, unable to compete with students from 985 and 211 project universities, let alone underachievers from third-tier institutions. Inter-school transfer? Han Lai shook his head noncommittally. Isn't it too early to consider? The more evasive he was, the more curious everyone became. However, given the brevity of their acquaintance, it was impolite to press further. Yu Yun smiled sweetly. The exam is in May next year, indeed quite early. But I believe that with your diligence, as long as you prepare early, you definitely have a chance. She possessed a captivatingly sensual appearance, though her smile lacked genuine sweetness. With elegantly arched brows, enchanting peach blossom eyes, and full, luscious lips, her gaze was alluringly seductive. When she smiled, it seemed as if she were calling out playfully to an esteemed guest. After speaking so many words in one breath, her lips felt somewhat parched, prompting her to delicately lick her upper lip with a slender, elongated tongue, reminiscent of a beautiful serpent flicking its forked tongue. Alas, it would be a pity not to indulge in the delights of life. Brother Lai casually crossed his legs and cleared his throat softly. I shall take your kind words to heart, although I truly have not made any plans. The lingering tone of her voice suggested she had more to say. Yet suddenly, in the front row, Duan Xiaoyi cheerfully inquired of Lu Ji, "Hey, would you consider taking the transfer student exam?" "Why wouldn't I?" Lu Ji retorted sarcastically. "But what is the point? As if I could actually pass." Duan Xiaoyi patted his shoulder encouragingly. "Why not give it a shot? There is still over half a year left. Talking doesn't cost a thing. Not a chance." Lu Ji vehemently shook his head. "If I boast now and fail later, that would be utterly humiliating." He then cast a sidelong glance at Duan Xiaoyi. "Why are you always pushing me? Why don't you take it?" Duan Xiaoyi shrugged. "I'm already at a second-tier university, and after graduation, I need to work. Why waste my energy? Their banter was clearly aimed at Han Lai. Following the events of the morning, they were hesitant to confront him directly, yet as masterful practitioners of sarcasm, they had their own ways of being insufferable. I'm merely venting my frustrations. Are you really going to hit me in the classroom? Fang Feifei interjected, sensing the tension. I truly envy Xiaoyi. Not having to work is simply too comfortable. Indeed. Du Xiaoyi smiled with a sense of triumph, proclaiming, so what if I graduated from Fuda and Jiaoda? After 2 years of work, I can only afford to rent a single room in my family's house. Zhang Taishu, seated in the row ahead, immediately turned around to tease her. Your family has 4 apartments, right? TSK. How much must they be worth, all located within the inner ring? Who told you I have 4 apartments? Du Xiaoyi raised an eyebrow, her expression laced with disdain. Those are 4 units, okay. The nearby classmates were taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Even the usually composed Shi Luding gasped, covering his mouth in disbelief. The housing prices within the inner ring of the Magic City had remained stagnant between 35,000 to 50,000 per square meter over the past 2 years. While these figures may not seem exorbitant in comparison to future valuations, to a group of freshmen, they appeared utterly unattainable. A 100 square meter apartment would cost between 4 to 5 million for units. My goodness. Brother Du, you truly keep your secrets well. To think that my dorm mate is a billionaire. The reactions around him were exaggerated, yet undeniably impactful. Whispers soon filled the air as classmates began to chatter incessantly. While many came from comfortable backgrounds, most were merely of middle-class status. For their parents to assist them in purchasing an apartment in the Magic City was a considerable challenge. Little did they know, among them was a hidden heir to vast wealth. Several girls couldn't contain their curiosity, bombarding Du Xiaoyi with questions. Where are your family's apartments located? What are the current prices? The atmosphere became as lively as a bustling market. Only Han Lai observed quietly, secretly amused. He was all too aware of the reality behind the facade. Duan Xiaoyi is indeed a second-generation demolisher, having received compensation for 4 units for her entire family from the developers. Grandparents, aunts, uncles, distant relatives. Every relative in the village congregated to claim this compensation together. What truly belongs to Duan Xiaoyi's family consists solely of 8 medium-sized apartments and a shop located downstairs. Her parents opened a small supermarket in the shop, collecting rent during idle times. Life was indeed quite good, with the family's wealth potentially nearing 50 million at its peak, which made Han Lai in his past life green with envy. However, in terms of social status, it was rather unremarkable. It was far from the formidable, impressive image that Duan Xiaoyi often boasted about. The newlywed couple's 160 square meter apartment was purchased at the peak of the housing market, depleting their savings to afford the down payment, which speaks volumes about the liquidity available to Duan Xiaoyi's family. Subsequently, when Yan placed a straw hat on Duan Xiaoyi, it was hard to deny that it had something to do with his deceit. The disparity between expectations and reality was stark. Duan Xiaoyi, lacking seriousness, could hardly expect Yu Yun's wild spirit to tolerate him. As for the outcome, naturally, it was forgiveness. The man was simply inept in that regard, completely subdued by Yu Yun, who dared not even strike her once. Later, it seemed he awakened some peculiar attribute. Ahem, this is merely hearsay, as Lai Ge never personally verified it. In any case, despite the commotion, the couple lived quite happily together, and they remained united until Han Lai's rebirth. Isn't that intriguing? Quite fascinating indeed. Observing Duan Xiaoyi's ostentatious display, the sycophantic flattery, and Fang Feifei and Yu Yun's astonishment and excitement, Lai Ji was far from incensed. Rather, he felt a sense of amusement. Having adopted this omniscient perspective, it was impossible to maintain a participant's mindset. With everyone's fate under his control and the narrative's trajectory laid bare, how could one fully immerse oneself? Therefore, Han Lai's attention remained firmly fixed on Shi Luding. She represented a novel challenge, an unfathomable, high-level objective. Only she could provide Han Lai with sufficient surprise or consternation to make his rebirth worthwhile. While the others engaged in fervent conversation, Han Lai quietly immersed himself in his studies. He exhibited neither anger at the provocations of the 2 masters of sarcasm nor disappointment at Yu Yun's lively interactions with them. He exuded an inner tranquility. Such is the nature of those with purpose. Shi Luding, after listening to the boasting for a time, shook her head and withdrew her attention. She possessed unwavering resolve and strong convictions. While she valued Duan Xiaoyi for his 4 apartment buildings, she still held him in low regard. To value and to esteem are two distinct matters. Assessing Duan Xiaoyi's profile, his background might merit a 6, his wealth a 9, but his character and abilities only a 2 or 3, resulting in an overall assessment of worthlessness, a particularly valuable form of worthlessness. Conversely, Han Lai's character, abilities, intelligence, and appearance could each be rated a 7. Disregarding his background and wealth, the weighted score already surpassed Duan Xiaoyi's by a small margin. Thinking of Han Lai, Shi Luting couldn't help but turn her gaze towards him. Still engrossed in calculus problems? Shi Lutian attentively observed Han Lai's movements, quickly concluding that he was not concealing anything, but was genuinely engrossed. With his character, an additional half point, his score now stands at 7. 5. Shi Lutian stole another glance at Han Lai's profile. The youth's skin was remarkably smooth, not particularly pale, but undeniably clean, with sharp features and a deeply defined outline. When he slightly furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the problems in the book, his clear eyes seemed to shimmer with light. A focused man is truly captivating. Shi Lutian quietly awarded Han Lai another half point for his looks. Chapter 34. Deceiving for food and drink. Duan Xiaoyi had been the center of attention for a while, her confidence and courage soaring, yet she always felt something was amiss. A sideways glance revealed the missing element. Han Lai was deeply engrossed in solving problems. Brother, what gives? Why are you the only one not showing any courtesy? Duan Xiaoyi was currently riding high on her newfound confidence, and the lack of a retort from Han Lai to her previous sarcastic remarks left her feeling both secure and irritated. Thus, in a moment of impulsiveness, she decided to provoke him again. Brother Lai, how diligent you are. What is this? Are you truly considering the exam for transfer students? Han Lai was in the midst of solving a problem and casually replied, I still need to think it over. Where do you wish to apply? Surprisingly, it was Fang Feifei who posed the sudden question, and her tone was assertive. Although she had not paid particular attention to Han Lai, she was the first to perceive his aloofness. The young man before her, aside from displaying a degree of enthusiasm during his self-introduction on stage, seemed to be out of sync with the entire finance class. It was as if he was inherently unfit for this environment. The students exhibit a profound lack of enthusiasm, indifference, and disinterest, coupled with a reluctance to forge deeper connections, irrespective of one's physical beauty. Initially perplexed by this behavior, she suddenly recalled the policy concerning transfer students and realized that Han Lai had no intention of lingering in the humanities for long. The moment Fang Feifei posed her question, Shi Lutian also grasped the situation, instinctively turning his head to fixate on Han Lai. He truly had not anticipated this. Han Lai finally lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his features as he addressed Fang Feifei. Thank you for your concern, but your inquiry comes rather prematurely. Fang Feifei, taken aback, wondered. If you haven't made up your mind, why toil so diligently every day? I've noticed you've even self-studied the final 2 chapters of advanced mathematics. Yu Yun, visibly irritated, interjected, what a fraud. Why would one study mathematics if they have no intention to take the transfer exam? Is it even relevant to our school? No wonder you're disinclined to engage with others. When it comes to tea, you truly excel. The expressions of Duan Xiaoyi and Lu Ji simultaneously shifted. Yet, Han Lai found it difficult to suppress a chuckle. Although he had been momentarily exploited and had gained an adversary, he had no desire to expose her. That would be quite dull, wouldn't it? Having been reborn, Brother Lai took pleasure in watching the children perform, applauding the captivating moments, and if truly entertaining, he might even join them on stage for a performance. What does it mean to look down from the heights of adulthood? It manifests in this manner. Lu Ji, indeed, became anxious, retorting with a tinge of acidity. What do you mean you haven't decided? Could it be that you recognize your inadequacy and are too timid to admit it? What nonsense is this? Duan Xiaoyi feigned admonishment towards Lu Ji, then retorted with veiled sarcasm. Could it not be that Lai harbors lofty ambitions, setting his sights exceedingly high, thus preferring not to disclose his aspirations prematurely? Is that not the case, Lai? Might you be contemplating Fudan or Jiaotong University? Fang Feifei furrowed her brow. Shi Luting raised her head, and Yu Yun's eyes twinkled with amusement. Everyone discerned the ill intent in Duan Xiaoyi's words. Yet, Han Lai nodded with magnanimity. Indeed, I have entertained such thoughts. Bah! What audacious boasting! Lu Ji retorted, swearing vehemently. If you can gain admission to Fudan, I shall consume a pound of Yu Yun's excrement. Uft! Fang Feifei burst into laughter. Cough, cough. Yu Yun nearly choked on her own saliva, coughing violently. Shi Luting recoiled in disgust, pursing her lips, her eyes filled with disdain. Yet, Lai remained unperturbed, retorting leisurely, "You certainly entertain fanciful notions, attempting to deceive and freeload with mere words. But have you inquired of Yu Yun whether she would consent to your consumption?" "Ha ha ha." Hick. Han Lai's rejoinder nearly caused the girls to erupt in laughter. Yu Yun, her face flushed crimson, emitted a shriek, her chest heaving with indignation. "Han Lai." Then she reached out to grab Han Lai's thigh. Of course, Brother Lai would dodge. He recoiled, but ultimately did not escape, as Yu Yun seized his entire leg. A soft hiss escaped Lai Go, an ambiguous sound that could not quite be discerned as pain or something else. Perhaps it would have been better not to dodge at all. He then asked, somewhat pained, "Loji, why are you pinching me?" Yu Yun's ears turned crimson, and she hurriedly released her grip, forcing herself to steady her racing heart. Yet her words remained defiant. "I can't be bothered with Lu Ji. Besides, you shouldn't emulate him. It's utterly revolting." The other girls finally had their fill of laughter, collectively criticizing Lu Ji. "Why are you so lowbrow? Shameless. If you keep acting like a rogue, we'll report you to Teacher Lu." Lu Ji's eyes burned with fury. "If I'm lowbrow, then Han Lai is humorous. Who's truly shameless, huh? It's infuriating." Duan Xiaoyi found himself too occupied to concern himself with Lu Ji's plight. He sensed the situation was becoming precarious. Why was Yu Yun so bashful in front of Han Lai? When had Shi Lutian ever smiled so joyfully? Damn! He dared not watch Han Lai and Yu Yun flirt any longer and hastily interjected. "All right, Brother Lai, you truly have ambition. If you can get into Fuda, leave everything else aside. I will handle your housing arrangements off campus. My home is conveniently located not far from Fuda. If you get in, for the next 3 years, you won't need to spend a dime on rent. I will let you live for free. What do you think? Isn't that generous? Brother Lai, you must give it your all. Just don't make a grand show of it, and then back down when the time comes to register. That would be pointless. Just showing off how grand your house is." In passing, he provoked Han Lai with a few words, nudging him to enroll in a prestigious institution. What a cunning fellow. Han Lai, of course, perceived the underlying intent but remained unfazed. He had promised to accompany the little ones in their theatrical endeavors. Witnessing a splendid performance warranted applause, not indignation. Thus, he merely offered a calm smile. Truth be told, I had not devised a solid plan. The primary issue was that none of the 12 renowned universities offered courses related to finance. Instead, they were inundated with majors in biochemical engineering, environmental studies, and architecture, rather uninteresting prospects. Fang Feifei, Yu Yun, Shi Lutian, as well as Duan Xiaoyi and Lu Ji, were all taken aback. They could hardly believe that Han Lai had not detected Duan Xiaoyi's malice. Given Han Lai's intelligence, such ignorance was implausible. If he were aware, yet remained so composed. The girls' emotions became increasingly intricate. On one hand, they were somewhat displeased with Duan Xiaoyi's aggressive and sardonic demeanor. What did Han Lai's examination endeavors have to do with her? Was it truly unbearable to witness another success? On the other hand, they were genuinely astonished by Han Lai's magnanimity and grace. Subjected to repeated ridicule from Duan Xiaoyi and Lu Ji, anyone else would have erupted in anger long ago. Yet, Han Lai retained the demeanor of a refined gentleman, exhibiting an extraordinary poise that was far beyond that of an 18-year-old. This only served to enhance his appeal. If there were no comparisons, it might have been different. However, with Lu Ji and Duan Xiaoyi seated right before them, the contrast was stark. More crucially, Han Lai's striking appearance outshone theirs by a considerable margin. Consequently, the inclination of their affections began to shift dramatically. After a brief pause, Shi Lutian interjected, "With your mathematical prowess, as long as you set your sights reasonably, aiming for a law degree in political science, or perhaps a business administration course at Huazhong University, your chances should be quite substantial." Behold, has the aloof beauty undergone a transformation? Not only did she proactively commend Han Lai, but she even facilitated an elegant exit for him. Is she now protective of him? The girls were taken aback. Han Lai found it intriguing, and Duan Xiaoyi grew anxious. At this juncture, Duan Xiaoyi was in the throes of ardent infatuation with Shi Lutian. More precisely, it was a phase where Duan Xiaoyi was endeavoring to impress Shi Lutian, showcasing himself in every possible way. In their previous lives, Duan Xiaoyi had, on numerous occasions, boasted about his progress to everyone in the dormitory. For instance, he would recount how he had a delightful conversation with Shi Lutian one day, or how he had elicited a smile from the beauty on another, and so forth. Subsequently, It became evident that those were merely commonplace interactions, and Shi Luding harbored no affection for him whatsoever. However, the reality was that Duan Xiaoyi had the most amicable rapport with Shi Luding within the entire 1918 dormitory. At the very least, they could engage in normal conversation and exchange a few words casually. No more than 5 male students in the class enjoyed this privilege. Consequently, Duan Xiaoyi consistently regarded himself as Shi Luding's close confidant, always feeling that his prospects were exceptionally promising, awaiting only the opportune moment. Yet, the current situation was awry. Between himself and Han Lai, Shi Luding was actually proactively defending Han Lai. Duan Xiaoyi could not accept this. He was genuinely agitated. Such profound mathematical prowess that it warrants such praise from the class monitor? Let me take a gander. Oh, it's merely filling in answers on the practice page? Not a single piece of scratch paper. Don't tell me it was all mental calculation? Randomly filling in answers with eyes closed. I could do that as well. Before Han Lai could respond, Shi Luding retorted with impatience. Tilting her head slightly, a queenly sidelong glance, exceedingly familiar to Han Lai, made an early appearance. Filling in answers at random? You can't even fill in the formulas correctly. Her countenance underwent a remarkable transformation. Turning back, Fang Feifei rested her petite face on the chair's backrest, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Han Lai, are you truly engrossed in problem-solving? Where are the calculations? The query was simple, yet her demeanor was devoid of affectation, replaced by an innocent candor. One could discern that her question was merely that, devoid of malice. Han Lai's emotions were complex. In her early days, Fang Feifei was not only not unpleasant, but even somewhat endearingly straightforward. How did she become the person she was later? A lamentable transformation. Han Lai shook his head, replying nonchalantly, the problems are too elementary. Mental arithmetic suffices. Level 3 mathematics was at least comparable to the level of a sophomore student in the mathematics department of Tsinghua or Peking University. Why would he need scratch paper to tackle a mere textbook on advanced algebra? Wow! Fang Feifei exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. You're so amazing. I've been studying for half a month, and I haven't even grasped the first chapter. Yu Yun covered her mouth, giggling softly. Her amorous eyes filled with bashful affection. Lai Ji, you must have put in a lot of effort, right? So diligent, so motivated. Lai Ji was momentarily at a loss for words. Am I diligent? Recalling the tooth he had personally extracted, the scoundrel nodded righteously. Indeed, I've made no small sacrifices, but it's worth it. Inspirational. Yu Yun gave a thumbs up. Inspirational. Fang Feifei chimed in gleefully. Shi Luding rolled his eyes, inwardly scoffing at the two infatuated fools. He then silently awarded Han Lai an additional 0.5 points for his abilities. Duan Xiaoyi was on the verge of madness. The mere fact that Shi Luding openly supported Han Lai was already intolerable, but now, his devoted admirer Fang Feifei, along with his delightful confidant Yu Yun, had both turned against him. How could he, a prominent heir of the Shanghai elite, be so utterly disregarded? The disdain that the locals of Shanghai held towards outsiders seemed ingrained in their very bones. No matter how well they masked it in daily life, it would inevitably surface at critical moments. Duan Xiaoyi's emotions, having been repeatedly provoked, finally shattered. Mental calculations? You're simply marvelous. Allow me to wish you success in your pursuit of re-enrollment and securing a good job soon. Put in some effort, perhaps with a little more support from home. You may accumulate enough for a down payment on a house in less than 10 years. However, the first few years after graduation might be quite challenging, wouldn't they? You must be frugal with your salary. If it becomes too burdensome, feel free to rent my family's place. Since we are classmates, I could offer you a discount. If you dare to ask. Upon hearing this, Lu Ji was overjoyed. He had finally found an opportunity for a retort and eagerly joined in. After all, Brother Lai resided in an international dormitory costing 3,500 a year. Would that insignificant rental discount even matter? Not necessarily. Duan Xiaoyi smirked disdainfully. 3,500 a year and over 100,000 a year are worlds apart. Our building is located within the inner ring. If the starting salary isn't at least 25,000, one might not even be able to afford the rent. The two continued their banter, which, to be honest, was particularly nauseating. Fang Feifei, who had initially harbored a favorable impression of Duan Xiaoyi, now frowned in disapproval. Having a house with multiple stories is indeed remarkable, but why incessantly harp on it? It's not as if it's your own personal achievement. Even Han Lai is ignoring you. Why are you pushing yourself on him? Yu Yun doesn't possess such a fervent sense of justice. Her mind is entirely consumed by conflicting thoughts. Should I assist Han Lai, or should I observe further? Although she believes Han Lai's family background is undoubtedly extraordinary, she remains uncertain whether it can truly rival the 4 units owned by Duan Xiaoyi's family. Perhaps matters concerning men should be resolved by themselves? She looting watched the spectacle unfold with amusement in her eyes. Is she oblivious to Duan Xiaoyi's intentions? No, she is acutely aware. Therefore, she deliberately flattered Han Lai while simultaneously taunting Duan Xiaoyi, clearly adding fuel to the fire. You dog of a man. Let's see you act arrogant with me. She doesn't resent Han Lai, nor does she dislike him. In fact, emotionally, she leans towards Han Lai. However, this doesn't deter her from wanting to teach Han Lai a lesson, to witness his discomfiture. What if the conflict escalates and they start fighting? That would be even better. In any case, Han Lai certainly won't be at a disadvantage. At most, he'll be a bit disheveled. The more disheveled he is, the happier she becomes. She looting is, after all, just an 18-year-old girl. Her so-called queen-like personality, without sufficient worldly experience, can only be described as assertive and willful. Therefore, she simply desires to see Han Lai in a disheveled state, and then personally step in to turn the tide. Finally, she must find an opportune moment to ask him face to face. So, are you still going to play aloof and hard to get with me? Well, when the time comes, one must not laugh. The demeanor should exude superiority, the expression must remain aloof, and the eyes may harbor a hint of mockery. Just the thought of it brings such satisfaction. Shi Lutian's inner monologue is the most intricate, yet his expression appears utterly serene. He relaxes against the chair, adopting a spectator's posture, ready to observe the unfolding drama. The rest of the attendees are tense, except for Han Lai. At this juncture, it is evident that the performance lacks novelty, rendering the remainder unworthy of attention. It is time to overturn the table. Consequently, Han Lai, with a semblance of a smile, raises his head and locks eyes with Duan Xiaoyi. Which of your houses is so expensive? Every house in my family is costly. Duan Xiaoyi retorts promptly. Han Lai chuckles, shaking his head. Child, you cannot possibly believe that the 4 units collectively contributed by the entire village belongs solely to your family, can you? Duan Xiaoyi's heart races, her face pales, and her lips tremble as she bursts out. What nonsense are you spouting? The girls are momentarily taken aback, casting suspicious glances at Duan Xiaoyi. Han Lai chuckles again, effortlessly composed, as if he holds all the cards. He then leisurely continues. It's building number 4, Xinyuan Garden, Yangpu District. A small high-rise, for households per floor, with a 42 square meter studio and a 64 square meter 2-bedroom unit. Your family has secured 8 apartments on the 10th and 11th floors of Unit 1, 2 for personal use, 6 for rental. Oh, and your parents have acquired a 48 square meter commercial space from the developer, establishing a small supermarket, right? What is the average price of the resettlement apartments in Yangpu District this year, by the way? Dumbfounded, Duan Xiaoyi's face turned as pale as a ghost, utterly taken aback. It was not just him. Lu Ji, Fang Feifei, Yu Yun, and Shi Lutian were all rendered speechless. What exactly does your family do? Is it an FBI warning? Han Lai teased with a subtle smile, undeniably handsome. Yet, in Duan Xiaoyi's eyes, he resembled a devilish figure, far more terrifying than any fiendish grin. The whispers of the devil continued to linger. The indigenous community united to pressure the developers, ultimately achieving a collective relocation, truly impressive. However, it was not your family that spearheaded this effort, nor was it your family that held any connections. You merely reaped the benefits without contributing. Duan Xiaoyi, you are a fortunate child favored by the tides of time. The historical surge of national prosperity has delivered a lifetime of wealth to your doorstep. You may flaunt your riches before me, but you cannot attribute your family's affluence to personal endeavor. You ought to express gratitude toward the party and the nation, yet not to yourself. Always remember 2 essential truths. First, your family status is not as grand as you boast. Second, even if your family possesses some wealth, it remains entirely unrelated to you. At present, you possess nothing and are nothing. Therefore, refrain from prancing about in my presence with your pretentious airs. You lack the merit to do so, do you understand? Duan Xiaoyi was thoroughly stunned, his mind a tangled mess of confusion, with myriad unanswered questions entwined within. And for a fleeting moment, his thoughts were rendered completely blank. Ultimately, he instinctively voiced his greatest confusion. How? How do you know that? The third level of acting was unleashed as Liao Gu smiled calmly and with a hint of amusement. In the bustling metropolis, where hidden talents abound, my family hopes I avoid trouble, yet they also wish not to see me bullied. Among the 64 classmates, I must ascertain who I can confront and who I cannot. Well in advance, I have a clear understanding of your standing, and you should possess that awareness as well. Young one, I implore you, do not let there be a next time. Is my message sufficiently clear? Han Lai's voice was not loud. His tone was neither heavy nor urgent, delivered with an unhurried composure. Consequently, Duan Xiaoyi comprehended every word spoken by Han Lai, allowing ample time to grasp the terrifying tension lurking beneath the surface of his language. Duan Xiaoyi widened his eyes, momentarily stunned, before hastily nodding in a flustered manner. Yes, yes, yes. Rest assured, Liao Gu, I guarantee there will be no next time. Though he found it difficult to admit defeat verbally, his expression had morphed into one of submissive innocence. A profound fear unexpectedly seized his heart. Years later, Duan Xiaoyi stumbled upon media revelations online regarding Han Lai's humble origins and rags-to-riches story, met with a flurry of adulation in the comments. Ego scoffed disdainfully, his sense of superiority soaring, as he spat out a thick gob of contempt. Huh, what nonsense do you dare to believe? A bunch of fools. Chapter 36, The Aura of Dominance. Liao Gu typically refrained from pretense, but once he decided to indulge, it was undoubtedly grand. Ahem. This particular endeavor was not only grand, but executed with remarkable smoothness and perfection. At the forefront, Duan Xiaoyi was nearly frightened into submission. Concealing herself within the pages of her textbook like a quail, she dared not lift her head for the duration of the lesson. Upon witnessing Duan Xiaoyi's reaction, Yu Yun and Fang Feifei swiftly comprehended the veracity of Han Lai's pronouncements. Heavens! Fang Feifei exclaimed, promptly stifling her utterance and recoiling as if intimidated by Han Lai's aura. Subsequently, she engaged in hushed exchanges with her roommates. Yu Yun glanced towards the newly arrived instructor, subtly maneuvering closer to Han Lai. She made several attempts to speak, yet remained silent. She looting, with lowered eyelids, feigned attentiveness to her book, though her gaze remained fixed, lost in thought. Lu Ji lay placidly upon his desk, feigning slumber. In front, Tai Shupi and Co. Bai exchanged furtive glances, retrieving their phones to engage in rapid private messaging. A palpable and peculiar atmosphere, emanating from Han Lai, enveloped the vicinity. A sense of awe was undeniable. However, alongside the astonishment, a subtle excitement began to burgeon. Was the finance class finally poised to witness the emergence of a true luminary? Fang Feifei and Lu Yiji huddled together, engaging in incessant whispers. Goodness, what does Han Lai's family do? I have no idea. Government officials, perhaps? But how influential must they be to extend their reach from Mengqing to Modu? Or perhaps the underworld? Nonsense. Cease your idle chatter. Han Lai possesses such a refined demeanor. He appears to hail from a scholarly lineage. A scholarly lineage that leads him here? Wouldn't his erudite parents break his legs? Well, that's true. Is it possible that the business has expanded significantly, and there are ventures in the metropolis as well? How would I know? If you're so curious, why not ask directly? No way, I'm too timid. Haha. Lu Yiji was amused by Fang Feifei's timid demeanor. Raising an eyebrow playfully, what happened to the boldness you showed when you flirted with him before? That was online. I can say anything online, but I feel shy face to face. Then continue flirting online. But what? You can't still have feelings for Duan Xiaoyi, can you? Huh. Who is Duan Xiaoyi? Is there such a person in our class? Haha. You're quite something. Sigh. Fang Feifei suddenly exhaled, troubled as she asked, E.g., do you think I have a problem with my judgment? Why would you say that about yourself? Look, at first I thought Lu Ji was decent, but he turned out to be foolish. Then I thought Duan Xiaoyi was quite good, but he turned out to be a braggart. Lu Ji sensed that Fang Feifei must be grappling with something, yet she couldn't quite pinpoint it. Out of sisterly affection, she ultimately chose to soften her words. You're just too naive and too trusting of others. Just take your time. Isn't Han Lai quite good? Should I pursue him? Go for it. Lu Yiji declared, shaking her fist fiercely. If you don't seize the opportunity, are you going to leave it for that little vixen, Yu Yin? All right, then I'm going for it. Fang Feifei, having mustered her courage, suddenly covered her flushed cheeks and broke into a silly giggle. Lost in a reverie of her own making, she appeared quite infatuated. Meanwhile, Lu Yiji discreetly turned her head, casting a disdainful glance at Yu Yun, her lips curling in contempt. The little vixen, Yu Yun, had yet to discover an appropriate method of flirtation. Her heart raced with excitement, yet it proved futile. Mom, I've fallen in love. This is the man I have been searching for. Lai Go is truly domineering yet gentle. I can hardly withstand it. And he is so magnificent. She pondered an array of thoughts, yet Han Lai remained engrossed in solving mathematical problems, utterly ignoring her. Initially, she had indeed questioned whether this was a case of feigned indifference to elicit her interest. Now, however, she was convinced otherwise. On one hand, Han Lai was genuinely hardworking, having nearly completed 80% of the exercises in Calculus 1. On the other hand, what status, background, and qualities did Han Lai possess? For a man of his caliber, pursuing a woman earnestly was the only suitable approach. Who could withstand such earnestness? The notion of feigned indifference dissipated, yet a new concern arose. If it was not a tactic, then it meant he was truly uninterested in her. But what could be the reason? Was her appearance not to his taste? Did he find her too frivolous? Did he prefer Fang Feifei or Shi Lutian? Was it because she had not staunchly supported him in the past? Yu Yun was bewildered. Yet an overwhelming sense of urgency surged within her. After all, Shi Lutian was undeniably beautiful, and Fang Feifei was no ordinary contender. Han Lai was unique. And the swift would feast while the slow would be left with scraps. She found herself increasingly captivated. Rather than engaging with the lecture, Shi Lutian was lost in contemplation, her gaze unfocused. She was vexed by Duan Xiaoyi's incompetence, yet simultaneously thrilled by Han Lai's performance. Echoing Zheng Guofan's sentiment that speak softly, act decisively, Han Lai had demonstrated both forbearance and assertiveness, surpassing her expectations. His concluding remark, "Is my meaning clear?" was particularly striking. As an observer, Shi Lutian reveled in the scene. Duan Xiaoyi, the nouveau riche from Shanghai, deserved to be put in his place. However, her plan to teach Han Lai a lesson had backfired, leaving her feeling foolish. Shi Lutian's emotions were a tangled web, and her curiosity about Han Lai intensified. What was his background? He seemed far more mature than his peers. If her male protagonists possessed such charisma, her writing would not have suffered such a setback. Perhaps she should pen another novel, drawing inspiration from Han Lai? But her knowledge of him was insufficient. Shi Lutian yearned to interrogate Han Lai, unraveling the enigma that he was. However, she did nothing but quietly immerse herself in thought. Despite the tumult within her heart, she maintained exquisite control. As an astute and precocious woman, Shi Lutong had long since grasped the detrimental effects of emotional turmoil. Thus, she habitually restrained her feelings, concealed her thoughts, and refrained from forming deep connections with anyone. Lacking a familial background and possessing such beauty, who could she rely on for protection if she did not learn to safeguard herself? Rather than navigating the complexities of social interactions with various individuals, it was preferable to maintain a distance through assertiveness, reserving her trust for a select few who could genuinely offer assistance. The essence of maintaining independence lay in not fawning over anyone. To do so would obliterate the foundation for equitable relationships. Therefore, upon realizing her heart was stirred and even sensed a hint of admiration for Han Lai, Shi Lutong promptly chose to regain her composure alone. As long as she could calm herself, everything would return to normal. Chapter 37. I am just a dependent before the end of class. The teacher concluded the lecture ahead of schedule. Yu Yun finally mustered the courage to find a suitable angle to engage Han Lai in conversation. Brother Lai, where are you going to eat later? Ting Ting and I are heading to the cafeteria. Would you like to join us? The cafeteria? Han Lai shook his head. Too expensive. I can't afford it. In truth, he primarily wished to maintain a certain distance from Yu Yun. Just as he finished responding, his phone suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered it was indeed a friend request from Chen Yinfei, which uplifted his spirits. Yu Yun, seeing the luxurious gold 5S in Han Lai's hand, felt a surge of frustration. Unable to afford the cafeteria, yet able to purchase the newly released 5S. Indeed, Lai Ji's thoughts were entirely consumed by Chen Yinfei, and he casually replied, "It's precisely because all my money has gone towards purchasing the 5S that I can only eat dirt." A perfectly valid excuse. Lai Ge felt his rejection was exceedingly gentlemanly. However, Yu Yun's response was unexpectedly assertive. "No worries, I'll treat you." Her 6 emphatic words left no room for doubt. Han Lai swiftly accepted Chen Yinfei's friend request, feigning indifference as he continued to deflect. "Is that for real? I have no money to reciprocate." Yu Yun was nearly exasperated. How could this obtuse man be so oblivious? Was her intention to merely solicit his return favor? Gritting her teeth, but suppressing her frustration, she retorted, "Indeed. You needn't worry about reciprocating. My living expenses are sufficient, and I can treat you several times without issue. Han Lai lacked the skills to charm women and was distracted, so his initial reaction was delayed. Yet, armed with a modest understanding of psychology, he eventually caught on. Oh, has my friend successfully employed reverse psychology? The roles had shifted. She was now anxious. She cared. She had taken the bait. She was in a hurry. Uh-huh. Now it was my turn to lead the dance, right? Heh. Han Lai blinked, his eyes sparkling with innocence, his expression slightly hesitant. Isn't that inappropriate? Do you have something else in mind? Shi Lutian observed Han Lai's theatrical performance, barely suppressing an eye roll. Not this routine again. He seemed to have emerged from a bygone era of melodramatic theatrics. Not only had she seen through him, but Yu Yun had also caught on. After witnessing such a scene, anyone who still believed Han Lai to be a naive youth was akin to a purebred husky. Lai go. Just give her a break already. Let us go. Let us go. Let us go. Yu Yun paid no heed to Han Lai's theatrics, pressing her advance directly. Finding his charade unsustainable, Han Lai nonchalantly signaled his assent with an okay. Fine, let's proceed. I dare you to extend the invitation indefinitely. For I am undaunted by the prospect of a complimentary repast. Free sustenance holds no terror for this brother. Eavesdropping with rapt attention. Fang Feifei could no longer contain herself upon hearing that pivotal phrase. She erupted in laughter, collapsing onto the table, her shoulders convulsing with mirth. Yu Yun remained oblivious to the cause of her amusement. Subsequently, Shi Lutian followed in Fang Feifei's footsteps, succumbing to paroxysms of laughter. What's wrong with you two? She retorted, shoving Shi Lutian playfully. Are you both daft? Free sustenance. Ha. Finally comprehending the source of their amusement, Yu Yun's face flushed crimson once more. In a moment of impulsive audacity, she instinctively seized Han Lai's inner thigh. Her face flushed as she demanded fiercely, speak. Was this intentional? Were it not for the captivating allure emanating from her eyes, Han Lai might have genuinely believed her ire. Hiss! Insolent temptress. Release my sacred limb. Han Lai retorted, his expression a mixture of pain and delight. What do you accuse me of? Do you take me for some base individual? I partake only in the legitimate fare of the cafeteria. Lo Ji, seeking to remain inconspicuous, was once again an innocent casualty of their banter. This time, however, he dared not turn around. Let them hurl their insults, he resigned himself, for they inflict no physical harm. Should I utter a single word of defiance? May I be deemed the loser? Yu Yun administered one final pinch before relinquishing her hold on Han Lai's thigh. Her heart pounded at an accelerated rate, her blood surging uncontrollably to her face, and her mind reeled in a dizzying haze. Inwardly, she lamented, have you lost your senses? Yet the frenzied release of dopamine whispered to her, be bold, it's delightful. Once reason returned, she began to lament. How could you be so frivolous? The intense conflict within her felt as if it might tear her apart. For a full 10 seconds, she could not utter a single coherent word, becoming utterly oblivious to the happenings around her. Fortunately, no one noticed her distress. Everyone assumed she was merely shy due to that joke, failing to consider any other possibilities. At last, after enough laughter, Fang Feifei suddenly threw a direct ball. Lai Go, it's utterly disgusting to see you indulging with Yun Yun. How about I treat you instead? Oh my, even the goddess wished to get involved. Han Lai was momentarily taken aback, locking eyes with her. Fang Feifei rested her chin on her hands, smiling sweetly, though her gaze was a tad evasive and shy. Han Lai quickly grasped the situation. During this time in his previous life, Duan Xiaoyi's attention primarily fixated on Shi Lutian. Although Fang Feifei harbored a certain fondness for Duan Xiaoyi, she had not expressed much enthusiasm due to Shi Lutian's presence. At this stage, she could converse easily with most boys in her class. Even in his former life, Han Lai maintained a decent rapport with her. However, back then, Han Lai was overly sensitive and had been struck at his most vulnerable point by Pan Xiaohang on the train, daring not to reveal his feelings for her. Subsequently, 2 events transpired that led her to completely disregard Han Lai. Eventually, Duan Xiaoyi relinquished her pursuit of Shi Lutian and turned her attention to Fang Feifei. And within a month, they were together. That was during the 2nd semester of their freshman year. There must have been numerous tales and mishaps transpiring in the interim. Yet regrettably, Han Lai's strained rapport with his roommates precluded him from knowing any details. Eventually, for reasons unknown, Fang Feifei succumbed to self-destructive behavior, engaging intimately with all the other members of the dormitory, pointedly excluding Han Lai. Subsequently, on the very day of Duan Xiaoyi and Yu Yun's nuptials, Fang Feifei posted a vitriolic message in the class group, proclaiming, Duan Xiaoi, may misfortune befall you. Yu Yun, you shall live to rue this day. Yu Yun may have genuinely regretted her decision, for according to those in the know, she brazenly betrayed Duan Xiaoi, and it was Yu Yun who initiated the divorce, while Duan Xiaoi desperately pleaded for reconciliation. Utterly absurd. The veracity of these gossipy accounts remains uncertain to Han Lai, nor does he particularly care. However, upon reflection, certain aspects do align. For instance, the Fang Feifei of today is not yet the ethereal goddess, but rather a petite beauty with a somewhat volatile temperament. And she has not yet developed genuine affection for Duan Xiaoi. This young woman possesses a far more passionate and uninhibited nature than Yu Yun. Therefore, it is not surprising that she would take a fancy to Han Lai and actively pursue him. Compared to Duan Xiaoi, the comprehensively upgraded version of Han Lai surpasses him in every conceivable aspect. The outcome of their confrontation earlier was nothing short of devastating. With little Yi's impeccable assistance, whether it be Yu Yun or Fang Feifei, Han Lai could secure a relationship within 3 days, should he so desire. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Han Lai has no such inclination. Neither of them is worthy of a serious romantic involvement. This has nothing to do with their physical appearance, as both possess baseline beauty scores of around 90, qualifying them as stunning women. The primary issue lies in their character and inner qualities, which leave much to be desired. Both individuals possess conspicuous character flaws and a significant dearth of substance. Academic underachievement is not the primary concern, but rather the absence of aspirational objectives or uplifting avocations. One is consumed by romantic infatuation, while the other perpetually fantasizes about marrying into affluence. Their pastimes consist of binge-watching television, applying cosmetics, gossiping, and parking vehicles. What basis is there for a romantic entanglement? Absolutely not. However, accepting complimentary meals remains acceptable. Consequently, Han Lai smiled at Fang Feifei, shamelessly shifting the responsibility to Yu Yun. I am merely a freeloader. As long as the sustenance is palatable and easily acquired, I am indifferent as to its source. Perhaps you should consult with Yu Yun? The young women collectively widened their eyes in astonishment. The audacity! How could a person be so brazen? The young women were profoundly shocked. But Han Lai's candor was so absolute, his composure so unwavering, that it momentarily blurred the distinction between humor and shamelessness, to such an extent that they began to question themselves. Could it be that the problem lies with me? Is it possible that Brother Lai is simply unwilling to hurt anyone? Therefore, he employs a facetious approach to provide everyone with an opportunity to gracefully withdraw. Very well, I can no longer fabricate. Yu Yun and Fang Feifei are not naive. They are fully aware of the implications of Han Lai's attitude. It is evident that he is not enamored with either of them. Therefore, dining is merely dining, and anyone is welcome to extend the invitation. Had Han Lai harbored affections for one of them, his reaction would undoubtedly have been different. Yu Yun experienced a sense of defeat, but quickly regained her resolve. It is only natural that a man like Han Lai would be difficult to pursue. If he were easily attainable, would he still be unattached? If the waistband were to loosen even slightly, numerous young women would have already taken their chances. To win him over, one must engage in a war of attrition. Yu Yun felt confident in her judgment, and her heart burned with increasing fervor. How wonderful are straightforward men! They take relationships seriously and are more likely to endure in the long run. As for their lack of skill in charming women, that's inconsequential. As long as we can be together, I can entertain myself. If I persist for 5 or 6 years, once we marry, I become a lady of the house. The more Yu Yun pondered, the more joy she felt. However, Fang Feifei was not as engrossed in inner thoughts. She directly confronted Yu Yun. Didn't you just purchase a set of skincare products, leaving you with little living expenses? I'll treat Li Gu. Yu Yun felt a twinge of guilt. That set of skincare products was not purchased by her. It was a gift from her high school classmate, the infatuated Xiao Si. I can still afford a meal at the cafeteria. It won't be a burden. Fang Feifei scoffed slightly. Fine, go ahead and treat him. I'm curious to see what you'll do once your living expenses run out. Humph. I wouldn't ask my family for more money, would I? If that is insufficient, I could always borrow from my admirer, or if all else fails, I could get a job. It's none of your business. Just then, the class bell rang, and Yu Yun shot a playful huff at Fang Feifei, urging Han Lai to hurry along. Let us go, Li Gu. By the way, is there anything in particular you'd like to eat? The cafeteria or the snack street, either is fine. I do like some cafeteria food and seafood. Han Lai swallowed, responding with utmost propriety. Just something simple. I'm not very picky. Thus, the group made their way directly to the cafeteria. Along the way, they engaged in casual conversation. Yu Yun curiously inquired, "Hey, Han Lai, why did you suddenly change your phone?" Li Gu, with his cunning demeanor, subtly alluded to Shi Lutian. "Are you afraid that the class monitor will weave a tale about me? If I keep using this phone for another couple of days, the entire institution might discover that I am still entangled in feelings for my ex-girlfriend. Is that not a grave injustice? What on earth is this about?" Fang Feifei was utterly bewildered. However, Yu Yun found it immensely amusing. Huh? Shi Lutian remained silent, merely casting a glance at Han Lai, her eyes sparkling with an unspoken charm. Fang Feifei, unable to comprehend the nuance, interjected boldly. "Li Gu, have you truly never been in a relationship?" "Indeed not," Han Lai affirmed with a nod. "In high school, I was rather inconspicuous. No one took notice of me." "Humph, what a fib." The group collectively scoffed. Unwilling to believe him, Fang Feifei pressed on. "Then what kind of girl do you fancy?" The image of Chen Yinfei immediately surfaced in Han Lai's mind. Yet he spoke with practiced decorum. "Ideally, not overly beautiful. I prefer someone gentle, understanding, and with whom I share a deep connection, making our interactions comfortable." Fang Feifei, Yu Yun, and Shi Lutian were momentarily taken aback. From the very first sentence, Han Lai had effectively excluded all three of them. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. However, Yu Yun quickly recovered, showering him with flattery. "No wonder you've never been in a relationship. It seems you are simply too traditional. Li Gu, a man of your caliber is exceedingly rare nowadays. You deserve the very best. Oh my, you truly know how to make someone feel good." After enduring a rather tumultuous 30 years, Han Lai had never before been so lavishly praised by such a stunning beauty. It was a delight for his heart. However, Han Lai, far from being taken aback, retorted with a jest. Who is the best? In ancient times, 2 peaches were used to slay 3 warriors. Today, a single phrase can shatter the hearts of 3 beauties. As the words escaped his lips, Fang Feifei, Yu Yun, and Shi Lutian found their thoughts suddenly awry. Shi Lutian instinctively pondered, "What do they have to compare with me?" Yu Yun felt a mix of pride and insecurity. "But I am an E." Fang Feifei wore a frown. "Ting Ting is beautiful, and Yu Yun is tall, and both of them tower over me. Am I left with no choice but to throw caution to the wind for a slim chance of victory?" In the realm of management, this is termed as introducing competition. In psychology, it is known as instilling anxiety. Han Lai observed the atmosphere among the 3 young women shift into a palpable tension, nearly bursting with laughter. The most aggrieved was Shi Lutian. As it stood, she harbored no romantic feelings for Han Lai, yet she found herself the primary rival of her 2 roommates. Her pride prevented her from retreating. Thus, she was unceremoniously drawn into the fray. Among superficial friendships, there is no room for concession. The victor is deemed just. Consequently, Han Lai became the undeniable center of attention. The 2 little bees needed no further mention, while Shi Lutian, though not initiating a conversation with Han Lai, remained ever observant. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Yu Yun boldly took the initiative, gently grasping Han Lai's arm, not quite holding hands, but rather gripping a spot just above the forearm. Her warm and delicate hand lightly tugged at his arm, creating a delightful sensation. "Brother Lai, let us go. I'll get your food," Yu Yun said, her expression revealing a hint of discomfort, indicating her unfamiliarity with such interactions. In truth, Han Lai felt even more uneasy, yet thanks to his seasoned acting skills, he maintained an outward composure. He neither resisted nor seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself, but calmly followed her to the window, much to Fang Feifei's chagrin. "Harlot," she cursed under her breath, stomping off with Lu Yiji to get food. Shi Lutian discreetly observed the entire scene, paying particular attention to Han Lai's reaction, which aligned precisely with her expectations. She smiled contentedly, feeling as though she had successfully deciphered Han Lai's character. "The scoundrel is quite upright after all," she mused. "It seems his upbringing has truly instilled good values. A woman like Yu Yun doesn't stand a chance." Despite the rare opportunity to partake of Yu Yun's generosity, Han Lai refrained from extravagant ordering. He opted for a bowl of hot and sour noodles, a pure meat grilled sausage, and a plate of Spanish seafood fried rice, a reasonable and satisfying meal. However, Yu Yun, fearing it wouldn't suffice, added a large chicken leg and a box of fresh-cut fruit. While Han Lai exercised restraint, she went all out. The Sisu cafeteria primarily caters to senior graduate students and international exchange students, boasting high-quality ingredients and diverse dishes. albeit at prices significantly higher than the campus snack street. The bill amounted to over 80 yuan. While it may not seem like much, the cumulative cost is considerable. Treating him daily would amount to 2,500 yuan per month, and even every other day would still require 1,250 yuan. Considering that the average girl's living expenses range from 1,500 to 2,000 yuan, how many times could she afford to treat him after covering her own expenses? Returning to their seats with their trays, Fang Feifei remarked with a hint of jealousy, "Oh, setting a high standard, are we?" Yu Yun proudly retorted, "Of course. I have to ensure that Brother Lai eats well." "Thank you," he replied. Han Lai expressed his gratitude with utmost politeness, acknowledging her generosity. Yu Yun nestled contentedly beside Han Lai, discovering an unexpected delight in spending money on her man. "It's nothing at all," she chirped. "As long as you need it, I can support you until your allowance arrives." Though merely a habitual attempt to ingratiate herself, her earnest expression and alluring gaze made it seem as though she were ready to pledge her love. Alas, this tactic was lost on Lai Gu. He raised his head, looked at Yu Yun, and stated with sincerity, "If we maintain today's standards, I could bankrupt you in a week." A simple, straightforward statement shattered any semblance of romance or ambiguity. Uffed. Fang Feifei burst out laughing, while she looting covered her mouth, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Yu Yun nearly exploded with anger. "You insensitive dolt. Are you a bottomless pit?" She suppressed her fury and continued to cajole. "Then, could we perhaps eat a little less extravagantly? I wouldn't mind enduring some hardship with you for a while." "There's no need," Han Lai said, shaking his head decisively. He suddenly turned his gaze to Fang Feifei. "You can suffer on your own. Next week, I'll freeload off Feifei." His words left the girls utterly dumbfounded. Shi Luting choked on her duck blood soup, coughing violently. Yu Yun's chest heaved with indignation. Fang Feifei, however, much to her own embarrassment, nodded gleefully after a moment of stunned silence. Okay. Then hurry and eat Yu Yun into poverty. Next week, I'll take care of you." Han Lai gave a hearty laugh and raised his thumb. "Magnanimous. Yu Yun has finally come to a thorough understanding. That man is merely a glutton, devoid of even the slightest sentiment." In truth, Fang Feifei has discerned the situation as well, yet she remains content. After all, any man who does not provide Yu Yun with an opportunity is indeed a good man. Nothing else matters. With a playful demeanor, Fang Feifei also gave a thumbs up, cheerfully approaching Han Lai to seal the deal. Yu Yun clenched her teeth in frustration, glaring at Han Lai with indignation. "You can go to hell. There will be no next meal." Han Lai, however, paid her no mind, turning to Fang Feifei with a subtle lift of his chin, implying, "What's your take?" Fang Feifei, bursting with enthusiasm, eagerly responded, "I'll treat for the next meal. Don't worry, Lai Gu, my living expenses far exceed hers. Supporting you for half a month is no trouble at all." She, being the weakest in this competition, seized every opportunity, secretly hoping Yu Yun would withdraw. Yu Yun felt a throbbing headache, her chest swelling with indignation akin to the towering K2. She longed to confront Fang Feifei. "I told you to cease this vicious competition. I warned you against stealing my man." Yet, she truly dared not escalate matters further. After all, if Han Lai and Fang Feifei were to share meals for half a month, they would undoubtedly have indulged in seafood hot pots, leaving her utterly irrelevant. Thus, she quickly composed herself, affectionately drawing close to Han Lai. "Lai Gu, I was merely joking earlier. What would you like to eat tomorrow morning? I'll wake up early to fetch it for you." "No." Han Lai decisively waved his hand, grinning like a sly wolf. "How could I fixate on just one person? Tomorrow morning, I'll be with Feifei. By the way, do you want to join us for lunch?" Shi Luting couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yu Yun was utterly bewildered. What? The peaks and valleys rise once more, now resembling the Himalayas. How infuriating. A perfectly domineering CEO, yet when it comes to me, he does nothing at all. I am, after all, the belle of the class, who would line up to treat you to a meal. Fine then, it's settled. Tomorrow at noon, let Fang Feifei be dismissed, and I shall treat you to something delightful. Yu Yun silently reminded herself to endure this moment of calm, to act once and for all, and then, with a sweet smile, she firmly established plans for the lunch rendezvous. To any listener, it would seem as though she were jesting. Yet, only Yu Yun understood that come tomorrow noon, she would certainly not relent. Han Lai's level of difficulty was simply beyond expectation. Nevertheless, her resilience was not to be underestimated. In her previous life, she had endured for 4 long years. And she would not concede so easily now. As long as Shi Luting did not step back, Would she truly fear a mere Fang Feifei? She shot a fierce glare at Fang Feifei, their gazes colliding like sparks igniting in the air. It was evident that Han Lai had no intention of pursuing either of them. Indeed, securing the affection of anyone now seemed quite effortless, thanks to Duan Xiaoyi's assistance. His favorability had soared to over 60%. The most optimistic estimate suggested that with full effort, he could win over Fang Feifei in 3 days, reach third base within a week, and after 2 months of tedium, break up and turn his pursuit back to Yu Yun, which could be accomplished in about half a month. However, one must ponder, what was the significance of such endeavors? Was it merely to indulge in the company of 2 beauties? The rewards hardly justified the consequences. That girl, Fang Feifei, is so single-minded and perhaps a bit misguided. If she rashly breaks up, she might actually seek solace in another rendezvous with 1918, using herself as a means of retaliation against Han Lai. Yu Yun is even more troublesome. No one can predict what she might do. A tarnished reputation is of little consequence, as the reputation of this dilapidated school is dispensable anyway. The main concern is the emotional toll. And as for she looting, it's best not to dwell on her. A woman of her dignity would undoubtedly never give Han Lai another chance. To have missed the opportunity with the most desirable cucumber, while one's studies, career, and mood suffer, all for the sake of a celestial being and a tea maiden, is it worth it? Certainly not. Therefore, Han Lai will definitely not pursue a serious relationship with either of them. So what's the solution? To stand impartially in the middle, dangling the bait. Yu Yun herself taught him this method. It's difficult to execute, but when done well, it's exceptionally effective. Be neither proactive nor dismissive, and take no responsibility, letting those who are willing take the bait. You are free to fawn as you wish. This young master will certainly not take the initiative to do anything. At least, not until she looting is settled. You two can obediently serve as tools, occasionally provoking the little cucumber. Is it unscrupulous? Not really. Han Lai has never been an exceptionally aggressive man. However, the grievances of his past life must be resolved. What you owe me must be repaid. Once it's settled, I will grant you a better future. If not, then remain mired in the mud, watching me soar to unimaginable heights. The origins of each person's character are traceable. Han Lai, hardened by his experiences before the age of 30, is naturally more than capable of navigating the entanglements with Fang Feifei and Yu Yun. After the meal, Fang Feifei presented Han Lai with another cup of fruit tea. With a smile, Lai Gu expressed his gratitude to the 2 ladies, wiped his mouth, and promptly returned to his dormitory to immerse himself in his studies. An invitation for a leisurely stroll? Perhaps on a future occasion. I shall endeavor to make it so. As soon as Han Lai departed, the cordial facade between Fang Feifei and Yu Yun crumbled, revealing a stark animosity. Fortunately, neither harbored expectations of forging a deep connection over a single meal, thus averting a full-blown altercation. Moreover, the formidable presence of Shi Looting served as a deterrent. Nevertheless, a spirited exchange of verbal barbs ensued, causing their relationship to plummet to a frigid nadir. A regrettable situation, indeed, all attributable to Duan Xiaoyi. Upon his return to the dormitory, Han Lai was taken aback to find both LV and Xiao Dongbei present. You've returned, esteemed elder brother. Xiao Dongbei, with his characteristic obsequiousness, offered a greeting, his demeanor lacking the ferocity of a Siberian tiger. LV, in contrast, appeared more reserved, perhaps even intimidated by Han Lai. The diminutive Ding exuded an undeniable charm, his flawless complexion evoking envy among women. Coupled with his timorous gaze, he embodied the quintessential epitome of a submissive figure. Greetings, elder brother. Lai Gu responded with utmost politeness. Did you rest well? Have you both dined? The 2 were deeply moved, their eyes welling up with tears. When not afflicted by his eccentricities, our esteemed elder brother is surprisingly affable. Not yet, not yet. We shall venture out to dine shortly. Has elder brother eaten? Perhaps we could dine together, as a welcoming gesture for elder brother. Han Lai demurred with a wave of his hand. Thank you, but I have just finished eating. After a pause, he inquired, do you intend to spend another night out? Xiao Dongbei, filled with resentment, lamented, this paltry institution offers little in the way of amusement. Aside from internet access, there is scarcely anything to occupy our time. Do not rush. In due time, you shall discover a new realm. Han Lai smiled enigmatically. To the 2 brothers, there was an air of mystery about him. Lai Gu was acutely aware of how the privileged offspring of the National University of International Relations squandered their days. The period from military training until the National Day was merely an adaptation phase for newcomers. After the holiday, they would embark on a new chapter of life under the guidance of second-year seniors. During the day, they might occasionally attend classes, but most of their time was spent in their dormitories playing mahjong or poker, often wagering substantial sums. Evenings were reserved for raucous drinking sessions followed by karaoke and bar hopping. Additionally, some individuals hailing from lesser-known locales were intent on exploring the myriad bathhouses of the metropolis. Having grown weary of the openly priced ISO establishments, this group began to indulge in SBAs. At a legitimate SBA charging $16.88 for an hour, they would frivolously book 10 hours, enticing the staff to perform. 80% of the therapists were amenable, including those at various five-star hotel spa centers. After a year or two of exuberant revelry, they would pack their bags and head abroad. Reining in their indulgence? Not at all. They merely sought new ways to continue their hedonistic pursuits. Riding high and boldly flirting was their way of life. In a past life, Han Lai had been particularly curious about how they possessed such wealth and audacity in spending. Now, he harbored no such curiosity, for he knew that in the not-so-distant future, he would surpass them in both riches and daring expenditure. The future was certain, thus. Despite the current phase of dormancy being somewhat tedious, it was not unbearable, and Han Lai relished it. Chapter 40. A confession from Lai. Gu. Little Dongbei noticed Han Lai's cheerful demeanor and, mustering his courage, began to introduce himself. Big brother, my name is Direction North. A lad from northeast China. You may call me Xiao Bei or Little Dongbei. LV hurriedly introduced himself. My name is Ding Yu, nicknamed Ding Ding. Han Lai, also known as Brother Lai, nodded and nonchalantly took a seat at the table, under the formidable presence of his third-level acting prowess. Ding Ding and Xiao Dongbei felt as though they were facing a gang elder, rendered speechless and devoid of confidence. However, today, Brother Lai was not adopting a melancholic demeanor. His aura was no longer dark and oppressive, making him considerably less intimidating. Consequently, the atmosphere remained relatively amiable. Fong Biku spoke with fervor. I hail from a mountainous region. My hometown is a small county town. My parents were originally employed at a timber plant, and now they focus on timber processing to earn a modest living. Brother Lai, whenever you plan to renovate your house and are considering solid wood flooring or furniture, just give me a shout. He was quite extroverted, albeit somewhat lacking in intelligence. Coupled with his round face and boisterous demeanor, he epitomized a simpleton. As for his usual irritability, was that an appropriate demeanor to display in front of Brother Lai? Ding Ding nervously interjected, I am from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and my family runs a factory. Brother, do you smoke? The young fellow rummaged through a cabinet and produced an expensive pack of cigarettes, eager to offer Brother Lai a smoke. Brother Lai waved his hand dismissively. I don't smoke. Feel free to indulge. The two promptly set the cigarette box aside. Free to indulge? What do you mean by that? It's better not to smoke. In truth, we don't smoke much either. Right. We just smoke for fun. Brother Lai nearly burst into laughter. Observing how frightened the youngsters appeared, it was quite the sight. If this continued, it would not foster unity within the dormitory. Thus an explanation was necessary. I must confess, Han Lai began with earnest sincerity, that my disposition is not without its idiosyncrasies. I am prone to sensitivity, burdened by diffidence, and inclined to introspection, often internalizing my discontents rather than seeking catharsis. At times, I am given to unwarranted self-assurance, while at others, I succumb to pessimism and negativity. My emotional landscape is subject to rapid shifts, and I possess a tendency to fixate on minutiae. I am cognizant of these shortcomings, and thus, I have taken to perusing Buddhist scriptures in an attempt to assuage my inner demons. I implore you to extend your understanding and forbearance towards me in the days to come. I am, at heart, a deeply sentimental individual, though I concede that I am not always adept at articulating my affections. Our shared residence is a propitious confluence, and I aspire that we may cultivate a genuine and enduring friendship. As they listened to Han Lai's self-dissection, the two companions were taken aback. How could one possibly be named Han Lai? They ought to be called Han Intensify. Diffidence, sensitivity, introspection, a penchant for fixating on minutiae. Inner demons. Each word sent shivers down their spines. And when they considered the fate of Brother Ma's former associates. Mother, I wish to return home. With considerable trepidation, the two lads engaged Han Lai in further conversation before hastily excusing themselves under the pretext of dining. Once beyond the school gates, Little Northeast scratched the back of his head and inquired with suspicion, "Ding ding, do you not find it peculiar that Brother Lai appears to be jesting with us?" "Indeed, there is a semblance of that," Ding Ding responded hesitantly. "However, it is difficult to ascertain, for this elder brother possesses an uncanny aura that genuinely unnerves me." "Precisely." Little Northeast nodded vehemently. "He diverges from the norms of common folk in every conceivable manner." Although the two were comparatively worldly for their age, they had never encountered a character quite like Han Lai. Inexplicable, unfathomable, and beyond comprehension, it ultimately boils down to a single term: wickedness. Ding Yu felt a throbbing headache. He sighed, deciding to let it be. Were it not for the difficulty of finding rental housing nearby, he would truly wish to relocate at once. "Come on, is there not a hint of ambition left in you?" Xiao Dongbei exclaimed, shaking his fist with sudden fervor. "You must consider the advantages. With a brother like him protecting us, we shall stride boldly in the courtyard." "Stride boldly? How so?" Ding Yu inquired, perplexed. Xiao Dongbei animatedly retorted, "I'll swagger ahead, displaying our might, while Brother Lai saunters behind with his hands clasped, wielding a hammer, maintaining our presence. Wherever we three go, chaos ensues, a cacophony of clucking chickens and barking dogs, the livestock in disarray." Ding Yu envisioned this scene and shivered involuntarily. How utterly absurd. Yet, Xiao Dongbei was exhilarated, beaming with excitement. "What do you think? The Cultural Academy Street Tiger and his two formidable allies, aren't we impressive?" Ding Yu hastily gestured. No. I do not possess such grand aspirations. You and Huang Wei can take the positions of his two allies." Xiao Dongbei grew anxious. "Oh, come on, Ding Ding. You cannot shrink back. Without you, I cannot manage against Chief Han." Ding Yu was incredulous. "What can I do? I simply cannot connect with Brother Lai." Suddenly, Xiao Dongbei squinted and grinned mischievously. "You may falter, but you have a wonderful sister. With Sister Dingxiang on board, what kind of hero cannot be subdued?" "Enough!" Ding Yu exclaimed in frustration, raising his middle finger and furiously retorting, "Get as far away from me as possible. Even if every man in the world were to perish, I would never allow my sister to marry a person like Njiaha." From Han Jiala to Njiaha, has Brother Lai undergone an upgrade? After Ding Ding and Xiao Dongbei's departure, Han Lai began to diligently pursue his studies. In a span of 30 minutes, he completely mastered Advanced Algebra I and then proceeded to tackle Mathematical Analysis I. Every half hour or so, he would take a 5-minute break to casually respond to someone with a few words. By the way, Fang Feifei has already obtained Han Lai's WeChat ID and, unsurprisingly, was astonished for quite a while. Han Lai did not elaborate on this matter at all. He couldn't even be bothered to feign interest. Pretentiousness is an art form that requires skill and finesse. The crude display of wealth exhibited by someone like Duan Xiaoyi is only effective against those women who are both excessively materialistic and lacking in intellect and discernment. Yu Yun is one such woman. However, why did she only start dating Duan Xiaoyi after graduation? Because she is sufficiently astute. In her mind, she has never regarded Duan Xiaoyi as a significant figure, being fully aware of his overall capabilities. Unfortunately, her own status was too low, preventing her from encountering better prospects, ultimately leading her to settle for Duan as a backup. Thus, when Han Lai emerged on the scene, she swiftly shifted her ambitions. Why? Is it not simply because Brother Lai possesses a remarkable talent for pretentiousness? Though in his previous life Han Lai had no grounds for such arrogance. He had perused an abundance of online literature and short video skits. Coupled with his knowledge of psychology at a third-level understanding, he seamlessly integrated these insights, truly grasping the essence of being effortlessly and subtly pretentious. Dealing with the seasoned individuals in society may not always be effective. Especially when it comes to a handful of peers, it is as simple as a flick of the wrist. For instance, the more Han Lai refrains from mentioning his background, the more their imaginations will run wild. What is the distinction between being proactive and reactive? Proactivity involves instilling ideas, while reactivity is about self-persuasion. The former requires Han Lai to seek out their flaws, whereas the latter leads to a barrage of self-critique. The outcomes are vastly different. Do not underestimate this. Typically, ordinary men find it far more effective to take matters into their own hands. Let us set this aside. By the time night fell, both Fang Feifei and Yu Yun had each sent Han Lai no fewer than 50 messages, to which he responded to less than 1/5. The tranquil night swiftly passed. Some tossed and turned, while others enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Chapter 41. Coercive Power. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Han Lai rose punctually. He completed a 5-kilometer run and some pull-ups, feeling no strain in his back or legs, yet his eyes were weary. Outside, many foreign women exercised in yoga shorts with confidence. Quite a sight. However, the most picturesque moments were not during the morning, but rather at the swimming pool in the afternoon. The swimwear of those larger women felt like an entirely different category compared to domestic styles. Originally, Han Lai adored swimming, but the presence of such women made him hesitant to partake. Was it shyness? No, it was the undeniable truth of being slender. Foreign women often disdain a skinny physique, perceiving such men as lacking in health and vitality, unable to endure prolonged sitting. Han Lai wished to avoid leaving them with a feeble first impression. Thus, he resolutely suppressed his desire for ice cream. Before achieving the desired physique, I resolutely refused to set foot in the swimming pool. Once my pectoral muscles and six-pack abs are sculpted, you shall see me flaunt them. At 7:30, Brother Lai finished his shower and promptly made his way to the dining hall. Just as he reached the entrance, he was unexpectedly confronted by Fang Feifei. Brother Lai, what would you like to eat? Allow me to serve you. Unable to decline her earnest offer, Han Lai reluctantly settled down, observing her as she flitted about busily. During the meal, Yu Yin made her presence felt once more, casting numerous glares at Fang Feifei. The quarrels among the girls are of no concern to me, Han Lai thought defiantly, as he continued to eat with gusto. In the end, neither Fang Feifei triumphed, nor did Yu Yin face defeat. Ultimately, Han Lai offered assistance to neither, devouring his meal with abandon. This spectacle did not escape the notice of many onlookers, and rumors of the two beauties of the business school, vying for the affections of one man, began to circulate rapidly. Upon arriving in the classroom, Duan Xiaoyi and Lo Ji had retreated to a corner, keeping their distance from Han Lai. However, Tai Shupi and Shun Lu approached, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate themselves with him. Han Lai remained oblivious, engrossed in his studies. Throughout the morning, he diligently mastered mathematical analysis and geometry, and during lunch, he borrowed sophomore textbooks from the library, persevering in his mathematical endeavors. As days passed, the presence of girls became a familiar sight in his routine. The campus felt overwhelmingly small, and Han Lai gradually gained notoriety. Many girls whispered disdainfully, "Humph, what a cad," while numerous boys echoed the sentiment, "Humph, what a scoundrel." Classmates began to speculate when Han Lai would solidify a relationship with someone. Yet the truth remained. The daily life of the rogue Han was confined to the trifecta of the sports field, classroom, and dormitory. No matter how they schemed. Once outside the campus, I consider myself defeated. Gradually, Fang Feifei and Yu Yun began to feel a sense of urgency. Time swiftly approached the 30th. Today, there would be no evening study session, and fortuitously, the afternoon was free of scheduled classes, marking the occasion for the long-awaited gathering. Thus, from the morning onwards, the impromptu group chat was inundated with various messages. Happy Valley, Happy Valley. What nonsense about going to Happy Valley during the National Day holiday? There is hardly enough space for you. Didn't we agree yesterday to visit the wildlife park? Who made that agreement with you? What is so great about the zoo? Indeed, we locals of this bustling metropolis are utterly tired of it. Then why didn't you speak up yesterday? We're setting off this afternoon. And now you want to back out? Madness. Watch your words. We've been there countless times. Why should we accompany you to bask in the sun again? Just because you're a local, you think you're superior? Huh. Bringing up regional differences again. Just like in a past life, right before departure. The group erupted into another quarrel. It is not entirely fair to blame the local students for their exclusivity. This situation is genuinely a perplexing tangle. Within a single class, studying the same material and attending the same courses, some students graduate with a second-tier diploma while others receive a third-tier one. It is a wonder they can coexist harmoniously. Often, it is impossible to discern who is right or wrong. A careless remark can escalate tensions. After a few such incidents, estrangement naturally ensues, leading to a complete division within the class. Is it the local's sense of superiority at fault? Or is it the outsider's heightened sensitivity? Both sides have their issues. Yet no one has committed any grievous errors. Some conflicts are simply destined to occur. Han Lai had experienced this once and thus perceived the situation with remarkable clarity. It is evident that the responsibility lies with the school, a burden that no individual can shoulder alone. Shi Lutian, overwhelmed and fraught with anxiety, engaged in a series of private conversations that bore little significance. Can one truly suppress a moment of chaos for an entire 4 years? Nevertheless, this situation presented an opportune moment to cultivate goodwill, an opportunity not to be squandered. Han Lai boldly addressed the group, naming individuals directly. Duan Xiaoyi, if you do not wish to attend, you need not go. Refrain from causing a stir in the group. Lu Ji, does arguing with girls enhance your prowess? Chen Ping, come, insult me. The moment these 3 messages were dispatched, the chatter in the group diminished significantly. Had this been during the initial days of school, Han Lai would never have involved himself in such matters. However, circumstances had changed. Ever since that day when he had subdued Duan Xiaoyi, whispers of Han Xiao's formidable background began to circulate within the class. No one was inclined to keep Duan Xiaoyi's predicament a secret. The details of that day's conversation spread throughout the class, transformed through several iterations of embellishment, leaving Han Lai uncertain of the precise lineage attributed to him. Regardless, it was undeniably intimidating. Consequently, Han Xiao's prestige soared dramatically. At times, he commanded respect more effectively than Shi Lutian. Xiao Huangwa managed matters through personal charm. Relying on the goodwill of others as the class monitor, when faced with resistance, she could only soothe individuals one by one. Han Lai, however, was different. When Han Xiao unleashed his ire, it carried an intimidating aura. Confronting the occupants of dormitory 1918, his influence was magnified. Those singled out trembled at the mere mention of their names. With effortless authority, he quelled the financial 5 tigers, prompting the other students to awaken to the realization, there is indeed a boss in our midst. With such apprehension, the discord naturally subsided. What is most important when intimidating others? The chicken must be substantial. Duan Xiaoyi's family possesses 8 properties within the inner ring, while Lo Ji displays a complete lack of boundaries. When Chen Ping goes wild, he shows no consideration for anyone's feelings. With sufficient stature, a swift strike to the throat ensues, leaving no one daring to act out. As the group settles down, Shi Lutian exhales deeply. After a moment of hesitation, he discreetly sends a message to Han Lai. Thank you. Han Lai muses, is it really just 2 words? Why deliberate for so long? It seems she is not merely responding with 2 words, as the chat interface displays the other party is typing, indicating her continued indecision. Brother Lai contemplates and replies with the same 2 words, you're too kind. He effectively extinguishes the conversation, leaving no room for further dialogue. What is there for me to discuss with you? Regardless of the topic, it will never reach your heart. I only converse with the little cucumber. In stark contrast to Shi Lutian's hesitation, Yu Yun and Fang Feifei exhibit much more enthusiasm. Yu Yun exclaims, Brother Lai, you are so handsome. She adds, you are incredibly imposing. My heart is racing. Yu Yun, shy. Pa, is that truly your heart racing? I have no intention of exposing you. Yu Yun embodies grace, while Fang Feifei represents courage, recklessness, and a willingness to take risks. She promptly sends a selfie, standing before a mirror, right hand holding her phone, left hand giving a thumbs up. However, that is not the focal point. The crux lies in the fact that she is clad in nothing but a tiny nightgown. The heat of the metropolis is well understood, and wearing anything heavy is simply unbearable. Thus, sheer fabric, breathability, and brevity are the key elements. Just how short is it? She raised both hands, slightly lifting her nightgown from her shoulders, and at that moment, Han Lai felt as though he had glimpsed the very edge of the world. To what extent, one might wonder. Best not to elaborate further. After all, he had already reformed. Nevertheless, Han Lai found the heat of the day somewhat overwhelming. He decisively turned off his phone, disregarding the 2 devoted admirers. In dealing with such fervent followers, allowing them to continue their adoration until the end of time is the greatest act of mercy. Otherwise, how could one experience profound and unforgettable emotions? If they receive everything too easily, it would be a desecration of such pure feelings. Do you understand? Class is over. Han Lai set down his phone and casually opened his computer, logging into Jinjiang. As soon as he opened the first book, a tremendous surprise awaited him. The author had finally made a move. Proud little cucumber replied to, ham swaps for cucumber. Thank you for your recognition. It means so much. I am moved to tears. It was evident that the struggling author was immensely excited, using 3 exclamation marks. Brother Lai felt even more exhilarated. No need to thank me. No need to thank me. If you are indeed the main character, then the tearful days are yet to come. Chapter 42. The time to test your insight has arrived. Checking the time, Han Lai noted that the young author had replied the previous night. He stroked his chin, pondering for a while, and ultimately decided to forego the theatrics and get straight to the point. Dear author, what is your QQ number? Do you have a reader group? Are there plans for your next book? You are so talented. Please do not give up. I will always support you. This approach, while somewhat brazen, is quite effective for a specific audience. Who would refuse a loyal fan who is both affluent and adoring? Ha ha ha. The aspiring young author did not respond immediately, which was entirely normal. After all, no one would linger in the review section for idle chatter. Han Lai closed the page and promptly received a new message from Shi Lu Ting. The gathering had been finalized. They would visit the wildlife park in the afternoon, enjoy a dinner in the evening, and then take a leisurely stroll through the Shikumen Ziniandi. I've taken care of the expenses for you. Thank you for your assistance. He read. Han Lai casually glanced at the list, calmly accepting a result that diverged from his previous life. There was more resonance and less entanglement, which posed no significant issue. However, what did it mean to cover the gathering expenses? Was I, the illustrious Han, one to rely on a woman's money? Han Lai inquired, how much? Shi Lu Ting replied, not much, and you are not allowed to ask further. Han Lai responded with a simple, oh. This single utterance nearly caused Shi Lu Ting to choke on her indignation. She had always been the one to respond with an ode to boys. When had she ever been subjected to such treatment? This insufferable man, who had just spent money on her, treated her in such a manner? It was better to spend it on a dog. Shi Lu Ting? Han Lai? Shi Lu Ting. Han Lai, don't be like that. Would you prefer that I return the money? Shi Lu Ting threw her phone down, taking deep breaths repeatedly. Unfortunately, it proved futile. Her chest felt tight for at least half an hour. Hello? Mom, something came up at school. I want to be returning during the break. It's about the student council. Yes, I understand. I don't have quite enough. The expenses in the Magic City are exorbitant. Could you send me a little more? All right, goodbye, love you. Yu Yin set down her phone, her spirit revitalized. Not only was she spared from returning home, but she would also receive an additional 5,000 yuan for living expenses. Sister was thriving once again. Startled Han Xiaolai, Yu Yun's decision, abrupt yet not unexpected. If Fang Feifei doesn't return home, and Han Lai remains, how could she dare to leave them alone for 7 days? What if her idol were to become second-hand goods? A significant loss, indeed. Although she wouldn't mind a few previous owners. After all, he wouldn't wear out. Her main concern was Fang Feifei staking her claim prematurely. What if she became accustomed to him? What would become of her then? Spending her days in bed, merely reminiscing about the sensation? Thus, Hyo decisively altered her plans. And for the entire morning, she pondered how to apply her makeup for the afternoon. At noon, Han Lai also made a call home, using the P6 SIM card. Mom, how have you and Dad been lately? I'm doing well, eating heartily, sleeping soundly, and I've even grown a few centimeters taller recently. My voice. It's just changing. It sounds better than before. Isn't that a good thing? No, I have enough money. Things around the school are quite affordable. Classmates? They're great. Very considerate and polite, always addressing me as big brother. No one is bullying me. Even if they did, I would endure it. Rest assured, with my amiable nature. How could I cause trouble? All right then, take care of yourselves. I will strive diligently to establish myself in Modu, and when the time comes, I'll bring you both over to live in a grand villa. I'm not you, I've grown up. Yes, I understand. Goodbye. Hanging up the phone, Han Lai exhaled a long breath of pent-up emotion. Alas, the hearts of parents everywhere yearn for their children's success. The tragedies of the past shall not be repeated. I shall become your pride, a source of your utmost joy. Rest assured. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the students congregated boisterously at the school gate before leisurely strolling towards the subway station. Of the 64 students, a mere 16 participated in the day's excursion. It being the National Day holiday, most of those residing nearby had returned home, while others had personal engagements, leaving only this small group. All 4 members of Dormitory 1918 were present, save for Lu Ji. Dormitory 2333 also sent 4 representatives, though Lu Yao and Wang Hongli were absent. In addition to Han Lai, Zheng Lei, and 6 nondescript individuals, the group was complete. The young men were predictably attired in simple t-shirts and shorts, offering little in the way of sartorial flair. In contrast, the young women presented a dazzling display of beauty, each striving to outshine the others. Undoubtedly, the most stunning and captivating of them all was Shi Lu Ting. Her attire was deceptively simple, consisting of an oversized t-shirt, hot pants, and running shoes. An ensemble that likely cost less than 1,000 yuan. However, the t-shirt's length perfectly concealed the shorts, and as she strode confidently ahead, all eyes were drawn to her legs. Those legs were pale, slender, and perfectly straight, eliciting furtive glances and envious sighs from the young men. The class monitor is truly exquisite, Zheng Lei murmured, his eyes fixated on her. Shunlu and Tai Shupi nodded in fervent agreement, a veritable leggy goddess, unparalleled. Only Brother Lai maintained an air of composure, casting a casual glance before dismissing her with a disdainful sneer. Is that all? Gentlemen, your naivete is astounding. The lads, in unison, craned their necks, their gazes imbued with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Han, enlighten us with your wisdom. In their eyes, Han possessed an unparalleled worldliness. Having undoubtedly witnessed a myriad of grand spectacles, this was an opportune moment for tutelage. Han, casting a glance forward, noted the distance of the ladies, their presence posing no impediment to his ostentatious display. He promptly adopted the air of a seasoned connoisseur, embarking on an enlightening exposition for the uninitiated. What allure do those meager appendages possess? Merely their linearity and pallor. In truth, they lack enduring appeal and practical value. Observe, she invariably shies away from exposing her midriff, favoring loose-fitting attire. Why? For her excessive height and emaciation render her vulnerable. The moment she bares her waist or dons form-fitting garments, the imperfections of her silhouette are immediately unveiled. What, then, constitutes the epitome of physical perfection? Thighs of harmonious proportions, calves of slender elegance, united in such a manner as to leave no interstice. Muscles sculpting the contours, adipose tissue distributed with equitable grace, a symphony of proportion from head to toe. Bare legs exuding vitality, black stockings radiating sensuality. That, my friends, is the pinnacle of desirability. A collective slurp echoed through the air as the rustic novices, enraptured by Han's vivid descriptions, succumbed to paroxysms of longing. Shunlu, in mournful tones, lamented, where does one encounter such paragons of leggy perfection? In all my years, I have yet to behold one. Han, with a dismissive sneer, retorted, is not she Luton, a year hence, such a vision? For where else do you imagine I have made such an acquaintance? She Luton, after her odyssey of physical enhancement, is a veritable weapon of mass seduction, capable of eliciting howls of admiration with each donning of formal attire, hot pants, and black stockings. She is reminiscent of the foreign actress, Jill Bonbonding. Later, Lai Ge managed to withstand Yu Yun's half-hearted attempts, yet he ultimately succumbed to Shi Lutian's formidable dual leg strikes. Even at the age of 30, he would often dream of being ensnared by her waist, subjected to naked chokes, cross holds, and inverted leg wraps. Ahem, this is no mere game. It is a serious contest. It symbolizes Han Lai's dissatisfaction, anger, and resistance against Shi Lutian's overwhelming dominance, representing a subconscious deconstruction of physical authority through postmodern rebelliousness, as well as the dual opposition of character and gender. Do you understand now? If not, there's little more that Lai Ge can do, for you have yet to witness such exquisite legs in person. Tai Shupi suddenly leaned in, grinning as he showered flattery. If Lai Ge says it exists, it must surely be true. Lai Ge, when will you share a couple of photos so we can broaden our horizons? Han Lai casually replied. Such leg shapes are not innate. They are primarily the result of talent combined with professional sculpting, cultivated through hard work. Engage more with women in their 20s and 30s, and you shall discover a whole new world. Wow, the young boys marveled, lost in reverie. The admiration for older women transcends time. It was true in 2023 as it was in 2013. Oftentimes, young men under 20 date girls their own age simply because they cannot find an older sister. Lai Ge is truly remarkable. He understands so profoundly. Suddenly, I felt that our class monitor was rather unappealing. Damn, everyone collectively raised their middle fingers at Zheng Lei, as if it could ever be your turn. Tai Shupi continued to praise fervently. Who besides Lai Ge could possibly match up to the monitor? What is the essence of fragrance? Let us not dwell unnecessarily on it. The voices were somewhat elevated, and the nearby Duan Xiaoi and Xin Ping could hear them. Ege's expression darkened with fury as he shot a menacing glare at Zhang Taishu, yet he refrained from directing his ire towards Han Lai. Taishu, pretending not to notice, thumped his chest and made a solemn vow. Lai Ge, once we reach the zoo, my brothers and I shall ensure you have your chance. Just say the word. Whom do you wish to rendezvous with in the thicket? We shall divert the other two for you. Han Lai was taken aback, exclaiming, what the hell? We've known each other for 2 lifetimes, and yet you managed to shatter my understanding of the limits of absurdity. I truly did not expect this. Stop talking nonsense. I am not that kind of person, Lai Gu resolutely declined, casting a look of appreciation towards Tai Shu. Young man, the time has come for you to demonstrate your perceptiveness. Chapter 43. Help. Amidst laughter and banter, a group of youths collectively boarded the subway. The zoo's location was quite remote, necessitating a transfer at the southern square of the train station, which was rather cumbersome. Although it was not peak operational hours, finding a seat remained a challenge. By the time they finally arrived at the Shanghai Zoo, the enthusiasm that had initially surged at their departure had diminished by at least half. Eventually, someone could no longer restrain their complaints. What were you thinking? We've come all this way just to see monkeys, grumbled a local girl from Shanghai. Duan Xiaoyi happened to be nearby and chimed in, isn't that right? Since childhood, our school has organized countless trips here. Such a bargain. Student tickets are only 65 yuan. Do you think everyone is as affluent as your family? With 8 houses and an endless budget for rent. Chen Ping did not harbor any ill intentions during the encounter, yet Duan Xiaoyi proved to be excessively sensitive. Upon hearing the mention of 8 apartments, a wave of indignation surged within her. What is wrong with seeking a bargain? Are you short on cash? How much do you need? I can cover it. Chen Ping, feeling displeased, snapped back with a sudden flare of temper. Damn it. You've already come here. Yet you're still complaining. Who the hell is begging you to be here? Though Xiaoyi lacked influence in front of Lai Go, she was undeniably confident as a second-generation rich kid, and she had no intention of yielding to Chen Ping. What do you think you're doing? Chen Ping failed to comprehend her words, but the fierce glare from Duan Xiaoyi indicated that a confrontation was imminent. He promptly retorted, what the hell are you staring at? The two exchanged heated barbs, one using the dialect of Shanghai and the other employing the northeastern vernacular. Upon hearing the commotion, Shi Lutian turned back in bewilderment. How could 2 good friends, who had been amicable just that morning, suddenly be on the verge of a fight? What on earth is going on with you two? With a swift stride, he placed himself between them, his expression as frosty as ice. Duan Xiaoyi immediately began to retreat, while Chen Ping remained unyielding. Yu Yun, witnessing the escalating tension, instinctively sought refuge beside Han Lai, clinging to his arm in a display of trembling anxiety. Oh no, are they really going to fight? How frightening. Indeed, it was quite alarming. Han Lai's arm was nearly being crushed. The sensation of pressure was utterly daunting. He hurried to reassure her, it's fine. They won't actually fight. Just let go of me. Is that for real? Yu Yin seemed to disregard the latter part of his statement. Tightening her grip even further, Han Lai felt utterly exasperated. I can endure, but my trousers are nearing their limit. In a public setting, how can my image be subjected to such insult and degradation? Fortunately, the attention of my classmates is captivated by the conflict between Chen Ping and Duan Xiaoyi. Thus no one notices my predicament. Well, not quite. There is one. Fang Feifei stares in disbelief at Yu Yun's performance, acutely aware of the disparity. After a brief moment of contemplation, she decisively rushes over and seizes Han Lai's other arm. Han Lai, I am also afraid. Han Lai finds himself in a bewildering situation. What are you two afraid of? Those 2 fools bicker incessantly, yet have only truly fought twice. Today, such extreme scenarios are unlikely to unfold. I should be the one in fear, all right. So let go of me, I shall handle them. Despite his persuasive words, they had no effect. Don't go. No. What if they hit you? Let dogs fight. Ignore it. The 2 girls, remarkably resourceful, conjured up reasons with ease. Moreover, their hands and feet were not idle, brushing against him, nearly driving Han Lai to madness. He possesses ample intelligence, experience, and social acumen, yet his physique remains untested, and his robust health is particularly sensitive to provocation. The 2 girls, adorned in vibrant attire, exuded the fragrant essence of a post-bath ambience, both enticing and intense. Hollywood starlet Jill Bonbonding made her entrance once more. Han Lai could no longer endure. With his arm immobilized, he bent his wrist, pressed his palm, and moved his fingers. Yikes! Fang Feifei and Yu Yun simultaneously gasped, as if jolted by electricity, releasing their grip on Han Lai. Their faces instantly flushed crimson. Let out a deep sigh, hastily adjusting his trousers. Goodness, why are these 2 women so terrifying? He reflected on their past, realizing that in a previous life, they were indeed formidable foes. Albeit they had never directed their wrath towards Han Lai. Suddenly, it dawned on him that if he continued to engage, he would find himself in peril. They might truly dare to act. He pondered, should I perhaps tread lightly? As he contemplated, Han Lai noticed Shi Luoting scanning the crowd, seemingly searching for something. What could it be? Could it be me? By the time Han Lai grasped the situation, their eyes had already locked. Shi Luoting's gaze sparkled with anticipation, and she eagerly waved at Han Lai, clearly indicating, "Dear, stop merely observing and come lend a hand." Han Lai was momentarily paralyzed by panic. "How can I assist? I can barely move." In an instant of inspiration, he decisively donned a mask of anguish, bent over, clutching his stomach, and feigned a painful retreat. Shi Luoting's eyes widened in disbelief as she processed his actions. This scoundrel, is he mocking me? I merely asked for a bit of help, and he resorts to this farce. Fuming, Shi Luoting watched Han Lai flee in a hurry, her body trembling with rage, her expression as frigid as ice. Turning sharply, she unleashed a tirade. "So, you two wish to brawl, do you? Find a secluded spot and fight to your heart's content. Once you're done, clean up your own mess. And do not disturb the rest of the class." With that, she pivoted and strode towards the zoo entrance. Duan Xiaoyi and Xin Ping, utterly deflated, exchanged defiant glares before sulking away. The remaining classmates were left bewildered. What had begun as a delightful gathering had inexplicably disbanded at the threshold. What on earth is happening? Are these two individuals out of their minds? What should we do now? Since we are already here, we might as well form our own groups and explore. The crowd exchanged glances, and ultimately, everyone gravitated towards their closer acquaintances, dispersing in small clusters. Shi Lutian, with his long strides, headed straight for the penguin exhibit. Fang Feifei and Yu Yin stared at each other, neither daring to pursue Han Lai. Shortly after, Fang Feifei was pulled away by Lu Yiji, prompting Yu Yin to huff disdainfully and turn in the opposite direction. The rest of the attendees began to vent their frustrations within their small groups, criticizing Duan Xiaoyi, Chen Ping, and even Shi Lutian. The gathering was rapidly falling apart. Han Lai squatted in the small plaza outside the public restroom, opening the temporary WeChat group for the event, quietly awaiting any communication. After what felt like an eternity, the group remained eerily silent. He then opened QQ to check the class group, only to find it equally inactive. What is going on? Han Lai was bewildered. Having not joined any smaller groups and lacking any male friends, he felt utterly lost. Was he left behind? After a moment of bemused contemplation, Han Lai finally received messages from Fang Feifei and Yu Yun. "Fang Feifei, Lai Go, what are you up to? I'm in the small grove behind the elephant exhibit. Could you come find me?" "Yu Yun, you rascal. I can't even wear my safety shorts anymore. What should I do? I wonder if there are any hotels nearby." Han Lai felt a surge of confusion. When the girls took the initiative, it truly left little room for the men. So, should he head to see the elephants, or assist the girls in finding a hotel? It is impossible to be cowardly. Yet one must carefully consider the pros and cons. Han Lai did not linger in indecision for long and promptly opened the chat interface with Shi Lutian. He straightforwardly typed 3 words, "Help me." Shi Lutian was seated in the penguin hall, brooding in silence. Upon seeing Han Lai's message, she initially intended to ignore it. However, those 3 words piqued her curiosity immensely. After a moment of internal struggle, she could no longer resist and responded with 3 punctuation marks. "I've got a bad stomach and didn't bring any tissue." Crying, Shi Lutian burst into laughter, caught off guard by the humor, and her mood lifted instantaneously. Han Lai's reply, though not an explanation, felt more than adequate. In that moment, her irritation dissipated, replaced by a mischievous thrill. "Ah, finally, I've got you in my grasp. Just wait. If I don't make you cry today, I shall not bear the surname Han." Chapter 44. Acquiring new skills cautiously, Shi Lutian inquired, "Are you out of your mind? Why don't you ask a boy for help?" Han Lai replied, "I don't have any male friends on WeChat. I can't possibly seek assistance in the class group. That would be mortifying." "Oh, how delightful. You truly are at my mercy." Shi Lutian was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling with mirth, yet she feigned reluctance. "Well, what can I do? I'm just a girl. How can I assist you?" Han Lai responded, "You just need to speak a few kind words to the attendant at the public restroom entrance. It's quite simple." "Ha. Simple, is it?" No, not at all. It's anything but simple." Shi Lutian danced about, her toes tapping with glee, utterly enchanted. "Ah, Xiaohan. One must possess the proper attitude when seeking assistance." Han Lai. "Sister, what sort of attitude do you desire?" Looking pitiful, Shi Lutian, think carefully. "Does calling me sister feel appropriate?" Grinning mischievously, Han Lai, huh? Han Lai. "Mother, uft, cough, cough, cough." Shi Lutian spat out her drink, choking on it. "Han Lai, are you out of your mind? She had never anticipated that the seemingly astute Han Lai could be so utterly oblivious. Wouldn't it suffice to call her dearest, the world's most beautiful goddess, the epitome of kindness and charm? What kind of foolishness is mother? Shi Lutian felt a mix of anger and amusement, her emotions resembling a roller coaster, soaring and plummeting. Shi Lutian, do you suffer from a severe affliction? Shi Lutian, let's start over. Han Lai, sweating. Han Lai, with teary eyes, the dearest? Shi Lutian, frantic. Shi Lutian, ah. Shi Lutian, your paper is gone. It fell into the water. You're feeding penguins now. Shi Lutian was on the verge of exploding with rage. She had vowed to make Han Lai cry, yet it was she who was about to weep. How could this be? Absurd. Lai Gu, with a sly grin, stood up to locate the map. So, you're at the penguin exhibit? Do I not resemble a delightful and amiable penguin? While searching for the location of the penguin exhibit, he continued to flirt mischievously through his messages. Han Lai, weeping, what is it that you truly desire? Shi Lutian, tapping his head, can't you utter some sweet words? Do you not know how to placate a lady? Han Lai, sweating, I am just being honest. Like what, for instance? Shi Lutian, frustrated, like, wait, who is beseeching whom here? Han Lai, smiling, farewell. Never mind, I shall seek out Fei Fei or Yun. You are such a fuss budget. Damn it. Shi Lutian was utterly infuriated. Dog of a man. Were you sent by the heavens to trifle with me? If I ever acknowledge you again, then I am truly a dog. Shi Lutian abruptly switched off her phone, unwilling to reply to Han Lai with even a single word. For a full 10 minutes, her mind was filled with images of suspending Han Lai and whipping him, until he was wailing and begging for mercy. It did little to alleviate her frustration, yet the shadow of Han Lai became ever more distinct. From a psychological standpoint, why are the affections of bickering couples often more steadfast? Because of the emotional fluctuations. As the ancients said, in writing, as in viewing mountains, one dislikes the monotonous. A straightforward narrative that fails to fully stir emotions is not a good piece of writing. Similarly, a meticulously caring romance that fails to fully stir emotions is not a good love affair. Why are scoundrels so alluring? Because they are particularly adept at creating contrasts, always provoking disappointment, melancholy, and anger before suddenly bestowing upon you a grand surprise. And what of the straightforward man? Tomorrow is your birthday. What gift do you desire? Could you refrain from disturbing me when I am gaming? Christmas is merely a Western holiday. Everywhere is crowded with people. What is there to celebrate? What anniversary? 100-day anniversary? Are you insane? Brothers who have engaged in the aforementioned 4 types of behavior should identify themselves. The archetype of the straight man is unmistakable. There is nothing inherently negative about being a straight man. Marrying the right woman and leading a grounded life can indeed be quite reassuring. However, the quest for such a suitable partner is undeniably challenging. Consequently, many straight men find the dating phase to be quite distressing, with only a minuscule percentage achieving a successful outcome. This is primarily due to the lack of understanding regarding the enhancement of emotional connections and the maintenance of novelty in relationships. So, why do simping men suffer more than straight men? The straight man merely struggles to evoke emotions, yet he possesses the time and opportunity to learn and improve. In contrast, the simp lacks the very qualification to influence the other person's emotions, having embarked on the wrong path from the outset. Thus, while a straight man may ultimately find success, a simp is destined for disappointment. Take Han Lai, for instance, a quintessential straight man who has mastered the principles of psychology. He has even learned the art of kite flying, indicating a bright future ahead. At this moment, Shi Lutian was enveloped in frustration when suddenly a vanilla ice cream appeared before her. Before she could look up, Han Lai plopped down beside her. I bought this from a stall with a long queue. It tastes exceptionally good. Bah, do you think I need your ice cream? Shi Lutian remained motionless, not even lifting her eyelids. Come on, Han Lai urged impatiently. I just bought the paper, and I need to return soon. Shi Lutian was momentarily taken aback, but soon could no longer contain herself. She burst into laughter, clutching her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. You, how can you be so disgusting? Han Lai raised an eyebrow in triumph, choosing not to respond. He had long realized that Shi Lutian's aloofness was genuinely frigid. Despite the playful banter from those around her, eliciting even a smile proved to be an arduous task. However, unbeknownst to many, she possessed an exceptionally high tolerance for crude jokes and innuendos, her sense of humor delightfully deviating from the norm. This moment, indeed, was a masterclass in catering to one's preferences and addressing the matter at hand. Shi Lutian laughed until her body felt weak, a fit of mirth that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Han Lai, growing impatient, thrust the ice cream cone toward her lips, playfully threatening, "If you don't take it, I shall shove it into your mouth." With no choice but to accept the cone, Shi Lutian grumbled, "Have you even washed your hands?" To which Han Lai boldly retorted, "What is the need to wash? I didn't even wipe." With a burst of laughter, Shi Lutian clutched her belly, sinking back against the chair, exclaiming, "Goose, goose, 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 goose." She was utterly incapacitated with laughter. Of course, she was aware that it was all a facade. Yet Han Lai's performance was so convincingly genuine that it played with her emotions. As her laughter subsided, she rested her forehead against Han Lai's sturdy arm, gasping for breath. An undeniable intimacy blossoming between them. This playful man was simply delightful. To assert that she held deep affection for Han Lai would be an exaggeration. Her standards were exceedingly high, her aspirations lofty. At present, Han Lai merely met her criteria, without delving into the realm of genuine emotions. Nevertheless, to claim that she felt no fondness for him at all would be a falsehood. Among all the freshmen across the 6 departments of the College of Humanities, Han Lai's overall qualities remained unparalleled. Only 2 newcomers from the International Exchange College, whose reputations were almost mythical, dared to claim superiority over him. The rest, in Han Lai's presence, were mere juniors. Moreover, the rivalry between the 2 beautiful roommates for Han Lai's affection rendered her feelings increasingly intricate. After managing to suppress her laughter, an impulsive thought surged within her. Perhaps she should grant this canine man an opportunity? With this notion, she abruptly straightened her posture and quietly resumed her indulgence in ice cream. To extend an opportunity implies permitting you to pursue me, rather than me taking the initiative. Do you comprehend, little Lizzie? Shi Lutian's sudden display of restraint left Han Lai utterly perplexed. Yet, he had no time to ponder the situation, as his thoughts were drawn away by a system notification. Congratulations, host, for your relentless efforts in mastering a new skill. Chapter 45. Tugging. The newly acquired skill was intriguing, termed tugging, at level 1. This ability bore resemblance to flirtation, yet it transcended mere flirtation. Its scope extended far beyond simple allure. True tugging could be employed in all interactions with others, allowing one to conceal oneself while simultaneously probing the other party. What does pulling entail? Han Lai was unable to decipher its essence. Perhaps it was akin to jia leading. Or maybe half of Mababa. In any case, it seemed quite powerful. Observing his experience points hovering around 180,000, Han Lai decisively upgraded tugging to level 3,000, expending a total of 11,000 experience points, a remarkably high cost-performance ratio. Increasing a skill's level does not evoke new memories. Thus Han Lai felt no unusual sensations. However, upon glancing back at Shi Lutian, the older man appeared to be stirring with newfound energy. Such a proud little expression surely deserved some teasing. Is it delicious? Han Lai's unexpected inquiry did not arouse Shi Lutian's suspicion. The food was quite delicious, with a rich dairy flavor that suggested the use of fresh milk. She replied earnestly, only for the man to unexpectedly ask, "Is there really no other taste?" What could there be? She paused mid-sentence, her eyes widening gradually, and her cheeks turning a faint shade of red. "You scoundrel! Do you wish to provoke me?" Han Lai quickly dodged her slap, chuckling nervously as he defended himself. "Don't hit me. I meant, can you not sense the taste of love? Love, my foot." Shi Lutong was truly infuriated. She tossed the ice cream cone into the trash and chased Han Lai, delivering several kicks. Normally, she wouldn't be so close to any boy. But this was not an ordinary situation. It was a peculiar state of furious yet non-repulsive anger. With each kick, she felt both relieved and vindicated, her mood finally brightening. As for Han Lai, after evading a couple of her strikes, he became transfixed by her long legs. Though he boasted that they were too slender and unattractive, in reality, when those long legs swayed right before him, he felt utterly entranced. Wow, so fair. Wow, so tender. Wow, absolutely intoxicating. His intense scrutiny did not go unnoticed by Shi Lutong. "What are you staring at?" she asked, a hint of shyness in her demeanor, though she masked it well with a fierce glare. "Go back and take care of your own business." Most boys would have been intimidated by her fierce demeanor. But Han Lai was different. He just smiled, completely unfazed. When Shi Lutong was genuinely angry, her eyes would narrow dangerously. Moreover, it is succinct and devoid of any superfluous words. "Is there an issue?" Step aside. Depart. These three phrases encapsulate three levels of impatience, with Han Lai being all too familiar with them. Lazily leaning back against the chair, he leisurely remarked, "Isn't your exposure merely for the sake of being observed? As for the unpleasantness, it has long been kicked back to you." Uffed. She could not help but stifle a laugh, quickly covering her mouth. The perverted cucumber indeed lived up to its reputation. To foster a good relationship with her, an array of distasteful jokes surrounding bodily functions sufficed. However, despite the peculiar humor, earning her trust was no simple endeavor. Fortunately, Brother Lai was in no rush. After all, the grand moves were yet to come. After a while, having laughed enough, she settled beside Han Lai and began to murmur her grievances. "Why are our classmates so difficult to manage? The school I attended in high school was already quite dismal, ranking low among the public schools in the city, teeming with oddities. Yet it was never as distressing as our class. Both boys and girls are all entrenched in their own cliques, incessantly bringing trivial matters to me for discussion. They say the National Relations Institute is hard to govern, yet their class monitor has it far easier than I do. The class monitor of the all-English finance class, also a girl, encounters not a single troublesome issue throughout the week. I have truly had enough." To voice such sentiments signifies that she has genuinely begun to establish trust in Han Lai. In her previous life, even by the third year, while working together in the student council, Han Lai remained a nobody in her eyes. She had never uttered a single complaint to him. Recognizing this golden opportunity, Brother Lai was determined to seize it. "In fact, there is something you have yet to comprehend." Shi Lutong's curiosity was instantly piqued. Her enchanting eyes fixated on Han Lai, her expression brimming with anticipation. "What? Human energy is finite and rather inexpensive, do you understand?" Han Lai commenced with a grand proclamation, leaving Shi Lutong utterly bewildered. "What on earth does that mean?" Han Lai spread his hands, meticulously elucidating. "The limitation of energy signifies that we can only accomplish a certain number of tasks each day. However, when we find ourselves devoid of meaningful pursuits, our energy becomes inexhaustible and thus rather trivial, often squandered frivolously. Why is it that the International Relations Institute is predominantly composed of second-generation affluent individuals, yet is more manageable? Because they possess wealth, allowing them to revel in the vast metropolis of Shanghai, their limited energy perpetually in demand. In contrast, our classmates are confined within the narrow confines of the school, with only computers and smartphones to occupy their time, leaving their energy unexpressed. They resemble a pride of well-fed lions, reluctant to provoke equally formidable opponents. We, on the other hand, are akin to famished calves, restlessly agitated at every moment. Is it not evident which group is easier to manage? However, the dilemma lies in the fact that once a lion is incited, chaos inevitably ensues. Though the calves may engage in daily skirmishes, their destructive potential remains relatively feeble. One must accurately comprehend the distinctions between the International Relations Institute and our class, and subsequently employ appropriate strategies for effective management. Shi Lutong's eyes gradually widened, perceiving Han Lai's analogy as nothing short of remarkable. Thus, our class frequently experiences minor, annoying conflicts without escalating into significant troubles, while the International Relations Institute, usually tranquil, erupts into grand spectacles when issues arise. Han Lai nodded with a smile, affirming, "Precisely. Indeed, it's a common observation that students from the School of International Exchange are rarely seen on campus after their freshman year, often gallivanting about and frequently causing quite a stir throughout the university." After a moment of quiet contemplation, she nodded in agreement. "That's certainly the case. Han Lai, your perspicacity is remarkable, truly impressive." Han Lai, basking in the glow of her praise, nearly became conceited. Shi Luting, with her beautiful eyes blinking, humbly inquired, "Then, how can I effectively manage the class?" Han Lai shook his head. "Suppression is futile. Their boundless energy is an inevitable consequence of their age. You can't compel them to dedicate themselves to their studies, nor can you expel them from campus to unleash their vigor. Unfortunately, our campus is rather diminutive, which only exacerbates conflicts. Therefore, there's simply no solution. Is there truly no recourse whatsoever?" Shi Luting's face fell with disappointment. "Well, this is a rare sight," Han Lai mused. He had never imagined that she could be so conscientious. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You see, you're simply too idle, with excess energy to spare. Occupy yourself with more meaningful endeavors. Fretting over the likes of Duan Xiaoyi and Qin Ping is not worth your time." Shi Luting paused. gazing intently into Han Lai's eyes for a long moment before slowly nodding. I finally understand why you're always engrossed in your studies. You don't consider us your peers, do you? Not Yu Yun, Fong Feifei, or even myself, correct? While it's somewhat aloof, you've awakened me. I should focus more on self-improvement. Yes, I'll follow your example. Han Lai offered a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying her assertion. In his heart, Shi Lutian was undoubtedly special, yet not to the extent of being indispensable. Thus, let love think as it may. In the end, you all must look up to me, and that makes no difference. Han Lai's carefree smile sent ripples of emotion through Shi Lutian's heart. She finally discerned the pride within this young man. Yet she could not chastise him for his arrogance. Pride without capability is arrogance, but what of pride born from strength? It manifests as confidence, vision, and spirit. In any case, Shi Lutian not only felt no aversion, but found herself somewhat admiring him. Han Lai's discipline and perseverance were genuine, leaving no room for doubt. While she merely possessed a spirited heart, she lacked the mindset of Han Lai, revealing a significant disparity. Suddenly, her intention to reprimand Han Lai vanished, replaced by an impulse to compete with him. This young lady would not concede defeat. We shall see. Chapter 46. A wonderful and unique consumption. Shi Lutian rarely exhibited the typical capriciousness, softness, or fragility of an ordinary girl. She fixed her gaze on Han Lai, suddenly huffing. Her chin held high in pride as she turned her head away, as if to say, "What makes you so remarkable? Your words and intentions are at odds." Han Lai offered no leniency, scoffing at her openly. Shi Lutian erupted in indignation, glaring at him. Is it amusing? No, not at all. Han Lai quickly raised his hands in surrender, yet a clear smile lingered on his face, akin to soothing a child. Shi Lutian recognized that her reaction was somewhat inconsistent with the image she had painstakingly maintained, and now, ruthlessly exposed by Han Lai, she was both furious and anxious. With a sudden leap, she turned and stormed away. Disregarding you, step aside. She is flustered indeed. Han Lai stroked his chin, letting out a mischievous chuckle. The dance of pulling and pushing, of pressure and release, is a complex interplay. The earlier provocation was merely the spark. Now, it is time to reel it back. Han Lai leisurely trailed behind Shi Luting, preparing to soothe her, when suddenly a young woman named Yu Yun rushed in. Upon spotting the striking Shi Luting, Yu Yun's gaze quickly shifted to the not-so-distant Han Lai, her pupils narrowing in surprise. She stood frozen for about 3 seconds before beaming and extending her arms toward Shi Luting. Ting ting. I finally found you. How are you feeling now? Shi Luting, taken aback at the sight of Yu Yun, quickly composed herself and approached with a gentle smile. I'm fine. I can't be bothered to be angry with them. Ah, women. As the two girls finally embraced, Han Lai came to understand why they always seemed inseparable. Shi Luting stood at 179 centimeters, while Yu Yun was 168 centimeters. Shi Luting embodied an A-cup elegance, while Yu Yun exuded an alluring E-cup charm. Shi Luting radiated coolness, whereas Yu Yun was captivatingly seductive, clad in shorts that accentuated her legs. Shi Luting contrasted beautifully with Yu Yun's snug V-neck top that revealed a tantalizing curve. They complemented each other exquisitely. Standing together, they produced a harmonious effect. Shi Luting appeared even more ethereal and statuesque, while Yu Yun exuded a voluptuous and irresistible allure. In terms of sheer beauty, Shi Luting undoubtedly possessed a striking presence. Yet, when it came to capturing attention, Yu Yun held her own, perhaps even surpassing her. In the realm of allure, the seasoned connoisseurs of beauty appreciate that as long as the faade is appealing, the brilliance of the allure is paramount. If the magnetism is insufficient, even the most glamorous exterior fails to ignite excitement. However, rather than being a seasoned individual, Han Lai was merely an innocent, naive, and inexperienced novice, thus desiring both companions. His gaze darted between the legs on his left and the lights on his right, keeping him occupied. As the two young women chatted amicably and decided to visit the elephant exhibit together, a sudden apprehension struck Lai Ji's heart. Wasn't there a troublesome individual at the elephant exhibit? When the two finally concluded their conversation, intending to invite Han Lai to join them, they turned around to find him missing. Huh, where's Han Lai? The two young women looked around, but they couldn't find Han Lai anywhere. Only waves of unfamiliar tourists. Yu Yun grew anxious. Should we call and ask? Shi Luting pondered for a moment and took out her phone. Okay, I'll ask. She dialed the number, turned on the speakerphone, and they walked towards the entrance of the venue as they searched. The call was quickly answered. Han Lai, where are you? Guess? Han Lai's voice sounded particularly cheerful, with a hint of mischief. I have to continue the unfinished business from earlier. Why are you calling? To cheer me on? Ugh. Go to hell. Shi Luting was both angry and embarrassed, and she hung up the phone with a snap. Yuyan looked at her suspiciously, instinctively asking, what business? What were you two doing earlier? This was precisely what angered Shi Luting. It was fine to joke around in private, but was it polite to let Yuyan hear it on speakerphone? She stomped her feet twice in anger, resolving to ignore the dog of a man today. However, Yuyan kept asking, particularly nervous. Shi Luting had no choice but to reply as coldly and casually as possible. He went to the restroom and is just fooling around there. Finding disgust amusing is rather juvenile. Yuyan felt instinctively that Han Lai was not that type of person, and Shi Lutian's reaction also seemed off. Yet, she merely uttered a soft "oh" and chose not to pursue the matter further. With a sense of vigilance and anxiety, she decided to keep her thoughts to herself. Unwilling to confront Shi Lutian directly on this issue, the odds were simply not in her favor when it came to him. As the time spent at the amusement park unfolded, everyone gradually congregated together. To be fair, wandering through a zoo can indeed be quite delightful. Han Lai had an exceptionally enjoyable experience at the Golden Snub-Nosed Monkey Island and the Little Animal Paradise. The golden monkeys, in particular, were an entirely different species compared to her cousin from a May Mountain. They were not only beautiful but also polite and well-behaved, providing an unparalleled joy in feeding them. If it weren't for the laws that deterred such actions, Han Lai would have seriously considered adopting a pair of them, as playing with monkeys would undoubtedly be more exhilarating than with cats. Alas, it remained a mere fantasy. Thus, she took an abundance of videos and photographs, sending them all to Qin Yinfei in one go. The home guardian beast happened to be waiting at the airport and responded with a flurry of enthusiastic voice messages, practically overflowing with disappointment. Han Lai promptly promised a multitude of empty invitations, suggesting that when she had some free time, she would take her to play. If time permitted, they could even venture into Sichuan to see the pandas. The dolphin show here was rather mediocre, but they could plan a trip to Sanya during the winter break. It felt as though she needed to elevate her persuasion from a mere level 3 to a full 5. Fortunately, Qin Yinfei's feedback was consistently encouraging, expressing fervent anticipation while leaving ample room for future plans. After conversing for half an hour, when I once again laid eyes on Yu Yun, Shi Lutian, and Fang Feifei, the youthful restlessness that had been surging within Lai Ge began to subside considerably. Around 4:30, everyone collectively exited the park, preparing to go for a meal. As expected, the discussions became heated once more. This scene had unfolded in a previous life, and in this one, it was unavoidable as well. It was, in fact, quite normal. Young men and women from all corners of the country gathering in the bustling metropolis for the first time inevitably faced the challenge of differing palates and consumer philosophies. The spicy food enthusiasts from Jiangsu and Zhejiang were displeased, while the sweet-toothed northerners felt dissatisfied. Some were indifferent to the cost, while others were reluctant to pay extra. Although Shi Lutian could easily pacify any dissent, this outing was not a formal affair, and asserting dominance was not feasible. Observing quietly, Han Lai suddenly suggested that instead of dining at a restaurant, they could head straight to the snack street on Chongli Road, exploring it as a tourist attraction, allowing everyone to eat as they pleased and spend as they wished. Fang Feifei, perhaps not fully grasping the suggestion, clapped her hands in approval. Sounds great. Yuyan quickly concurred. With the enthusiastic support of Tai Shupi and Shunlu, before Shi Lutian could contemplate the proposal further, Lai Ge had already garnered a significant majority of votes in favor. Thus, it was settled. The group then meandered through Chongli Road, indulging in various delicacies until 7:30. Without a hint of conclusion in sight, the majority expressed immense satisfaction. Lai Ge was particularly pleased, as Fang Feifei treated him to Zhou Bin's stinky tofu, while Yu Yun insisted on treating him to grilled seafood from Sansi. The lavish spread included squid, oysters, and giant scallops, leaving Han Lai with grease dripping from his lips. The pièce de resistance was the grilled fresh abalone, with its tender texture, firm flesh, and rich aroma. Slurp. Han Lai was the first to sate his hunger, and after a leisurely 2-hour stroll, he found himself indulging in a second meal. Naturally, he felt the need to reciprocate for the generosity he received. Han Lai diligently accompanied Fang Feifei and Yu Yun as they explored numerous intriguing shops. With his arms crossed and leaning against a wall, he advised them to choose whatever they liked, insisting that everything was splendid. This same routine persisted for a full 2.5 hours, until they finally encountered a misstep, a Swarovski boutique. Yu-Yun insisted on dragging Han Lai inside, never once loosening her grip on him. Having just finished a lavish seafood feast, Han Lai still held a cup of milk tea, feeling the weight of his responsibilities as a reluctant companion. Thus, he feigned interest for a while. Suddenly, Yu-Yun halted before a particular necklace, exclaiming with delight, "Wow, how beautiful!" Han Lai glanced over casually, only to have his gaze sharpen, his expression taking on a more intriguing quality. "Is it truly beautiful?" "Yes, yes." Yu-Yun fervently nodded, overwhelmed by its beauty. The necklace in question was a classic Swarovski swan piece, part of the same collection that had become ubiquitous in later years. Remarkably, the very necklace Yu-Yun admired was the same one Han Lai had painstakingly gifted her in a past life. Although she had accepted it without enthusiasm, never once wearing it, time had circled back, and now she expressed an ardent affection for it, eliciting a mix of absurdity and amusement in Han Lai. "Miss, could you please take it out? I would like to try it on." Yu-Yun eagerly communicated with the sales associate, soon donning the necklace that sparkled with a delicate blue hue. She gazed at herself in the mirror with delight, incessantly seeking Han Lai's opinion. "Does it look good? Does it look good?" "Quite stunning," Han Lai replied, observing the blue swan nestled in the depths of the Y-shaped gorge, nodding earnestly. Suddenly, Yu-Yun tilted her head back, grasping Han Lai's arm with a pitiful plea. "I adore it so much, but my living expenses are running low." "What on earth?" Han Lai was taken aback. Did she expect a pampered man to regurgitate what he had consumed? In truth, Han Lai understood that her true request was not for money, but for a gift imbued with significance. Just as he shared a meal with her not out of financial need, but rather as a form of playful retribution. This created quite the dilemma. Just for the recent seafood feast, Han Lai had consumed 200 yuan of Yu-Yun's money, and she had remained silent, selecting only the most expensive items without hesitation. Surely, one cannot turn their back immediately after a satisfying meal, can they? Moreover, Han Lai found the situation particularly amusing. In a previous life, he had offered it to her with heartfelt emotions, only to be cast aside. Now, he regarded her as a mere plaything, and she was pleading for it. At that moment, a wondrous sense of fate and accomplishment intertwined, stirring Han Lai's soul, filling him with joy and curiosity. What would the outcome be this time? How intriguing! A mysterious smile, inexplicable to Yu-Yun, curled at the corners of Han Lai's lips, difficult to articulate, yet she found it enchanting and alluring. With a gaze entranced, her expression a blend of joy and reproach, she stepped closer, leaning forward and gently swaying the young man's arm, filled with anticipation, continuing her playful charm. "Please, I beg you. Could you be so kind?" Han Lai, savoring the moment while weighing his options, ultimately decided to let this necklace serve as a special symbol connecting his past and present. He pulled out his wallet and handed the cashier a mix of bills totaling 498 yuan, whispering, "Please issue a receipt." Yu-Yun, overwhelmed with joy, pressed her entire body closer, exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you. You are so wonderful. I am so happy." Judging by her demeanor, had there not been other patrons in the store, she might have spontaneously offered a kiss. Naturally, Brother Lai was indifferent to such trivial gestures, as they were far from sufficient. However, the moment he handed over the money, the system activated. "You have made a significant, marvelous, and unique purchase, thus receiving a complimentary item." Chapter 47. At last, I have found you. Han Lai immediately noticed that the wording of the system's notification differed slightly from previous ones. A marvelous and unique purchase? What could the complimentary item entail? Instantly ignited with immense anticipation, he took a deep breath and opened his inventory. Inside lay a pure black rope. Han Lai was momentarily bewildered and quickly glanced at the item description. Pet leash set. When you attach the collar to pets such as cats and dogs and secure them with the leash, you can confidently take them out for playtime. Effect: obedience 50, happiness 50. Note: clearly, this is not solely for walking dogs. Ah, how splendid! Han Lai was utterly delighted. If this could be used for raising a husky, how much trouble would it save him? Yes, indeed, this is it. Anticipation builds. Han Lai contentedly closed his inventory, casting a casual glance at Yu-Yun's fair neck. The necklace was quite exquisite. Yu-Yun, on the verge of bursting with joy, stood before the mirror, admiring herself with a silly grin. Upon spotting Fong Fei, she eagerly waved her hand, exclaiming, "Fei, come here. Come see how beautiful the necklace Lai Ge gave me is." Winky face, Fong Feifei was utterly taken aback, glancing between Yu Yun and Han Lai, then back to the necklace, and once more at Han Lai. Soon, her eyes brimmed with a sense of grievance, as if tears were about to spill at any moment. Lai Gushi pouted, her voice tinged with a weepy tone. Stop! Stop! Han Lai, in a good mood, did not wish to be troubled by such trivial matters and promptly promised, you can have one too, just pick it out yourself. Fong Feifei immediately broke into laughter, but Yu Yun was not pleased. She tugged at Han Lai's arm, playfully insisting, don't pay her any mind. Okay? Fong Feifei quickly leaned in, wrapping her arms around Han Lai's other arm, saying, look at her. Isn't she just so annoying? Uft. Even someone with a high threshold for humor like Han Lai couldn't help but be amused by their antics. Where on earth did they learn such behavior? They were utterly ridiculous. If you two don't let go, I might just take action. Han Lai teased with a mischievous grin, causing the two girls' cheeks to flush as they instinctively withdrew their hands, as his playful threats were usually too much for most girls to handle. At least the occasion was inappropriate. However, despite no longer clinging to his arm, Fong Feifei and Yu Yun continued their playful banter, each interjecting remarks in lively succession. The customers already present in the store, along with the sales associate, were profoundly stimulated by the unfolding scene. Several female patrons regarded Han Lai with inexplicable expressions, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The more they examined him, the more perplexed they became. What could possibly account for such an allure in this young man? He was of average looks, dressed adequately, and of a rather slender build. One would think he would not elicit such fascination. It was not just them who were bewildered. Han Lai himself was taken aback. In this particular cultural environment, especially at the onset of the academic year, had he been in a different school or at another time, such a spectacle would have been inconceivable. The confines of the humanities department were too limited and insular. Among the few classmates he interacted with daily, Han Lai stood out conspicuously. Moreover, the timing was serendipitous, coinciding perfectly with a phase in which they were eager to revel, yet still inexperienced in the broader world. The most significant factor, however, was the presence of a classmate, Shi Lu Ting, and another from the International Relations Institute, Pan Go, who had essentially overshadowed their contemporaries, capturing all the attention of the elite male students at the school and consequently eroding the self-confidence of the two young women. Had there not been so many internal and external influences, they might have harbored a fondness for Han Lai, albeit not with such fervor. It is worth noting that their initial rivalry was also a crucial contributing factor to their ardor. Regardless, this was the first time in Han Lai's life that he experienced such treatment. Even Duan Xiao-yi, who had a past connection with both women, had never been the object of such fervent attention. When Duan Xiao-yi and Fong Feifei first began their relationship, Yu Yun often mocked Fong Feifei behind her back, belittling her taste. Ironically, Yu Yun later married Duan Xiao-yi, perhaps finally realizing that marrying a wealthy fool was not without its merits. The house and household registration were effortlessly settled, allowing for a sense of autonomy at home, which was indeed a remarkable triumph. Returning to the main topic, this was an unexpected occurrence that was not easily replicated. Brother Lai himself was quite troubled by the situation. You two assistants, failing to fulfill your proper roles and constantly scheming for dominance, are quite out of line. Impatiently, he pulled out 500 yuan to swiftly interrupt their quarrel. Hey, the standards are the same, but it can only be a necklace, so hurry up and choose yours. All right. Fong Feifei leaned over the counter, scrutinizing the selection, and soon chose a pink swan necklace identical to Yu Yun's. Brother Lai, I want this one. Yu Yun nearly exploded with rage. Why must you insist on wearing the same style as me? I adore pink. What of it? Fong Feifei retorted defiantly, then suddenly turned shyly towards Han Lai. Brother Lai, do you like pink too? Gulp. Han Lai struggled to swallow. Heavens, are you really asking? Is it permissible to write about this? It's no wonder Han Lai was lost in thought. Her expression was simply peculiar. Yu Yun felt a wave of dizziness, as if on the brink of unbearable frustration. Perhaps, tonight she could smother her, but not with a pillow, for that would be murder. Instead, she could simply hold her close for a night's sleep. If she were to actually perish, it would be deemed an accident. Fong Feifei sensed Yu Yun's intense malice, yet remained entirely unconcerned. Delighted, she donned the necklace and insisted on having Han Lai comment on it. The salesgirl glanced at the cash laid out on the counter, then at the beaming Fong Feifei, feeling that this young man was simply extraordinary. Han Lai, however, did not consider himself remarkable. He felt on the verge of becoming a fool. Outside the shop, Shi Lu Tian, Luigi, Ko Bai, Tai Shuping, Duan Xiaoi, and others stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, observing the unfolding drama inside with a mix of laughter and indifference. Oh my! Ting, hear my excuse. Just as Han Lai was about to take a step forward, he suddenly realized the futility of his explanation. What do I even mean? My affection lies with the cucumber. My love is meant to flourish online. The offline Shi Lutian is merely a nobody, after all. It's rare to see such enthusiasm from two mere pawns, but I won't concern myself with your thoughts. I have no intention of pursuing you in the real world. The more upset you are, the better. Once clarity washed over him, Han Lai felt a sense of calm. He turned to the classmates outside, revealing a radiant smile that showcased his gleaming white teeth, and with a composed wave, he bid them farewell. A star. Truly, a display of star-like charm. Consequently, Shi Lutian found herself engulfed in the frustration of a crumbling idol. The afternoon had been so delightful. She had just begun to admire him, and now he was acting so lackadaisically? What a despicable man! Without acknowledging Han Lai's gesture, Shi Lutian turned and walked away. Everyone had grown accustomed to her aloofness, and no one found it amiss. Only Lu Yiji, sharing the same dorm, cast a doubtful glance at Shi Lutian's retreating figure. Could it be? No, it couldn't possibly be. She shook her head, dispelling the unreliable thought. After exiting Swarovski, the group collectively decided against further shopping and opted to enjoy the night scenery instead. They headed straight for Zinniandi. As one of the top 10 attractions in the magical city, Zinniandi was indeed stunning, bordering on the surreal. However, today's sightseeing excursion was far from pleasant. Shi Lutian remained composed and distant, speaking very little, while Duan Xiaoi wore a perpetual frown, radiating negativity throughout the outing. Chen Ping fully embodied the traditional artistry of the berserker, incessantly venting his frustrations. Meanwhile, the two individuals who could have served as mediators, Yu Yun and Fang Feifei, were at odds with one another, harboring resentment and showing no inclination to reconcile the situation. Thus, after merely 20 minutes of wandering, the group's enthusiasm waned significantly. This is dull. I'm heading home. Duan Xiaoi was the first to break the silence, uttering her blunt remark before departing unceremoniously. Very well, let us disperse then. Shortly thereafter, Shi Lutian calmly declared the event concluded. Some were taken aback, while others felt a sense of relief, yet no one voiced dissent. People half-heartedly expressed their enjoyment of the day and their desire for future gatherings. But only Han Lai was aware that the finance class would never again organize a large-scale reunion. However, perhaps this was for the best. Life is a journey that begins and ends in solitude. Some companions may linger longer, while others may share only a fleeting moment. For the latter, there is no necessity to concern oneself with their names, origins, or destinations. A simple wave and a smile suffice when in good spirits, and indifference when otherwise. Focusing on oneself is sufficient. Allowing transient acquaintances to affect one's emotions is unworthy of consideration. In his past life, Han Lai failed to grasp this principle, leading to a rather tragic existence. In this lifetime, he was determined not to repeat the same errors. With a carefree smile, he quietly followed the group back to campus. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, he completely disregarded Fang Feifei and Yu Yun's expectant yet melancholic glances, decisively slipping away. As anticipated, the dormitory was devoid of inhabitants. Ding Ding and Xiao Dongbei were either at home or out reveling. Just in time, he could still indulge in an hour of reading. Han Lai had devised an excellent plan. However, upon finishing his shower and casually opening the Jinjiang website, a new message seized his entire attention. Proud little cucumber, thank you for your support and encouragement. My QQ number is. That string of 10 digits felt so familiar that Han Lai had memorized it. The man chuckled silently, revealing a grin. Finally, I've got you. Shi Lutian. Chapter 48. A kindred spirit is hard to find. Han Lai did not rush to add her as a friend. Instead, he opened the book titled Mist and Frost, which was shrouded in mystery from its name to its synopsis and story, and began to read intently. By the time it was nearing 11 o'clock, he had finally finished the entirety of the 120,000 words, feeling a sense of assurance. He opened his secondary account, input the number, and searched, once again encountering that familiar interface. Who am I? Proud little cucumber. Who are you? Hem swapping for cucumber. What do you seek from me? Exchange. Ah, no. No. He promptly deleted it and solemnly changed it to 2 other characters. Communication. After sending the request, Han Lai turned the volume to the maximum and proceeded to wash up. The cultural apartment building lights went out at 11:30, but the dormitory was an exception. However, with everyone now possessing smartphones, a power outage did not hinder conversations on QQ, as they were at the tail end of the 3G era. Aside from chatting on QQ and reading novels, there was indeed little else for entertainment. Thus, Han Lai surmised that Shi Lutian was quite likely to log into her secondary account today. Around 11:30, just as Han Lai was preparing to retire for the night, a sudden cough emanated from his laptop speakers. Oh joy, a friend request has come through. With that, Lai Go leapt up, jumped out of bed, and seated himself at the desk. A solitary soul has graciously accepted your friend request. Hello, thank you for your support, was a rather reserved and demure opening line. This simply wouldn't do. Han Lai promptly dispatched a humorous image, igniting the enthusiasm. Why have you gone silent, esteemed author? Cried Hamster in despair. I genuinely adore your writing. Do you have any plans for a new book? In room 2333, Shi Lu-ting reclined on her bed, turned on her side, curling her legs, anxiously gazing at her QQ interface. Her work had succumbed to numerous novice blunders. The arrogance with which she approached her writing was met with profound disappointment upon its release. After a month and a half, she had amassed a mere 100 bookmarks, received 3 generous gifts, and garnered over 20 generic comments. The number of true admirers of her book could be counted on one hand, and not a single person was willing to engage with her as the author. Thus, it was her first attempt to add a reader's QQ number and converse with them. She was filled with anticipation. Yet, the dilemma arose. The reader on the other end was the sole benefactor who had made a significant donation, and she placed immense value on this connection, but was at a loss as to how to approach it. Consequently, she experienced a tumultuous mix of hope and trepidation. However, as the reader continued to send 3 fervent greetings, her heart trembled, quaked, and buzzed with an electric thrill. Look, there stands my fan. At last, someone amidst the vast ocean of literature acknowledges my artistic expression. I am not an inconspicuous soul lost to the void. Shi Lutian was overwhelmed with excitement. A sense of gratification and astonishment akin to that of Bo Ye finally meeting Ziqi, allowing her to momentarily set aside her aloofness and defenses. A lonely soul expressed, "Ha ha ha, thank you for your affection. It's not that I wish to be a eunuch. Rather, the data is disheartening, severely affecting my morale, making it truly impossible to continue writing. Woe is me." The same lonely soul continued. I even question whether I am suited for novel writing at all, beyond the words. Everything else is utterly disarrayed. Sobbing, sobbing, sobbing. When conversing with women, it is paramount to discern what they wish to hear. Many sycophants mistakenly believe that mindless flattery suffices, which is a grave error. Every beautiful woman has been inundated with compliments throughout her life, leading to a state of ennui, annoyance, and indifference. This also touches upon a matter of merit, whether one possesses sufficient weight to genuinely commend another. For instance, if Zhang Yimou casually remarks, "Miss, you are truly beautiful, and your poise is commendable," it feels like an honor. However, if an ordinary passerby approaches and exclaims, "Hello, beautiful, you are stunning," it comes off as superficial. Han Lai's initial reward of 100 yuan somewhat addressed the issue of merit, permitting him to praise her writing without eliciting disdain. Nevertheless, the ensuing conversation could not tread the familiar path of thoughtless adulation. The weight still felt insufficient, and excessive praise appeared insincere, failing to delve into the core of the matter. Therefore, Han Lai diligently analyzed Shi Lutian's mindset, tentatively identifying the sentiments she most yearned to hear, and then cautiously began to engage. Ham for cucumber, huh? The current state of the esteemed author is quite commendable. However, it must be candidly acknowledged that the narrative structure of Mist and Frost possesses notable flaws. Furthermore, the technical execution appears rather immature. Nevertheless, now that the author has attained a state of calm and can confront their shortcomings, rapid progress is undoubtedly on the horizon. As for online writers, apart from a select few exceptionally gifted individuals, the majority of talented authors hone their craft through persistent effort, and your later stylistic developments are indeed praiseworthy. Upon encountering the 2 critical remarks, Shi Luting felt a twinge of discomfort. Yet, the subsequent words of encouragement brought a sense of warmth. Thus, he readily accepted the critique. Indeed, my dear friend is correct. To achieve success, one must confront their weaknesses. With an unprecedented humility, she sought the insights of her soul reader. Could you elaborate on my shortcomings? Moreover, how might I rectify them? This inquiry, though earnest, seemed somewhat overly broad, akin to a desperate search for remedies. Hanlai couldn't help but chuckle upon reading it. If any casual fan could adeptly analyze such a question, what need would there be for professionals? However, you are fortunate, for I am indeed an expert. With over a decade of extensive reading and a mastery of literary knowledge and writing skills, I am equipped to guide a complete novice, even if it feels somewhat like overqualified assistance. To bolster his authority in Shi Luting's eyes, Hanlai commenced with full vigor. Let it be known in advance that the following are solely personal impressions. I believe that your primary challenge may not lie within the realms of plot, character development, or pacing, those age-old discussions, but rather in the lack of life experience and societal knowledge to adequately support such a narrative. To put it more plainly, it is a classic case of ambition outpacing the necessary accumulation of insight. The story you aspire to tell is grand, magnificent, and fantastical, a reflection of your idealized imagination. Yet, you struggle to infuse it with the appropriate details, resulting in a sense of superficiality. While reading, I often find myself grappling with a sense of effort. Your prose is abundant, at times even imbued with a certain ethereal quality. However, when viewed in its entirety, the phenomenon of an inadequately small horse pulling a grand cart is strikingly evident. It is clear that you cannot fully master the narrative. Consequently, it tends to scatter and become disordered. Furthermore, your boundless creativity, when left unchecked, inevitably accentuates structural issues, raising the threshold of comprehension to a level far beyond that of typical web literature. Thus, your writing is not without merit. It simply requires an audience that truly understands it to reveal its brilliance. I even find myself questioning whether you are still in your adolescence or just stepping into adulthood. It is rare for someone of greater age to maintain a style that may initially appear cold and distant yet is, in fact, delicate and innocent. Whoa. Shi Lutian's eyes widened as she clutched her phone tightly, her body trembling with excitement. This was not the tale of Yuboya and Zhong Ziki. It was Nalan Rongrua encountering Gu Jingguan. I am Jingguan, and you are my Rongrua. How could this be so accurate? Suddenly, Shi Lutian was enveloped in a euphoric, almost transcendent intoxication, her emotions surging, her mind flooded with a particular sentiment, dopamine coursing through her veins, creating a sense of pleasure that was both exhilarating and languorous. In the end, she could only muster a response of 7 words. I heed your words. The sheer fervor encapsulated in those 3 exclamation marks speaks volumes of unwavering determination. Honk, honk, honk. Hanlai leaned over his desk, laughing to the point of physical distress, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Little cucumber, just trust me. Would I lead you astray? Absolutely not. Henceforth, let us embark on this joyful companionship. Chapter 49. The flapping wings of excitement and truth. Hanlai's objective extended beyond merely teasing Shi Luting. She had ulterior motives, necessitating continued persuasion. Ham for cucumber. Your issue lies in your tender age and insufficient experience, which can only be honed over time. Immediate transformation is implausible. I advise you to steer clear of similar themes and write in genres you can adeptly handle. Then, leverage your literary strengths to gradually cultivate your fan base. Consider deeply which genre you navigate most effortlessly. Write passionate scenes. An answer immediately surfaced in Shi Luting's mind. Wealthy patron. You cannot fathom. I have never watched a genuine film. My understanding stems solely from a medley of chaotic yellow literature, yet I can craft an array of intricate narratives. Sheer talent. However, despite the veracity of her claim, she knew better than to voice it outright. After much contemplation, she delicately articulated, I may possess a greater aptitude for the nuanced depiction of certain scenes and a keen sensitivity to the emotional and physical transformations of women. Upon initially reading this passage, Hanlai was utterly perplexed. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly grasped the meaning. Almost bursting with laughter, and without hesitation, he exposed her. Ham for cucumber, passionate scenes? Seated in an awkward manner, Shi Luting fidgeted with her toes, fortunate to be nestled in her own comfort beneath the covers and conversing through a screen. She timidly responded with a mere, Passion in dramatic scenes can only serve as embellishment. How troublesome, remarked Ham and Cucumber. The momentum of the little cucumber waned further. What then? Are you certain you truly cherish this vocation and are willing to refine yourself? Inquired Ham and Cucumber. Shi Luting found the question peculiar, yet the answer was unequivocally affirmative. Yes, I greatly enjoy writing, she replied, though in truth, it was a matter of no choice. Shi Lutong was a young woman with profound self-awareness. Initially, her dream was to become a star. However, at the tender age of 16, having reached a height of 177 centimeters, her aspirations of stardom were shattered. With her stature and beauty, modeling could have been a viable path, yet the domestic modeling industry was rife with negativity and offered little promise. She was unwilling to wade through such murky waters. Employment in a conventional sense was out of the question, leaving her with two paths: to marry into a good family or to venture into entrepreneurship. Studying finance was part of her exploration, as was writing online literature. As long as success was within reach, she was open to trying any legitimate or slightly dubious means. Hence, with renewed anticipation, she inquired, "Do you have any good suggestions?" "Not particularly sound advice, merely a sudden thought," replied Ham and Cucumber. "Oh, I would love to hear more," responded the lonely voice of a Yaogua. Ham swapped for Cucumber. "I have always aspired to write a non-traditional romance featuring a tormented love story with a domineering CEO, where sweetness is interspersed with moments of sharp conflict, followed by unexpected twists. A solitary soul. How intriguing. What is the general premise of the story?" Ham swapped for Cucumber. The male protagonist, Wang Yin, is a strikingly handsome, arrogant, and cold-hearted true domineering CEO, while the female lead, Xi Meng, is a beautiful yet kind-hearted and resilient faux Cinderella. Their paths cross on a train, leading to a series of serendipitous events that kindle affection between them, initiating a sweet romance. However, when conflicts arise between Wang Yan's business and Xi's father's company, Wang Yan's inherent ruthlessness leaves no room for mercy, resulting in Xi's father being imprisoned. In a desperate bid to save her father and herself, Xi Meng's half-sister sacrifices herself and is subsequently subjected to Wang Yan's cruel captivity and manipulation. As it turns out, the male lead harbors unconventional proclivities, yet his profound love for the female lead prevents him from acting upon them, prompting him to seek an alternative outlet for his desires. Xi Meng, alerted by the affections of the second male lead, ultimately uncovers the harrowing truth, leading to her transformation from a naive innocent into a formidable and unwavering female protagonist. She dons a fade while embarking on a meticulous plan for revenge. The first step involves feigning affection by marrying the male lead. At a grand wedding, her sister, adorned with toys, forces a smile, while the female lead's eyes glisten with happy tears, creating an atmosphere thick with dramatic tension. Ultimately, she utterly obliterated the protagonist's career, life, and masculinity, before taking her own life before him, leaving behind a child that plunged him into a despair from which he could neither escape nor find solace. In essence, it is a tale steeped in torment, capturing the profound entanglement of love and hatred to the utmost degree. What do you think? Is there potential here? Good heavens! How exhilarating! Shi Lutian gazed at the words on his phone, his body trembling slightly. The classic domineering CEO narrative remains timeless, yet it becomes increasingly challenging to infuse it with originality. Meanwhile, the genre of historical tragic romance is rapidly rising, yet it possesses an inherent ethereality. By merging the domineering CEO narrative with tragic romance, this unconventional approach offers a refreshing perspective while delivering a potent emotional catharsis. A solitary voice echoed, "I yearn to see this. It surpasses my own story by leaps and bounds." "Right on, right on. I shall be your inaugural reader." Han Lai chuckled mischievously, his intentions laid bare. Hamster exchange. "However, I excel only in certain aspects, such as intense passion scenes and the intricacies of female psychology, which I find challenging to write. After all, I am a man." Hamster exchange. "Your prose and fervor are precisely what I lack." Hamster exchange. "Therefore, might it be possible?" Hamster exchange. "I could hire you to refine my initial draft, offering you two options. First, a fixed fee of 20 yuan per 1,000 words for your editing services. Second, if you possess confidence in the story, you could receive 1/3 of all profits from subscriptions, tips, and copyright sales. However, the rights to authorship and ownership would remain mine." Shi Lutian was utterly stunned. A man utterly engrossed in reading women's fiction, even contemplating writing a domineering CEO narrative? Well, let us momentarily set aside the issue of gender. He seeks my collaboration on a writing endeavor. No, he wishes for me to be a ghostwriter? Shi Lutian finds herself in a daze, her heart a tumultuous storm. A solitary pang of loneliness strikes. This is all too sudden. Allow me a moment to ponder. Of course, he replies. I will prepare an outline shortly and compose the first 3 pivotal chapters for your review. You may then decide at your leisure. Even if we do not collaborate, we shall remain friends. Do not feel pressured. All right, I shall retire for the night. The conversation dims as his avatar fades, and Shi Lutian is engulfed in profound confusion. How did it come to this? A devoted fan suddenly transformed into an employer. The premise is indeed a fresh and intriguing tale. Yet the market is saturated with similar narratives. Can it truly succeed? Yet, the allure of such a heart-wrenching romance is undeniably potent. In her turmoil, Shi Lutian cannot foresee that this would evolve into a sensational new genre of heart-wrenching love stories, with a narrative arc reminiscent of a dramatic love pursuit. Han Lai, who has scarcely perused women's fiction, is nonetheless aware of this concept. He indiscriminately revises the story, uncertain if it aligns with the traditional tropes of tragic romance. Yet the dramatic tension is palpably heightened. In the year 2013, this should suffice. As for the motive behind this endeavor, the bull market of 2014 commenced in January, and before fully engaging in trading, Han Lai aspires to accumulate some extra pocket money, enhancing his stock market skills to the fullest. With a solid readership, a foundational grasp of literature, and proficient writing capabilities, why not leverage these talents? Just in time, she can also refine Shi Lutian, truly a win-win situation. Moreover, her current foray into female-oriented literature is merely a trial. The real masterstroke is a meticulously crafted financial trading narrative by Han Lai. In her previous life, it seems that just prior to the stock market crash of 2015, a certain trading novel on Qidian garnered immense acclaim from a plethora of readers, ultimately becoming the first novel to achieve 1,000 alliances. The author of that book was not a professional and fell into the taboo of unlicensed stock recommendations, leading to the eventual ban of the book. Furthermore, the true value of those readers was not fully realized. However, as an insider, Han Lai possesses a profound understanding of how to maximize benefits. If the plan is executed flawlessly, by the time of the 2015 crash, Han Lai could effortlessly amass a colossal fortune without any infractions. The chaos would not incur any penalties, and Shi Lutian serves as the wings that allow Brother Lai to soar. Chapter 50. I want him to bear the surname Han. In the ensuing days, Shi Lutian endured considerable torment. She meticulously contemplated Ham's suggestion and increasingly leaned towards acceptance. The 20 yuan remuneration for the manuscript is not exorbitant, but it is evident that there is room for negotiation. Even without a price increase, revising 100,000 words for a profit of 2,000 yuan remains a commendable side gig. She is acutely aware that carrying the initial draft laden with plot is the most labor-intensive task, while editing and polishing are comparatively effortless. The workload is light, not exhausting, and it does not require her to step into the limelight, all the while allowing her to hone her skills using someone else's funds. It is undeniably worthwhile. Shi Lutian is not particularly in need of money. Her family possesses 2 apartments and a shop in a city at the prefectural level. Her father is a civil servant and her mother is a teacher, placing them in the ranks of a moderately affluent household, never having been short of her needs. However, she yearned to establish her roots in the bustling metropolis, yet her family could offer little assistance. She had to rely solely on herself. Regrettably, the anticipated path proved to be fraught with obstacles, and her lack of innate academic talent often led her to harbor secret envy towards Han Lai. Both of them were students from the same third-tier university. Why was it that her learning ability paled in comparison to that of the man? Surely, her intelligence was not lacking. It seemed most unjust of fate. In any case, she could not place her hopes on her professional capabilities, and the road after graduation appeared daunting. Thus, the opportunity to continue exploring the realm of online literature was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Should the outline and the golden chapters of Ham's work be of exceptional quality, she would even be willing to take a gamble and accept a share of the profits. Yet, since their conversation 3 days prior, the affluent Ham had not logged in again. Her anticipation grew increasingly anxious. On the evening of the 3rd, when she logged into her alternate account with dwindling hope, she finally spotted a pulsating, vibrant avatar. Ah, at last, you have arrived. She hurriedly opened the chat window and was greeted by a series of beaming emoticons. Ham had messaged, "The outline and the golden chapters are complete." Ham continued, "I'll send you a copy. Take a look. By the way, the outline only covers the initial content, so just familiarize yourself with it." Shi Lutian replied with a simple OK and eagerly began to download the file. Upon finally opening the document, the first thing that caught her eye was the title. Without me in the future, you must live well. It bore a touch of literary flair and seemed somewhat off-topic, yet it resonated deeply with Shilu Ting. As she delved into the text, the first chapter introduced the protagonist, Shiming, who encounters Wang Yan on a high-speed train. The story begins with Shiming being approached by a middle-aged man. Her gentle and kind nature makes her ill-equipped to refuse, resulting in her being persistently harassed by the seasoned charmer. This situation affects the mood of the man sitting next to her, Wang Yan, who makes a striking entrance. Like a master detective, he meticulously dissects the middle-aged man's attire, watch, and mannerisms, unveiling his background, capabilities, and family with razor-sharp wit and biting sarcasm, inciting the man's ire. However, just as tensions are about to escalate, Wang Yan calmly reveals his trump card. To me, you appear as a laughable, entirely transparent periwinkle. What do you rely on? The Chongqing Group? Your immediate superior cannot possibly be of Gu Mingtong's caliber. Yet, if I were to call Gu Mingtong, I doubt he would hesitate to grant me a favor by casually dismissing an oblivious mid-level executive from the company. What do you say? Shall we wager on whether the number for Gu Mingtong resides in my phone? The minor antagonist is left dumbfounded, begging for mercy before hastily retreating. With just a few words, Wang Yan skillfully asserts dominance, showcasing remarkable analytical prowess and control of the situation, while also hinting at a bug-like technique of cold reading. Shiming is utterly captivated by Wang Yan's performance. Simultaneously, Shi Lutian is enthralled by the writing style of Ham. Good heavens, who is my little fan? The level of pretentiousness and face-slapping is astonishing. Even in this first chapter, Shi Lutian finds immense pleasure and eagerly anticipates the unfolding narrative. Nonetheless, he perceives certain descriptions and word choices in this chapter as somewhat rigid. The term somewhat rigid implies a predominantly masculine perspective. For instance, the portrayal of Shiming's resistance is entirely conjectured from a male viewpoint, whereas her psychological response should be more delicate and nuanced. Nevertheless, these are minor issues. The entirety of the first chapter, from character development to thematic intent, as well as the execution of the ostentatious confrontations, is remarkably sophisticated. Although female-oriented web literature may not prioritize such displays of bravado, when executed with flair and elegance, they can evoke immense satisfaction, a sentiment shared by all genders. Furthermore, Huotui's dialogues could seamlessly serve as lines in an idle drama. This cinematic quality is exceedingly rare. Shilu Ting eagerly devoured all 3 chapters. His mind ablaze with a singular thought: collaborate with him. A solitary voice whispered, I do not seek a fee, but rather 1/3 of the profits. If that is the case, my standards will be even more stringent. Are you prepared? The solitary voice persisted. Bring it on. Han Lai chuckled, a wicked gleam in his eye. Huotue countered. Then, design an impassioned scene between Shiming and Wang Yan in advance, and let me see what you come up with. The rationale, setting, details, and unique imagery must all be clearly articulated. Unleash your imagination, and write it beautifully and fervently from a female perspective. By the way, there is no limit on length. Shilu Ting's face suddenly flushed, feeling as if all 10 of his toes had curled in embarrassment. Goodness, how utterly shameful. Why on earth should I write such things for a man? Well, for the sake of ideals, for the sake of art. Thankfully, this is all online. Fortunately, the other party was a stranger. She forcibly alleviated her psychological pressure, yet still felt a twinge of awkwardness. A voice of solitude spoke. I have a small suggestion. Replied the other. The voice of solitude continued. Could we perhaps change the protagonist's name? Reason? Came the response. Well, don't you think it's a bit too ordinary? Then how about changing it to Zimingting? Upon seeing the name Zimingting, Ziluotian felt utterly bewildered. Goodness, why does it seem to be getting closer and closer? At this rate, I might truly immerse myself in it. The voice of solitude exclaimed. No. What I meant was, could we change the surname? Han Lai was nearly doubled over with laughter. Wiping away the tears that had emerged from his amusement, he decisively rejected Ziluotian's unreasonable request. The surname cannot be changed. She carries profound significance. Ziluotian shivered, her heart racing wildly. What significance? She, a mat woven from grass or reeds. Don't you think it aligns perfectly with her fate? What a load of nonsense. Ziluotian grumbled indignantly, just as she was about to make another attempt at persuasion. Another message pinged in. The protagonist's surname cannot be altered, but aside from that, You may have the privilege of naming the male and female leads. I truly lack the skill in naming within the female genre. You can ponder it well. Suddenly, Zillow Ocean's eyes sparkled with excitement, a peculiar exhilaration bubbling within her. What is the surname of the male protagonist? I wish for him to bear the surname Han. The new chapter remains under review and cannot be released just yet. Everyone, please bear with me as I endeavor to resolve this matter. Chapter 51 possesses an overwhelming sense of immersion. Within a mere day, Shi Luting submitted an assignment to Han Lai, an astonishing 10,000 words. Goodness, the detail is absolutely exquisite. Han Lai finds himself at a loss regarding the accuracy of the psychological portrayals and specific emotions described. After all, our esteemed director Lai is a man of practical skills, unacquainted with the grand stages of life. Nevertheless, the writing is remarkably vivid, striking a chord with reality, and intensely stimulating, causing Han Lai to drum his fingers against the table in agitation. As Han, the instructor, meticulously critiques each word, he dedicates a solid half-hour to the entirety of the 10,000 words. Ultimately, he offers heartfelt commendation to his classmate, Xiao Huanghua, declaring the work exceptionally well done, far exceeding his expectations. To be candid, this situation is quite absurd. Despite Han Lai's level 3 proficiency in literature, writing, and driving, he remains eclipsed by Shi Luting's exceptional talent. If one could quantify it, her unique writing prowess would undoubtedly be at least level 4. Yet, how many books has she read, and how many words has she penned? Han Lai is compelled to acknowledge once more that this world is indeed the realm of prodigies. Talent, it seems, operates beyond reason. However, Shi Luting's gift, well, it is remarkably peculiar. Contemplating deeply while stroking his chin, Han Lai senses that this matter may not be as straightforward as it appears. Could it be possible that Shi Luting's talent for writing about Xiao Huang is merely an extension of some grander gift? Director Lai is utterly intrigued. After a tense yet exhilarating half-hour of anticipation, Shi Luting finally receives the coveted praise from the affluent Ham. A shiver coursed through her, as if electrified. A solitary voice echoed, "Have I succeeded?" The response came, "Indeed, my little brother informed me that 1/3 share rightfully belongs to you," though it was meant as a compliment. It struck her as oddly peculiar. Blushing, Shi Luting found her emotions in a curious state, part joy, part excitement, tinged with embarrassment and a hint of thrill. "Ah, Shi Luting, you truly are an enigma," she murmured to herself, striving to regain her composure and focus on the matter at hand. The solitary voice inquired, "Should we perhaps draft a contract? How do you feel about that?" Shi Luting bit her lip, lost in contemplation. She yearned for some assurance, yet hesitated to engage in a formal agreement, primarily reluctant to disclose her identification number and photograph. She desired to maintain a simple relationship with the affluent Ham, free from the potential distortions of her appearance. However, if the book performed exceptionally well, that 1/3 share could amount to a substantial sum, without a contract. How could she safeguard her interests? The solitary voice pondered, "I am uncertain." Han Lai stifled a laugh and provocatively asked, "Do you harbor any reservations?" The solitary voice replied, I consider myself unattractive and prefer not to reveal my photograph." Ham responded, "It matters not. I value your talent far more than your appearance." The solitary voice felt a surge of emotion. Ham continued, "How about this? I will grant you access to the author's backend, allowing you to monitor your actual earnings at any time. Then tell me your bank card number. On the day the manuscript fee is credited each month, I shall promptly transfer your share. How about it? Are you willing to place your trust in me?" Shi Luting was not naive, yet she truly did not believe that this book would yield substantial profits in terms of subscriptions. The majority of wealth myths in Xinjiang stemmed from the sale of copyrights. Thus, she readily agreed. "All right, I believe you." Ham exchanges cucumber, laughs. "That's right. My little cucumber." A lonely cucumber, laughs. "Pleasure to cooperate. Ham brother." Ham exchanges cucumber. "Love you, cucumber sister." A lonely cucumber, shy, shy, shy. In the days that followed, Han Lai led a quiet, yet fulfilling life. He exercised in the morning, shared meals with Fang Feifei at noon, and spent evenings with Yu Yun. Studying in the afternoons and writing after 8 o'clock, engaging in flirtation with Cucumber Sister at 11:30. The progress of the novel was swift, allowing him to produce at least 5,000 words daily for Shi Luting to refine. Meanwhile, Shi Luting's days were thrilling and fulfilling. She dedicated entire days to revising her text, evading the prying eyes in her dormitory by constantly shifting between the library and classroom. It wasn't until she discovered a small room in her university's library that she finally found some peace. By the time they officially uploaded the first chapter of the new book on the 7th, the duo had amassed 25,000 words of stored material. Author, Hem exchanges cucumber. Title, The Vengeful Goddess of the Overbearing CEO. Protagonist, Shi Mingjun. Male lead, Han Lai. Core of the story, melodrama, pretentiousness, a touch of literary flair, a dark male protagonist, a strong female lead, and a deeply tormenting love. Upon seeing the male lead's name, Lai Gu could no longer contain himself. Does the name of the male lead hold any significance? A lonely soul lamented. Well, Shi Lutian wrestled with her thoughts for quite some time, and ultimately, out of trust in Ham Brother, she decided to reveal part of the truth. A lonely soul lamented. I know someone who might be from a wealthy family. His surname is Han, and I believe there are many aspects of him that could serve as inspiration for depicting a domineering CEO. Ham Brother exchanged cucumbers. Astonished, impressive. You actually know a real-life domineering CEO? A lonely soul lamented. Not really. That guy is still a student. But his way of doing things does exude a bit of that domineering CEO aura. Han Lai suppressed his laughter, kindly advising her. Then you should cultivate a good relationship with him, interact with him more often, and carefully explore his inner world, as it would greatly benefit your writing. A lonely soul lamented. Yes, I will. A lonely soul lamented. However, I don't particularly like him. He is too arrogant, always acting superior and looking down on us academic underachievers. Ham Brother exchanged cucumbers, grinning. So you want to fantasize about him in your book? A lonely soul lamented. I do not. A lonely soul lamented. How annoying, just get lost. Han Lai burst into hearty laughter. He usually doesn't behave this way unless he can't help himself. Ham swapping for cucumbers. Excellent. You are not lonely at all. It was never the case. Ham swapping for cucumbers. Then you must work hard, write well, and one day, throw those results right in that fellow's face. What are you so proud about? I am a renowned author. A lonely little frog, wow. What a splendid idea. Starry-eyed. Ham swapping for cucumbers. Gamba. A lonely little frog. Striving. After concluding the chat, Han Lai stroked his chin, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Clearly, Shi Luting harbored a considerable fondness for him. No matter how well it was concealed on ordinary days, that moment had unveiled everything. Furthermore, as the romance between the protagonists of the book progresses, her immersion would only deepen. How intriguing. Han Lai stretched languidly, reveling in his pleasant mood, and rose to tidy the room. 7 days of staying indoors had accumulated quite a bit of clutter. While cleaning, he fantasized about future encounters with Shi Luting, unable to suppress another mischievous smile. Brother, we are back. The dormitory door was suddenly flung open, and Ding Ding and Little Northeast barged in, laden with bags. The exuberant duo abruptly halted, frozen in the doorway. In the dimly lit room, unlit and shrouded in shadows, Brother Ga lay crouched in the far corner, clutching an enormous black plastic bag, packing items while emitting a sinister chuckle. The notebook screen flickered with a faint glow, illuminating Brother's profile, casting a terrifying expression shaped by contrasting light and shadow. My goodness. Brother, what are you packing? Han Lai turned his head, smiling as he greeted his 2 younger brothers. Back already? Upon seeing that half-hidden smile lurking in the shadows, the brothers felt a shiver run down their spines, their legs turning to jelly. Big brother. What are you doing? Little Northeast ventured to ask. He had always considered himself a brave soul unafraid of challenges, but only upon speaking did he realize his voice trembled. Han Lai looked up in confusion. Just tidying up some trash. Why haven't you 2 turned on the lights? Yes, we'll turn them on right away. The brothers exclaimed in delight. Ding Ding swiftly darted to the switch, eager to illuminate the space. With a click, the dormitory was flooded with light. And as the brothers glanced at Han Lai, the terrifying aura dissipated. Phew. The brothers exhaled in unison, their previously racing hearts finally settling back into their chests. Little Northeast instinctively turned to survey the ominous black plastic bag. It was indeed quite bulging, yet it appeared light. Surely, Huang Wei could not be inside. Oh, nonsense. He definitely isn't. They wiped their brows and approached their respective beds. Brother Lai, I brought you some local specialties, Ding Ding said with a beaming smile, opening his travel bag to reveal an array of salted duck and vacuum-sealed snacks. Han Lai was indifferent to the treats, yet graciously accepted them and casually inquired. What factory does your family run? Snack production? Yes, all of these are produced by my family, Ding Ding replied, shyly nodding and adding emphatically. Our family places great importance on hygiene, so you can eat with peace of mind, brother Lai. Han Lai cast a glance at the packaging, which bore the name Man Duo Meat, a brand he had never encountered before. Yet, Ding Ding, this earnest child, promptly tore open a packet of chicken gizzards and took a hearty bite, his mouth glistening with grease. My sister and I had grown up indulging in the delicacies from our family, so there was no cause for concern. If the young master dares to partake, it must be trustworthy. Han Lai casually opened a bag of spicy chicken feet, sampled a piece, and found it satisfactory, though it lacked any distinctive memory. Nevertheless, he offered praise. Not bad, quite tasty. Ding Ding beamed, displaying a charmingly innocent grin. This child was far more endearing than Huang Wei. Finally, the young man from northeast China unwrapped his parcel, presenting several large bags filled with pine nuts, hazelnuts, almonds, and candied chestnuts, which he piled on a Han Lai's table. Here, brother, sample the specialties from our northeast forest. Wow, that's an abundance, my friend. Han Lai quickly declined. No, I only need to taste. You can take the rest back. Not a chance. You must take some to enjoy. If you can't finish it, share it with others. Please don't hesitate. I specifically brought these for you, brother. I used to indulge in these treats myself, but now I truly have no desire for them. The young man thumped his chest vigorously, as if to prove his loyalty through sheer force. Han Lai pondered. What have I turned these two children into? What a misfortune. Of course, he held no regret. If he did not instill a sense of caution in them, he would surely be the one to suffer. Although Huang Wei was the initial provocateur, there was no doubt that should he strike first, the others would undoubtedly follow suit. Were they truly malicious? In truth, most of them were not. However, they have been so indulged that they never took bullying to heart, daring to act recklessly when following the crowd. It appears that Ding Ding and Xiao Dongbei still possess the potential for transformation, unlike Huang Mao. The mere thought of Huang Wei prompted Han Lai to casually inquire. What about Xiao Huang? Has he completely moved out? It was an offhand remark, yet Ding Ding and Xiao Dongbei clearly interpreted it differently. The two exchanged furtive glances, their hearts racing with anxiety. Look, the elder brother still holds a grudge. We must inform Huang Wei to avoid returning and being a nuisance. That plastic bag can hold trash, but it can also contain other things. Xiao Dongbei replied vaguely. Rest assured, elder brother. He definitely wouldn't dare to flaunt in front of you again. Whether he moves or not is inconsequential. Ding Ding quickly nodded in agreement. Exactly. Han Lai chuckled in disbelief. All right then, let's not mention him. You two just returned. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. Then let us go. You've brought me so many local specialties. I shall treat you to a meal as a gesture of reciprocity. Han Lai waved his hand gently, striving to maintain a warm demeanor. The two brothers eagerly nodded, feeling an unexpected sense of honor. The trio did not venture far, finding a barbecue restaurant in the snack street. Once seated, Han Lai asked, Would you mind if I invited a couple of classmates? Xiao Dongbei quickly responded. What is there to mind? Elder brother, do you need me to arrange for a few girls to accompany us? Oh my. Han Lai laughed, surprised at such boldness so soon after the semester began. Where's my strength? Little Northeast chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. The girls in our class have become particularly curious after hearing about the big brother's exploits. Upon hearing this, Han Lai sprayed his drink out in disbelief. What exploits do I possess? What are they curious about? Are they out of their minds? Enough of this nonsense. I intended to invite the girls. Han Lai resolutely rejected Little Northeast's suggestion. After all, he had been indulging in the free meals provided by Fong Feifei and Yu Yun daily. Since he was hosting today, it was only polite to invite them along. Fortunately, he could manage Ding Ding and Little Northeast, preventing any unpleasantness. Just as Han Lai took out his phone, Ding Ding suddenly nudged him and whispered, Brother Lai, hold on. Those two over there are our classmates. Look, they are coming this way. Han Lai turned his head and was greeted by the sight of an exceptionally beautiful girl accompanied by a chubby friend, gracefully entering from the small shop's entrance. Little Northeast's eyes lit up as he stood up to call out, Pangu, the Dofu, are you two here for a meal? Ding Ding discreetly nudged Han Lai and remarked, What do you think? Pretty, right? Indeed, she was stunning. The duo from the class of 13 at the School of Humanities were remarkable, standing out and leaving men both enchanted and despairing. One was Xia Luding, who had transformed through fitness, and the other was Pangu. Unlike Xia Luding, who was still developing, Pangu arrived at school as a complete package. the goddess every boy dreamed of possessing. Her height was quite approachable, precisely 166.5 centimeters. Don't ask Han Lai how he knew. Eventually, her measurements were uncovered by curious classmates. In terms of physique, Pan Gu possesses an exceptional 8'5" head proportion, characterized by a delicate face, straight shoulders, and long legs. Moreover, she bears an exquisitely refined cinematic visage. The concept of a refined cinematic face had eluded Han Lai in his previous life. However, he was acutely aware that from his freshman to sophomore year, after Pan Gu went abroad, numerous talent scouts sought to sign her. Now, having attained a level 3 in acting, Han Lai has finally comprehended the essence of this notion. It signifies not just an attractive bone structure, but also an aesthetic that transcends the commonplace, thus enduring the scrutiny of the big screen. Regardless of how the camera captures her, from any angle, she remains stunningly beautiful. Attempting to describe it, Han Lai finds himself at a loss for words. The first time he was left speechless by a woman in reality was upon meeting Pan Gu. Neither Chen Yinfei nor Shi Lutian managed to evoke such a reaction. Only Pan Gu succeeded. The sense of awe she inspired was a remarkably pure sensation. At that moment, Han Lai harbored no ulterior motives, nor did he contemplate anything salacious. He was simply astonished by the girl's unparalleled beauty. Now, having been reborn and viewing her through the lens of a mature man, he experiences that same feeling once more. This girl is truly beautiful. Alas, she is a princess, distinctly ethereal and unattainable, meant to be admired from afar, not to be trifled with. Pan Gu offered a polite smile and nodded toward the petite girl from the northeast. Qi Xiangbei, greetings. The young lady known as Dao Du instantly spotted Ding Yu seated nearby, her face lighting up with joy. Ding Ding, when did you return? Ding Yu rose, a shy smile gracing her lips. I just arrived. Out for a meal with my roommate. Dao Du, Pan Gu, would you like to share a table? Tofu's face beamed with delight as she opened her mouth, seemingly eager to respond. However, she suddenly recalled something and turned to glance at Pan Gu, her eyes clearly seeking permission. Is it all right? Pan Gu instinctively glanced at Han Lai, then pondered for a moment before giving a gentle nod. Thank you for your trouble. Her voice was gentle and elegant, resonating like the melodious sound of a babbling brook. The cheerful northeastern lad was bustling with enthusiasm, arranging for Pan Gu to sit directly across from Han Lai. Chapter 53. Is it you? Brother Lai, allow me to introduce. The northeastern lad, embodying the boisterous spirit of his region, made a grand introduction. This chubby one is our class leader from the finance department, Fudo Do, affectionately nicknamed Tofu. Tofu, lively and cheerful, playfully slapped the northeastern lad on the arm. You're such a nuisance. You were the first to call me Tofu, weren't you? With a chuckle, the northeastern lad exaggeratedly introduced Pan Gu. Now, this one is truly remarkable. Our class beauty, the flower of the International Relations Institute, the gem of the class of 2013, and the belle of the entire humanities college. Pan Gu, the stunning Miss Pan. To be honest, Han Lai felt a wave of embarrassment on Pan Ji's behalf. She likely felt the same way, her smile appearing somewhat strained. The foolish lad, still believing himself to be quite humorous, was about to turn to introduce Han Lai. However, Han Lai could no longer tolerate his antics and hastily interjected, Hello, I'm Han Lai, from the finance class in the business school. We are sort of classmates. Both finance classes are core specialties within their respective institutes. However, the finance program at the International Business School is conducted entirely in English, utilizing original textbooks from Harvard Business School, with an annual tuition fee reaching 60,000 yuan. Yet, upon closer examination, the core content taught in both classes does not differ significantly. This explains the commonality among half of the students. A hint of surprise flickered in the eyes of Tofu and Pan Gu, likely stemming from their inability to comprehend why Ding Ding and Little Northeast dormitory mates are students from the business school. Tofu, with a buoyant disposition, nodded with a smile. Indeed, that qualifies as a classmate. You and Shi Lutian are in the same class, correct? Suddenly, Little Northeast slapped his thigh, exclaiming, That tall fellow with the perpetually stern expression is in Lai Ji's class? Indeed. Tofu responded, puzzled. You share a dorm with Han Lai, and you were unaware of this? Little Northeast faltered under the inquiry. What could he say? That he was nearly frightened to death by Lai Gu and thus refrained from asking? How embarrassing. At this critical moment, Pan Gu gently tugged at Tofu, suggesting, Let us order something. We shouldn't keep the waiter waiting. Little Northeast immediately chimed in, Yes, yes. Let us place our orders. Today, Lai Gu is treating. Order whatever you wish. Don't hesitate on my account. The two girls gasped in unison, quickly turning their heads. Had they known a stranger was treating, they would not have so casually taken a seat. Let us each order our own, one suggested. Wait. Little Northeast interjected anxiously. Turning to Han Lai in search of support, Lai Gu, what do you think? Well, you all finally remembered my presence. Han Lai couldn't help but silently scoff. A group of individuals has been exchanging barbs back and forth, yet it has nothing to do with him. However, this exchange reveals the distinct personalities of each participant. Ding Ding is introverted and shy, remaining reticent even in the company of acquaintances. Little Northeast is extroverted and loquacious, eager to organize the scene, yet clearly struggles to grasp the main point, his tongue often racing ahead of his mind. Dofu is cheerful and lively, forthright in speech, devoid of ulterior motives. As for Pan Gu, she is not quite as they presumed. Just the way she handled Dofu reveals her perceptiveness and high emotional intelligence. With a single remark, she alleviated the tension for the three of them. Moreover, her willingness to sit with strangers for Dofu's sake adds to her commendable qualities, demonstrating her capacity to care for the emotions of her companions. Han Lai had always regarded Pan Gu as a lofty princess. This misunderstanding arose from his lack of proper discernment skills prior to his rebirth, his level of insight being woefully inadequate. As the saying goes, a minor discrepancy can lead to a significant error. One must not judge others solely on surface appearances. This is a lesson well learned. Han Lai silently reminded himself of this, then smiled at Dofu and Pan Gu, adopting a calm demeanor. Encountering one another is serendipitous. There is no need to make a meal feel overly formal. Everyone has the means for a barbecue. Let us simply consider it a gathering among classmates, shall we? This sentiment was articulated beautifully. Dofu and Pan Gu exchanged glances, the latter nodding gently, prompting Dofu to raise her drink with grace. Very well, then, thank you. Lai Gu. No, please, I'm not necessarily older than you. Ding Ding and Little Northeast were jesting. Just call me Han Lai. Han Lai decisively declined the title of Lai Gu. Addressing a girl with a nickname, such as Bro, may not necessarily be a favorable choice. It sounds rather too informal and may hinder the process of establishing closeness. What would be a more suitable term? In truth, employing a reduplicative nickname, akin to Ding Ding, is the most effective method for fostering a swift familiarity. Regardless of whether it sounds distasteful to men, it suffices that the girl appreciates it. For we are not courting the gentleman, are we? Unfortunately, this aspect cannot be initiated by Han Lai. If he were to casually suggest, you may call me Lai Lai, it would come off as rather peculiar. Dofu chuckled heartily, poised to engage in further banter, when Ding Ding promptly presented the menu. Let us order. This young gentleman maintained this singular phrase throughout, prompting Dofu to immediately comply. The three young individuals animatedly selected their dishes, additionally ordering a dozen beers and a bottle of soft drink. Pan Gu and Han Lai refrained from participating in the ordering, yet they did not remain idle. Pan Gu took the initiative to speak. I am not particularly adept at consuming alcohol, but I can join everyone for a toast. Han Lai. I hope you don't mind. This demeanor was quite agreeable. Han Lai responded with a smile. Drink as much as you can. This is merely a small gathering, devoid of the usual drinking customs. The focus is on enjoying the meal. Pan Gu smiled subtly, while Han Lai discreetly observed her eyes, noting her irises possessed a rare light amber hue, uncommon among individuals of East Asian descent. Suddenly, Pan Gu lifted her gaze, their eyes met. Han Lai, caught in the act, decided to boldly gaze a moment longer, and surprisingly, Pan Gu did not shy away. In the brief 3 seconds of their shared glance, she remained remarkably composed. Ultimately, it was Han Lai who averted his gaze first, realizing that continuing to look would be impolite. Your eyes possess a rather rare color. Indeed. Pan Gu gently nodded. My mother belongs to an ethnic minority. Her irises are a deep shade of brown, and mine have lightened by 2 degrees. Isn't that strange? Not at all. Han Lai, not one to be easily fooled, shook his head in denial. It's particularly beautiful. Indeed, it is exquisite, so translucent that it captivates the beholder. Although Pan Gu was complimented, she exhibited no special reaction, as she was accustomed to such praise. She casually inquired, where are you from? Dream City. Have you heard of it? Yes, it's a burgeoning city rich in mineral resources. How's the scenery? There are many mountains, but not much in terms of picturesque views. The destruction caused by mining? Yes, the cost of development. The two engaged in a casual and natural conversation, devoid of ulterior motives or tests, yet it was harmonious nonetheless. Meanwhile, the three individuals nearby quickly ordered their dishes and clinked glasses in celebration. The young man from northeast China initiated the first toast, raising his glass, while Pan Gu took a small sip in accompaniment. After refilling, Dofu approached Han Lai with a glass in hand, ready to drink, when suddenly she slapped her thigh. "Oh, that is why your name sounds so familiar." Han Lai was taken aback. He thought she was about to recount his impressive feat of scaring off 6 people single-handedly, pondering how to embellish the tale without truly considering himself a warrior of legend. Instead, Dofu, with a curious expression, eagerly asked, "I heard 2 stunning beauties from the business school are vying for a single male's attention, taking turns treating him in the cafeteria. That guy has become the new soft rice king of the humanities department. Is that you, Brother Lai?" Is that so?" Little Dongbei and Ding Ding were taken aback, and soon, an insatiable curiosity surged within them, their gazes transforming into something peculiar. Pan Gu widened her eyes, casting a lingering glance at Han Lai, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Han Lai, feeling an overwhelming sense of the world's malice, was on the verge of defending himself and offering an explanation when little Dongbei, in a sudden fit of excitement, tugged at his arm. Big brother, quick, look over there. Isn't that the stunning beauty pursuing you?" Upon turning, Han Lai beheld Shi Lu Ting striding through the entrance with her long legs, standing at an impressive height of 1.80 meters. It seemed as if fate had orchestrated this moment. Their gazes met instantaneously. Chapter 54, Brother Lai. Truly exceptional. Upon seeing Han Lai, Shi Lu Ting was slightly surprised, yet not particularly taken aback. The school was small, and dining options were limited to the cafeteria and this street of eateries, making encounters with familiar faces unsurprising. However, as she discerned the woman seated opposite Han Lai, her pupils dilated sharply, and her expression morphed into one of shock. Pan Gu. How could she be sitting across from Han Lai? Although Shi Lu Ting and Pan Gu had never directly interacted, they had inevitably crossed paths a few times. The collision of 2 captivating presences left a lasting impression on both. Logically, they were not of the same ilk, and the foundation for conflict was non-existent. With Shi Lu Ting serving as class monitor and participating in the student council, she initially aimed to become the host of the evening gala, and later, she might leverage her position in the arts department as a stepping stone towards higher echelons. Her goals were clear, accompanied by a resolute commitment to developing her abilities. Pan Gu harbored no interest in the affairs of the school, choosing instead to patiently await her opportunity to study abroad. Ordinarily, there would be no intersection between Shi Lu Ting and Pan Gu. However, given the limited scope of their environment, such intersections were inevitable. Not only did their paths cross, but Shi Lu Ting found herself utterly defeated. To recount the events, upon her entry into the literary department, Shi Lu Ting assumed the role of a staff member, while the minister was preoccupied with preparations for studying abroad, leaving the position of vice minister vacant. Consequently, the department's operations relied heavily on the few dedicated staff members. In a bid to motivate her efforts, the student council president painted an enticing picture. Should she persevere, she would be promoted to vice minister in her 2nd semester, overseeing all departmental affairs. However, her elation was short-lived, as she soon learned that the vice minister position had been deliberately left vacant for a new student. The student council had discreetly sought the favor of this esteemed individual, making multiple attempts to persuade her, but alas, she showed no inclination to accept the role. Nevertheless, the vice minister position would remain reserved for her, and only when it was confirmed that she had no interest would Shi Lu Ting have a chance at it. Thus, Shi Lu Ting found herself relegated to the status of a mere backup. Upon discovering this disheartening news, she was incensed. How could it be that her hard work was merely a means to inherit someone else's leftovers? Shi Lu Ting, accustomed to being revered for many years, had never faced such indignity. It felt utterly humiliating. With little effort, she uncovered the identity of this individual, Pan Gu, a student from the English finance class. Not only did she possess equal beauty, but her affluent background far surpassed Shi Lu Ting's. Was she to accept this? Absolutely not. Had Pan Gu merely been privileged without the allure of her beauty, Shi Lu Ting would not have minded as much and might have even considered befriending her. However, the problem lies in the fact that she is not inferior to anyone in any aspect. One can only imagine the anguish that Shi Lu Ting must be feeling. Whenever she encounters Pan Gu on the road, Her gaze inevitably carries a hint of hostility. In her view, among all the people, she is only irked by Pan Ge. Now, upon unexpectedly seeing Han Lai seated face-to-face with Pan Ge, her shock obliterated her mood entirely. That scoundrel. A social butterfly, is it? How can you be so indiscriminate in your affections? Aren't the advances of beauties like Yu Yun and Fang Feifei enough to satiate your ego? The frustration was overwhelming. Before Han Lai could formulate a proper greeting, the enraged Shi Lutian charged over. Han Lai, what on earth is going on? Yu Yun is still waiting for your message in the dorm. Good heavens. You sly little cucumber. Her sharp retort vividly portrayed Han Lai's scoundrel persona. Just moments ago, Dofu had inquired whether Han Lai was indeed the notorious king of soft rice. Now, it seems the pieces have all fallen into place. Both Dofu and Pan Ge exchanged glances with Han Lai, their expressions laden with an unusual sentiment. Han Lai's head throbbed painfully. Did I offend you in some way? Weren't we just discussing how I might emulate your domineering CEO style? You traitor. Han Lai simmered with indignation, wishing he could conjure a voodoo doll, yet on the surface, he maintained a calm demeanor, his acting prowess shining through. I was treating my dorm mates to dinner and just happened to run into two classmates from the national finance class. I had intended to invite Yu Yun and Fang Feifei as well, but it seems that might not be feasible now, Han Lai succinctly explained, then swiftly took the initiative. Class monitor, your arrival is timely. Could you do me a favor and pack some food to take back to the dorm? Consider it my treat for the entire dorm to enjoy barbecue, and it will save you the trouble of standing in line. Han Lai's demeanor, at first glance, seemed quite courteous, yet upon closer inspection, revealed a remarkable fortitude. To save you the trouble of queuing implied a subtle yet firm message. This table is not open to you. Either wait in line and dine alone, or return to the dormitory and seek the company of your roommates. Pan Ge and Shi Lutian comprehended this immediately. Pan Ge's eyes curved into a smile, finding the situation rather amusing. Shi Lutian, however, narrowed her vulpine eyes, her face frosted with displeasure, radiating palpable animosity. Clearly, she was genuinely incensed. Ding Ding gleaned the gist of the exchange and instinctively recoiled, muttering to himself, Big Brother is in a foul mood. Best not to become a target. Dofu, observing the scene, sensed the discord but chose not to intervene. Xiao Dongbei, alone in his misinterpretation, perceived this as a benevolent invitation and eagerly took it upon himself to facilitate matters. At the peak of dining hours, the wait must be considerable. Beautiful lady, if you don't mind the squeeze, join us. We're all friends here, no need for formalities. Ding Ding's expression shifted, and he discreetly nudged Xiao Dongbei with his foot. Can't you refrain from meddling? Xiao Dongbei, momentarily taken aback by the kick, then nodded knowingly at Ding Yu, as if to say, rest assured, I've got this. He promptly beckoned a waiter. Waiter, come over here, add another chair for us. He then winked at Han Lai, as if prompting him, brother, quickly make room for your class monitor. His urgency conveyed a sense of incredulity, as if questioning, do I have to instruct you on such matters? Be proactive. His face was a mask of exasperation. Ding Ding, burying his face in his hand, succumbed to utter despair. Truly exhausting. Han Lai cast a sidelong glance at Little Northeast, a faint smile playing on his lips as he softly remarked, thank you, my brother. Tonight, I shall teach you how to chant. Both Ding Ding and Little Northeast shuddered in unison. Goodness. After putting down the butcher's knife, once the chanting is complete, one wouldn't even dare to venture to the restroom at night. Brother, surely it's not that extreme. Even Little Northeast, despite his lack of wit, realized he had misfired his flattery, having aimed his praise in entirely the wrong direction. He lowered his gaze, embarrassment flooding his features, and fell silent. Yet, the stage had already been set. Little Northeast had no opportunity to salvage the situation, leaving it to Shi Lutian to decide whether to continue her performance. Shi Lutian's elongated eyes reopened, and a polite, albeit superficial, smile graced her face. She leisurely took a seat at the long table, positioning herself between Han Lai and Pan Ge. With a cheerful demeanor, she inquired of Han Lai, am I interrupting? Little Northeast, head bowed, discreetly lifted his eyelids, unable to resist the allure of the unfolding drama. Ding Ding was drawn closer by Tofu, whispering softly, what's going on? Pan Ge, typically indifferent, now displayed a hint of curiosity, her beautiful eyes sparkling with amusement. Shi Lutian wore a facade of forced smiles, her gaze icy, her presence commanding, as she fixated intently on Han Lai's eyes, as if ready to explode at the slightest provocation. In contrast, Han Lai maintained an air of remarkable calmness, his tone sincere and his eyes resolute. He replied softly, "In truth, it is somewhat of an interruption. Are you not aware of how I feel about your presence? With Yu Yun and Fang Fei Fei already complicating matters, why would you choose to insert yourself further? Goodness, Brother Lai, you are truly formidable." Every single person at the table was left utterly stunned. Han Lai's words bore a triple meaning. First and foremost, I do not welcome you. Secondly, regarding the matters between myself, Yu Yun, and Fang Fei Fei, I never intended to conceal anything from anyone, so there is no need for your unsolicited remarks. Thirdly, do not profess your love for me. It will yield no fruitful outcome. In the midst of the crowd, Han Lai showed no mercy to Shi Luting, leaving no room for ambiguity in his words. Remarkable, I assent it. Truly astonishing. Ding Ding and Xiao Dongbei were practically beside themselves, eager to shower Han Lai with applause and raise their thumbs in admiration. It was not that Shi Luting's dominance was particularly off-putting. Rather, it stemmed from Han Lai's composed, resolute, and uncompromising demeanor, which exuded a compelling personal magnetism. No matter how beautiful you are, if I choose not to indulge, then I shall not indulge. This struck a chord with those two young men. In stark contrast, Shi Luting appeared as though she had been pierced directly through her lungs, leaving her momentarily blinded by pain. She widened her eyes in disbelief, her expression a canvas of incredulity. Yet, she could distinctly perceive the tranquility in Han Lai's gaze. Such tranquility typically signifies a steadfast resolve born from careful contemplation. Thus, she ultimately accepted the reality that Han Lai had indeed responded to her rudeness in an undeniably uncouth manner, more tyrannical than a domineering CEO, akin to a despot. Very well, I understand now. She clenched her teeth, forcing the words through her gritted jaws, then abruptly rose to her feet and strode towards the exit. Her steps were large and her demeanor urgent, yet she held her head high, refusing to lower it even for a moment. Her silhouette bore an air of disarray, yet was charged with indignation. Anyone could perceive her sense of grievance. Ding Yu and Doufu felt a twinge of sympathy, their hearts heavy with discomfort. Xiao Dongbei kept his gaze fixed on Shi Luting until she exited, smacking his lips and giving Han Lai a thumbs up. Brother Lai, you are truly magnificent. Such an exquisite beauty, and yet you confront her. Han Lai chuckled softly, serenely reciting an ancient adage, to be accommodating is to be great. To be free of desire is to be resolute. His expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful, his tone neither arrogant nor anxious, and his demeanor exuded an undeniable elegance. All present regarded him with profound respect. Although Han Lao de Mei lacked the refinement of a true gentleman, he embodies the essence of a genuine man, fiery and passionate. Pan Gu regarded the young man before her with newfound admiration, yet she couldn't help but empathize with Shi Luting, musing aloud, she must be feeling quite miserable. Do you truly believe that? Han Lai glanced at her and inquired with a smile, aside from that, do you harbor any other sentiments? Pan Gu tilted her head in contemplation, suddenly bursting into laughter as she covered her mouth. Well, there is a hint of vindication. Han Lai exchanged knowing glances with her, sharing a moment of understanding. Is there any conflict between you two? Doufu queried, perplexed. I mean, both of us are in the student council, and I find her to be rather pleasant. Naturally, there is no conflict, Pan Gu replied calmly, shaking her head. However, Shi Luting's character is excessively domineering and hypocritical, which I find unappealing. Doufu appeared increasingly bewildered. I understand the domineering part, but what about the hypocrisy? Pan Gu waved her hand dismissively. Let us not delve into it. It feels like speaking ill of someone behind their back. You should observe for yourself. Come on, do tell. Doufu insisted, clinging to Pan Gu, relentless in her pursuit. Pan, you know both of us work in the student council. What if I inadvertently offend her? Yet, regardless of Doufu's persistence, Pan Gu maintained her silence, smiling softly. Eventually, growing weary of the interrogation, she tossed the responsibility aside. Ask Han Lai. They are classmates. Lai Gu was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at her for several seconds. Beautiful lady, you are rather unprincipled. I never anticipated that someone with such striking features could possess such a character. Pan Gu felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze and turned her head away, though a smile lingered at the corners of her lips. This piqued the curiosity of not only Doufu, but also Xiao Dongbei and Ding Ding. Brother, do share. Han Lai pondered for a moment. After all, the situation was a result of his own actions, and this did not constitute speaking ill behind someone's back, but rather an objective analysis. He slowly nodded in agreement. Shi Lutong's double standards were primarily manifested in her management of personal space. She demanded that others maintain a strict distance from her. One could only stand there, unable to be intrusive or overstep boundaries, lest she become displeased. Yet, she often acted with reckless abandon, crossing lines and engaging in quite forward behavior, only to return to her original stance and insist on being accorded respect. What do you think? Is this reasonable? Oh, everyone reflected on Shi Lutong's earlier actions, reaching an epiphany. Xiao Dongbei smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Isn't that just being ABTCH?" However, Han Lai unexpectedly shook his head. "That term is misapplied. What does that mean?" Xiao Dongbei inquired, but everyone looked up, eager for clarification. Initially reluctant to explain, Han Lai felt compelled to clarify, for the label was too broad, and Shi Lutong was certainly not that type of person. After careful consideration, he spoke. Shi Lutong is not someone who deliberately toys with emotions for personal gain. Nor is she the type to fish for attention or keep a backup. Rather, her behavior stems from immaturity, capriciousness, or perhaps a touch of self-importance. To err and to commit malevolence are fundamentally distinct in nature. In this world, every individual harbors selfish desires. We must not impose excessively stringent standards, lest we find no virtuous soul in sight. To perceive humanity and circumstances through such a lens would be excessively radical. The young man from the northeast scratched his head, feeling a sense of solitude in his understanding. He hastily turned to observe Ding Ding, only to find his good friend wearing a similarly contorted expression. The two exchanged a glance, both recognizing the absurdity of the situation. Liao Gu advises against extremism? Who is it that resorted to wielding a hammer at the slightest disagreement? Do you know how many nights we, the unfortunate ones, have spent plagued by nightmares? No, you do not. Ding Ding grimaced, subtly gesturing towards his temple before shaking his head. The young man from the northeast understood. The elder brother now embodied a state of serene enlightenment, akin to a saint who has laid down his weapon. There was no point in arguing with him, merely applauding would suffice. Han Lai caught sight of the two foolish gestures and smiled knowingly. In truth, speaking to these 18 or 19-year-olds was utterly futile. Even if they grasped it momentarily, it would ultimately be but a fleeting whisper in the wind. No one could genuinely achieve the unity of knowledge and action. However, Han Lai had no intention of educating anyone. He was not so naive. It was merely a casual remark, a display of superiority, while also assessing Pan Ji's caliber. Dofu bore a contemplative expression, clearly having grasped the essence and igniting introspection. Meanwhile, Pan Ge maintained a calm smile, her gaze reflecting a hint of admiration. It was evident that she surpassed Han Lai's expectations, exhibiting a maturity and objectivity that transcended her years, fully comprehending and accepting the core ideas Han Lai sought to convey. Intriguing. Han Lai's regard for Pan Ge continued to rise. This young lady surpasses Shi Lutian in every conceivable aspect, undeniably deserving of the title goddess. However, her elevated status makes it nearly impossible for the average man to approach her. While her academic performance may not be stellar, her upbringing is undoubtedly commendable. Should she choose to adorn her credentials with a prestigious Ivy League business or philosophy degree, it won't be long before she transforms into a quintessential boss. Alas, her seriousness lacks the playfulness of a cucumber. Thus, during their meal, Han Lai simply dined normally, refraining from attempting to delve deeper into conversation with Pan Ge. She is not a naive girl easily swayed. Han Lai, in fact, couldn't be bothered to entertain any thoughts about her, remaining exceedingly rational. The youthful desire for conquest can often be blind, yet Han Lai possesses none of that. Likewise, the gambler's characteristic hopefulness is equally superficial, which Han Lai also lacks. He is left with a heart that has been gnawed upon, cold and tainted. 20 minutes later, the dogman finally received the cucumber's lament. Opening a secondary account with a mischievous grin, Han Lai would incite trouble, while Ham Brother would smooth things over. A self-sustaining arrangement, truly remarkable. Chapter 56. Online Romance and Dogs. A lonely cucumber lamented. Damn it, today has infuriated me to no end. While chatting online, Shi Lutian occasionally let slip some expletives, especially when excited or angry. Noticing the 3 exclamation marks, Han Lai had a clear understanding of her level of indignation and felt a surge of righteous anger in response. Ham Brother to Cucumber. What happened? Ham Brother to Cucumber. Who has wronged you? Ham brother to cucumber. Fury, fury, fury. A lonely cucumber lamented. A despicable man. I am utterly astounded. I have never encountered such a man. Let me tell you. It is evident that Han Lai has genuinely offended her. After nearly a week of conversation, Shi Lu Ting has never shared any details of her life with Ham brother, yet today she speaks incessantly. The progress of their online relationship comes at the cost of reckless behavior in reality, which is somewhat amusing. Lonely A Go. That scoundrel treats me exceptionally well one moment, then dismisses me the next. Damn it, what a despicable man. He is undoubtedly trying to toy with my emotions. Ah, quite clever indeed. If the concept of PUA were more prevalent, she would certainly employ a more fitting description. Han Lai has never underestimated this girl's intellect, thus he merely agrees without principle. Ham brother. Exactly, it's the age-old strategy of allure through withdrawal. Ham brother, do not waste your energy on that scoundrel, it is futile. Treat him as inconsequential. Let him go. Lonely A Go, rest assured. I didn't even acknowledge him, held my head high, and walked away. Lonely A Go. You have no idea how magnificent I looked at that moment. Lonely A Go. The scoundrel was completely dumbfounded. He must be regretting it now. Han Lai could not suppress his laughter. Pan Ge glanced over, but refrained from interrupting Han Lai's self-indulgence. However, Tofu, ever straightforward, jestingly inquired, which of those two beauties is your girlfriend? You seem to be having such a delightful conversation. Are you referring to Fang Feifei and Yu Yin? Han Lai set down his phone, a smile gracing his face as he replied, they are both my benefactors, not girlfriends. Impressive. Little Dongbei raised his thumb, prompting Ding Ding to hurriedly pour wine for his elder brother. Dofu was taken aback, realizing he was at a loss for words, as he was not very familiar with the situation. Pan Ge interjected with a smile, after finally saving some living expenses. I feel guilty that we spent it all on this delightful barbecue. Laughter erupted around the table. Han Lai narrowed his eyes, exclaiming, hey, put down that skewer of squid before making such remarks. The laughter intensified, with Dofu nearly collapsing in amusement. Pan Ge, blushing, had her eyes sparkling with joy. Her lips pressed together in a delightful pout, exuding an enchanting beauty. Han Lai's heart raced uncontrollably. This girl, she was utterly captivating. Her face, no larger than a palm, boasted exquisitely delicate features that resembled a poetic masterpiece. Though she possessed the common oval face shape, she stood apart from the sea of internet celebrities. Such natural vivacity was beyond the reach of even the most skilled surgeon. It was a divine gift from the heavens. Seated directly across from her at a mere meter's distance, Han Lai was treated to an unparalleled view, the reality of her beauty leaving him breathless. Her facial proportions were perfectly balanced, each third harmoniously occupying an equal share, the forehead, the nose, and the chin. In stillness, her face exemplified textbook-perfect golden ratios. Many models boast similar proportions, yet their beauty often falters in motion due to rigid bone structures and uneven muscle distribution, revealing significant flaws. In contrast, Pan Ge's dynamic presence surpassed her static allure. Her features were proportionate, and her expressions were lively and animated, captivating all who beheld her. Just gazing at her evoked a profound sense of joy. However, Han Lai merely cast a few fleeting glances before diverting his attention back to his phone after a round of drinks with everyone. Xiao Huanghua grew increasingly impatient. Where are you? He inquired. Rich man, big brother, master, my dear Leg. His messages reflected a sense of desperation. Han Lai stifled a laugh, observing that Shi Lu Ting was in a particularly foul mood today. Having found a confidant, he clung to the opportunity, shedding his usual aloof demeanor. Sorry, I was momentarily delayed by a friend. Huatue Huanghua apologized. I think we should incorporate that guy into a novel and design him as a petty antagonist. Just to vex him. That won't do. Xiao Huanghua protested. Why not? Huatue Huanghua scratched his head in confusion. Well, actually, he is my subject of observation. The domineering CEO type I mentioned to you once. Oh, the model for the male protagonist, is it? Yes, indeed. Han Lai suppressed a chuckle and continued his fishing. That complicates matters, Huatue Huanghua mused. But from your description, this young man does seem to possess that particular essence, unyielding and unaccommodating to anyone who crosses him. Exactly. He is incredibly cold-hearted. It's as if he has a dog-s face. He can turn on a dime. What do you plan to do? And I am uncertain. Ham for cucumber. Well then, allow me to express my perspective. A solitary voice of reason. Oh, please do share. Ham for cucumber, regardless of the circumstances. I assure you of my unwavering support. The distinction between right and wrong holds no significance for me. I solely advocate for my friends, not for the principles. A solitary voice of reason. I am deeply moved, sobbing. Ham for cucumber. Our connection is forged online, so mutual understanding suffices. Everything else pales in comparison. However, we cannot afford such liberties in real life. I hope you will not misconstrue my unconditional support as validation of your correctness, leading you further down a path of arrogance. I am always here to lend an ear to your frustrations, yet upon returning to reality, one must exercise discernment. Enough of that. As long as you grasp my intent, that suffices. Shi Lutian found herself momentarily stunned. Is my wealthy friend excessively rational? The distinctions are exceedingly clear. Presently, Shi Lutian has attained a greater sense of calm and is fully aware that the turmoil of the day was self-inflicted, with the blame being approximately 70-30. Han Lai bears 3 parts of the responsibility, while she bears 7. Her anger stems from the man's overly intense reaction. Even if I am at fault, must you not afford me a modicum of dignity? To berate me in front of Pan Gu, rendering me a fool, fills me with resentment. Shi Lutian has always prided herself on her rationality and composure, yet when faced with such a scenario, she finds herself unable to contain her emotions. Thus, while reflection is warranted, anger remains an unrelated matter. A solitary voice of reason. I understand. Rest assured, I shall be more mindful in the future. A solitary cucumber laments. Kisses, gratitude to darling Te for the reminder. You possess far more charm than that canine of a man. Affection to you. With repeated, measured inhalations, Han Lai barely suppressed his mirth. Little cucumber, my affection extends to you as well. After sharing another toast with Ding Ding and the others, Han Lai subdued his flamboyant spirit and responded with earnestness. Relax your mind, rest well, and tomorrow shall usher in a fresh dawn. Indeed, indeed. I shall proceed to compose my manuscript. Add oil, Shi Lutian declared with fervent determination before vanishing from the digital sphere. Shortly thereafter, her primary account unveiled a novel signature. I would rather pursue a cyber romance than engage with canines ever again. The issuance of this declaration ignited a tempest of reactions. Han Lai, upon careful reflection, discreetly switched to his primary account and bestowed a commendatory SKR upon her signature. Chapter 57. A question that strikes at the soul. Shi Lutian, having perceived Han Lai's commendation, was incensed to the point of mammary discomfort. Coincidentally, the narrative of overbearing CEO goddess had progressed to the point where the male protagonist, in a moment of idle amusement, was teasing the female protagonist. Shi Lutian, channeling her personal emotions and contemplating Han Lai's detestable nature, infused her writing with profound sentiment. Upon revising the 3 chapters at hand, she experienced a premonition that this tome might achieve considerable success. The inaugural chapter of the new book had already been uploaded, and she commenced an iterative process of refreshing the webpage. As for those sycophants and veritable dogs who had commended and commented on her new signature, may they all perish. She had no time to attend to them. Han Lai set aside his mobile device and engaged in 2 more rounds of libations with Ding Ding and Little Northeast. The excessive consumption of beer led to abdominal distension, and before long, all 3 found themselves unable to remain seated, collectively departing to relieve themselves. As soon as the boys departed, Dofu immediately embraced Pang Gu, beginning to murmur conspiratorially. Hey, wasn't Dahuang bullied a while back? From what I gathered from Xiao Cheng, it seems the newcomers in the dormitory were responsible. Could it have been Han Lai? Pang Gu, indifferent to the trivial matters concerning the boys in her class, had not heard about the incident. However, upon the mention of Han Lai, her interest was piqued. Are you certain it was Dahuang who was bullied? Absolutely. How could I be uncertain? Dofu replied emphatically. Dahuang was quite disheveled during those days, and he forbade anyone from mentioning it. The moment it came up, he would fly into a rage, which clearly indicates he suffered a loss. Pang Gu frowned, her expression tinged with confusion. Is that even possible? Dahuang and Xiao Cheng hang out together every day. How could one person bully 6 or 7 of them? Dofu, though perplexed, remained steadfast in her conviction. Just look at Xiao Dongbei and Ding Ding's attitude towards Han Lai. It's clearly tinged with fear. Why am I unaware of this? It's likely true nonetheless. Pang Gu nodded thoughtfully. This person is indeed quite intriguing. Dofu smirked mischievously. Anyone who can withstand our Pang Pang's beauty must be capable of significant deeds, right? Pang Gu chuckled softly. Enough of that. What does being capable of great deeds have to do with me? It has everything to do with you. After all this time at school, this is the first time I've seen a boy remain unfazed in your presence. Such self-control. TSK TSK. Pang Gu smiled, but chose not to delve deeper into the topic. Yet, deep within her, she acknowledged that Han Lai possessed a distinctly captivating aura. Upon their return, Dofu began to inquire subtly, how did you come to know each other? What is the nature of your relationship? Is there any discord within the male dormitory? However, Ding Ding and Xiaodong Bi remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Indeed, rumors had circulated among the boys about a peculiar presence in room 404, yet in the presence of Brother Lai. Steadfast comrades would never concede to such claims. How could they explain it? Were they to admit fear of their leader? Such an admission would hardly be flattering. Moreover, to openly express discontent towards Brother Lai would suggest a desire for unrest during their peaceful slumber. After much inquiry, Dofu was left with no answers. Further solidifying his belief that something was amiss between them, Han Lai merely observed with a benign smile, neither offering assistance nor sabotaging the conversation. Just as Dofu was about to turn his focus onto him, Brother Lai preemptively interjected, "Have you all finished your meals?" His interruption successfully shifted the narrative. Following this, they settled the bill and returned to their dormitory. Along the way, Han Lai found himself the subject of numerous gazes. Pan Ge was particularly striking. With scores of over 70 and 80, he appeared as nothing more than a mere star beside the moon that was Pan Ge. Yet, Han Lai had long grown accustomed to this dynamic. After all, walking alongside Zai Wangguo was just as much a role of accompaniment, with little distinction. Upon reaching the midpoint of the male and female dormitories, the two parties bid farewell. Pan Ge graciously waved at Han Lai, saying, "Thank you for treating us. We must reciprocate next time." There would indeed be an opportunity. Han Lai, lacking any pretense, responded normally, "You all head up now, goodbye." It was not that Brother Lai had lost his charm, but rather, when it came to Pan Ge, he understood that he could not afford to be as frivolous as he was with Yu Yun and Feng Feifei. The young lady's status is exceedingly elevated. Those simplistic tactics are utterly ineffective against her defenses, leaving only the option for a conventional approach. Level 3 psychology is no mere embellishment. Han Lai surmises that to truly captivate her, both strength and cunning are indispensable. Yet, what strength does he possess at present? His entire cash reserve would scarcely suffice to purchase her exquisite pair of shoes. Thus, he resolves to cease overthinking and to let events unfold naturally. As he watches the stunning beauty enter the apartment, the young man from Northeast China nudges Han Lai with a playful grin. "So, brother, isn't our class flower extraordinarily beautiful?" Class flower? Such modesty. It would be challenging to find another girl in the entire school across 3 grades who matches her beauty. Han Lai nods earnestly. "Indeed. She is truly stunning." "Hee. Brother, do you wish to pursue her?" "Ding Ding, and I can assist." "And why don't you chase her?" Han Lai retorts with a question. The young man from Northeast China promptly waves his hand. "We possess self-awareness. I cannot compete, nor can I afford to support her. Even if she were to take the initiative, I would need to contemplate it." Quite rare. Han Lai regards the young man with newfound respect. Although somewhat foolish, he possesses a commendable sense of self-awareness. "Look at this," the young man from Northeast China boasts with glee. "What kind of place is this?" "The Magic City. With wealth, who fears the absence of lovely ladies? Beautiful mermaids at 998 each. A complete ISO experience that elevates one's spirit. Why endure the torment with her?" Vulgar, exceedingly vulgar. Han Lai finds this unpalatable and turns to Ding Yu. "And what about you?" Ding Ding calmly shakes his head. "She's merely average. Not to my taste." "Oh dear, little friend, you are quite audacious." Han Lai chuckles, giving a thumbs up. "Well done, you've truly impressed me." With a playful wink, Xiao Dongbei began. "Lai Ji, you wouldn't believe, Ding Ding." He was abruptly cut short by a glare and a swat from Ding Yu, causing him to trail off sheepishly. Han Lai chuckled, deciding not to pry further. What was the point of snooping into the secrets of youngsters? It was better to feign ignorance. After ascending 4 flights of stairs back to the dormitory, Ding Ding received a call shortly after settling in, summoning them for a night out. Ding Yu casually extended an invitation to Han Lai. "Lai Ji, care to join us? Buddies have arranged for some stunning ladies from the Shanghai Theater Academy's acting program." Han Lai expressed a hint of surprise. "You can actually manage to get the attention of girls from STA?" "It's just a regular gathering," Ding Ding clarified. "They're usually swamped with assignments, but they occasionally hang out with friends." Dan Zihai from our class, his high school classmate, is the head of the 2013 acting class. Sometimes, he invites a few of us along. It's not what you're imagining. Imagining my ass. We're just going to be the ones footing the bill. Xiao Dongbei interjected coarsely, adopting a cynical demeanor. Girls studying arts never lack money, and their standards are sky high. They're damn hard to impress. But hanging out with them does boost one's ego. Or else I wouldn't bother going. Han Lai was indeed intrigued by the beautiful women of STA. However, he had no interest in being a mere background figure. The timing was not right. Engaging with that elite group of girls now would be pointless. You guys go ahead and have fun. I'll catch up on some reading. Outstanding, Xiao Dongbei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up before hastily applying hairspray. Clearly, his earlier reluctance was just for show. Even when fully aware that one is merely going to settle the bill, do they not still flock eagerly? Oh, women. They have eternally served as the fervent muse behind men's passions, fervor, and frenzies. However, individuals like Pan Ge, whose beauty renders men hesitant to express their desires, are indeed a rarity. Once the brothers departed, Han Lai began to console the benefactor sisters. Yu Yun and Fang Feifei had already learned of the patron's invitation to Pan Ge for dinner and were in a state of mild discontent. Yu Yun, I am upset. The kind of upset that cannot be remedied without a kiss. Han Lai, go seek out Fang Feifei, and remember to take a photograph. Yu Yun, I am fine now. Han Lai, who was the one kissed? Yu Yun. Fang Feifei, I wish to drink, and I want to spend the night with you. Will you accompany me? Han Lai, no, I will not. Fang Feifei, come out. If you are a man, come out and refuse me face to face. Han Lai, no, I will not come out. Fang Feifei. With swift efficiency, he dealt with both nuisances and then logged into his alternate account. It goes without saying that the informant was undoubtedly Little Cucumber. Thus, it was time to impose upon her a heavier burden. With a cold smirk, he posed a soul-piercing question regarding the aspects involving confinement, bondage, and instruction. Do you have any thoughts? Chapter 58. I present you with a fine item. Shi Lu Ting logged into her QQ account at 11 o'clock. Upon reading that question, her expression was one of shock, winky face. After much contemplation, she timidly inquired, does that part of the content require me to write it? Ham to cucumber, of course. From the perspective of the male protagonist, the narrative may come across as rather rigid. Ham brother exchanged ham for cucumber. Moreover, I believe you possess a certain innate talent in this regard. Upon reading Ham brother's response, Shi Lu Ting felt a surge of excitement and pride. Yet, a lingering sense of apprehension remained. A lonely and desolate voice, but I lack experience. My understanding of conventional passionate scenes is scant, entirely fabricated. Ham brother exchanged ham for cucumber. That is precisely why I assert you have talent. Ham brother exchanged ham for cucumber. The ability to grasp such matters through mere imagination is truly rare. In my lifetime, I have encountered no one else quite like you. Those 10,000 words surpass even the most vivid interpretations by our instructors. Ham brother exchanged ham for cucumber. Men find themselves wanting for more, while women yearn for satisfaction. Ham brother exchanged ham for cucumber. In short, the heavens did not create you, Little Cucumber. The cosmos has endured like an eternal night. Shi Lu Ting felt utterly embarrassed. Compliments are one thing, but why must they be so nauseatingly sentimental? Her skin flushed a delicate pink, tingling with sensation, her fingers and toes curling inwards. Discussing such matters with a stranger ignited a thrill that felt undeniably forbidden. Nevertheless, she remained acutely aware. Her relationship with Ham brother was merely one of collaboration in the digital realm. She would never allow him to encroach upon her personal life. Consequently, she did not indulge in the conversation, but instead endeavored to steer the topic back on course. A lonely and desolate voice. But such content cannot rely solely on imagination. Can it? I have heard. It requires a certain professionalism. Ham brother exchanged ham for cucumber. Indeed, hence you must diligently research the material. Ham exchanges for cucumber. Remember this website. It contains numerous professional articles by Seema, which you can study at your leisure, for we have ample time. A lonely cucumber. Well, shall I give it a try? Ham exchanges for cucumber. You certainly can. Go ahead and embrace it. A lonely cucumber. All right then. A lonely cucumber. Now you must focus and ensure the plot is solid. The foundation of a successful work lies in its narrative and characters. Do not squander my efforts. Oh, have you made considerable progress? This remark made Han Lai regard her with newfound respect. Although the Little Cucumber had not articulated the web narrative clearly, her thoughts were indeed on point. Furthermore, she intelligently and tactfully conveyed her stance. It is only because your plot is captivating that I am willing to collaborate with you. Do not let me down. Quite impressive. Hem exchanges for cucumber. Rest assured, the plot is in my hands. United, we shall achieve remarkable success. A lonely cucumber. Taps head, silly name. Goodbye. After closing his QQ account, Han Lai began to thoughtfully contemplate the outline. The core appeal of Brother Ham to Shi Lu Ting lies within this forward-thinking outline, which cannot be taken lightly. Reviewing it nightly before sleep and promptly adding inspiration will ensure the narrative remains thrilling and effectively captivate the little cucumber for the long term. Until, with a thunderous boom, the day of the nuclear explosion arrived. School resumes on the 8th, and life returns to its routine. Morning runs, sharing meals, studying, sharing meals, writing, sharing meals. Yu Yun and Fong Feifei have grown increasingly clingy, yet Han Lai remains fixated solely on sharing meals, showing no inclination to engage in other activities. Our dear Ting Ting has entirely initiated a cold war with Han Lai. Even when they cross paths, she doesn't spare him a sideways glance. During lunch, despite being seated at the same table, she pretends not to see him, refraining from uttering a single word to Han Lai. In response, Han Lai adopts a similarly stoic demeanor. If you choose to ignore me, I shall do the same. Mutual indifference it is. Who is afraid of whom? After all, come evening, you will still find yourself at my mercy. Within a day, Yu Yun and Fong Feifei detected a peculiar atmosphere. The two girls felt quite astonished. In the second period of the afternoon, Fong Feifei took a seat beside Han Lai, her face alight with curiosity as she asked, "Hey, have you had a falling out with Shi Lu Ting? Sister, could you perhaps exercise a modicum of discretion?" Han Lai shot her a sidelong glance, disdain dripping from his words. As if my dispute with her would somehow benefit you, Fong Feifei was momentarily taken aback by his retort. "You jerk." However, after merely 2 minutes of sulking, she eagerly approached him again. "Hey, what is really going on? Do share. This girl's personality is rather eccentric. If you were to say she is magnanimous, she later surprises with her actions. If you were to claim she is petty, she brushes off Han Lai's jabs. Anger dissipating within 10 minutes. Yu Yun is the type to keep grudges close to her heart, yet she genuinely forgets and dismisses them. What could possibly be the matter? Just like you, seeking to draw closer to me, only to be rebuffed." Han Lai casually rambled, and remarkably, she took him at his word. "Ting Ting is not as easy to deal with as I am. She must surely be upset with you. Hey, how could you confront someone so beautiful? Don't you have any feelings for her?" "No, she is beyond my reach." Having received the answer she sought, Fong Feifei finally settled down, contentedly returning to her novel. That evening, Shi Lu Tian and Ham Brother spent a full half-hour criticizing Han Lai. Han Lai had anticipated this outcome. The dormitory had become akin to a palace intrigue drama, with an array of antics unfolding daily, employing strategies more deftly than the Italian regular army. As a result of this incident, Shi Lu Tian's fondness for Han Lai plummeted dramatically. No matter how she looked at him, he was increasingly irksome. Yet she still had to watch the male lead of the overbearing CEO's goddess, whose character was becoming eerily similar to Han Lai's. Assertive, self-centered, cold, focused, and ambitious. With an unwavering gaze toward the future, Shi Lu Tian found herself covertly observing Han Lai to outline the finer details of a competent domineering CEO's lifestyle. For instance, when the troublesome Fong Feifei and Yu Yun entangled him, she would hide nearby, quietly scrutinizing his every move and word. Admittedly, this method was rather clumsy, but she had no better alternatives. Han Lai wasn't a tyrannical CEO wielding immense power, yet his character resonated closely with that of the male protagonist, particularly in his more shameless moments. The more she observed, the more chaotic her feelings became. Her complaints to Ham Brother about Han Lai increased, and her focus shifted increasingly toward him. Time passed slowly. On Sunday, the 11th, Han Lai enrolled in a driving school at Wujiacheng, preparing to obtain his driving license once again. Driving practice was unnecessary, after spending 500 yuan and offering a pack of cigarettes. The instructor agreed to his request for a direct examination. On October 14th, Han Lai officially completed the consolidation of all his professional knowledge and was ready to embark on specialized further studies. His focus, naturally, would be the niche within finance, securities investment. However, theoretical knowledge alone proved insufficient. Practical experience was imperative. Thus, Han Lai opened an investment account at the Haitong Securities Yutian branch. Lacking substantial funds, He found the commission rate could not be reduced and was thus confined to the prevailing rate of 1,000th. Upon returning to school, Han Lai downloaded the brokerage software and commenced simulated trading. Although he considered himself a mature investor, well-versed in various theories and with a bold approach to trading, he regrettably only possessed the experience of losses, never having reaped any profits. In his past life, as a seasoned investor, he would grow increasingly anxious with every loss. Even with a mere 5,000 yuan in his account, he could hardly resist the urge to make a purchase. Now, having been granted a second chance, armed with extensive knowledge and experience, and with the clear understanding that the following year would herald the beginning of a bull market, Han Lai found himself adopting a more composed demeanor. He began to set higher standards for himself, gazing toward a more distant future. Exercising patience, he prioritized exploring trading models without entering the market prematurely. On the 15th, the goddess of the CEO finally signed the contract. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Huanghua was overjoyed, celebrating the signing that occurred within just 8 days. United in purpose, the duo, known as the Two Melons, felt their strength was unbreakable. Though Han Lai allowed himself a brief moment of amusement, he refrained from teasing her. However, after this joyful event, a new challenge confronted Shi Lutian. Leg. I still cannot find my rhythm. I am struggling to write that pivotal scene. What should I do? Ham for cucumber. Have you diligently reviewed the articles on the website? A lonely cucumber. I've read them countless times. However, I genuinely cannot grasp that sentiment. I can comprehend enduring something for family, but how could it possibly be pleasurable and stimulating? Han Lai pondered, sensing that this was indeed a significant issue. Shi Luting's disposition was such that she would undoubtedly excel as a queen, capable of wielding a small whip with ruthless efficiency. However, expecting her to comprehend the psychology of a masochist and articulate that emotional transition was truly unreliable. Yet, regrettably, she was the only one who could write this segment. Han Lai was specifically targeting her assertive nature. You always enjoy playing aloof and superior with me, don't you? Well, I am determined to subvert that. But how to achieve this? After prolonged contemplation, Han Lai experienced a sudden flash of inspiration, conceiving a brilliant idea. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he typed a response. Provide me with a delivery address, and I shall mail you a delightful item. Chapter 59. Shi Luting's intense anticipation. Shi Luting harbored no suspicion regarding the delightful item mentioned by Brother Ham. However, she was wary of revealing her address. What is it? Will it significantly aid my situation? Immensely helpful, Brother Ham asserted confidently, causing the little cucumber to hesitate. A lonely cucumber. Well, Ham for cucumber. Just provide me with a general address and phone number. I'll instruct the courier to contact you directly, and you can retrieve it yourself. After careful consideration, Shi Luting concluded that this arrangement posed no significant risk, and she acquiesced. A solitary soul. Very well, please send it directly to the Shanghai International Studies University Hongkou campus. Addressing it to Shi Mengjun, and my mobile number is 155. Kindly ask the courier to contact me beforehand. Ham swapping for cucumber. In astonishment, Ham swapping for cucumber. Oh, a top scholar from Shanghai International Studies University? Impressive. Shi Luting felt a flush of embarrassment. Thinking to herself, I am but a 24K pure gold underachiever. Why must you bring up such matters? However, out of caution and a hint of vanity, she refrained from correcting his misconception. A solitary soul, it's rather average. Lai Gu chuckled inwardly. You truly dare to agree. Shi Luting was in high spirits and politely inquired. By the way, where are you from? Ham swapping for cucumber. Quite coincidentally, I am also studying in the magical city. A solitary soul, oh? How fortunate. Which school do you attend? Ham swapping for cucumber, me? I'm just an underachiever, barely getting by at a private third-tier institution. Shi Luting immediately lost interest in the conversation, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. Look at how candid he is, while you remain so insincere. What a bore. In truth, Shi Luting's intention was merely to conceal her own information. Yet Ham swapping for cucumber's honesty left her feeling guilty and suddenly in a bad mood. A solitary soul. I apologize, my classmate is calling me. Shall we end it here for today? Ham swapping for cucumber. All right, good night, scholar. Shi Luting was left speechless. Embarrassed, she climbed into bed, her mind consumed with a singular thought. No, I must strive harder. The following morning, Han Lai unexpectedly spotted Shi Lutian on the sports field, causing a momentary jolt of surprise. Shouldn't Xiao Huanghua be heading straight to the gym next semester? Why has she begun running ahead of schedule? Ignoring the lingering Cold War between them, he took the initiative to greet her. "Good morning." "Morning," Shi Lutian replied curtly, embodying her aloofness. Han Lai was unfazed, continuing their casual banter. "What made you suddenly take up running?" Shi Lutian cast a sidelong glance at the man, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "Someone has been disparaging my slender legs for lacking a bit of flesh, so I've decided to start working out and give him a taste of his own medicine. Is there a problem with that?" Even with Han Lai's thick skin, he couldn't help but feel a flush creep onto his cheeks. "Who sold me out? Last time at the zoo, I did indeed criticize Shi Lutian's figure. However, while gossiping behind someone's back is one thing, being confronted with it face to face was utterly mortifying. Haha. Someone actually dares to complain about the class monitor's beautiful legs? That person truly lacks vision." Han Lai forced a grin, attempting to salvage his dignity. As long as he shed all sense of shame, no one could harm him. Shi Lutian widened her eyes, gaining a new appreciation for the man's audacity. "You really are something. Never mind, just keep your distance. I don't want to deal with you." Han Lai shrugged, falling silent. Yet, he did not truly depart. Instead, he quietly slowed his pace, accompanying her for a few laps. It was only when Shi Lutian, drenched in sweat, finally came to a stop that he spoke again. "Don't just stand there. Take a slow lap." "Humph." Shi Lutian rolled her eyes but obediently began to walk slowly. Han Lai remained by her side, silent and serene. Once the tumult of the gathering subsided, and after leaving the stadium, Shi Luting resumed his laps. A tall young woman, halfway through her stride, suddenly turned back. Gazing at the figure of the dogman, gently biting her lip, her expression enigmatic and complex. Han Lai had finished his breakfast and made his way directly to the commercial street. He selected a suitable gift box, placed within it the set previously bestowed by the system, and added a printed set of instructions. After some effort, he arrived at the Fuda Express point to dispatch the package. He filled out the name as Han Lai Yi, using the phone number from the spare card labeled P6. Imagining the surprise on Xiao Huanggua's face upon receiving the gift, a warm smile graced Lai Ji's face. "My dear girl, your father loves you." Having accomplished all this, Han Lai returned to his dormitory, took his notebook, and headed to the classroom. The first lesson of the morning was securities investment, and Lai Go planned to officially commence his simulated trading training today. The instructor of the investment course, Mr. Wu, was a particularly amiable and responsible gentleman with a Mediterranean appearance. His sense of responsibility was evident in his tendency to diverge from mere rote teaching. He possessed a profound understanding of the subject matter and tirelessly reminded his students that theory is one thing, while the market is another. Recognizing this distinction is no small feat, and it is even rarer for an instructor to openly acknowledge it to their students. Today, Mr. Wu spoke with great fervor. Many outsiders, and even students majoring in finance, held misconceptions about this course. It has never been a practical guide for investment, but rather a theoretical exploration of investment principles. The ability to invest cannot be taught through textbooks alone. It demands extensive practical experience. "Excuse me," the student at the back. "What are you doing with your laptop?" Everyone's attention turned towards him. Countless students were engrossed in their phones or novels during class. Yet Han Lai was the first to bring a notebook. This astonished everyone. Han Lai was even more surprised and thought, "Old Wu, you should be encouraging." After a brief moment of confusion, he recalled that Old Wu had indeed encouraged students to bring notebooks to class for a more practical approach. But that was only after the 14th chapter. Goodness, the timeline had been mixed up. Nonetheless, Han Lai remained unperturbed and calmly replied, "Teacher, I am practicing." This response elicited a roar of laughter from the class. Old Wu adjusted his glasses and inquired with a smile, "Practicing in a real market?" Han Lai shook his head. "In a simulated market. Not bad," he thought, "though aiming high, there is still a limit." Old Wu nodded and asked, "Do you think operating in a completely pressure-free simulation has any practical significance?" "Yes," Han Lai responded. "What is it?" Old Wu probed. "Exploring trading models." "Oh, quite ambitious, indeed." Old Wu raised an eyebrow in surprise, set down the laser pointer, and pulled out the attendance sheet. "What is your name?" "Han Lai." "Ah, found it." The students were left somewhat puzzled by Old Wu's actions, while Han Lai remained composed. Old Wu produced a fountain pen, poised above the attendance sheet. "Now, Han, please explain to everyone what components constitute a complete and mature trading model. If you articulate it well, I shall award you full marks for participation, regardless of whether you attend or not. However, if the discussion strays off topic, today, I shall deduct 30 points." The uproar beneath him suddenly escalated by several decibels. A sense of responsibility was evident in the fact that Mr. Wu took attendance in every class and frequently checked assignments. Those everyday points were indeed insufficient to be deducted. Many envied Han Lai for receiving such an opportunity, yet not everyone shared this sentiment. Lu Ji scoffed disdainfully, muttering, "He can't articulate anything worthwhile." His voice was barely audible, but only Duan Xiaoyi caught it. Iga nodded in profound agreement. Feeling quite elated. Your family's prowess stems from your parents' achievements. You understand nothing about the intricacies of trade. In contrast to the boys who were either envious or amused, Yu Yun and Fang Feifei were more concerned. What does trade model even mean? The two underperformers had never even heard of such a concept, yet it inexplicably felt grand. Could Han Lai truly succeed? Although losing 30 points was trivial, they did not wish to witness him being ridiculed. Their pursuit had already intertwined their reputation with Han Lai's. If he were to be humiliated, it would reflect poorly on them as well. The most tumultuous emotions belonged to Shi Lutian. She was utterly perplexed by her own feelings. On one hand, she hoped Han Lai would falter to alleviate her own frustrations. On the other, she wished for him to continue his triumphs, maintaining the image of a domineering CEO. "You are truly a lunatic," she silently berated herself, her beautiful eyes shimmering as they fixated on Han Lai's profile. A strong sense of anticipation swelling within her. Chapter 60. Brother Lai is impressive. Han Lai, of course, would not be daunted. Whether others anticipated his downfall or his triumph was of no concern to him. Teacher Wu exercised his authority as an educator, posing questions in a conventional manner. Han Lai responded only to what he understood, addressing the problems at hand with a sense of normalcy. He stood up calmly, maintaining a straight posture, with an earnest attitude and a voice that resonated clearly. The concept of a trading model is not definitively defined. Rather, it serves as a framework summarizing a trader's investment strategy. Therefore, I lack the authority to determine whether a trading model is mature or correct. I can only articulate my understanding of what a stable and profitable trading model might resemble. It should consist of the following components. First, the trading cycle. Second, trading skills. Third, position management. Fourth, risk control. And fifth, trading discipline. The organic integration of these 5 elements, along with flexible adjustments based on market conditions, constitutes a complete and coherent trading system. When isolated and tailored to address specific situations, it becomes a distinct trading model. Teacher Wu, I have completed my response. Though my discourse was succinct, the majority of my classmates appeared bewildered. Each word was articulated clearly, yet the overall message felt muddled, akin to listening to an exaggerated tale that quickly dissipated with the wind. Clap, clap, clap. Teacher Wu gently applauded 3 times, yet no one echoed the gesture. The audience remained unresponsive, neither captivated nor impressed, lacking the intrinsic motivation to applaud. In simpler terms, Han Lai's presentation was overly concise and sophisticated for those with insufficient foundational knowledge to comprehend. Teacher Wu understood. He was a seasoned expert with years of practical experience in the market, having earned modest profits while successfully establishing his own trading model. Thus, he was able to profoundly comprehend the depth and rarity of Han Lai's succinct remarks. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gestured towards Han Lai. "Dear classmate Han, please come forward and elaborate on the details." A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience below. They had struggled to grasp the earlier 5 key elements. Yet the meaning behind Old Wu's words was exceedingly clear. There was substance. Fearing that Han Lai may be reluctant, Teacher Wu added, "The reward I promised you will take effect immediately. Furthermore, if you can truly enlighten your classmates about the significance of trading models, you may submit a blank paper with your name during the final examination, and I shall grant you a score of 95. With that, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. The freshmen, still unaware of the leniency often found in humanities examinations, were apprehensive about the possibility of failing. Old Wu's statement effectively meant that Han Lai had been exempted from a particular course requirement. They finally began to grasp the remarkable prowess of Han Lai. Despite his mere overview, amidst the myriad of admiring, yearning, and envious gazes, Han Lai reluctantly made his way from his seat. Then, amidst the hushed whispers and murmurs, he proceeded to the podium. Old Wu kindly patted him on the shoulder and offered words of encouragement. Yet Han Lai appeared quite distressed. "Teacher Wu, this is far beyond the syllabus." Old Wu smiled gently. "I have faith in my students. You can do it. They can too. Am I a serious person? Am I a normal person? I may be capable, but they might not be." Hanlai held no expectations for this sharing session. Having been thrust into this position, and with some reflections and conclusions at hand, I might as well take the opportunity to articulate and validate them. As for whether the students comprehend or not, that is of no consequence to me. Hanlai turned to face the audience. The tiered classroom, accommodating 120 seats, wasn't particularly large, but the last row loomed high above the podium. The majority of students from the finance and accounting classes were present, comprising fewer than 40 males and nearly 80 females. A panoramic view of sheer splendor. The classroom was far from silent. The young women, once energized, were relentless. Some of the young men were excited, their faces flushed as they cheered, "Go, lie." Others, consumed by envy and resentment, quietly vented their indignation, muttering about pretentious displays. Hanlai offered a subtle smile, showcasing his pearly white teeth. Without being dismissive, yet without attaching undue importance, he began with composure. Previously, during my self-introduction to the class, I conveyed my aspiration to amass my initial fortune amidst the vast and tumultuous market, thereby realizing my personal value and ultimately becoming a benevolent and affluent individual. This will undoubtedly be challenging, but I am willing to dedicate myself to the endeavor. Simultaneously, I hope to garner encouragement and assistance from everyone, and I eagerly anticipate the companionship of like-minded individuals on this journey. Now, I shall demonstrate the efforts I have invested in my ideals and extend another invitation to those who share this ambition. A mature and comprehensive trading model, detailed as follows. Hanlai casually picked up a piece of chalk and turned to write on the blackboard. His handwriting was scrawled and unrestrained, mirroring the spontaneity of his actions. Spontaneity may not equate to handsomeness, but nonchalance certainly embodies charm. At this moment, Hanlai shines brilliantly. First, the trading cycle. It serves as the essence of trading strategies. Only by determining our operational philosophy and time frame can we gradually fill in the details. The trading cycle is typically categorized according to the duration of stock holdings, ranging from short to long. These are ultra-short-term trading, which involves next-day transactions, short-term trading, held for a week or less, medium-term trading, where holdings exceed 1 week but do not surpass 3 months. This is commonly referred to as swing trading within this context, and long-term trading, characterized by prolonged holdings and classical value investing, often simplified in the A-share market as trend trading. Establishing the holding period effectively sets the overarching framework for the entire trading model, allowing us to arrange all subsequent actions. Secondly, trading techniques. Different trading cycles necessitate corresponding variations in buying and selling strategies. Engaging in ultra-short-term trading requires specific techniques tailored to this approach. For instance, determining entry and exit points demands stringent technical analysis. A minor error in buying or a slight misjudgment in selling can lead to a 3 profit evaporating, potentially transforming gains into losses. The advantage, however, lies in the fact that ultra-short-term trading primarily considers 3 elements: the short-term technical indicators of individual stocks, the overall market sentiment, and the anticipated profit effects. It disregards macroeconomic fluctuations, industry prospects, and the fundamental aspects of individual stocks, factors pertinent to long-term strategies. In contrast, long-term trading necessitates a more relaxed approach to entry points, but requires thorough analysis of macroeconomic conditions, industry insights, stock fundamentals, and corporate financial reports. The art of trading techniques is an area that demands our utmost dedication and arduous effort. I shall not elaborate further on this matter. Thirdly, position management is essential. The principle is quite straightforward. When market sentiment is poor, refrain from trading and remain in cash. When the opportunity appears uncertain, adopt a light position. Conversely, when the market shows overall promise, it is prudent to take a bold stance. Nevertheless, it is advisable to avoid being fully invested, allowing oneself the flexibility to engage in tactical trading. Effectively managing one's position is the initial stride towards conquering human nature. Fourthly, risk control, while unrelated to position size, is intrinsically linked to diversification. Position refers to the percentage of capital allocated to purchasing stocks, whereas diversification involves utilizing that capital to acquire multiple stocks. The purpose of diversification is to mitigate risk, and even the most skilled traders place significant emphasis on this practice. Unless one is solely engaged in ultra-short trading, risk dispersion remains an enduring necessity. Another crucial aspect of risk control is the establishment of profit-taking and stop-loss points. The requirements for these vary dramatically between short-term trading and trend trading. Typically, long-term positions can endure greater profit drawdowns. However, the stop-loss threshold should never exceed 30. Should a stock price decline by 30, it signifies a fundamental flaw in one's rationale for purchase. And the most rational course of action is to acknowledge the loss and exit the position. Fifthly, trading discipline is paramount. At this juncture, we have developed a preliminary model framework. It is now advisable to allocate dedicated time to validate the model's accuracy through simulated trading. If the accuracy is insufficient, one must promptly identify the issues. Timely identification and rectification of problems are vital until the success rate surpasses 60, with higher rates being preferable. At this stage, the trading strategy is fully formed, equipping us with a preordained response protocol for any eventuality. Thus, only the most challenging yet crucial task remains encapsulated in 4 words: strict execution. When the buying point is reached, one must resolutely purchase. When the selling point is attained, one must decisively sell. It is essential to maintain a cash position when required and to cut losses when necessary. How did those who traded stocks turn into mere fodder for the market? They either lacked discipline or possessed it, but failed to adhere strictly. The explanation of trading strategies concludes here, and I extend my gratitude to Teacher Wu for this opportunity. In closing, allow me to share a brief aside. The Chinese stock market has historically been divided by the ratio of 7-to-1, with 7 experiencing losses, 2 breaking even, and 1 profiting. At first glance, this may seem daunting. However, considering the vast number of investors, the absolute number of those earning profits remains significant. How do they achieve this? Through established patterns and adherence to discipline. Conversely, how do the inexperienced incur losses? By rushing into the market without understanding, blindly chasing after so-called insider tips or the latest trading secrets. They are easily misled, lacking common sense, resolve, methods, and determination. If they do not suffer losses, who will? Yet, it is precisely because there are so many such inexperienced traders that we find ample opportunities to showcase our talents. By respecting the market, revering trends, and mastering the correct methodologies, earning profits is truly not arduous. Fellow students, let us encourage one another. Han Lai stepped back, slightly bowed, and descended from the podium. Teacher Wu nodded in appreciation, his face adorned with a smile, just as he raised his hands to initiate applause. Suddenly, a thunderous wave of applause and cheers erupted from the audience. The distinctive voice of the enthusiastic duck-like quacker resonated first, soon followed by the excited exclamations of Fong Feifei and Yu Yun. The cheers intertwined in chaotic harmony, yet the 4 words remained crystal clear: Brother Lai is amazing. Chapter 61. An analysis of the overbearing CEO personality, combined edition. In truth, those who shouted the loudest were utterly oblivious to the content. Han Lai's objective was to refine his own system, identifying gaps during his exposition, while ideally receiving feedback from old Wu. He was hardly concerned whether the audience comprehended his insights. Thus, the so-called details remained fundamentally conceptual. Of course, understanding and authenticity are 2 distinct matters. What Brother Lai imparted was replete with invaluable knowledge. Indeed, it could be deemed exceptionally precious. He utilized this very framework himself, comprehensive, lucid, and ahead of its time. Any earnest individual, adhering to this theoretical foundation and gradually applying it in the market, could forge a trading system uniquely tailored to themselves. The initial step involves determining a trading direction, whether to engage in short-term trades, swing trades, or trend trading. Subsequently, one must acquire the relevant technical skills. Thereafter, it is crucial to manage one's positions judiciously, establishing clear take-profit and stop-loss points, and rigorously adhering to trading discipline. Next, one should practice until proficiency is attained in a simulated environment. If the success rate is insufficient, adjustments should be made, and once satisfactory, one may transition to real trading. Ultimately, one will gradually cultivate market intuition and experience. Now, let us begin to reap our rewards. Is it truly so daunting? The fact that only 1 in 10 stock investors can turn a profit is far less challenging than gaining admission to Tsinghua University, is it not? Brother Lai has held nothing back. He has imparted a broad direction, a substantial framework, and a complete methodology. As the saying goes, once the main thread is established, the details will follow. However, this is not the singular correct answer. There exists an abundance of relevant theories, and every genuine victor emerging from the market possesses their unique philosophy. For instance, focusing solely on the ultra-short new generation of speculative investors is primarily driven by emotions. Conversely, the group of institutional magnates represented by Mr. Zhou predominantly relies on cyclical trends. The methods to profit within the market are countless, with stories of grassroots ascension unfolding at every moment. In reality, mastering the technical aspects is not overly challenging. The true difficulty lies in conquering human nature. In a previous life, Han Lai, after many years of experience, had only attained level 2 in stock trading. Why? Because his specialized knowledge was fragmented and lacked coherence. His intellect was average, and his capacity for learning was limited. Moreover, his impatient demeanor and disregard for discipline hindered him. However, in this new life, all three shortcomings have been rectified, allowing Han Lai to finally reap substantial profits during a bull market. Even in the absence of a bull market, amidst mere fluctuations, he remains confident in achieving steady gains. This is the assurance that comes from a composed demeanor. From now until January of next year, Han Lai is in a period of preparation. The focus is on ultra-short strategies, with the short-term objective of establishing a mature and stable trading model and the ultimate goal of earning enough reputation, connections, and capital before the impending market crash. Time is ample, and the future is promising. Han Lai is brimming with ambition and an unprecedented sense of calm confidence. The applause grows increasingly fervent as the esteemed Wang slowly returns to his seat. Brother Lai is remarkable. Han Lai, may I seek your guidance after class? Brother Lai, let's ignore Fong Feifei at noon. I invite you to savor Sichuan-style grilled fish. Han Lai becomes increasingly handsome in their eyes. Indeed, those two vile women, Fong Feifei and Yu Yun, are insufferable. I'm not concerned with anyone's romantic entanglements. I solely desire to amass wealth. Han Lai, armed with his notebook, claims to be in the throes of practical application. Has he perhaps established a trading model? It seems likely, does it not? Shall we inquire after class? Let us. The fervor surrounding Han Lai is almost overwhelming. The majority remain bewildered, yet a considerable number, predominantly local students, grasp the concepts. The obsession with the stock market among the residents of this metropolis is difficult for outsiders to comprehend. Since the Shanghai Stock Exchange opened its doors in 1990, creating a plethora of millionaires, local enthusiasm has surged. Over the span of 3 decades, financial acumen has seeped into the very marrow of this city. It is indeed an anomaly if one does not have at least 2 relatives engaged in stock trading. Consequently, local students possess a comprehension of the stock market that is at least 5 years ahead of their peers from other regions. They not only understand but also recognize the value of this knowledge. Unlike a decade hence, when an avalanche of sharing and lectures will saturate the landscape, making learning accessible to those willing. Today's online search for related theories often leads to deceptive schemes designed to ensnare the unwary. At last, there are individuals sharing substantive insights, and those with discernment have already begun to ponder how to cultivate a relationship with Han Lai. The practicality, shrewdness, and enthusiasm for financial management characteristic of the denizens of this city are vividly illustrated in this moment. Han Lai recalls clearly that during the forthcoming bull market next year, many local students will reap substantial rewards. In this context, one cannot help but mention Xiao Huanghua, who, despite numerous admirers urging her to invest in stocks, entered the market at its peak, only to be ensnared until 2022. Could it be that Huanghua was simply too green? Regardless, it is indeed a marvel. In contrast, Yu Yun managed to profit enough to acquire an iPhone 6s, demonstrating remarkable performance. Fong Feifei turned 5,000 yuan into 40,000 in just 6 months. An extraordinary feat, however. It seems neither of them managed to exit the market before the stock market crash, leaving one to ponder the extent of their profit erosion. As for Han Lai, he feels unworthy to engage in stock trading. Yet, everyone is striving to demonstrate a fundamental truth. Money earned by chance will ultimately be lost through skill. Indeed, the success rate of the finance class is notoriously low. By around 2020, only a handful of students could still navigate the financial markets with ease. Among them are 2 individuals whom Han Lai wishes to cultivate, as they could significantly aid his ambitions. Otherwise, he would not incessantly promote the notion of partnership. Those 2 characters, referred to as partners, are more akin to subordinates. One is Zheng Lei, who is currently applauding fervently, "Brother Lai, take me along." The other is a local heroine, Xia Hongwan, nicknamed the Hero, a female adept in marketing management and research reports. She refrains from joining the commotion, diligently jotting down notes. Lu Ji, seated beside her, mutters with envy. What use is it to remember this nonsense? Han Lai spouts off a few words, and you treat it like scripture? Ahem. Duan Xiaoyi clears her throat and begins to critique. What Brother Lai speaks cannot be dismissed as incorrect. However, it is merely a reiteration of old ideas, lacking novelty. If you truly wish to learn, you should explore platforms like Taogu Ba to discover the genuine strategies of the true masters, which would be far more beneficial. And how is this cycle even applied? The first step in the concept is fundamentally flawed. The hero had no intention of engaging with him, but his incessant prattle compelled her to lift her head. I can distinguish between trading cycles, cycle theory, and cyclical stocks. Does your face not burn with shame? Please refrain from bothering me and go discuss with Han Lai instead, Duan Xiaoyi said, her face flushed with embarrassment, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in her eyes. As a proud resident of our vibrant metropolis, I appreciate your concern, the knight retorted in dialect, turning away as he moved his book and notes slightly farther from her reach. Irritated to the point of exasperation, Igu glanced around, only to find that aside from Lu Ji, everyone else was expressing admiration for Han Lai. A profound sense of loneliness enveloped him. They were all so superficial, utterly lacking depth. Upon returning to his seat, Han Lai had scarcely settled in when Teacher Wu rapped sharply on the blackboard. Class, you owe a debt of gratitude to Han Lai for his insights. His thoughts and perspectives are immensely valuable. While they may diverge somewhat from my own interpretations, they are fundamentally coherent and rich in educational merit. What does coherence mean? It refers to a repeatable and verifiable feedback loop. In truth, one does not need an entirely coherent theory to earn money in the market. However, to achieve long-term profitability, a systematic approach is essential. What constitutes a system? Han Lai articulated it exceptionally well. With great enthusiasm, Old Wu commenced his detailed exposition. After listening for a brief while, Shi Lutian felt her head swimming and lowered her gaze, beginning to scribble in her notebook. One page featured Han Lai's six-dimensional attribute chart, while another bore the title A Detailed Analysis of the Authoritative CEO Personality. Beneath it lay a jumble of thoughts, hastily written and filled with annotations and sketches. Now, she was recording her new reflections on the day when that arrogant man was summoned to the podium by the teacher. The content was, in its own way, impressively formidable. The applause from the students was fervent. I cannot discern how much of it was mere jest, how much was genuine encouragement, how much stemmed from sincere admiration for the brilliance displayed, and how much simply arose from the perception of his attractiveness. It sounded somewhat plausible, yet it was overly complex and rather tedious. Moreover, I do not find him particularly handsome. However, the demeanor of this man is indeed worthy of observation and analysis. He exudes a certain poise and confidence, articulating his thoughts succinctly with clear logic. There exists an air of nonchalance, as if to suggest that whether or not the audience comprehends him is of little consequence, for he is resolute in his correctness. His presence is remarkably commanding. The teacher, visibly excited, lavished praise upon him, subsequently delving into an extensive discourse on the concept of self-consistency. It suddenly dawned upon me that if an individual possesses a wholly self-consistent framework within their professional realm, continuously refined through adjustments, and utilizes this framework to achieve repeated successes, could this not cultivate profound self-assurance? Such an innate and unwavering confidence is the very essence of dominance. It is not born of blind arrogance, nor is it an inexplicable pride derived from external conditions such as parental wealth or power. Instead, it is entirely self-sufficient, wholly personal, and intrinsically rooted, capable of withstanding any scrutiny. It forms the foundation of the charismatic allure often associated with a domineering leader. The reason many perceive Han Lai as attractive is not due to any extraordinary physical appeal, but rather because he appears sufficiently resolute, composed, and self-assured. The allure of a man lies not in his outward appearance, but in his aura and demeanor. Yet, can Han Lai truly attain success through this framework? Is his confidence truly resilient? I look forward to witnessing the outcome. Returning to my work with Ham, Han Lai should also possess a similar foundation. His temperament, his allure, his ferocity, all stem from this. Women venerate strength and yearn to be subdued. Thus, Shi Mingjuan's affection is so fervent. Thus, Shi Mingjuan's sister discovers stimulation, gratification, and serenity in such brutal torment. I comprehend it at last. Yet, I still cannot fathom the specific sensation of being tamed. What should I do? Should I, Resume communication with Han Lai? Although contact with that scoundrel is invariably unpleasant, he is the only peer at school who can inspire reverence in me. Yes, I somewhat admire that cat. Despite my ability to appear more aloof, more self-assured, more assertive than he, I am keenly aware that I lack his confidence. I have never genuinely believed in myself. Aside from my looks and figure, I have never accomplished anything remarkable. Such confidence is superficial and misguided. Shiluding. You must remain vigilant and never be deluded by the adulation of those losers. Though that dog is detestable, at least his erudition and dedication are genuine. He has already mastered advanced mathematics for the 3rd year, as well as all the specialized courses. It's absurd. How did he manage it? Next May, that scoundrel can at least gain admission to a Project 211 university, and with a good performance, Fudan or Jiaodong are not beyond his reach. The time to learn from him is dwindling. Perhaps I should. Never mind, I shall not dwell on that now. I will seek Ham's counsel tonight. The new book has achieved remarkable success, and Shi Lutian must seize this opportunity. Ultimately, I must admit that Han Lai possesses a certain charm that I have come to appreciate. As for the previous statement, let it be disregarded. That scoundrel is once again flirting with Denayun. Where are her hands resting? How can he still smile with such audacity? This dog of a man will inevitably find himself in a predicament with Denayun. Just wait and see. Moreover, where has Yiyun placed her hand? It quietly rests upon Han Lai's thigh, perilously close to the upper thigh, where a mere twitch of her fingers could elicit a reaction. Recently, Cha Mu has exhibited a tendency to become more flirtatious, increasingly delighting in playful touches with Han Lai. Naturally, Lai Gu is dissatisfied with this, promptly seizing her hand and attempting to remove it, only to have her grasp it firmly in return, refusing to let go. Her hand is not plump, but rather soft and smooth. Thus, Lai Gu ceased his resistance, allowing her to playfully hold his hand. To speak candidly, it feels rather pleasant. On the other side, Fang Feifei, upon catching sight of their clandestine antics beneath the table, was incensed. She too extended her hand to cover Han Lai's thigh. With his right hand preoccupied with the computer, Lai Gu found himself unable to address her actions, reluctantly permitting her to proceed. This girl, like a madwoman, boldly slipped her hand beneath Han Lai's shirt, beginning to count his abdominal muscles. Han Lai possesses an impressive 8-pack, however, they are not particularly defined. His attributes are as follows: basic attributes, strength 69, agility 69, constitution 69, intelligence 70, secondary attributes, attractiveness 76, build 71, health 71, special 75. After a month of indulgence, Han Lai has gained approximately 6 kilograms and now weighs 132 jin. The physique naturally increased to 71 points. Currently, the state is characterized by semi-formed muscles. However, the body fat percentage is not well controlled, rendering it imperceptible despite being tangible. Fang Feifei indulged in the sensation, suddenly bursting into giggles. Han Lai found himself besieged, feeling quite uncomfortable. The two of them were solely engaged in flirtation, neglecting to quell the flames of mischief, harboring a wealth of mischief within. Previously, they had quarreled, constantly clashing upon contact. Yet now they appeared to have reached an understanding, refraining from conflict and pursuing their own amusements. Originally, Han Lai could navigate between them, skillfully managing the situation to his advantage. Now he felt at a loss. Goodness, is this a game of cards? If it weren't for Shi Lutian sitting nearby, Han Lai would have certainly shown them a thing or two. What color? Yellow. He shook off Yu Yun's inappropriate advances and playfully flicked Fang Feifei's arm, adjusting his trousers and casting a glare at both of them. Finally, they dared not cause further trouble, allowing Lai Gu to redirect his focus back to the stock market. After all, engaging in frivolity ultimately pales in comparison to the pursuit of wealth. Of course, the pursuit of wealth is intended to facilitate further indulgence. It's merely a matter of priorities. The first step is to establish a stock selection pool: Stock 1, first board; Stock 2, second board; Stock 3, third board; Stock 4, fourth board and above; Stock 6, leading stocks from various sectors. Next, he would set alerts, split screens, and immerse himself in observing the market. Those flickering numbers and fluctuating lines represented nothing but money in Han Lai's eyes. He would update later today, having spent excessive time at home writing, leading to a severe bout of constipation, and resorted to brewing some castor leaves yesterday. I never anticipated that it would be so intense. I spent the entire night awake, in excruciating pain. I shall update later today. At present, I feel like a dehydrated piece of bread. Chapter 62. I teach the goddess to pursue me, though the humanities may not be mainstream. There are indeed some astute individuals. After class, Han Lai found himself surrounded. During his self-introduction, no one took his declarations seriously. They merely regarded him as an eloquent speaker who carried himself with poise. Now, however, Han Lai has presented substantive insights, prompting the more perceptive individuals to take action. Brother Lai, surely you are not a novice in the stock market, are you? Brother Lai, is it truly feasible to engage in value investing within our country? Brother Lai, I've been learning stock manipulation techniques from my father. Why have they not been effective in the past 2 years? Brother Lai, what are your thoughts on the limit up army? The leader is my idol. Brother Lai, the recent rotation of stock market hotspots seems peculiar, with continuous outflows from blue-chip stocks. Does this bear the mark of a prolonged bear market? Brother Lai, I concur with your overall perspective, but where might one learn trading techniques? Questions poured in one after another, some of which carried significant weight. These local students from Shanghai are indeed formidable in their outlook and knowledge. Yet, Han Lai was overwhelmed by a palpable aura of antiquity. The inquiries bore a striking resemblance to the characteristics of a bygone era. After all, a decade has passed, and the current market environment is starkly different. The novices are robust, simplistic, and fervent. Cutting them down is undeniably effortless. How unlike the future, where everyone possesses skills, retail investors engage in fierce competition with speculative capital, and emotional fluctuations are unpredictable. The new generation of elite investors has shared an abundance of insights and techniques, nurturing numerous proficient individual investors. Meanwhile, the legendary figure of the previous generation, the private equity mogul and idol of the novice investors, Su Xiang, is on the verge of being consigned to the annals of history. Han Lai, not even prompted by his classmates, has nearly forgotten this individual, oblivious to the fact that the present moment is merely the fading twilight of a chaotic era. Han Lai realizes that he stands significantly ahead in every aspect compared to this second generation, which fills him with a sense of elation. Value investing can be pursued at any time, but can you truly ascertain that your understanding of value aligns with the future economic trends? I shall refrain from commenting on Su Xiang. Time will render its judgment on him. The number of manipulated stocks has dwindled, as astute investors now steer clear of them. For trading techniques, one might seek guidance online or observe the top competitors during contests. Han Lai succinctly responded to several inquiries, only to be inundated with more questions. Fortunately, the intermission lasted a mere 15 minutes, alleviating potential inconvenience. Even so, he emerged from this respite with beads of sweat on his brow. Yu Yun, with a mischievous grin, asked him, "Do you have any regrets?" Regrets? Han Lai found this puzzling. What is there to regret about showcasing one's prowess? The candidness of Han Lai caused Shi Lutong, seated beside Yu Yun, to burst into laughter. Fong Feifei raised her thumb in approval. If you put on a show, you must see it through, even if it brings tears, right? Indeed, that is the essence of it. The group shared a moment of joviality until their English teacher shot them a sharp glare, prompting them to settle down. Han Lai closed his notebook, sensing that it was time to begin his escapade from class. In the classroom, engaging in any activity proves to be inconvenient. After all, I have completed all the necessary studies, rendering any further time expenditure superfluous. As for the daily grades, to be frank, do those who graduate with a second-tier diploma truly care? Is it worth the concern of those with a third-tier diploma? Without hesitation, in the afternoon, Liao simply retreated to his dormitory to monitor the market. His phone buzzed incessantly, yet he paid it no mind. He scrutinized the market until 3 o'clock, reviewed until 5, ventured out for a meal, and returned to the dormitory to pen a domineering CEO narrative, feeling profoundly fulfilled. Around 11 o'clock, after exchanging updates on their academic lives with Chen Yinfei, Han Lai suddenly received a query from Xiao Huanghua. A lonely message. Brother Ham, I have an idea. Another lonely message. I wish to reconcile with that scoundrel. Do you think it is necessary? Absolutely. Not only should you reconcile, but it would be best to give him a hug as well. Han Lai chuckled mischievously, typing a notably serious response. Elaborate on your thoughts. I shall consider them carefully. Shi Lutian felt a bit bashful, yet the online medium alleviated her reservations. A lonely message. Today he was called to the podium by the teacher, and he performed exceptionally well. Of course, the focus was not on the content I couldn't comprehend. The crux of the matter is that I suddenly realized that this scoundrel possesses the quintessential traits of our protagonist, characterized by an almost absolute confidence. I do not understand why, and I wish to know the basis for it. Although I am still quite angry at how he treated me. For the sake of our work, I can endure. I intend to draw closer to him, to observe him more closely. Shi Lutian's narrative is rather challenging, lacking in openness. However, Brother Ham did not disappoint her. He remained objective and composed. Brother Ham exchanged cucumbers. You must understand that a strong curiosity towards a man often marks the beginning of an emotional connection. Brother Ham exchanged cucumbers. A work is not worth such deep concern. Brother Ham exchanged cucumbers. Therefore, you must confront your own thoughts. Brother Ham exchanged cucumbers. If it is merely to enhance the work, then my answer is that it is unnecessary. I am the principal force and possess the capability to craft a well-rounded male protagonist. Brother Ham exchanged cucumbers. If it is a personal interest of yours, then I support you and wish you well. Brother Ham exchanged cucumbers. Being proactive towards someone worthy is nothing to be ashamed of. Brother Ham exchanged cucumbers. Youth should not be indulgent, but it should be courageous. Do not leave yourself with regrets. In 7 succinct replies, he dissected the thoughts that Shi Lutian herself had yet to clarify. She felt both moved and hesitant. Am I truly curious about Han Lai? Well, yes. Should I really take the initiative? It seems, yes. Initially uncertain, her emotional balance began to tip dramatically upon Brother Ham's counsel. It is often said that outsiders have clearer perspectives. Brother Ham, being so astute and of the same age, must offer reliable advice, right? So, shall I give it a try? Shi Lutian pondered for a moment and presented a new dilemma. However, I am not very good at being proactive. Brother Ham exchanged cucumbers. It's merely an expression of goodwill. Do you not have any examples at hand? Examples? Indeed, I have 2. A lonely soul. I have 2 female classmates who are always pestering him, inviting him to dinner. Ham and cucumber. Quite a clever strategy, both offensive and defensive. Does he often decline? A lonely soul. No, he welcomes all invitations. Ham and cucumber. Haha, truly an intriguing individual. So why not emulate his approach? A lonely soul. Wouldn't he that be too obsequious? What if he becomes arrogant? Ham and cucumber. Isn't that a perfect way to ascertain his worthiness of such treatment? After all, the loss isn't significant, and you can always withdraw in time. A lonely soul, That makes sense. Ham and cucumber. Take your time, engage slowly. Focus on his virtues, but pay equal attention to his flaws, especially in contrast to your own. A lonely soul. Why is that? Ham and cucumber. Love is a matter between 2 individuals, my dear fool. A lonely soul. Oh dear. It's not quite love yet. We haven't reached that point. Ham and cucumber. True. But should this continue to develop, the possibility not only exists but is substantial. Wouldn't you agree? A lonely soul. Could it be? Ham and cucumber. Could it not? A lonely soul. Goodbye. I'll retreat for now and ponder this further. A lonely soul. Thank you. After laying aside her phone for quite some time, Shi Lutian found her thoughts still in disarray. All she desired was to make a connection with Han Lai, to ease the tension between them, and to experience the essence of his domineering persona up close. How did it come to this? Yet, as Ham Jiao had wisely pointed out, encountering someone truly worthy was a rare opportunity. Being proactive was hardly a matter of great consequence. Shi Lutian, have you not always been one to refuse defeat? It is time to gather your resolve. Meanwhile, Han Lai tossed aside his phone, rolling about on the bed, laughter bubbling forth as if he might burst. This phase could aptly be dubbed, I teach the goddess to pursue me. My dear, no need for thanks. The following morning, Han Lai once again encountered Shi Lutian at the sports field. Today, she donned loose-fitting athletic pants, her hair styled in a bun, resembling a giraffe, lacking any remarkable allure. Thus, Han Lai greeted her with tranquil composure. Good morning. Yes, good morning, Shi Lutian responded, her gaze revealing a hint of complexity. Seemingly oblivious to her demeanor, Han Lai offered her a radiant smile, illuminated by the sun, filled with encouragement. Come, run with me. He moderated his pace to a perfect rhythm, allowing Shi Lutian to keep up effortlessly. Running became a delightful and invigorating experience. Gradually, her spirits began to lift. The charming demeanor of this man today was truly delightful. After running 5 laps, Shi Lutian could no longer continue and began to stroll leisurely along the track, while Han Lai persisted with his workout. Unlike the previous day, Shi Lutian lingered after catching her breath, opting not to depart immediately. She ambled around the track repeatedly until Han Lai concluded his morning exercise. Upon seeing her again, He appeared momentarily taken aback. "Oh, why have you not gone home yet?" Shi Luting felt a twinge of awkwardness in her heart. Yet her expression bore no trace of it as she confidently said, "Let's go. I will treat you to breakfast. Thank you for accompanying me on my run. Is there something on your mind?" Han Lai instinctively retorted, his face betraying surprise. "What, are you scared?" The discomfort in Shi Luting's heart transformed into exhilaration, and she felt a sense of accomplishment. If having breakfast prompted so many questions, then he wasn't so intimidating after all. Han Lai regarded her intently. There was something peculiar in his gaze. Chapter 63. Oscar winner Shi Luting could not decipher the meaning behind Han Lai's look, but she sensed that this man remained as impolite as ever. "Just bear with me for a moment. I shall figure you out." Could it be that he was hesitant? What a coward! She shot him a sidelong glance, initiating yet another provocation. In truth, she was not angry. Her spirits were quite high. Her behavior was primarily a test of Han Lai's reaction. Hesitant? Brother Lai, I should fear whom? Shi Luting whimsically declared. Yu Yun and Fong Feifei, or perhaps myself. Take your pick. Humph. All wrong. Han Lai raised an eyebrow dismissively, adopting a rather indifferent tone. It's all the same no matter who tags along, so let us go. Shi Luting's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, that was the spirit, not taking anyone seriously, allowing things to unfold as they may. Whoever wishes to come can come, regardless of whether she is the most beautiful girl in the business school. Initially, Shi Luting believed Han Lai was merely putting on an act to entice her, but her perception had shifted. She was now convinced that, before Han Lai, she did not possess any of the privileges typically afforded to a beauty. Upon her recent realization, she felt a surge of anger. How dare you treat me this way? However, as she calmed down, a sense of novelty and excitement washed over her. Make no mistake, psychology textbooks clearly delineate that individuals are invariably drawn to that which is more elusive. In essence, humanity possesses a certain proclivity towards the unattainable. When everyone treats her well, she finds herself more easily captivated by those who do not. Conversely, when surrounded by negativity, she yearns for even the faintest glimmer of hope. To put it colloquially, one tends to seek what they lack. Of course, the majority of society comprises ordinary individuals, seldom encountering such extreme circumstances. At most, they merely pine for what remains out of reach. As a striking beauty, Shi Luting had been adored since childhood, her strong character rendering her impervious to sycophants. To forge a friendship with her required capability. To weave emotional entanglements, one not only needed to possess strength, but also to surpass her in assertiveness. Han Lai had long since discerned this truth. As they strolled toward the cafeteria, walking side by side, Shi Luting was overwhelmed by curiosity, unsure where to begin their conversation. Ultimately, she asked, rather naively, "Do you genuinely believe you can make money in the stock market?" Han Lai chuckled at her question. Why not? Because the domestic market resembles a vast casino, where the house and institutions devour participants without mercy. Lacking connections or insider knowledge, one becomes mere fodder. Han Lai was not surprised by Shi Luting's perspective. Even now, and likely a decade hence, many outsiders share similar sentiments. It was entirely normal for her, as a freshman, to be unaware of these intricacies. However, the profound sense of disillusionment was still palpable in Go Lai's demeanor. As a prospective professional, how could one harbor such thoughts? What then is the essence of your studies in finance? Shi Luting was momentarily taken aback by the question. Subsequently, with a hint of defiance, she retorted, "Then enlighten me, what is amiss?" "Everything is amiss," Han Lai replied, shaking his head, as he calmly elucidated. "First and foremost, a casino operates devoid of logic, existing solely within an absolute balance of probabilities, devoid of any discernible trends. In contrast, each bull market and collective movement within the A-share market is underpinned by inherent logic. Our pursuit of finance is to grasp that logic and to follow the trends to amass wealth. It is advantageous for outsiders to liken the stock market to a casino, as this instills a sense of reverence for the market, preventing them from recklessly diving in without comprehension and becoming mere fodder. However, for a professional to articulate it thus is, well, rather ignorant." Shi Luting's cheeks flushed crimson. She thought to herself, I have only just begun my freshman year. What qualifies me as a professional? That detestable man is deliberately undermining me. Her assumption was correct. Han Lai was indeed being intentionally brusque. Yet, given the validity of his assertions, she found herself unable to counter, compelled instead to swallow her indignation. Carry on. Han Lai glanced at her. chuckling as he shook his head. Secondly, the presence of so-called market manipulators is now exceedingly rare. Article 182 of the Criminal Law, concerning the manipulation of securities and futures markets, was specifically instituted to address such unscrupulous entities. The period from 1990 to 2005 marked the first phase of our nation's stock market, during which manipulators thrived, and retail investors were fervently engaged in strategies to align themselves with them. However, it is now 2013, dear sister. We find ourselves in an era dominated by speculative capital and institutional investors, where those who disregard the rules shall inevitably face the iron fist of consequence. Regulatory scrutiny has intensified, and policies have tightened. Do you grasp the implications? It signifies that many actions previously deemed non-criminal, merely subject to administrative penalties by the Securities Regulatory Commission, are now liable to criminal prosecution. In early September, the president of Hanyuan Securities, Hu Chang, was taken away by public security authorities. By mid-September, Sun Mingxia, the president of the fixed income department at Guisan Securities, was arrested. This year alone, over 400 individuals have been apprehended. Are you not at all attentive to industry news? Fear not. You may begin to pay attention from this moment onward, and witness how many industry magnates will face imprisonment next year for insider trading and market manipulation. The wheels of time roll inexorably forward. The new strategies involve colluding with listed companies for manipulation, and in the future, we may even see the use of AI in such schemes. The old tactics of market manipulation have become exceedingly dangerous. Of course, any so-called new strategy that involves insider trading will ultimately face reckoning. In our nation, there is nothing that cannot be managed if the authorities truly wish to intervene. Do you understand? Is this for real? Shi Lutian was utterly bewildered. Her perspective was far from elevated enough to comprehend the broader landscape. Upon hearing Han Lai's words, she suddenly realized that the market was not as she had envisioned. It was nothing short of shocking. Han Lai shrugged. If you don't believe me, you might as well consult Professor Luo, who teaches securities law. In fact, from 2020 to 2025, each year has seen investors ensnared by the insider trading of senior executives and actual controllers of listed companies. Regulation has become increasingly stringent, and the situation has grown ever more dire. Ultimately, stock commentators, licensed investment advisors, and influential traders are entirely prohibited from publicly disclosing stock names and codes on social platforms, and discussions are similarly forbidden. Should they wish to share technical insights, they must first obscure the stock names. Otherwise, they risk breaching laws against market manipulation. Even licensed advisors intending to write a novel about stock trading said in 2013 must obscure stock names, lest they attract the scrutiny of regulators, resulting in reduced exposure or even outright bans. One platform has already received a warning, rendering it inactive, with previously planned storylines and drafts now discarded. Shi Lutian was profoundly shocked, turning to gaze intently at Han Lai, admiration unmistakably glimmering in her eyes. How do you know so much? She asked. Because I have a dream, Han Lai replied, his gaze deep and distant, fixed upon the horizon. At that moment, the morning light cascaded down, casting a warm golden halo over the sharply defined features of his face, as though he wore a divine mask. Han Lai's clear, crystalline eyes reflected a luminous glow, appearing to blaze with golden flames from the side, igniting Shi Lutian's heart. She withdrew her gaze as if electrically shocked, her mind momentarily blank. As time passed, Han Lai retracted his focus and inquired softly, "What else would you like to know?" His voice, imbued with unprecedented gentleness, caused Shi Lutian's heart to race, utterly captivated. Clearly, the Oscars owe our brother Lai a trophy for Best Actor. Chapter 64. Imaginative Little Cucumber. Suddenly, Han Lai elevated the discourse, and the theme ascended to new heights. Shi Lutian could no longer withstand it. Listen to that, dream. What a stirring and invigorating word. At the tender age of 18, young individuals are fervently inclined to believe in their dreams. When confronted with the darkness of society, they readily accept it, their hearts ablaze with righteous indignation, as if the world were irredeemably lost. Yet, when the topic of dreams arises, their eyes illuminate with fervor, eager to embark upon the quest to save the world. This is an inevitable aspect of youth. Shi Lutian, a remarkably composed and rational girl, finds herself nonetheless stirred by Han Lai's charisma. The crux of the matter lies not in the boastful proclamations of this brash young man, but rather in the undeniable fact that he has indeed achieved remarkable feats. No one can possess such profound knowledge without diligent effort. Terms like President Han Yuan or Sun Mingxia from the fixed income department are foreign to her ears. Even within the vast expanse of their school, few would pay heed to such matters. Han Lai must have engaged in arduous study, diligently tracking news trends and cultivating independent thought to attain his current stature, all at the mere age of 18. When, then, did he begin to pursue such aspirations? It must have started at least 3 years ago, during his first year of high school. The true reason behind his apparent lack of academic success, despite his evident intelligence, has finally been unveiled. Han Lai matured remarkably early. It is no wonder he exudes such gravitas. This ambitious individual, who is both proactive and indifferent to superficial attractions, is destined for greatness. The formative years of a domineering CEO ought to resemble this. I truly have not misjudged his character. Once again, Shi Lutian allows her imagination to run wild, elevating Han Lai to an absurdly lofty pedestal, all the while unwavering in her beliefs. How comical. Yet, Shi Lutian finds no fault in this. Instead, her heart swells with joy at the thought that this charming young man has taken the initiative to engage with her. Moreover, during our conversations, there is no hint of pretense. Whatever is on the mind is candidly expressed. Is this not a sign of affection? In relation to Yu Yun and Fang Feifei. This man is utterly unrestrained when it comes to easy gains. The mere thought of Dai Yun and Fang Feifei jolted Shi Lutian from such enticing reveries, as she inwardly chastised herself. Come on, stand your ground. Do not be swayed by this unscrupulous man. He is no good. She discreetly touched her flushed earlobe and casually posed a question. So, can we, the minor investors with little connection, also earn money in the market? Is it merely a case of making conversation? Han Lai stifled a chuckle internally, yet maintained a facade of solemnity. Certainly, this is the most opportune era. The government's oversight over substantial investments has become increasingly stringent, and the crackdown on market manipulation has intensified. The market environment is gradually becoming fairer, yet the majority of investors' skills have not evolved to meet this new standard. Therefore, countless unsung heroes will undoubtedly rise to seize a piece of the lucrative pie. Why cannot we be among them? Shi Lutian's casual inquiry unexpectedly struck a chord with Han Lai's ambition, as this time, he deliberately included her in his vision. Shi Lutian had never contemplated the possibility of profiting within the A-share market. To her, this realm appeared enigmatic, perilous, rife with insider trading and power brokering, a highly controlled gambling den. Thus, in her past life, when the bull market emerged, she remained indifferent in the early stages and hesitated and struggled in the latter. By the time there was ample evidence to confirm the potential for profit, the prime opportunity had already slipped away. Within a month of entering the market, one finds themselves ensnared, akin to a solitary sentinel on duty. Is this foolish? Indeed, to some extent. Yet, this predicament is not solely hers. Even as we approach 2025, many continue to believe that the stock market is manipulated, asserting that without insider information, financial gain is unattainable. This mindset is prevalent among not only university students and professors, but also elite professionals from various sectors. Conspiracy theories are an inherent aspect of human nature. However, upon examining the brokerage backend, one quickly realizes that, irrespective of the era, a steady 5% of investors consistently achieve profits. In bear markets, they may earn less or incur minor losses, while in bull markets, they amplify their investments and reap substantial rewards. During transitional phases between bull and bear markets, they prudently withdraw most of their capital, engaging in smaller trades. Each brokerage houses seasoned investors, whose technical skills may be modest, yet their strategies are characterized by stability. The experts of the new era are even more formidable. Over the next decade, at least 30 renowned speculators will emerge, starting with modest sums of 15, 50, or 80,000, and scaling their fortunes to tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. They will adeptly navigate short-term trades, sometimes profiting significantly, while at other times falling prey to retail investors. Furthermore, notable figures such as Zhang Jianping, Yang Lianming, Fan Hui, Li Xinghua, and Gu Weidong engage in long-term investments and trend following, frequently reaping profits of 500 million to 800 million from single stocks. Each time they achieve such significant gains, they are subject to scrutiny by the Securities Regulatory Commission. Among them, Fan Hui faced an investigation leading to a fine of over 30 million, while the other prominent investors remain unscathed. earning entirely legitimate profits within the bounds of understanding. I assert that the renewable energy sector is poised for growth. I have strategically positioned myself in advance, patiently awaiting developments. What issue could possibly arise? Conspiracy theorists may ask, what if the main players refuse to drive prices up, opting instead for underhanded tactics? Nonsense. In this new era, a stock's meteoric rise hinges on consensus, the confluence of capital and collective sentiment. Where can one still find a market manipulator with such a high degree of control? That which is destined to ascend will invariably do so. No force can suppress it. Conversely, that which is undeserving of appreciation may occasionally surge, only to be met with the celebratory accolades of the Economic Crime Investigation Unit, invariably leading to a cascade of arrests, the likes of Su Xiang, Yi Fei, Lao Niu, Wu Qingzhe, all entangled in sprawling cases. Having lived through the regulatory landscape of later times, Han Lai understood more acutely than anyone the permissible and the impermissible. Guiding Xiao Huanggua's ascent fell squarely within the realm of the former. Soaring to excessive heights was out of the question, but a modicum of gratification was surely warranted. Her very survival in the wake of her social demise hinged entirely on the extent of her enjoyment and elation. Ensuring her utmost satisfaction was Lai Ji's sole path to salvation. Little did Shi Luting know that such malevolent thoughts were swirling within the dog of a man's mind. She remained in a state of fervent excitement. Is it within my capabilities as well? But I possess no understanding whatsoever. With your prodigious intellect, why should it not be? Hee. Then, would you impart your wisdom to me? Shi Luting grew increasingly animated, her eyes radiating an alluring glow as she gazed upon Han Lai. An impetuous novice might have found themselves unable to restrain their impulses, yearning for further intimacy. However, the dabbler in psychology, the master of emotional manipulation, the subtly mischievous Han, would certainly not act so rashly. At this critical juncture, Master Lai resolutely created distance. Instruction is indeed possible, but tuition fees are required. Doused with a bucket of cold water, Shi Luting regained her composure. How shall I remit payment? You are not currently lacking in meal tickets. A palpable resentment laced those words. Han Lai undoubtedly left his audacity in the dormitory, responding with unwavering confidence. Can you compare yourself to them? Their invitation stems from goodwill, while your treat is an act of filial piety. Smack. Shi Luting's face flushed with anger as she delivered a sharp slap to Han Lai's back, causing her own palm to tingle with pain. Filial piety, my foot. Are you not exasperating? She was genuinely agitated when expletives flew. It was a clear indication of her distress, no longer a jest. Goodness, are you attempting to murder your mentor? Han Lai felt a jolt of pain, yet despite the reprimand, his spirits remained high. Little Cucumber was becoming increasingly familiar, which was delightful. Perhaps she was unaware, but after 4 years as classmates, Han Lai understood her character all too well. This girl frequently resorted to insults, but had never laid a hand on a boy. How else could one commend her ability to maintain distance? If this current state persists, with boundaries gradually eroding, it is inevitable that one day, the distance will plunge into the negative. Ha ha ha. Mentor, do you truly believe you deserve that title? Did I ever consent? Engaging in idle chatter has inflated your ego. Regarding today's breakfast, there's neither excess nor lack. Dream on. Shi Luting's face reddened, her lips chattering in vehement protest. However, it was merely for show. The next time Han Lai sought her out, she would undoubtedly resume her complaints, only to obediently reach for her wallet. This was merely the prelude to their encounters. Once Han Lai achieved tangible results, the imbalance would only deepen. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, her verbal defiance would remain unwavering. After all, who isn't a stubborn little darling, refusing to concede defeat? Han Lai let out a series of hisses and chuckles as the pain gradually subsided. Just as he was about to tease her once more, Xiao Huanggua's phone suddenly rang. Who could be calling so early in the morning? She fished out her phone and noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Ximing? Ah, yes, that's me. I'm at Shanghai University. Just come to the East Gate. All right, thank you so much. Upon hearing her response, Han Lai's heart stirred. Oh, how delightful. It appears that the generous gift from dear Ham brother has finally arrived. Shi Luting was entirely oblivious to the contents of the package, feeling particularly lighthearted. After hanging up, she tilted her head slightly towards Han Lai. Come on, accompany me to pick up a package first. We can eat afterward. It's perfect timing to open it in the cafeteria. I need it urgently. Her movements were remarkably graceful and spirited. However, Lai Gus suddenly covered his face. trembling with laughter that he barely managed to suppress. Chapter 65. The Male Protagonist, 2-in-1. What's wrong with you, you dog of a man? Shi Lutian fumed, unable to restrain herself from chiding Han Lai once again. What's the matter? Han Lai replied, lips pressed tightly together, his expression solemn as he straightened his chest. My back itches, you hit me too hard. With a display of third-rate acting, his eyes appeared innocently pleading. Humph. Shi Lutian let out a haughty snort, as if to accept Han Lai's explanation. In truth, she felt a twinge of guilt. While engaging in the scuffle, she hadn't thought much of it. Only after releasing her frustration did she feel a sense of embarrassment and a hint of dread. How could I have acted so unladylike? Moreover, the man, lacking the appearance of a domineering CEO, possesses a temperament that is equally tyrannical. He never indulges women. What if she retaliates? Should he seize my wrist and twist it behind my back, gripping it tightly like a handcuff, inflicting a painful pressure? The mere thought sends shivers down my spine. How excruciating. Lately, Shi Lutian has been engrossed in those rather intense narratives. No matter how resilient one might be, it is inevitable to be somewhat influenced. Furthermore, she has always regarded Han Lai as the embodiment of the male protagonist, immersing herself deeply in the storyline. In an instant, her mind conjured numerous vivid images, causing her ears to flush a deep crimson. It is no wonder that her imagination runs wild. After all, those who possess a flair for exquisite and delicate prose often find themselves in such a state. They excel in associating thoughts and transforming words into imagery. Their inner worlds resplendent and vibrant, with whimsical ideas that scatter uncontrollably. How else could she have become such a daydreamer? It is simply her nature. Shi Lutian, putting on a brave front, feigned indifference as she turned toward the school gate. Keep up, Han Lai chuckled, leisurely trailing behind her. This was indeed your fervent request. If something unexpected were to occur, you cannot blame me. After walking over 50 meters, Shi Lutian finally regained her composure and resumed a casual conversation with Han Lai. What brings you to deliver packages so early in the morning? Aren't you a tad too diligent? Han Lai nearly burst into laughter. You're asking me? Oh, my dear cucumber, you've come to the right person. I actually know the answer. Inter-school express delivery, sharing a single courier point, is inherently swift. And Brother Ham has specially expedited your parcel. Restrain yourself, do not laugh. Han Lai responded with a serious demeanor. It signifies that your fortune is splendid today, and your wishes shall come to fruition. By the way, what is your zodiac sign? Upon hearing this, Shi Lutian's attention was immediately diverted. I am a Capricorn. Moreover, I am the last Capricorn of 1994. Are you knowledgeable about astrological fortunes? I know nothing of astrological fortunes. I merely discern that your luck is exceptionally favorable today. Han Lai mused inwardly while effortlessly engaging in playful banter. Dominant, sensitive, proud, steadfast in love, with a rich inner world. Indeed, it mirrors your personality. Shi Lutian was instantly elated, her spirits soaring. Many boys had attempted to bond with her through astrology in the past, but she had dismissed them. Now, however, it felt as though she had found a kindred spirit. Thus, it is said that flattery leads to no fruitful outcome. Only by being truly exceptional and sharing mutual interests can one foster genuine connections. By the way, what is your zodiac sign? Shi Lutian playfully mimicked Han Lai's line of questioning. Take a guess, he replied with a teasing smirk. Leo? Ah, quite impressive, Han Lai exclaimed, his face alight with surprise. Humph. Shi Lutian, feeling triumphant, gently lifted her chin, her long, slender swan-like neck accentuating her allure in a uniquely seductive manner. Dominant, strong, rational, decisive, what else could it be if not Leo? Impressive indeed, Han Lai praised, raising his thumb in admiration, delighting her to the point where her fox-like eyes curved into crescent moons. Engrossed, XLT Ing vivaciously imparted her comprehension of astrology to H.N. Li, her discourse incessant throughout their journey. Li responded with assenting murmurs, all the while suppressing a furtive smile. He was keenly aware of the underlying circumstances. The author, in his composition, had deliberately designated the protagonist's birth date as August 1st, a mere 8 days antecedent to H.N. Li's own. The verisimilitude between the two male leads was uncanny. They shared the same zodiacal sign. L.T.'s subconscious inclination towards Leo was inevitably accurate. Amidst their amiable exchange, they arrived at the entrance of Shanghai International Studies University, where they located the courier. She nonchalantly received the package, giving it a cursory shake. It's remarkably light. Let's proceed to dine. I am quite famished, she said. Inli feigned an indifferent demeanor, exhibiting no curiosity regarding her acquisition. Very well. Let's go. Ying surreptitiously glanced at the delivery manifest, noting the item description, jewelry. A wave of relief washed over the comely maiden. Midway through their journey, she had surmised the nature of the parcel dispatched by the author, deeming it imprudent to unveil its contents in Inli's presence. The author's explicit words resonated in her mind, an invaluable item of immense assistance. What could it be? She had genuinely feared the author might dispatch a scholarly tome on Sima studies. Such a revelation before Inli would have been utterly mortifying. Jewelry, however, was a welcome and easily concealed alternative, given its lightness. It was likely a pair of earrings or some similar adornment. Shiluting suddenly recalled a scene from the book where Han Lai imprisoned Zimingzhen's sister in a villa, suspending her in a peculiar manner, and then meticulously tattooed her while adorning her with jewelry. The mere thought of those vividly described moments filled her cheeks and ears with a deep crimson hue. No, the contents of the box must remain concealed from everyone. Although Han Lai could never recognize them, it was likely that these items required her personal engagement. What would it mean if that man saw them? Despite her repeated admonitions to herself, Shiluting found it impossible to contain her wildly wandering thoughts. She suddenly pondered. The truth of the matter must remain hidden from Han Lai, but what if he were to catch a glimpse? After all, he embodies the essence of the male protagonist. If he were to see it, would that not constitute a form of involvement? Might it not enhance my experience? Oh dear. No. Shiluting, you must not become too immersed in the narrative. As they approached the entrance of the cafeteria, Shiluting remained silent, prompting Han Lai to turn back in confusion, only to find her lost in thought, her expression a mix of bewilderment and suppressed frustration. This girl possesses an extraordinary talent for imagination. Han Lai could not fathom what was preoccupying her mind, but he found it amusing and waved his hand in front of her. Hey, wake up, we've arrived. Huh. Oh, let's go? Shiluting jolted back to reality, quickly adopting a serious demeanor as if someone owed her a substantial sum of money. Just as they entered and turned to the right, they were suddenly halted by an individual blocking their path. Yiyun, clenching her small fists and gritting her teeth, glared at the two with heavy breaths, her chest heaving violently. How infuriating! Shilutian suddenly remembered that today it was Yiyun's turn to treat the man to breakfast, yet she had intercepted it. Of course, she felt no guilt, but she did not wish to engage in a quarrel with Yiyun in the cafeteria. Thus, she calmly nodded and greeted them with composure. Up already? I encountered Han Lai during my morning jog and was about to have breakfast with him. Han Lai, utterly indifferent, seemed to possess at least 5 layers of thick skin. Today the class monitor is treating. She has no idea what I enjoy eating, so you can accompany her to get the food. Both girls were taken aback. Are you even human? Yiyun was left speechless, clearly being directed without a word to say. Doubts began to creep in. Had she inadvertently committed some offense, warranting such punishment? How else could Han Lai be so brazen? Shilutian was equally bewildered. I invite you for a meal, and you sit there like a lord, even designating a maid to supervise my order. Is this truly how one honors a great master? The two sisters exchanged glances, and suddenly their anger dissipated. With Han Lai present, it seemed utterly unreasonable to be upset with each other. Who could possibly be more infuriating than him? Shilutian strode towards the cafeteria window, casting a remark over her shoulder. Come if you wish. Regardless, whatever I purchase, you will consume. Meanwhile, Yiyun, just a moment ago united with Shilutian in solidarity against their common adversary, suddenly sidled up to Han Lai, feigning vulnerability as she softly inquired, Lai Go, have I done something wrong to upset you? Why did I suddenly invite Tingting today? If there is anything I am wrong about, please let me know, and I shall rectify it swiftly. The essence of Chamu is undeniable. Even a solitary effort can evolve so rapidly. Han Lai casually remarked, not at all. Today truly caught me off guard. She suddenly wished to treat me to a meal, and I was quite taken aback. Yiyun received the answer, yet her expression remained far from cheerful. Why, Tingting? Never mind, I shan't inquire further. Noticing Han Lai's growing impatience, she hurriedly altered her tone, her heart plummeting. She harbored no fear of Fong Feifei. No matter how forward Fong Feifei might be, it ultimately amounted to little. However, she could not help but fear Shiluting. That leggy beauty, even her mere visage was a formidable adversary. Yiyun stepped forward again, attempting to link arms with Han Lai, only to be resolutely pushed away. You go assist with the dishes, I will find us a seat. Such an impolite action rendered her compliant, leaving her with no room for defiance. Oh, Yu Yin pouted with a hint of grievance, turning to pursue Shi Lu Ting. Regardless of how unwilling she appeared, she ultimately acquiesced. Han Lai's mood was rather peculiar. Why was I so foolish in my previous life? Why did I squander 3 years on such a woman? The reason was quite simple. In his past life, Han Lai truly lacked direction, failing to recognize his own worth while coveting unattainable ideals. It was evident that lowering his standards would have made finding a girlfriend much easier. Yet, he overlooked those suitable for him, while those he desired remained beyond his reach, leading him to attempt to win favor through flattery in hopes of a slim chance. Behold, one is acutely aware of the dim prospects yet remains unwilling to concede defeat, lacking the fortitude for self-improvement. Who, if not oneself, bears the brunt of misfortune? In truth, the world is devoid of inherent troubles. It is the mundane that complicates matters. Han Lai, nearing the age of 30, has only recently gained a clearer understanding of himself, leading to a more agreeable existence. In retrospect, this seems rather foolish. Yet it is the authentic experience of an ordinary individual. He has encountered a few exceptionally talented elites, those who never falter, and can only express envy without the inclination to compete. Absent the system, Han Lai would still be an ordinary person with a clearer perspective on life, sufficiently avoiding loneliness in old age, yet lacking any significant achievements, leading a life of quiet mediocrity. This encapsulates self-awareness. Han Lai comprehends fully that he is not a natural-born victor, but rather an unexpected beneficiary from the common ranks. The advantage lies in his profound understanding of the mindset of ordinary individuals, aware of their desires and aspirations. A true prodigy may struggle to grasp her intricacies. She is a formidable character, unafraid to humorously flatter her husband, and her pace of growth far surpasses that of many oblivious men. Contemplating various matters, Han Lai swiftly found a discreet corner and settled there like an elder statesman. After much bustling about, Shi Lutong and Yu Yin finally arranged the meal. Egg cake paired with meat-filled buns, beef noodles accompanied by braised eggs, and 2 portions of refreshing side dishes. Indeed, a sumptuous feast. However, the 2 sisters, typically close, seemed decidedly discontent today. Yu Yin sulked with pursed lips, while Shi Lutong wore a frosty expression. Without inquiry, it was evident they had recently quarreled. With her long legs, Shi Lutong swiftly made her way to sit beside Han Lai. Yu Yin bit her lip, tugging her fitted t-shirt down before heavily taking a seat across from Han Lai. One should not harbor impure thoughts. Her intention was merely to cover her waist. Once settled, Shi Lutian handed Han Lai a pair of chopsticks, declaring, "Let us dine. Esteemed sir, eat. The cataclysmic events of the world are of no concern to me. The act of eating reigns supreme." Just as Han Lai reached for the chopsticks, 2 familiar figures approached. The 2 young women locked eyes, both momentarily taken aback. Shi Lutian, with her keen perception, instinctively glanced up, her pupils narrowing, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Han Lai greeted them with casual aplomb. "Long time no see, ladies." Pan Gu quickly masked her astonishment, casting a brief glance at Shi Lutian before offering a gentle smile and nodding, "Good morning." Dofu's demeanor was less composed, her expression somewhat peculiar. "Lai Gu, have you acquired a new dining companion?" The words ignited a spark of indignation in Shi Lutian, who huffed in response. Han Lai, unfazed, playfully retorted, "It's too early to say. The new dining companion is rather unpredictable." Shi Lutian's eyes widened in disbelief, while Yu Yun felt a swell of satisfaction, stifling a laugh. Pan Gu subtly tugged at Dofu's sleeve, only to be firmly grasped by Dofu, who guided her to sit beside Han Lai at the dining table. "Oh, how wonderfully lively it has become." Han Lai remained indifferent, continuing his meal and casual conversation. "What brings you up so early today? Is it early?" Pan Gu raised her wrist to check her watch. "It's 7:15. If I were in the dormitory, I would come for breakfast at this time every day." The watch, a lady's model unfamiliar to Han Lai, appeared quite exquisite. Her graceful gestures, marked by the elegance of her raised hand and lifted foot, were not the result of feigned pretentiousness, but rather an embodiment of natural poise. In Yu Yun's eyes, a glimmer of envy sparkled, while a cautious alertness surfaced in Shilu's gaze. "Afraid of trouble?" Han Lai inquired with a cheerful smile. Pan Gu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a smile, tacitly affirming his words. The first class of the day commenced at 8 o'clock, with seniors absent from school, juniors skipping lectures, and sophomores neglecting breakfast. It was only the freshmen who occasionally ventured to the cafeteria. The peak dining hours spanned from 7:30 to 7:50, and by arriving 20 minutes early, Pan-gu sought to avoid unnecessary complications. This logic was apparent to all, yet it required articulation. Only Han Lai, with his keen perception and quick wit, could discern the underlying rationale upon hearing a single phrase. As Shilu observed their effortless exchange, a pang of jealousy surged within her. This pair truly seemed to be a perfect match. What was it called again? The sense of a couple? Unintentionally, she peeled an egg for Han Lai and gently placed it in a bowl, coolly reminding him, "Eat well, it was hard-earned for you. And it won't taste good if it gets cold." Yu Yun gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that Shilu could go to such lengths for Han Lai. Does this mean I am to become the ex? Pan-gu sensed the provocation but found it merely amusing. Demonstrating against me. Are you flustered? Ignoring the tofu rice, she was completely engrossed in the unfolding drama. What show could possibly rival the excitement of this live performance? A mere second's distraction could mean missing out on a major revelation. All the actors were in position, with Han Lai remaining the only one yet to make a move. Everyone's gaze converged on him, fixated on the sole male lead. Chapter 66. The Yuting duo is officially established. What an exhilarating experience. Brother Lai feels a delightful tingling sensation coursing through his body as the young ladies cast their scrutinizing gazes upon him, causing goosebumps to rise. Scientific research suggests that a gaze indeed possesses weight. When ranked by intensity, the order is as follows. The petite cucumber takes the first place, followed by the grand Naiyun, the melon-eating maiden in third, and the refined lady in fourth. In terms of fervor, the rankings are, the melon-eating maiden leads, followed by the grand Naiyun, the petite cucumber, and the refined lady in last place. This arrangement seems entirely reasonable. However, Brother Lai finds himself under immense pressure. One must wonder, which child can truly bear such a weight? Oh, merely an old baby? Then it is of no consequence. The cunning Han Lai, with a swift flicker of his eyes and a third of his psychological prowess employed, quickly discerns what they wish to witness. The tofu of the melon-eating maiden merely yearns for excitement, indifferent to the means, preferring a brawl above all else. Yu Yun seeks to observe Han Lai's demeanor towards Shi Lutong, to ascertain her subsequent actions. Shi Lutong aims to reclaim her dignity in front of Pan-gu, while simultaneously probing Han Lai's perception of her. Pan-gu, in her simplicity, is driven by pure curiosity. Last time, you made Shi Lutong weep in my presence. Today, facing her softened demeanor, how shall you respond? Han Lai is acutely aware of their intentions. Ahem. Well, this may border on boasting, as he only possesses a general understanding of their thoughts. Nevertheless, that suffices. The pressing question now is, how to proceed? According to Han Lai's usual principles, he certainly cannot indulge Shi Lutong. Are we so familiar that you presume to act as my legitimate partner? Yet, upon spotting the package casually placed on the table by Shi Lutong, he is suddenly overcome with compassion. The little cucumber's gaze lingered on the brink of social demise, so it seemed prudent to treat her with kindness. After all, one must possess a conscience. Thus, Brother Lai offered a gentle and magnanimous smile. Very well, today is your stage. I shall follow your lead. He then took a decisive bite of the marinated egg. Shilu Ting's expression softened, her spirits lifted, and a hint of a smile graced her lips. The man was truly obedient today. She cast a proud glance at Pan-gu, raising her chin, feeling as though she had finally regained some ground. The previous encounter had been a fluke. Now she was showcasing her true prowess. Yu Yun clutched her t-shirt tightly, her eyes wide with indignation. However, she had always preferred a softer approach and would not confront him head-on. So, she pouted and began to playfully complain to Han Lai. Why are you like this? Don't you have any principles? Oh, the lights were swaying. As for what the girls thought, Han Lai remained oblivious, though he felt a slight dizziness. Is my stance not firm? He replied, withdrawing his gaze and speaking with deliberate calmness. I eat whose food, I stand on whose platform, fairness and justice. No deceit for young or old. Ahem. Dofu, sipping soybean milk, was suddenly choked and began to cough. Being so young, she had never witnessed a man so unabashedly living off someone else's success. Today was an eye-opener for her. She gave Han Lai a thumbs up, utterly impressed. Brother, you're amazing. Han Lai immediately teased her. Is that so? Would you like to experience VIP treatment? Absolutely not. My meager living expenses barely sustain my current weight. Dofu shook her head vigorously, her eyes darting mischievously before she suddenly pulled Pan Gu into the fray with a sly grin. "Ah, are you looking for Pan? Ponpon's weekly allowance is sufficient for you to dine at the cafeteria for an entire year." Pan Gu chuckled in disbelief, casting a sharp glare at her. However, Xiao Pan refrained from retorting, calmly sipping her porridge and seamlessly passing the dilemma back to Han Lai. Clever. Shi Luting suddenly grew anxious, gripping her chopsticks tightly, her knuckles turning pale. In her view, that shameless man Han Lai would undoubtedly seize the opportunity without a hint of politeness. To her surprise, Han Lai shook his head. "Forget it. I can hardly manage the 3 current benefactors. I simply lack the energy to cultivate new sources of support. Besides, my schedule for breakfast, lunch, and dinner is already full. Where would I fit another? Most importantly, would it not be a waste to have Pan treat me at the cafeteria? If I were to run into her outside and enjoy a meal at Wangjiang Pavilion, how delightful that would be." Pan Gu was particularly pleased with Han Lai's response. Not only did he tactfully exclude her from the matter, but he also praised her in a manner that felt both natural and sincere, devoid of flattery or awkwardness. Thus, she boldly met Han Lai's gaze and, with a smile, made a promise. "All right then, if we happen to meet outside, I shall treat you to Wangjiang Pavilion. Just don't brandish your ring to frighten me." The atmosphere fell silent as Shi Luting and Doufu were left bewildered. What on earth was going on? Only Han Lai understood the context. Wangjiang Pavilion is an exclusive restaurant boasting the finest view of the Bund, renowned as a proposal hotspot in the Magic City. The upstairs has a private room for 2, where the culinary offerings are decent, yet the butler coordinates with patrons in advance to create various themed decorations, making it the ultimate destination for couples seeking a sense of ritual. Pan Gu articulated her thoughts with remarkable clarity, while she could extend an invitation to Wangjiang Pavilion. It was merely for a meal, and nothing more should be construed. She was indeed a woman of exquisite refinement, aptly earning the moniker of a true lady. However, Han Lai was equally impressive, effortlessly returning the jest. "I merely mentioned it in passing. It need not be Wangjiang Pavilion. Any esteemed dining establishment will suffice, as long as it is expensive." Their mutual laughter signified a tacit understanding. Yu Yun, Shi Lutian, and Doufu continued to glance around, still baffled by the unspoken code shared between the two. Consequently, Xiao Huanghua's frustration surged anew. "Well then, you scoundrel. Enjoying my food and drink. And now you're already planning the next meal?" I seemed to be utterly powerless. Upon realizing this predicament, her anger intensified, as she stabbed her porridge with her chopsticks, grinding her teeth in frustration. Yu Yun, though not angry, was anxious. Goodness, is there no respite? If one Shi Lutian is challenging enough, now there is another contender in Pan Gu. The depth of her despair was something only those who have experienced it could truly comprehend. Yet, the most admirable quality of Yu Yun was her resilience. Others might have succumbed, but she would not. She believed steadfastly, "My judgment is sound. Han Lai is indeed a genuine 24K golden son-in-law. What is coveted must be of high quality." Which other young man in school could simultaneously captivate both Shi Lutian and Pan Gu? Her efforts were worthwhile. As a proud member of the Team Mother Hi-Ho, she found herself caught in a whirlwind of her own making. Yet, was there any emotional entanglement between Han Lai and either of them? Clearly not. Their interactions were merely conventional, devoid of any romantic implications. However, amidst a series of coincidences, the conflicts among the girls were magnified, and then a pike slipped in, stirring up trouble and deftly exploiting the situation for its own advantage. What is a battlefield of Shura? In the eyes of others, it may appear as such, but for Brother Lai, it is merely a stage for seizing opportunities and reaping benefits. Shi Lutian, feeling full, found no reason to quarrel with Han Lai. Thus, she set down her chopsticks and sat there with a cold expression. Yu Yun blinked her eyes, resolved to reconcile with Shi Lutian. The pressure brought by Pan Gu was overwhelmingly great. Although her figure did not rival her own, her poise was exceptional, and her wealth was substantial. If the meat is left to simmer in one's own pot, there will always be chances to steal a taste. But if outsiders were to cart it all away, what would be left for oneself? A united front against Pan was imperative. I hereby declare, the Yunting duo is officially established. Yu Yun's eyes darted around and landed on the delivery box on the table, prompting her to strike up a conversation. "Ting Ting, what did you buy?" Chapter 67. The joy of unboxing. In truth, Shi Lutian was reluctant to discuss the gift with Yu Yun, harboring a sense of unease within. Brother Ham had not clarified what it was, Although the weight did not suggest a toy, what if it was something inappropriate for outsiders to know? The concerns were tangible. Yet, due to the pressure from Pan-gu, she could not afford to maintain a standoff with Yu Yun. The Pan sisters were getting along famously. While they risked internal strife, wouldn't that merely provide fodder for others to laugh at them? Thus, she endeavored to downplay the significance of the gift as much as possible. It's not something I bought. It's a gift from a friend. Your friend is truly kind to you. Just as a dog cannot change its nature, Yu Yun cannot alter her penchant for chatter. Despite having resolved to temporarily ally with Shi Lutian, she still instinctively digs traps for her ally. What kind of friend is this? We have been besties for 2 months, yet you have never once mentioned it? Shi Lutian suddenly felt a chill, her scalp tingling from the inquiry. How should she respond? A fellow netizen with whom I co-write domineering CEO romances? If she were in the dormitory, she could find a way to evade the question, but in front of Han Lai and Pan Gu, no matter how she explained, it would sound awkward. Shi Lutian narrowed her eyes, delivering a piercing glance at Yu Yun. Coldly, she inquired, "You know about my friend?" Yu Yun was startled awake. Oh dear. What am I quarreling with Shi Lutian for? We should be united against external forces. Yu Yun promptly changed her tune. Who cares? You have so many admirers. I can't be bothered to ask them all. I'm merely curious about the gifts you receive. She felt her support was commendable. Look, our Tian Tian is never short of admirers. She is quite the catch. Additionally, it served as a reminder to Han Lai that our class leader is no ordinary person. He ought to be more attentive. Brother Lai pretended not to hear, focusing intently on his meal. Stop worrying unnecessarily. I know that guy well. And you don't understand their relationship. Pan Gu and Dofu exchanged glances, sharing a smile. Pan Gu smiled gently, with an air of calmness, while Dofu wore a mischievous grin. Amid laughter, Dofu praised Shi Lutian. It's quite normal. Tian Tian has always been exceptionally popular, even within the student council. Shi Lutian felt a sharp pain in her head as she flipped the bottom copy of her delivery slip over and placed it on the table. It was merely a piece of jewelry that she had asked a friend to purchase on her behalf, not a token from any admirer. She was keen to avoid any misconceptions that she casually accepted gifts. How could she enjoy breakfast with a man while also receiving gifts from suitors? It seemed utterly absurd. Flaunting such a thing in front of Pan Gu would be more than embarrassing. Shi Lutian could endure many things, but not the thought of appearing foolish in Pan Ji's eyes. Yu Yun's eyes sparkled with interest. Did you buy it? What kind of jewelry is it? Open it up and let me see. Her request was not unreasonable. It was entirely normal for close friends to unbox packages together, chatting excitedly as they did so, which doubled the joy of the experience. Shi Lutian was taken aback. Well, she was not one to lie. She usually asserted her dominance to quell disputes. However, today had been a series of unfortunate events, and she had hoped to enjoy a quiet meal and conversation with the man. Who could have anticipated such a gathering? To oppose it forcefully now would only reveal her insecurity. What would the man in Pan Gu think? Perhaps. No, she couldn't possibly open it here. Who knew what lay inside? Having made her decision, she hastily concocted an excuse. I'll show you when I get home. If you like it, I can lend it to you for a couple of days. I didn't bring a cutter, so how can I open all this tape right now? Her expression remained composed, and her tone was casual, embodying a spirit of generosity and openness. A cutter? With a furrowed brow, Yu Yun pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, I've got a solution. Shi Lutian stared blankly as Yu Yun excitedly turned around and retrieved an eyebrow razor from her small handbag, presenting it triumphantly before him. Tada! Thank you so much. Just as Yu Yun pressed down on the gift box, Shi Lutian felt a jolt of alarm and hurriedly intervened. Don't be reckless. With such thick tape, what will you do if you accidentally cut yourself with that tiny blade? Concern radiated from her every word. Oh, Yu Yun reflected, realizing the validity of the caution, and obediently acknowledged it with a smile directed at Shi Lutian. She was particularly fond of Shi Lutian's assertive demeanor. As she carefully stowed the eyebrow razor away, Shi Lutian silently exhaled in relief. Just as she began to feel fortunate, a multifunctional Swiss Army knife was abruptly pushed across the table before her. What on earth? Shi Lutian's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth forming an astonished O. She then observed as the man resumed his focus on his beef noodles, modestly concealing his capabilities. Feel free to use it. No need to be polite. I thank your grandmother. Shi Lutian was utterly exasperated and, filled with ire, inquired, Wait. Why on earth are you carrying that after just going for a jog this morning? The overall environment on the lower floors isn't particularly quiet. I carry it for self-defense, Han Lai remarked casually. However, two individuals quickly grasped the underlying implications, one being Shi Lutian, who had heard numerous accounts of the misdeeds committed by students from the International Exchange Institute during her time in the student council. One is Pan Gu, who not only heard about, but also witnessed the boys in the class bullying others. Shi Luting's anger suddenly transformed into compassion. It turns out that the life of a dogman is not easy either. Just as she was about to offer words of comfort, a sudden snapping sound jolted her back to reality. Turning her head, she was taken aback to see Den Nai Yun brandishing a serrated knife, one hand pressing down on the box, sharpening the blade with fervor. As she measured the weapon, she joyfully proclaimed her excitement. How delightful! She relished this unknown thrill. Ting Jie felt utterly flustered. Goodness, they were all like spirits of debt collection. What had I owed you in my past life? Fine, I concede. Let it be. Shi Luting resolved to surrender, realizing there was truly no excuse left to restrain them. After all, it was most likely some sort of ring. They could inquire as they pleased, and all that mattered was it was an earring. If it were a chain, the short one would be an anklet, and the long one a waist chain. She firmly set her resolve, though a hint of trepidation lingered in her heart, intertwined with a thread of anticipation. Ham Brother was an exceptionally talented and amusing individual, even considered half a mentor to her. What kind of gift would he bestow? The sound of tearing paper echoed, followed by two distinct thuds, as Yu Yun eagerly pried open the cardboard box. Inside lay a charming pink gift box. Ah, what an adorable little box. Yu Yun felt a surge of delight, while Shi Luting silently nodded in approval. The box was indeed exquisite, a testament to Ham Brothers' thoughtful selection. Yu Yun picked up the gift box and gave it a gentle shake. It was light, without a hint of sound from within. Strangely, she murmured, then eagerly opened the lid of the box. Following that, Yu Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving her utterly speechless. The expression on her face suggested that the contents were either exceptionally valuable or astonishingly unexpected. Which could it be? Everyone's curiosity was piqued, except for Han Lai. Meanwhile, Shi Luting, aside from his intrigue, was suddenly engulfed by a wave of intense unease. Have I perhaps underestimated this situation? Chapter 68. The official dissolution of the Yunting duo. Yu Yun's expression was simply too amusing. Even the previously disinterested Pan Gu was drawn to lift her head. Then, she beheld Yu Yun trembling as she extracted a pure black object from the box. What on earth is that? The young and naive Pan Gu was baffled. The object resembled a belt, crafted from genuine leather on the outside, with silk stitched on the inside, adorned with intricate hollow patterns, and featuring a clasp and an oddly mismatched circular ring at the end. The craftsmanship was exquisite, exuding the allure of a high-end international brand. However, the issue was, it was far too short. Even a 5-year-old child would not possess such a slender waist. How could it possibly be a belt? Before Pan Gu could ponder further, Yu Yun swallowed hard and, with a peculiar expression, asked, Ting Ting, did you just say, if I liked it, I could borrow it for a few days? The moment Shi Luting laid eyes on that object, he was utterly dumbfounded, while others might not recognize it. How could she possibly be oblivious? Oh my, it's the Ham Master, my dear brother. You have truly gifted me something remarkable. Alas, I am in deep trouble. How am I to explain this? In an instant, Shi Luting's mind was in disarray, leaving her body almost entirely immobile, with only her toes able to move, fidgeting restlessly. Just as she was lost in thought, she was suddenly questioned by Yu Yun, prompting an instinctive response that flowed effortlessly from her lips. Well, we are sisters. No need to be polite. No. Yu Yun interrupted, startled, waving her hands in alarm. I think Feng Feifei is quite good too. Why not ask her? Shi Luting was taken aback. What do you mean? Why are you bringing Feng Feifei into this? Pan Gu and Dofu were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend the conversation, finding it quite strange. It wasn't until Yu Yun, as if scalded, pushed the gift box forward, causing the lid to fall open and reveal a black leather strap with a handle, that Pan Gu finally recognized the items within, her pupils dilating in realization. A collar and leash? Isn't that what my dog's walking set looks like? My goodness. She was an astute girl, although she had never seen such things firsthand. She had certainly heard of those peculiar preferences. There are myriad human desires, and one might argue that they are not particularly astonishing. However, she never anticipated that Shi Luting not only harbored such tastes, but had also set her sights on her dear friend Yu Yun. The shock was profound. and her admiration slipped out unbidden. Shi Lutong, you are incredible. Pan Ji's admiration was genuine. It was the first time in her life that she had such respect for a peer. How bold! As Pan Gu exclaimed, Shi Lutong snapped back to reality, hastily covering the box again and stumbling over her words to clarify. No, that's not it. I never intended to do anything to you, Yun. No, wait, I never even thought of doing anything. That is not my. Damn, the lies I told before have now become shackles that bind me. At that moment, Shi Luting found herself at a loss for words. Her face flushed like a ripe tomato, a blend of embarrassment and anger washing over her. In a fit of frustration, she slammed her palm on the table and exclaimed, My goodness, who can save me? Instinctively, she cast a hopeful glance towards her dear friend Yu Yun, yearning to reclaim a semblance of innocence. Yun Yun, you know me well. It truly isn't. Just as she began, Yu Yun recoiled in shock, her eyes wide with fear, trembling as she interrupted, Ting. Sister Shi, I hold you in high regard, but I genuinely have feelings for Han Lai. Shi Luting felt as though she were on the brink of madness. What does your affection for that insufferable man have to do with my explanation? Wait, perhaps it does have a bit of relevance. Coming to this realization, Shi Luting was on the verge of explosion. I am not. I absolutely did not. I swear. At that critical moment, Pan Gu re-emerged with renewed vigor. Her exquisitely delicate face radiated admiration and purity as she earnestly offered her warm encouragement. It's all right. As long as no one is harmed, everyone's preferences should be respected. Shi Luting, you owe no explanations to anyone. Those who understand you will not blame you, and those who do not are not worth your concern. Hey, Sister Ting, do you have any private photos to share? Just between us, I promise to keep it confidential. Shi Luting felt utterly numb. Enough. She was exhausted. To perdition with them all. In the depths of despair, the incongruous clamor of geese erupted nearby. Quack, quack, quack. The four maidens turned to behold Han lie sprawled upon his chair, desperately attempting to suppress his mirth, on the verge of splitting his sides with laughter. Dofu, still reeling from the initial shock, had yet to interject. Upon seeing Han Lai, her mind went blank, and she abruptly sought his counsel. Brother Lai, care to add your commentary? Han Lai, taken aback, clutched his abdomen, tears welling in his eyes. What are you laughing at? Thump, seized by a fit of pique. Shi Luting's rationality evaporated, and she lashed out, delivering a resounding slap to the scoundrel's back, which in turn stung her own hand. Overcome with sorrow, she was engulfed by a wave of anguish and humiliation. How mortifying! Utterly mortifying. Wah! Her tears flowed freely, unadulterated by pretense. Not even a child in the 3rd grade, possessed of nascent self-esteem, would weep in such a manner. Dofu and Pan Gu exchanged bewildered glances, while a glimmer of cunning flickered in Pan Ji's eyes. She was no innocent soul, never had been. She harbored a deep aversion to being targeted, regardless of the cause. Yu Yun, observing Shi Luting prostrate upon the table, subtly curved her lips into a smile. While keeping matters within the family was advantageous, hoarding all the spoils for oneself was even more enticing. The Yunting duo is officially disbanded. Shi Luting, we're through. Yu Yun, brimming with unshareable triumph, turned her gaze upon Han Lai. Brother Lai, could you ever fancy such an odd woman? Yu Yun gazed at Han Lai's profile, momentarily taken aback. Although Han Lai had ceased his boisterous laughter, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as he quietly observed Shi Lutian, who was resting her head on the table. His gaze was profound, imbued with a quiet tenderness. Yu Yun felt utterly bewildered, an overwhelming sense of incredulity washing over her. Why? What kind of person is she that you still fail to comprehend? In her daze, she noticed Han Lai gently patting Shi Lutian's back, soothing her as one might comfort a child, despite the queenly strength that characterized Shi Lutian. Be good, don't cry. It's merely a minor hiccup, nothing to fret over. I'll fetch you an ice cream, and after you indulge, you mustn't cry any longer, understood? Yu Yun was consumed by jealousy. Lai Gu, you have never treated me this way. Why is that? Aren't you usually the one who disapproves of Shi Lutian's domineering and capricious nature? In her tumult of emotions, Yu Yun then saw Han Lai rise to his full height, indeed heading to the beverage counter, retrieving a wallet that was rarely seen. For a fleeting moment, Yu Yun felt a jolt of realization. Han Lai merely disliked Shi Lutian's demeanor, yet he had never expressed a disdain for her as a person. It was simply that Shi Lutian, in her usual state, was incredibly difficult to approach. Her indiscriminate arrogance and pride were detrimental to anyone. making it impossible to engage in normal relationships or love. Having spent every day with her, Yiyun was acutely aware of this. Shi Lutian was hardly suited to be a good girlfriend. She was critical, willful, domineering, overly concerned with her image, and possessed a heart of stone. Regardless of how warm-hearted one might be, colliding with her would inevitably lead to ruin. It was not even intentional, it was simply her nature. Unless her pride is thoroughly crushed. Yiyun increasingly found the situation absurd. What have I done? I subdued my rival and inadvertently assisted the one I cherish. Everything is utterly wrong. Are we all merely aiding these unworthy men in vain? Yiyun finally comprehended this, feeling an icy chill settling in her heart. Yet she could not suppress her admiration for Han Lai, her body trembling with a mix of emotions. This scoundrel truly knows how to play the game. She cursed him under her breath, yet felt a genuine respect for his depth, intelligence, and cunning. The most unlikely opportunity was seized by him with tenacity. For the first time, Yiyun felt that she might truly lose him. Sigh. A single breath of resignation buried all the joy she had just experienced. Meanwhile, the scoundrel reveled in double the delight. After paying $2.50 for an ice cream cone, the system once again chimed in. Indeed, it had only cost $2.50. While others play the villain, you offer ice cream. A dog has reached such heights, deserving of reward. You have received a new consumable gift, sweet obedient milk candy. Chapter 69. Good, eat the candy. Sweet obedient milk candy. It originates from a bittersweet mishap, yet exudes an enticingly sweet aroma. When fed to someone, before the sweet milky scent dissipates, they are more likely to heed your words and fulfill your requests. This likelihood will depend on the difficulty of the request itself. Note, it cannot create miracles, but if utilized wisely, surprises await. This has come at just the right moment. Han Lai was pleasantly surprised, feeling that he had indeed made the right choice in purchasing the ice cream. Casually tucking the milk candy into his pocket, he turned to return to his original spot. Dofu and Pan Ge had already finished their meal, not waiting for Han Lai, but instead waving from a distance. Han Lai, we'll take our leave now, goodbye. The few early risers nearby gazed in astonishment at Pan Ge and Han Lai. The stunning beauty was well known, and the so-called king of soft rice was not to be underestimated either. Among their peers, there were hardly any who did not recognize them. Furthermore, with Shi Luting sprawled there, sniffling, the air was thick with the scent of juicy gossip. However, Han Lai remained unfazed, calmly waving goodbye. See you. Dofu and Pan Ge strolled away, hand in hand, whispering to each other. It was needless to inquire. They were surely discussing the audacious and valiant Shi Luting. Neither of them was one to spread rumors. Yet the ferocity of Shi Luting's actions was something they had witnessed firsthand, and chatting about it with friends hardly constituted gossip. Moreover, there was the lingering concern that Shi Luting might vie for Han Lai's affections. It was settled. The little cucumber's fame would resound throughout the cultural realm. Starting today, her tears were perhaps a reflection of her anticipation of the outcome. Triumph was fleeting, while social demise was eternal. Upon returning to the dining table, Han Lai took the initiative to dismiss others. Yiyun, you should head to class first. I will stay here with her for a while. Yiyun genuinely hesitated to leave, but understood the impossibility of staying. Shi Luting had likely grown to loathe her, and Han Lai was resolute in his decisions. So she ceased her resistance and rose. Very well, do comfort Ting Ting well. I shall go secure a seat for you both. Her expression was gentle, her posture delicate, and her tone soft. Behold her spirit, unyielding and resolute. Even though he was well aware of her temperament and the hue of her disposition, Han Lai still felt compelled to give her a thumbs up. This young lady is undeniably formidable, capable of achieving remarkable feats. As he watched her distance herself, Han Lai sank onto a seat, once more patting Shi Luting on the back. Shi Luting jolted, her shoulders tensing, and with a quivering voice exclaimed, "You leave too? Humph. Why did you not mention this when Yiyun was present? Such a proud creature." Han Lai remained unfazed, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he gently urged her. "Come now, get up. I bought you some ice cream. Take it away." "I don't want any." Han Lai, with gentle persuasion, replied, "Just take a bite, and I shall reveal how to resolve today's dilemma." "Really?" Shi Luting sat up abruptly, her gaze eagerly fixed on Han Lai. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, adorned with long, thick eyelashes, upon which delicate tears clung, making her strikingly beautiful. While most women appear less than flattering when they cry, Shi Luting defied this norm. Her fox-like eyes, elongated and slightly upturned at the corners, often exuded an air of sultriness and allure. Yet, after shedding tears, the contours of her eyes softened, and with the shimmering light within them, she radiated an innocent charm that was utterly captivating. Han Lai scrutinized her visage, his heart racing fervently. This enchanting maiden, a vision of beauty beyond compare, was a goddess he had never dared to dream of in his past life. And now, she was his little cucumber, subject to various forms of teasing, both overtly and subtly. There was nothing more exhilarating and pleasurable than this. Indeed, a true gentleman never deceives a woman. Han Lai nodded vigorously, his earnest demeanor exuding undeniable charm. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Lu Ting resolved to place her trust in him. Accepting the ice cream cone, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she took a hearty bite. "How do we resolve this?" she inquired. "Simple." Han Lai snapped his fingers decisively. His confident posture compelled Shi Lu Ting to instinctively nod along. It took her 3 seconds to register his words before she, bewildered, asked, "What are we making public?" With an air of certainty, Han Lai replied, "Your hobbies, of course. We simply relish this indulgence. Let others love who they please. What business is it of theirs?" Just then, the ice cream slipped from her grasp and plopped softly onto the table. Ignoring the fallen cone, Shi Lu Ting, with a blank expression, seized Han Lai's arm and, in a sudden burst of emotion, bit down fiercely. "What the heck?" Han Lai exclaimed, startled, retracting his hand just in time to avoid being bitten. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to bite you to death," she retorted. "Is this really your solution?" "Yes. What else can you do?" Shi Lu Ting's eyes brimmed with tears again, on the verge of sobbing. Yet, Han Lai remained unabashed, convinced there was nothing amiss. "Look, you fear the opinions of others and dread their ridicule. Why not just embrace the chaos? You've already given up on pretense. At most, people will express surprise. If you then adopt a more assertive demeanor, who would dare mock you?" "Wait." Shi Lu Ting paused, pondering his words. There seemed to be some merit in his reasoning. Though somewhat twisted, upon reflection, it could indeed be a cunning strategy. "So, are you suggesting I truly adopt the guise of a queen from now on? Isn't it pointless to act so dramatically?" Han Lai teased her with a mischievous grin, insisting, "Why not just make it real?" "Ugh." Shi Lu Ting felt her ears flush with embarrassment. While she indeed exuded an air of aloofness and authority, her personality did not equate to peculiar preferences. The distinction between her assertiveness in life and any unusual inclinations was vast. Moreover, why on earth would I discuss such matters with you? Keep your distance. You surely have ulterior motives." Han Lai was infuriated, his face a picture of grievance. "Why would you burn bridges after crossing them? You assumed the role of a queen, yet I gain nothing from it. If you're willing, I'm certainly not." Shi Lu Ting rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Spare me. All these ridiculous ideas originated with you. I never intended to play the role of any queen." Her voice carried a charmingly petulant tone. Quite delightful. Her ability to act like a spoiled child seemed to indicate she was emotionally stable, and her attempts at coaxing were not in vain. Han Lai felt a surge of satisfaction and seized the moment. "Oh, so that elaborate act is for your own benefit?" Just as Shi Lu Ting regained a semblance of composure, her face flushed crimson once more. "I did not." She grew flustered, a fragment of truth slipping out. "In reality, it was a necessity for a unique job. I merely wished to experience it, albeit briefly." Once she finished her explanation, she realized the absurdity of her words. What on earth does a unique job requirement even mean? Damn it, I'm such a fool. She looked up at Han Lai, and indeed, his expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Shi Lu Ting felt utterly defeated. "Fine, no more explanations. You wouldn't comprehend." Han Lai sighed, refraining from further teasing or stubbornness. Instead, he gently patted her shoulder, his tone transforming into one of unexpected tenderness. "Indeed, I may not comprehend everything, but I trust in your rationale, so proceed without hesitation. Is the understanding of others significant? Assuredly. However, should the lack of understanding from others deter one from pursuing what must be done? Absolutely not. Refrain from further explanations to me. Simply be authentic." In an instant, tears blurred her beautiful eyes. Shi Lu Ting was perplexed as to why she was so prone to crying today. She nodded emphatically, feeling an immense warmth in her heart. Though the scoundrel could be detestable at times, he was more dependable than anyone when it truly mattered. This embodied the true qualities of a man: magnanimity, fortitude, and a sense of responsibility. It was exceedingly rare. Through tear-filled eyes, The Han Lai before her seemed to merge with the Han Lai in her heart, becoming ever clearer, ever more significant. She frantically wiped away her tears, then stared blankly as Han Lai produced a piece of caramel, carefully unwrapped it, and tenderly offered it to her lips. Open up. Be good. The sugar will soothe your spirits. Under normal circumstances, Shi Luting would have vehemently resisted such intimacy. But in her current vulnerable state, she had no time to ponder and obediently opened her mouth at Han Lai's insistence, accepting the caramel. So fragrant and sweet. Her mood indeed brightened, becoming cheerful and joyous, and she even squinted her eyes contentedly. Then, she saw the scoundrel lean in close, forcefully invading her personal space, and in a deep, magnetic voice, he inquired, "So, when you desire to experience that ensemble, allow me to assist you, shall I?" In the fleeting moments that followed, Shi Luting's heart skipped a beat, rendering her utterly frozen. Chapter 70, An Unexpected Confession. What does this mean? It took her a while to comprehend, trembling as she finally realized. Oh, so you wish to be the one holding the leash. Very well, since you are the male lead and I am the female lead. Let us consider this as a way for me to experience what it is to be my sister. Huh, wait a moment. Where did I get an elder sister from? That is but a tale, not reality. Just as Shi Luting was about to acquiesce in her dazed state, the thought of a sister jolted her back to clarity, sending a shiver down her spine. You deceitful man, how dare you trick me? Bah, gritting her teeth. She glared fiercely at Han Lai. Dream on. After hurling her retort, she seized the gift box from the table and turned to leave. The instant Han Lai spoke, she swung her long legs with the swiftness of a fan, disappearing in a flash. Though she appeared quite incensed, in truth, her ears and neck were flushed with a rosy hue. Perhaps we could discuss this further, although no one remained to hear. Brother Lai still muttered the latter part of his sentence. His smile was faint, his expression one of amusement. Despite exerting considerable effort, he had failed to ensnare her. Did it trouble him? Not in the least. If it were that easy, she would not be Shi Luting. Some women are like moths, drawn irresistibly to your light, willing to be consumed just to savor a taste of you. Take Fang Feifei and Yu Yun, for instance. Others are like cranes. You may sow a garden of fragrant grasses, and while they may briefly linger, they will not yield to your every whim. Such are Shi Luting and Pan Ge. In truth, Han Lai never anticipated that success would be so effortlessly attained. At first glance, the milk candy appears to be quite a cheat. However, the constraints are exceedingly stringent. It is virtually impossible to meet the fundamental requirements of surpassing their limits. Thus, Brother Lai merely intended to plant a seed in her heart, leaving a sliver of opportunity for the future, nothing more. Ultimately, achieving success would be delightful, but failure would not be catastrophic. After all, this is merely a decorative embellishment in the tapestry of life, an intriguing game, while the majority of his energy remains devoted to self-improvement. Is Shi Luting adorable? Presently, she certainly appears charming, and her demeanor is sufficiently captivating. Yet, for Han Lai in his past life, she could even be deemed detestable. She once laid the blame on Han Lai, exhibiting a ruthless nature. Furthermore, they had quarreled, with her maintaining an air of superiority. How could the same person undergo such a monumental transformation? Because her charm blossoms solely for those deemed worthy. To speak more pragmatically, it is because the current Han Lai is remarkably accomplished and possesses significant value, enabling him to command her respect. Thus, she becomes soft and endearing. The unremarkable do not deserve her allure. Therefore, one must recognize that the truth of the world remains chillingly harsh. Each individual will approach those of differing value with varying attitudes. We bestow smiles and admiration upon the elite, the affluent, the powerful, the brave, and the great, while we reserve disdain and contempt for the mediocre, the detestable, the foul, and the adversaries. Is this erroneous? No. Thus, it is imperative to maintain clarity in one's interactions and to discern the origins of others' attitudes towards you. Only parents will love you wholly. Lovers will cherish only your virtues. When one falls short of expectations, or when the initial allure that captivated another fades, the inevitable outcome is often separation or divorce. How simple a truth this is. Every discerning and enlightened individual comprehends that self-improvement is the only enduring path. Thus, Han Lai has never allowed himself to be swayed by the attitudes of Yu Yun, Fang Feifei, or Shi Luting. When he becomes weak, all that once existed dissipates. Conversely, should he grow increasingly stronger, The privileges he receives will multiply, perhaps even earning the affection of Pan Ge. For a man, the initial step towards empowerment is undoubtedly financial success. Hence, he resolutely declares, "Let us earn money." With that, Han Lai wipes the corner of his mouth and strides toward his dormitory. Throughout the morning, Han Lai remains glued to his computer. As the market opens, he begins to delve into the emotional distribution and trends within it. In the realm of stock trading, emotion is a term steeped in nuance. To grasp it, several questions must first be addressed. Firstly, is emotion truly useful? Clearly it is. Those renowned speculators of the future are predominantly masters of emotional flow. The forums are replete with expert traders sharing their real trading records and various competitions in which they participated. The success rates are irrefutable. Reality speaks volumes. Secondly, is emotion a form of truth? Evidently, yes. It is rooted in the most fundamental aspects of human nature. As human nature remains constant, so too does emotion. Thus, it stands as the sole certainty within the market. Thirdly, how does emotion exert its influence in the market? Through the phenomenon known as the herd effect. In the field of psychology, this describes a tendency to conform. As noted in Gustav Le Bon's The Crowd, a group is prone to only two actions: to embellish success or to exacerbate failure. Professor Schiller's work, Irrational Exuberance, elucidates that the erratic fluctuations of the market often stem from the inherent flaws of human nature. Throughout history, numerous examples abound: stampedes, bank runs, and the collapse of encampments, all manifestations of a shared, underlying source of panic. Fourthly, what is the specific process of emotional transformation? The emergence of negative news triggers a wave of pessimism. In a bid to mitigate risk, some individuals begin to sell, leading to a decline in stock prices and the proliferation of negative sentiment. This breeds a following, culminating in a state of panic. As the irrational collapse solidifies, fear reaches its zenith. Once this peak is attained, a gradual return to composure ensues, initiating a recovery in stock prices while awaiting the next wave of favorable or unfavorable news. Fifthly, how can one leverage emotions for profit? One must await a definitive signal. For instance, when panic reaches an extreme and stock prices undergo an irrational plummet, a subsequent recovery is inevitable. No one can remain in a state of perpetual fear. Similarly, when an entire industry experiences favorable developments, capital floods in, leading to an overall rise in that sector. This is equally certain. By anticipating these movements and positioning oneself accordingly, one can employ a strategy of buying low. Seizing opportunities in leading stocks, particularly during surges, exemplifies a leadership strategy. If a leading stock falters, one might seek out other contenders within the same sector or similar concepts, focusing on those that have yet to see significant appreciation. This represents a strategy of catching up. As the momentum of an entire sector begins to wane, capital often shifts towards its ancillary branches, replicating the trend. This is known as a following strategy. It is simple, indeed. For those who understand, it truly is straightforward. With merely a basic level of trading expertise, one can maintain a success rate of around 90 when engaging in rebound plays after significant declines, consistently reaping substantial profits. Regrettably, he cannot restrain his hands. Opportunities for significant rebounds are scarce, yet he often turns to engage in endeavors in which he lacks proficiency, failing to adhere to the necessary discipline. At times, a single misstep can consume an entire month's profit. The distinction between a master and a novice is primarily reflected in their defensive capabilities. So, what precisely is emotion? It is essentially a manifestation of market consensus. When a particular theme gains traction and generates profit, the collective attention of the market converges upon it. Some individuals remain composed, merely observing, while others, driven by impulse, venture into speculation. As the number of speculators increases, a consensus forms, and that is what we refer to as emotion. The key lies in timely entry, allowing subsequent speculators to assist in elevating stock prices. This is the essence of technique. In its simplest form, stock trading is merely a cycle of buying and selling, an uncomplicated principle devoid of unnecessary complexities. However, as time progresses, the number of individuals sharing techniques has surged, and the novices have become increasingly adept, resulting in a rapid evolution and upgrading of techniques that appears chaotic and intricate. The year 2014 may have epitomized the pinnacle of an era, setting aside the extended bull market lasting a year and a half. The current market environment alone is enough to elate Han Lai. There are few who truly grasp the essence of emotion, including institutions and speculative capital. The techniques remain relatively rudimentary. Experts continue to expound on technical indicators, while novices remain eager to learn about them, with concepts such as the three yangs opening fortune still widely celebrated. Consequently, the strategies employed by major players to exploit novices have grown rather antiquated. After observing the market for several days, Han Lai's predominant sentiment can be succinctly summarized in 2 words. Is this it? Nevertheless, he remains unfazed and continues to meticulously refine his trading system. The sharpening of the axe does not hinder the cutting of wood. Those who possess a system are well aware of its value. As the day progressed into midday, Ding Ding and Xiao Dongbei pushed the door open. Upon seeing Han Lai, the 2 brothers inexplicably erupted with excitement. Big brother, something significant has happened. Have you heard? That Shi Lutian from your class is a lesbian. Han Lai was taken aback, chuckling in disbelief. How did such a rumor even spread? It was utterly absurd. Noticing his skepticism, Xiao Dongbei became anxious. It's true. During the break, she came to our class to confess to Pan Ge. Han Lai stood there, dumbfounded, completely bewildered. Chapter 71, A Chaotic Mess. What on earth was going on? A colossal question mark loomed above his head as his mind began to conjure bizarre little films. Shi Lutian and Pan Ge. If they were the stars of such a narrative, he would spare no expense. An intense, exhilarating agitation ignited within him, causing Han Lai's heart to race. Please, elaborate. Hee. Ding Ding and Xiao Dongbei shared a mischievous laugh, their expressions mirroring each other, both lewd and exhilarated. Xiao Dongbei said, we couldn't quite catch what they discussed. Ding Ding added, but then. Xiao Dongbei continued, suddenly. Shi Lutian wrapped her arm around Pan Ji's shoulder and pulled her close. Ding Ding exclaimed. Then she hooked Pan Ji's chin with her finger. Xiao Dongbei gasped, whoa. We were all utterly stunned. Ding Ding nodded vigorously. Yes, it was incredibly thrilling. Xiao Dongbei added. And then that fool Huang Wei suddenly shouted. Kiss her. Ding Ding. Damn it. Pan Ge was suddenly startled awake, pushing aside Shi Luting and turning to flee. Xiao Dongbei. Then Shi Luting shouted at Pan Ge. That gift was prepared specifically for you. Yu Yun is unworthy. Ding Ding sigh. What on earth is that gift? I'm dying of curiosity. Xiao Dongbei. There are all sorts of guesses circulating now, with rumors aplenty. The girls discreetly inquired with Pan Ge, but the goddess steadfastly refused to divulge. The 2 of them exchanged words like a comedic dialogue. Han Lai maintained a blank expression throughout, his jaw and eyelids feeling utterly exhausted. At first, it seemed absurd. Upon reflection, it resembled a stroke of genius. In the end, he could only sigh and marvel. Shi Luting, you truly possess remarkable talent. In a daze, Han Lai seemed to catch a glimpse of the high and aloof queen of the student council, a figure of absolute authority. She acted with decisiveness and method, strict yet exemplary, managing a group of proud warriors to submission, her authority ever increasing, her queenly aura gradually taking shape. Indeed, she stood guard at the pinnacle of the stock market, her foray into online writing not particularly successful, manipulated by Han Lai in both overt and covert ways, leading her to the brink of ecstasy. Yet she is far from useless. When it comes to administrative capabilities, at the age of 20, she effortlessly surpasses Han Lai, who is 30. In terms of decisiveness and ruthlessness, the same holds true. Quite a challenge. But oh, how exhilarating. Han Lai instinctively licked his lips, narrowing his eyes, causing Ding Ding and Xiao Dongbei to shudder in unison. Oh no. Their older brothers suddenly turned unnervingly intense. How frightening. What should we do? As the 2 of them were still reeling, Han Lai swiftly gathered his belongings and prepared to leave. I'm heading out for a meal. What about you 2? The 2 brothers were overjoyed and quickly replied. We played late into the night yesterday and are catching up on sleep this afternoon. Oh, after a moment of contemplation, Liao Ge thoughtfully remarked, in that case, I shall attend class this afternoon and not disturb your rest. Brother. The younger siblings immediately acted as if overwhelmed with gratitude, tears brimming in their eyes, lamenting the unfortunate timing of their meeting before marriage. Such foolishness. After bidding farewell to his 2 sycophantic companions, Han Lai was abruptly seized by Fong Feifei upon exiting the apartment. Lai Ge, a grave matter has arisen. The petite goddess seemed almost to cling to Han Lai. Bouncing with excitement, her face flushed. Why are you so agitated? Tingting Jie has laid her cards on the table. She is no longer pretending and has revealed her true self. Shouldn't I be excited? Did you not see how incredibly cool she was? Fang Feifei's impassioned retort plunged Han Lai into deep contemplation. Why did she suddenly address her as Tingting Jia instead of class monitor? Are you two that close? Do you perhaps have some thoughts? Fang Feifei suddenly slapped her cheek, appearing quite warm. Well, I am merely a tad curious. After all, it involves Tingting Jia and Pan Ge. If it truly comes to that, what a beautiful scene it would be. Her reasoning was sound. However, there remains something amiss. Han Lai suddenly grasped Fang Feifei's chin, scrutinizing her expression and gazed intently. Fang Feifei, evasive, radiated an unprecedented shyness and discomfort. Han Lai believed he had understood. It felt extraordinarily peculiar, both shocking and exhilarating. Yet, in truth, he had not truly comprehended. Fang Feifei suddenly lifted her head, locking eyes with Han Lai. Her gaze was misty, exuding an alluring charm that seemed on the verge of spilling over. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Stammering, she spoke. If you like that kind of thing, like what Tingting bought, I would be willing to try it with you. But you must not interfere with my relationship with Tingting. Han Lai was momentarily taken aback, utterly stunned by the unexpected turn of events. What on earth had this chaotic school scenario devolved into? Good heavens, Han, what a predicament you find yourself in. A cascade of surprises left Han Lai in a prolonged silence. Fang Feifei obediently took his hand, and together they walked into the cafeteria amidst the astonished gazes of their classmates. Wang Hongli and Lu Yao from dorm 2333, witnessing this scene, were quick to inquire. Are you two together? Fang Feifei decisively released Han Lai's hand and firmly replied, No, we are just good friends. Lai Gu is more like a brother or a close confidant to me. Goodness, even a gentleman as upright as I am finds himself in the role of a male best friend? So, we can be friends who play with building blocks. But you and Shi Lutian are the true love. Is that what you mean? Lai Gu was rendered speechless. The third level persuasion, the third level pulling, and the third level acting, all of it seemed utterly insufficient. Earning money, earn it quickly. Consume, hasten to elevate skills. Damn it, I can barely keep this wild bunch in check. As they approached the cafeteria counter, Fang Feifei suddenly tugged at Han Lai, sweetly asking, Lai, could you treat me today? All right, I'll treat you. Li Gu, in a state of disarray, rummaged through his pockets, his mind racing with 1,000 tumultuous thoughts. The fish had slipped the hook. The meal ticket had become self-sufficient, and the maid had revolted, yet he dared not utter a single complaint. He remained silent until he finished his meal, grappling with the realization that he had yet to comprehend how events would unfold. Fang Feifei, however, was a celestial being. In her previous life, she had been formidable. Now, due to unforeseen circumstances, Shi Luoting was compelled to unleash his potential, stepping onto the cultural stage in an extraordinary manner, which unexpectedly triggered the goddess's awakening towards an unknown path. Everything was in chaos, utterly chaotic. Han Lai could only ascertain that Fang Feifei still harbored affection for him, albeit with less fervor and irrationality than before. Her previous impulsiveness seemed to have shifted towards the Queen's court. In a bid for self-preservation and revenge, the Queen's court had actively dragged the cultural goddess, Pan Ge, into turmoil. What about Yu Yun? How would she react? Having irrevocably severed ties with Shi Luoting and historically at odds with Fang Feifei, she would likely become an even tighter adversary. If he continued to stretch the situation, it was bound to destabilize. And what of Pan Ge? What stance would she take? Han Lai pondered until his head felt as though it might burst, still engulfed in a haze of confusion. After finishing his meal, the man, impatient as ever, dashed into an internet CAF, logging into his secondary QQ account, eager to discover whether Shi Luoting had sought counsel or posed inquiries to Ham Brother. As anticipated, his alternate account was flooded with messages, harsh criticisms, and sensational revelations. Chapter 72. Incitement, combined. Come out, you sycophant, you lecher. Do you have any idea what I've endured today? Do you know how many people witnessed that wretched dog leash being exposed? Can you fathom the intensity of my desire to hang myself with that very leash in the cafeteria? The cafeteria? How utterly foolish of me. Can you imagine my classmates, wide-eyed and trembling in terror, staring at me while holding the collar? Just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Even though I am merely reading these words on a screen, I can almost feel the tension, as if furious spittle might erupt from the display at any moment. The wrath of Shi Lutong is truly terrifying. After a tirade of expletives, Xiao Huanghua realized that Ham had not even logged on, rendering further curses pointless. And at last, she regained her composure. Well, not entirely composed. In any case, she ceased her diatribe against Ham and redirected her ire towards others. The Naiyun is such a despicable creature, a truly base individual. From the very moment she began to meddle with my package, her intentions were far from innocent. She simply sought to undermine me in front of my crush. I must have been out of my mind not to realize sooner. I could have just informed her that it was a gift from a female friend online, thus averting all that ensuing chaos. How dare she pretend to be innocent? During class, she seizes every opportunity to take advantage of my crush, whether through mischief or flirtation, as if I were oblivious. My crush has evaded her advances on numerous occasions, yet she remains undeterred. Last time, she stealthily changed her attire and made all sorts of inappropriate movements. Fortunately, my crush is rather naive and principled in this regard, thus avoiding her snares. The grievances are indeed numerous, and Han Lai finds himself momentarily at a loss regarding where to begin his lamentations. Firstly, when did he ascend to the status of a male deity? Oh, it is likely today. The comfort offered was not in vain, nor was the sweetness dispensed without purpose. Although she fled with great decisiveness, her sentiments had undeniably shifted. While she felt too bashful to admit it in Han Lai's presence, she displayed no such reticence before Ham Brother. This progress is, truthfully, somewhat beyond expectations. Secondly, she is not foolish. She has finally discerned the insidious intentions of Yu Yun. T-Mother is no ordinary girl. Upon encountering a mere toy, it is implausible for her to react with such terror. Clearly, Yu Yun's demeanor was entirely theatrical. Performance is her forte, and improvisation is her strong suit. Thus, Little Cucumber's defeat was hardly unjustified. Thirdly, you spent your time in class not diligently studying, but rather observing Yu Yun's subtle movements? Goodness, how fortunate it is that I am upright and principled, never engaging in frivolity during lectures. Otherwise, would it not have been a waste of your performance? Fourthly, you have finally grasped a significant truth. I am indeed simple-minded and upright. Fifthly, what is this cover? What is this sticker? Why did you not mention this sooner? Such a splendid opportunity has been utterly squandered. Cough, cough. Principled indeed. After chastising Yu Yun, Little Cucumber turns her ire towards Pan Go. That white lotus is hardly virtuous. If one were to dissect her, darkness would prevail within. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and vowed, if I cannot find solace, neither shall they. The black-hearted white lotus only associated with girls in high school, disdainful of her suitors, and rumors have long circulated that she is a lesbian. Just wait. If we must perish, let us do so together. Scoundrel, I shall self-destruct. Reply to me once online. I have matters to discuss with you. The timestamp for this message is 9:20. The next message jumps directly to 10:35. Haha, my heart is racing, and I am trembling all over. However, it feels exhilarating. I have successfully captured the heart of the cunning white lotus. Today, I shall bring her along to trend on campus. Left, instinctively opening various groups in his QQ account, was astonished to find them buzzing with activity. It seems the entire humanities department is discussing this matter. At exactly 11 o'clock, she sent 2 more follow-up messages. Oh, I must say, her body is incredibly fragrant and soft, and holding her is simply delightful. What do you think? Should I truly use that toy on her? I've discovered that her earlobes and neck are particularly sensitive, making them a perfect match for the collar. Leth was momentarily taken aback. Don't joke around. That item possesses attributes. Han Leth suddenly felt a pang of regret. Allowing someone like Shi Lutian, with her queenly demeanor, to wield a special item with obedience 50, joy 50, is exceedingly perilous. Who knows what chaos she might unleash? Let us not even mention Fong Feifei, who is always seeking thrills. After one encounter, she would surely be unleashed completely. And then there's Pan Go, who seems genuinely curious or perhaps feigning curiosity. Such mischief. The last 2 messages were sent at 11:25, just before class ended. Indeed, Dai Yun has been quietly spreading rumors about me. Thinking I am powerless against her? As long as I agree to one thing with my idol, he will heed my call in an instant, shattering her, capturing photos and videos, and once he tires of her, I'll let her go. I truly couldn't care less whether the male idol is a novice. These 2 sentences were likely uttered in a fit of anger, yet they still managed to startle Brother Lai. The ruthlessness of Shi Lutian is no jest. If Yu Yun dares to provoke her again, These words of anger may very well transform into a meticulously crafted scheme. How audacious indeed. However, the premature darkening of the queen's demeanor was something Han Lai had not anticipated. Should she continue on this path of agitation, the consequences would be dire. Initially, Han Lai was comfortably positioned, effortlessly navigating among several beautiful women, relishing his tranquil days. But now, the chaos was overwhelming. Sparks could erupt at any moment, igniting the very premises, leaving Han Lai unable to remain seated. He hastily sent her a message, accompanied by "I'm on my way" sticker. However, he received no response. She must be dining, or perhaps indulging in the adoration of her sisters. Han Lai found himself at a loss, left to wait. With nothing to occupy his time, he casually opened several group chats to see what everyone was discussing. The main class group was eerily silent. As Counselor Lu Hong had posted, "Shi Lutian, please come to my office before class this afternoon." Good heavens! Even the smiling tiger has entered the fray. In the remaining groups, regardless of Shi Lutian's presence, discussions were fervently underway. Jinping exclaimed, "Oh my, truly brave." Lu Ji remarked, "The class monitor has left us no avenue of escape." Duan Xiaoi commented, "I thought competing with the boys was enough. It seems there's more to it." Xia Hongwan added, "Marriage is merely for procreation. Love between women is the true affection." Giggles, Zheng Lei tagged, "Han Lai, brother Lai. What are your thoughts?" Han Lai pondered momentarily before responding in the group chat. A teapot can accommodate a maximum of 6 teacups. Beyond that, it cannot pour. However, a master key can unlock countless locks. When you inquire about my perspective, I unequivocally support the nation's initiative to abolish the master key. Laughter, unless that key belongs to me. The group erupted in excitement. Brother Lai had become a figure of significance, and his words garnered attention, even if they were uttered in jest. Zheng Lei, support. Zhang Taishu, we must resolutely eliminate those who hoard and waste national resources. Lu Yaopa, brother Lai, you aren't exactly a paragon of virtue either. Fang Feifei, brother Lai, does this mean that as long as you are provided with 6 teacups, you will have no energy to concern yourself with the type of keys others use? Hee. Wow. You always manage to showcase your wit from the most peculiar angles. After a moment of contemplation, Han Lai surprisingly found the suggestion quite constructive and nodded silently in agreement. He observed the lively banter for a while longer before refraining from further comments, and when the time was right, he logged off to return to school. The first class of the afternoon was moral education, which he opted to skip. Han Lai spent the afternoon in the library until 3 o'clock, then made his way to the classroom for his second English class. Upon entering, many turned their gaze toward him. Yu Yun and Shi Lutian waved simultaneously. "Brother Lai, I have an empty seat here." Han Lai, "Come here, I need to discuss something with you." What a way to start, making one's scalp tingle with apprehension. Han Lai glanced over with a stoic expression and decisively took a seat beside Shi Lutian, maintaining his icy demeanor and remaining silent. Yu Yun presently finds herself in a state of isolation, making her somewhat easier to manage, allowing for a moment of respite. The Queen's court is poised for eruption at any moment and must be navigated with caution. To embody the role of a scoundrel, one must possess a certain finesse. Have you grasped this concept yet? Shi Lutian, with a sense of triumph, lifted her chin, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Yun, and emitted a disdainful snort from her nostrils. Oh, how swiftly their discord has escalated. It is all laid bare, without a hint of concealment. However, Han Lai has no intention of entangling himself in such affairs and inquires instead, "What does Lu Hong want with you?" "To reprimand me, of course. He is so theatrical about it." Shi Lutian expressed her dissatisfaction, albeit in a hushed tone. "He wishes to ask what we shall do about it. Lu Hong insinuates that my actions have caused considerable turmoil, and he intends to remove me from my position as class leader." Listen to him. What grave consequences could possibly arise? Han Lai scoffed derisively. Shi Lutian furrowed her brow, lacking the delicate beauty of Lin Daiyu, instead radiating an aura of fierce determination. "Are you implying that he is deliberately seeking a confrontation? Lu Hong, that meddlesome individual, seems perpetually eager to seize upon any misstep to assert his authority and extract some advantage, especially given the uproar you've caused. So what is to be done? Simple. Procure 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, conceal them in a black plastic bag, and place them beneath his desk. Then, engage him in a private conversation and express your contrition. That should suffice. Is it truly necessary to resort to such lengths for a trivial matter? Can you guarantee that you will remain unscathed?" Is it truly enjoyable to be under his constant surveillance? 3-pointed questions have left Shi Lutian momentarily speechless. The young lady, unseasoned by the world's trials, remains unfamiliar with the conventions of adults, possessing a certain naivete. Nevertheless, she readily places her trust in Han Lai. Very well. I shall attend to it tomorrow morning, as you suggest. Her decisiveness took Han Lai by surprise. Might this be attributed to the influence of that sweet confection? Quite possibly. Although she did not consent to partake in the toy with Han Lai, she had, in effect, relented in part, teetering between acceptance and refusal. Having nearly acquiesced to such a private matter, her level of trust in Han Lai is apparent. Or perhaps it could be termed reliance? In any event, Han Lai observed a distinct change in little Huang Gua's demeanor, far more docile than before. He could not help but jest with a mischievous grin. Truthfully, I prefer your untamed spirit. Shi Lutian pursed her lips, wrinkling her nose, and brandished her small fist at him. You cad, don't get too smug, or I'll snatch away your meal ticket in a heartbeat. Indeed, how endearing. Queen Ting seldom indulges in coquetry, but when she does, it proves remarkably disarming. It is primarily the novelty and contrast that render it so potent, a sensation few others can evoke. Han Lai, captivated, felt his heart race. Yet he endeavored to maintain composure, reluctant to allow her excessive pride. Feigning an air of nonchalance, he casually proposed, Pray, is it not imprudent to continue holding that plaything? The whispers and rumors shall abound. Perhaps I might safeguard it for you? Shi Lutian's reaction was instantaneous, her gaze instantly becoming wary. What are you scheming? What could I possibly scheme? Why is your suspicion so profound? Han's thespian expression was utterly innocent. Alas, Shi Lutian remained unconvinced. Humph, I have no need of you. After a sharp retort, she suddenly revealed a mischievous smile, leaning closer to Han Lai and speaking in a barely audible whisper. I plan to first test your second devoted admirer. Don't blame me for encroaching on your territory. It was her own initiative. Han Lai stood in stunned silence, eventually erupting in exasperation. Are you even ethical? Uft. Shi Lutian scoffed dismissively, glancing sideways. As if you possess any morality. At that moment, Han Lai found himself at a loss for words. He had forgotten that Shi Lutian's moral compass was quite unconventional. In truth, from Han Lai's limited life experience, it seemed that the vast majority of successful individuals possessed a rather tenuous sense of ethics. Those who adhered strictly to the rules. The ordinary folk often found themselves unable to execute good deeds while failing to fully embrace wickedness. They only dared to compete within the confines set by others, ultimately becoming stepping stones for the ambitious. Most importantly, life was simply too exhausting. Han Lai had no intention of living such a regimented existence. Who decided what was permissible and what was not? Selfishness is an inherent trait of humanity. When one lacks capability, it is wise to remain subdued. But when one is capable, why should they continue to indulge the mediocre? Fair trade in all dealings, without bullying or wrongdoing, is already commendable enough. The remainder? Indulge in one's desires. No one is to bind me. Han Lai's still maturing worldview largely reflected this sentiment, with some influence from Shi Lutian herself. Thus, her words effectively drained Han Lai of his retorts. Fine, fine, do as you please. When things go awry, I shall watch how you resolve it. Uft. What could possibly go wrong? Shi Lutian displayed no fear whatsoever, instead brimming with eager anticipation. Can it be any worse than my near social demise? Anyway, I've decided to go all in. If I don't assert myself, I will never be able to deal with Pan Gu in this lifetime. Ah, what a deep-seated grudge. Han Lai chuckled in disbelief. You don't understand a thing. All right, fine, I don't understand. You're absolutely right. Even if I were to be reborn, Han Lai still could not fathom Shi Lutian's animosity towards Pan Gu. The knowledge from 3 levels of psychology simply falls short. Why is she so fixated on this particular issue? Though perplexed, Han Lai couldn't be bothered. Pan Gu isn't so easily pursued, and Shi Lutian's desires won't be readily fulfilled. As for Fang Fei and Yu Yun, they can do as they please. Losing them wouldn't be a loss. As the book The Dominant CEO Goddess is about to receive its first wave of recommendations, Han Lai had little inclination to indulge in their petty squabbles. The royalties earned from this book will prove to be quite valuable. Earning money is far more significant than seeking a romantic partner. Let the queen play freely, as long as I hold her tightly. None of those who get involved can escape. Isn't this a different kind of tool in another sense? After deep contemplation, Li Ge finally came to a realization. Perhaps allowing her to stir things up isn't such a bad idea after all. In ancient times, there existed a crucial position dedicated to the management of entertainment, the director of the music academy. With a small whip in hand, they taught the daughters of officials how to sing and play. Those who misbehaved received a swift crack of the whip, and those who lagged behind were met with another. Let Shi Lu Ting take on the role of queen, creating a ruckus. Appoint her as the director of the music academy, maximizing her talents. Perfect, it's settled. All right, I wish you success soon. If Pan Ge proves too challenging, I approve of you using Feng Fei Fei as practice. Sai, what can I say about you? This is more like it. Shi Lutong felt triumphant and beautiful, sensing his own prowess once more. Just as Han Lai was about to stifle a laugh, a system notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations. You have mastered a new skill. Instigation, level 10100. I do the good deeds. You take the blame. When used in conjunction with deception, it can create a scapegoating effect. When used alongside pulling, the effects of instigation will be amplified. Note, learn something substantial. You rascal, you're nearly beyond redemption.